As the most brilliant genius of his time, Jiang Mu defeated all the contenders for destiny in the world. He should have achieved enlightenment and become emperor, but in the end he failed to gain recognition from the Tao and missed the chance to take the throne. There's something wrong with immortality. The unyielding Jiang Mu lay dormant in one great age after another, becoming the number one in the world one after another, but he was never able to fulfill his destiny and become an emperor. But even the invincible emperor of the time could not live forever, and could only travel across the wilderness of the universe in search of the ethereal immortal path. Knowing that he might be targeted, Jiang Mu began to hide his identity and explore a new way forward in the endless years. He was born in the ancient times and witnessed the rise of hundreds of emperors, the struggle of tens of thousands of races, and the Great Road, witnessed the emperor's wailing when he fell, the forbidden areas rise, and the supreme beings slumber. We have also experienced chaotic ancient times, dark turmoil, and bloodshed in the starry sky. The road is desolate, spiritual energy is revived, it is the end of the law. Jiang Muguan is surrounded by red dust, the stars are rising and falling, the eras are changing, and it has unknowingly become the biggest taboo in the world. After endless years, when the world channels were connected and the chaos of the heavens began, Jiang Mu opened his eyes. Just a ray of light could penetrate the eternity, and a little breath could erase the avenue. The path to immortality is inherently invincible, so why would we need to borrow the great emperor's techniques? Becoming an emperor? To me, that's pure weakness. In the history books of the long river of time, no one will probably remember a person who didn't achieve enlightenment and become an emperor, unless he clearly had the ability to become an emperor but was rejected by destiny. Deep in the universe and the galaxy, there are towering buildings like coiled dragons, surrounding the starry sky, stretching endlessly, full of ancient and solemn atmosphere, and even the stars are just its embellishment. The Imperial Pass Great Wall has existed since ancient times. It is the place where people fight for destiny and prove the throne. It is the evolution of the Great Way. Countless brilliant geniuses from all races have shed their blood here. At this moment, at the end of the Diguan Great Wall, there was a young, tall, and handsome figure standing high up, looking up at the world-destroying thunder catastrophe that was gradually dissipating in the starry sky, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Jiang Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had clearly fought to the end among all the destined ones, becoming the best in the world, leading the way and leaving the others far behind. Logically speaking, he is the only candidate to become the emperor in this life, and the world-destroying thunder tribulation has already appeared. As long as he survives the thunder tribulation, Jiang Mu will be an invincible emperor, overwhelming all enemies. However, the thunder tribulation began to dissipate before it was fully formed. As the one who was destined by heaven, Jiang Mu can feel the disdain of the heavenly heart seal towards him. Without the seal of heaven's heart, one cannot control all Tao's, cannot attain enlightenment and become an emperor, and will not be recognized by the great Tao. Perhaps I am the first person in this world to be unacceptable to the great Tao? Jiang Mu was very distressed. This kind of thing had never happened before. No cultivator had ever fought to the end of the Imperial Pass but failed to become an emperor. Thinking of his invincible posture along the way, Jiang Mu couldn't help but want to curse. As a time traveler, his identity, background, talents and qualifications were all maxed out. Why didn't the thief old man let him become an emperor? Is it because he is an immortal? Since traveling through time, Jiang Mu has known for a long time that he has an immortal physique, that he will never grow old or die, and will live forever. At first, he was happy about this. In this way, even if he was a waste, after countless years, he would be able to make a difference in the world of cultivation. In fact, in addition to possessing an immortal body, Jiang Mu is also a descendant of the Imperial Jiang family. He has status, background, and resources. He displayed his invincibility all the way, and at the age of 2000 he was at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, and was only one step away from becoming an emperor. Unfortunately, an accident happened and he was abandoned by the Tao, perhaps because he was an immortal. Finally, seeing the thunder tribulation dissipate, Jiang Mu's sigh turned into a sigh, and he turned and left Diguan Dai. In this kind of situation, even if he had the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor, he would be helpless and could only become a laughingstock in the world of immortal cultivation. Even if Jiang Mu died in this thunder tribulation, he probably would not be laughed at, because there have been many cultivators who died in the last step. Being abandoned by the great Tao is somewhat intriguing. Could there be some secret? From this perspective, he is the first person in history. At the same time, countless supreme auras from different places crossed unknown distances and kept a close eye on everything that happened at the Imperial Pass Great Wall in the depths of the universe. After all, it was the birth of an invincible emperor of the time, and it was worthy of attention. The great emperor controls everything. It is the will of heaven, and he is the most powerful in the world. At the same time, there is only one great emperor in an era, which is why the emperor does not see the emperor. Moreover, when the great emperor was alive, no other cultivator could attain enlightenment and become an emperor. However, when Jiangmu's great thunder tribulation dissipated, the supreme beings were stunned. What was going on? But soon, a supreme being used his great magical powers to find some clues and discovered that Jiangmu was actually disliked by the great Tao. Since ancient times, those who have won the destiny have all become great emperors. What is happening now? Could it be that Jiangmu is unable to bear the destiny? How dark must it be to be disdained by the avenue? What a pity for Jiangmu. He's clearly invincible in combat, but he doesn't have the emperor's mandate. What a pity. The Jiang family almost had two emperors. If they had this much background, the Jiang family would have thrived for 100,000 years. Many supreme beings felt sorry for Jiangmu, because they had fought and traveled with him to some extent and knew his strength. It is a pity not to be recognized by destiny. It really is destiny. We almost let the Jiang family produce another great emperor. If he really did become emperor, wouldn't we be held accountable? Two emperors in one family, great luck and opportunity. How could it be so easy? However, there were also some people who were extremely happy, and those were forces that were hostile to the Jiang family. In the Red Dust Realm, in addition to Jiangmu, there is another quasi-emperor in the Jiang family, who is Jiangmu's elder. At this moment, he is standing outside the emperor's pass with many members of the Jiang family, watching Jiangmu's every move. When the thunderbolt dissipated and Jiangmu walked out of the imperial gate, the old quasi-emperor simply sighed and consoled him. Jiangmu, you are still young and at the peak of your vitality. Even if destiny doesn't recognize you in this world, there's no need to be disappointed. Just seal yourself as the divine source and wait for the next great world to fight again. Throughout history, many great emperors have proclaimed themselves divine sources, waiting for generations to come before achieving the throne. Take our Jiang family's ancestor, for example, who also achieved the status of emperor in the second generation. Faced with the concern of his elders, Jiangmu nodded and didn't say much. After all, he was the only one who knew the real reason why he could not become an emperor, and he had become an illegal resident. Just when Jiangmu was about to return to the Red Dust Realm, thunder suddenly broke out above the emperor's pass, thunderclouds began to brew, and destiny reappeared. The world-destroying thunder calamity is the emperor's calamity. Could it be that things have taken a turn for the better? This movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. The emperor's calamity occurred again. Could it be that he recognized Jiangmu again? Jiangmu looked at the thunder tribulation and felt inexplicably excited that if he really achieves the throne, coupled with his immortal physique, I'm afraid no one will be able to become an emperor in the future, right? Will the Tao really choose him? The next moment, the thunder tribulation started, brewing more and more terrifyingly, covering the sky and the sun. The dazzling lightning shattered the stars and covered the entire area where the Imperial Pass Great Wall was located, forcing the onlookers to retreat quickly. Jiangmu, since you are not recognized by the great Tao, I will take on the title of Emperor of this life. Suddenly, a figure climbed up from the Imperial Pass Great Wall into the deep space, facing the dark thunder tribulation, but did not forget to turn around and smile brightly towards Jiangmu. This laughter was full of surprise, excitement and astonishment. Yan Lingyun from Fuguang Holy Land. The thunder tribulation actually came for him. Sure enough, Jiangmu still hasn't been recognized by the Tao. Although Yan Lingyun has fought Jiangmu hundreds of times and ended up losing, it doesn't stop him from being the strongest genius under Jiangmu. It's only natural that the Tao favors him. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Yan Lingyun. If Yan Lingyun could achieve enlightenment and become an emperor, the Fuguang Holy Land would have 3 emperors in one family. This was truly a tremendous fortune and opportunity that made people jealous. Jiangmu was not surprised at all that Yan Lingyun was recognized by the great Tao, because above the Imperial Pass, Yan Lingyun can defeat anyone except Jiangmu, but he became a general who was always defeated in Jiangmu's hands. What a lucky bastard! It would be a lie for Jiangmu to say that he was not jealous. After all, the throne should have been his, but the facts could not be changed, so he can only sigh and leave the starry sky with everyone else. The world-destroying thunder emitted a muffled sound that spread throughout the universe. The colorful lightning that seemed to tear everything apart submerged Yan Lingyun. The aura of a peak quasi-emperor continued to rise, and a huge red sun was steaming in the sea of thunder. In the thunderclouds, the faint mark of the heart of heaven descended upon the myriad laws. Many monks who were squatting in the surrounding starry sky watched this spectacular scene, and Jiangmu was no exception. After all, Watching the birth of a great emperor is a very rare and interesting thing. An unknown amount of time had passed before the surging sea of thunder gradually calmed down, and the sounds of roaring and fighting could be heard again. Even Yan Lingyun's presence was gone, very peaceful. Could it be that Yan Lingyun was unable to survive the thunder tribulation and died? After all, even Yan Lingyun didn't know that he would be the final candidate for the emperor. Without preparation, his demise was understandable. Many auras wanted to spy further, but they did not dare to go beyond the Sea of Thunder. The next moment, the entire Sea of Thunder began to boil again, sublimating to the extreme and constantly dissipating, a majestic and endless aura that runs through the heavens and the earth, as if to penetrate the past and the present, spread out in all directions, as if to fill every corner of the 3,000 realms. At this moment, all creatures in the world seemed to feel it in their hearts and instinctively looked in the direction where Yan Lingyun was. This is the breath of the great emperor. Yan Lingyun became emperor. The universe is trembling and the avenue is cheering. The Sea of Thunder dissipated, and Yan Lingyun stepped on the 10,000 paths, his tall and majestic figure revealed before the world. Yan Lingyun's gaze seemed to penetrate the galaxy and look towards the edge of the universe. I am the great emperor, and I shall be invincible in the world. You are out of this world, you have crossed the line. Yan Lingyun had just emerged from the thunder tribulation and became an emperor, and he immediately revealed the aura of an invincible person in the world. His eyes reached the edge of the universe, and as his voice spread throughout the universe, his incomparably powerful aura broke through time and space and descended upon the edge of the universe. Those strange creatures that crossed the border Star City to spy on the Imperial Pass Great Wall were immediately killed by unimaginable light spots and turned into powder. The next moment, the countless strange creatures that had been entrenched in the border Star City retreated like a tide into the dark chaos behind. Even though they were separated by an unknown distance, they seemed to be afraid of this invincible emperor. Becoming an emperor is indeed different. In another galaxy, Jiang Mu looked at Yan Lingyun, who was showing his invincibility, sighed again, and then left sadly. In front of the great emperor, no matter how stunningly beautiful and talented you are, it is but a flash in the pan and will never surpass the glory brought by the great emperor. From now on, Yan Lingyun will surely be remembered in history, and his great path will shine through the ages. This is truly an era of great Dao luck, with one great emperor succeeding another. Even if strange creatures from outside the domain invade, so what? With the great emperor still alive, who would dare to act so recklessly? The Fuguang Holy Land has 3 emperors in one family. This is truly enviable. Countless supreme beings lamented that during the years when the great emperor was alive, the border Star City no longer needed to send a large number of monks to garrison. Those strange creatures that came from nowhere and could not communicate were afraid of the great emperor and did not dare to act presumptuously. Before long, Yan Lingyun's name spread to every corner of the 3,000 starfields and the 9 realms and 8 wildernesses of the universe. Of course, it is not his real name, but his imperial title, Emperor Lingtian. In a short while, the Fuguang Holy Land in the Changqing realm was crowded with guests and very lively. Although the Jiang family also sent people to present gifts, Jiang Mu did not go, nor did he stay in the Jiang family. Instead, he hid in his own little world. He was thinking about how he could become an emperor. When I think about this question, 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye and will never come back. During this period, Jiang Mu read all the ancient history books, but still could not find an answer. Maybe there is no answer at all. Jiang Mu could only choose to lie dormant and wait for the arrival of the next great era before trying again. What if he was misunderstood? Of course, Jiang Mu was not really sitting there waiting to die, but he began to prepare for the backup plan in case he failed to become emperor. Even if he really had no chance of becoming emperor, he was immortal and had a long life ahead of him. Was he afraid that he would not find a path that belonged to him? In the eyes of outsiders and even members of the Jiang family, Jiang Mu could not bear this blow and had sealed his own divine source, keeping his qi and blood cultivation at the peak moment, so that he could strive to continue to prove his way at the emperor's pass in the next great world. In fact, many geniuses who failed in their fight for the throne but were unwilling to give up did this. They usually chose to hide in the divine source when they were at the peak of their power to prevent their lives from passing away and their qi and blood from declining. In this life, Jiang Mu has no real friends because of his path to becoming an emperor. Therefore, he does not have to worry about being disturbed. His family also knows that he will definitely wait for the next great life, so they will not disturb him. Since Yanling has become an emperor, I think he should have the mind and vision of a great emperor. He won't be so petty as to cause trouble for me. And if he's unlucky, he can only live one life. Adding the time it takes to disperse, he'll have to wait about 20,000 to 30,000 years. On the edge of the mortal world, in Jiang Mu's own little world, he was lying in a small courtyard planning his future. The lifespan of a cultivator at the peak of the quasi-emperor level is at most 9,000 years. Unless he has a miraculous medicine, it is difficult for him to live a second life. Fortunately, those who have not achieved enlightenment and become emperors can hide in the divine source and seal off their own vitality. The speed of time flow in the divine source is so different from that in the outside world that it can almost be said to be still. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an alternative form of immortality. The only downside is that you have to fall into a deep sleep, which is no different from being dead and extremely unbearable. Because the emperor has broken through the shackles of the great Tao, his lifespan can reach more than 20,000 years. And find a miraculous medicine that can help you live another life. If one could find some great fortune, living through 3 lifetimes would not be impossible, but it would be extremely difficult. The great emperor has great energy and blood, and contains the spirit of the great Tao. Nothing in the world can stop the passing of his life, not even the divine source can help. Therefore, every great emperor will eventually die. Therefore, Jiang Mu has to wait at least 20,000 years before he can compete for the throne again, but unlike others, he does not need to call himself the source of God. Perhaps this is one of the benefits of immortality, but Jiang Mu still chose to retreat to seek enlightenment. His energy and blood would not decline, and would always be at their peak, allowing him to constantly improve himself. Therefore, even when he learned at the last moment that he could not become emperor, Jiang Mu was not too sad. As long as he was alive, there was a way. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years have passed. 3,000 years have passed since Yan Lingyun became the emperor. The world has become peaceful and all races no longer compete with each other. Even the fights have become less frequent, and because he is the emperor of the human race lives a much better life than other races, and all other races bow their heads in respect to him. The struggle for enlightenment is like this: whichever race produces an emperor will become powerful and dominate the other races for a long time. 3,000 years may be a lifetime for an ordinary cultivator, but for the emperor, it is the beginning of his true control over an era. The foundation of the Fuguang Holy Land grew stronger. Emperor Yan Lingyun welcomed his empress. On the day of their wedding, the whole world celebrated and all the sounds of the universe resonated. For a long time afterwards, Yan Lingyun was respected by all races and began to travel around the world to settle his past. A powerful force suffered a devastating disaster, and all traces of its existence were wiped out from the world by Yan Lingyun. This was a force that had once harmed Yan Lingyun. It had once produced a great emperor and had been prosperous for 100,000 years, but now its inheritance had been cut off. Many forces began to remain silent, fearing that they would be liquidated. Fortunately, Yan Lingyun only took action against some forces that were extremely excessive in the past. Even though he had been hostile to most forces in the past, he did not take action, but only gave them a small warning. With Yan Lingyun's current mindset, as long as the various ethnic groups do not do anything that harms the lives of the people in the world, he will not interfere. It took Yan Lingyun 1,000 years to travel through the 3,000 starfields, the 9 realms and the 8 wildernesses, and finally he came to the Jiang family in the Red Dust Realm. Naturally, the Jiang family received Yan Lingyun with the highest etiquette. After all, everyone knew that Emperor Lingtian had fought against their own Emperor Jiang Mu and had been defeated every time. If Jiang Mu had not been recognized by the Great Tao in the end, how could he, Emperor Lingtian, have any place? Of course, no one mentioned the fact that Yan Lingyun and Jiang Mu were defeated in every battle since Yan Lingyun became the emperor. At most, they just joked about it in private. On a high position in the Jiang family mansion, the majestic figure made people dare not look directly at him, and the aura of the Tao was moving even though it was deliberately restrained. The current head of the Jiang family received Yan Lingyun with the highest standards. Naturally, the Jiang family and the Fuguang Holy Land don't actually have much friendship. I think Yan Lingyun also came for Jiang Mu, but I don't know what his purpose is. In this small world, Jiang Mu received a message from the Jiang family. He knew that Yan Lingyun had been touring the world over the years, but he didn't expect that he would eventually visit the Jiang family in person. Now, he had to show up. However, as soon as Jiang Mu left the small world, Yan Lingyun locked onto his aura, and the next moment his figure appeared in the starry sky. Jiang Mu, your energy and blood are still the same as they were back then. It seems you have chosen to seal yourself. Did my appearance disturb you? Yan Lingyun looked at Jiang Mu, his once unbeatable opponent, with a faint smile. Now he felt Jiang Mu's insignificance. Although he could kill Jiang Mu at will, he no longer had the feeling he had back then. As an emperor, one can face his past. This emperor really got lucky. How could that be? It would be a great honor for me if the invincible emperor came to see me in person. Jiang Mu smiled calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. In that case, then please walk with me. Yan Lingyun waved his hand, and the two of them appeared in the nameless city in the mortal world. The surrounding area was bustling with people and it was very lively. It's really lively. Yan Lingyun couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps no one in this small town knew that there was a great emperor around them. You came to see me, but what's the matter? Jiang Mu was a little confused about Yan Lingyun's actions and asked curiously, is he holding a grudge? After all, it is a shame for a great emperor to be defeated in every battle, but even though Jiang Mu asked this, he was not worried that Yan Lingyun would kill him, because he knew that Yan Lingyun's state of mind had changed. At most, you can bully him a little. Oh, as an emperor, how could I be so petty? Yan Lingyun snorted coldly, I just want to confirm whether you have chosen to compete for the emperor in the next life. Jiang Mu nodded inside, as you can see, I do have this idea, but whether it can succeed is not certain. Yan Lingyun was unsure what to say. Yeah, being disliked by the great Tao is the first time I've seen it. So, what exactly does that feel like? Jiang Mu, as for your case, even I, who have become an emperor, have not found the reason. I can only wish you to become an emperor in your next life. After all, I won't be able to see you then. Yan Lingyun sighed, this era of frequent great emperors is like this small city. It seems prosperous, but in some corners, it has become somewhat dilapidated. Jiang Mu was puzzled, why do you think so? Yan Lingyun asked in return, do you know what I've discovered while touring the world? A big question mark popped up in Jiang Mu's little head. How could he possibly know this? Looking at Yan Lingyun's pretentious look, Jiang Mu couldn't help but want to beat him up. Yan Lingyun's expression was serious. Ahem, to sum up, it's external and internal troubles. The external worry is the strange creatures at the edge of the universe, the internal worry is that I discovered that some invincible beings are not dead yet, but have chosen to pretend death and sleep. Since the beginning of recorded history, including me, there have been a total of 301 great emperors and hundreds of ancient emperors. However, during this tour of the world, I discovered that at least half of them are not truly dead yet. Hearing this, Jiang Mu was shocked. Since they are not dead, how can future generations achieve enlightenment and become emperors? Yan Lingyun said, I'm looking for the answer, which is why I came to find you. Your understanding of cultivation is much deeper than mine. Apart from you, I really can't find a more suitable person in this world. Jiang Mu chuckled, so even you, the great emperor, can't figure it out, so you think I can figure it out? Jiang Mu did not deny the truthfulness of Yan Lingyun's words because there was no need to, but he couldn't understand why Yan Lingyun thought he could figure it out. These invincible beings are hiding in certain corners of the universe. If it weren't for the barrier formed around them to resist the great Tao, which is currently eroding the origin of the world, I wouldn't have been able to discover them. Yan Lingyun said worriedly, with such a large number of invincibles, even if they are no longer as powerful as they once were, their strength cannot be underestimated. Given time, they will inevitably cause unimaginable damage to this world. I hope Jiang Mu can take some time to figure out for me why they have existed for so long. In return, I will give you a drop of the great emperor's blood. This is not only the blood of the great emperor, but also the blood of the heavenly tyrant body. It's just that I haven't yet achieved the hegemony body. Jiang Mu understood that it was Yan Lingyun, the emperor, who was worried about the future of this world. As expected, once a person becomes an emperor, his ambitions will be different. Jiang Mu also agreed, since it is entrusted by the great emperor who protects the people of the world, how can I refuse? He did it for the lofty ideal in his heart, not for the emperor's blood. Then, Yan Lingyun told Jiang Mu some of the secrets of the emperor that he knew, and would tell Jiang Mu more information during future investigations, because Yan Lingyun knew that although he had become an emperor, his understanding of cultivation was far inferior to Jiang Mu, otherwise he would not have been defeated in every battle in their era. Yan Lingyun felt that if there was anyone who could relieve his worries, it would only be Jiang Mu. After all, Jiang Mu was once the most outstanding pioneer of their generation. Apart from himself who had become an emperor, Yan Lingyun believed that there was no one in the world more powerful than Jiang Mu. That's why he let go of the past and came to find Jiang Mu as an emperor. His state of mind has indeed undergone tremendous changes. After a brief reminiscence, Yan Lingyun said goodbye and left. Jiang Mu also returned to his own little world and began to consult ancient books based on some secrets Yan Lingyun told him, investigating the invincible people whose names were recorded in history. Before the birth of the world's first ancient emperor, it was called the Untraceable Era. There are very few records of that era, and we only know that it was too long ago. From the birth of the first ancient emperor, it was considered a new era, known as the Ancient Era. That ancient emperor was called Huan. The era of desolation was at least tens of millions of years ago, which is very long ago, and many records have been lost. During these tens of millions of years, many ancient emperors and great kings were born, and the dynasty has continued to this day. Just 3 million years ago, indescribable strange creatures appeared on the edge of the universe. No one knew how or where they came from. These strange creatures are extremely terrifying and will almost devour everything in the world. In order to deal with these strange creatures, an emperor built a border star city to resist the invasion of strange creatures when the emperor is not around. When the emperor is alive, these strange creatures are very well behaved, but if the emperor dies and the new emperor has not yet risen, the world of immortal cultivation will have to expend enormous energy to prevent the invasion of strange creatures. Strange creatures, cannibalism, the invincible throughout the ages, entering the black fog, searching for the immortal path. Another 1,000 years passed. As Yan Lingyun sent more and more information, Jiang Mu felt that he had vaguely discovered something, but he was not sure and needed more information to support it. And it will take time to verify whether his guess is correct. So Jiang Mu started to retreat under the pretext of calling himself the source of God, to explore his own path of cultivation. In the 8th millennium since Yan Lingyun became emperor, the world was relatively peaceful, except for the occasional strange creatures that crossed over to the border star city, seemingly testing something. However, this year, a deafening roar was heard from the deep space of the universe, and the aura of the Supreme Tao collided. The Supreme Being observed and discovered that it was Yan Lingyun who was forging the Supreme Divine Weapon. The Ji Dao Emperor's weapon is also the most powerful weapon in the world. The Great Tao is imprinted within it, making it half an emperor. It turns out that Yan Lingyun has not only been touring the world over the years, but has also been searching for suitable materials to forge imperial weapons. The vision of forging an imperial weapon lasted for a whole 1,000 years before dissipating. Yan Lingyun returned holding an extremely domineering black giant hammer. His imperial weapon was forged, but Jiang Mu knew that Yan Lingyun must be doing something big, otherwise he would not have started to forge imperial weapons so long after becoming emperor. The great emperors of the past would basically forge supreme imperial weapons within 2,000 to 3,000 years of becoming emperors, and then go to the edge of the universe to clear out strange creatures. Jiang Mu had seen strange creatures when he was young during the battles on the border stars. They were composed of countless exposed flesh and blood, skeletons, and any edible substances. They exuded black air and foul odor and looked very scary. Once these strange creatures break out of the chaotic black fog, they will seem endless and devour everything they encounter. The greatest fear in fighting strange creatures is not death, but seeing yourself being eaten alive and becoming a part of them. Therefore, if they had no choice, few cultivators would be willing to garrison in the border star city. In the years when the great emperor was not around, strange creatures would often sneak into the border star city and wreak havoc on the world. When they are discovered, they are often already so powerful that it would cost a huge price to eliminate them. All the cultivators from all races in the 3,000 starfields, 9 realms, and 8 wildernesses hope that Emperor Lingtian can eliminate the strange creatures as soon as possible. It can be said that for the emperors born in the past million years, clearing out strange creatures is one of their missions. However, Yan Lingyun delayed the time for clearing out the strange creatures, giving them an opportunity to take advantage and wreak havoc on many starfields. Although he was discovered and killed by Yan Lingyun with just one finger from a long distance, it still made people dissatisfied. And now that Yan Lingyun has mastered the imperial weapon, it means that he will go to conquer strange creatures in a short time. So one day, Emperor Lingtian took action. The Supremes could see that the Dharma body of Emperor Lingtian emerged, and thousands of great ways hung down from his head, with divine charm ringing. An ancient and heavy hammer exuding a murderous aura was held in his hand. The aura of the emperor is sweeping. Emperor Lingtian's Taoist body took a few steps and came directly from the Changqing realm to the edge of the universe. At this moment, Emperor Lingtian is at the peak of his energy and blood according to his age, and is at his strongest moment. Countless strange creatures that had been entrenched in the border star city were swept away by the emperor's pressure and disappeared. The stronger ones only left behind a few corpses. Only those strange creatures that are like towering giants and have strange bodies as big as stars can survive under the emperor's power. However, Emperor Lingtian activated the imperial weapon in his hand, and the avenue was flowing. With each hammer, he struck down a strange creature the size of a star. Afterwards, Emperor Lingtian, emitting extreme light all over his body, rushed into the chaotic black fog. The darkness in front of the border star city could be vaguely seen retreating. Loud noises were heard from time to time, and a large number of strange creatures were wailing and terrified. The power of the Tao of the entire world was mobilized by Emperor Lingtian. The Tao was leaping, and he began his war of conquest. Almost all cultivators who have comprehended the laws of the Tao can feel the massive battle, the roar of which has echoed day and night for 1,000 years. The chaotic black fog retreated rapidly as countless strange creatures died, and within 1,000 years it was billions of miles away from the border star city. Ancient records state that when the strange creatures first appeared, a great emperor named Hate Heaven rushed into the chaotic black fog. However, because he went too deep, he ultimately failed to return. Only when his great path began to dissipate did we know that he had been killed in the chaotic black fog. Later, several other emperors refused to believe in evil and followed the example of this pioneer emperor, charging into the chaotic black fog because the emperors were invincible. But in the end, no one came out. Yan Lingyun, you can't be so stupid, right? Jiang Mu, who felt the aura of Yan Lingyun's avenue, looked at the edge of the universe through the small world. The farther the chaotic black fog retreated, the deeper Yan Lingyun's conquest went. He couldn't help but worry about Yan Lingyun. These strange creatures were extraordinary. There must be a great crisis hidden in them, even greater than that of the emperors, which caused those emperors to shed blood. But fortunately, if the strange creature is only repelled a certain distance, there will be no danger to the emperor's life. The strange creature, just as its name suggests, is too strange. Even the invincible emperor of the time cannot rush into it. With the previous experience as a lesson, Jiang Mu thought Yan Lingyun would not go too deep. So he observed and perfected his own path. For Jiang Mu, the chance of becoming an emperor is too slim. Therefore, after thousands of years of precipitation, he, who already had extraordinary comprehension, initially constructed a cultivation path comparable to that of the great emperor's alternative way to achieve enlightenment. The so-called alternative way of achieving enlightenment is to bypass the suppression of the great emperor of the time and achieve one's own Taoism. Even without the recognition of the great Tao, one's strength can challenge the great emperor. Throughout the ages, there have been practitioners who have achieved enlightenment in alternative ways, so Jiang Mu's path is feasible. Those who can achieve enlightenment in an alternative way usually have either a special physique or a special Taoist method. This path can be taken, but it is also extremely difficult. The number of people who can achieve enlightenment in an alternative way is much rarer than that of emperors. Moreover, the strength of the alternative enlightened person is only enough to challenge the emperor, and there is no chance of winning. It can only be said that it is extremely difficult for the emperor to kill the alternative enlightened person. If the combat power is compared, the emperor is still superior, but Jiang Mu did not just take an alternative path to enlightenment, but took the path to the great perfection of the holy body. There are 9 holy bodies in the world. If one of them is cultivated to perfection, it can challenge the emperor. But what if the 9 great holy bodies were combined in one body? Jiang Mu really wanted to know whether this could be on par with the emperor, or even surpass the emperor. Of course, the 9 holy bodies are all innate holy bodies, and Jiang Mu does not have any. Therefore, if he wants to take the path of holy body perfection, he must first possess these physiques, the acquired holy body. This is a path that no monk has ever set foot on. Fortunately, Jiang Mu already had a preliminary idea, so maybe he could give it a try. This was also thanks to the drop of emperor's blood that Yan Lingyun gave him, which inspired Jiang Mu. The sky tyrant body, one of the 9 sacred bodies, has been initially refined by Jiang Mu, removing the blood imprint belonging to Yan Lingyun and dissolving it into his own body. For ordinary cultivators, they dare not, nor would they specifically refine the blood of the heavenly tyrant body and dissolve it into their own bodies. At most, they would fuse the essence and blood of the great emperor to strengthen their physique and prolong their lifespan, because the 9 holy bodies all have one thing in common, that is, after combining with bloodlines that are not of the same origin, when they grow to a certain extent, they will occupy a dominant position and will continue to devour the life essence of others to strengthen themselves. No cultivator in this world can bear it, and the blood of the strengthened holy body does not belong to him at all. Therefore, it is almost impossible to cultivate a holy body bloodline after birth, and no one has ever succeeded. But Jiang Mu has an immortal body, which can offset the consumption of the Tsong Tian Ba Ti, and in the process of continuous growth, his life source will always be stronger than the holy body and can occupy a dominant position. Thus, the acquired holy body is developed. Of course, this is equivalent to bloodline transformation, which is an extremely long process, but what Jiang Mu has the most is time. While Jiang Mu was undergoing bloodline transformation, he was observing the situation at the edge of the universe. Yan Lingyun's conquest has lasted for 1,000 years, and his great path has also been debated in the universe for 1,000 years. The cultivators of all races could see the results of his conquest, and the strange creatures had retreated very far away, but Yan Lingyun seemed to be planning to end it, as he was still fighting. At this moment, all cultivators from all races in the 9 realms and 8 wastelands and the 3,000 starfields were shocked by the conquest of Emperor Ling Tian. According to the current situation, he has completed the progress that most emperors should have completed. If he continues to fight, he will most likely be injured by strange creatures. Jiang Mu couldn't help but start to feel a little moved, and he had no idea what Yan Lingyun was doing. If he were to be seriously injured by strange creatures, even though he was an emperor, his lifespan would be greatly reduced. However, Jiang Mu, like other supreme beings, could only watch Yan Lingyun's conquest and could do nothing. That level of strange life was no longer something they could face. Even if one is at the peak of quasi-emperor, facing one of these strange creatures, he will probably die. Fortunately, those strange creatures that were too high in level seemed not only to be afraid of the emperor, but also to be unable to leave the chaotic black fog due to some restrictions. For the first 1,500 years, Yan Lingyun was still killing, but his presence could no longer be found. Only the still controversial laws of the Tao let people know that he was not dead yet. What on earth is Emperor Lingtian doing? Could it be that he wants to emulate the Forerunners? It was not until now that the supreme beings of all races realized what Yan Lingyun had done. Every emperor is unique and thinks he is the strongest. He does not believe that he will die in the chaotic black fog in the second millennium of conquering strange creatures. The aura of Yan Lingyun's avenue, which was above all others, began to vibrate violently, and even had an aura of decline. This means that he is still alive, and it also means that Yan Lingyun has encountered a terrible crisis that is enough to endanger the life of the emperor. At the same time, the chaotic black fog had retreated very far, revealing a void area. According to supreme calculations, at this distance, even if Emperor Lingtian died in his lifetime, in the absence of the emperor, strange creatures would not be able to cause much substantial damage to the 9 realms and 8 wastelands and the 3,000 starfields. But, is Emperor Lingtian perhaps about to fall? The feelings of the supremes of all races were extremely complicated, with joy, sadness, and more of respect. The good news is that if Yan Lingyun dies now, the next great era will come sooner. It is sad that a great emperor passed away at this time, which is a pity. As for respect, at the beginning, the supreme beings were not optimistic about Yan Lingyun, the Lingtian emperor, because no matter what, he was not the strongest of an era, but became the emperor by luck. Even among the emperors, there are differences in strength. In addition, Yan Lingyun had done nothing in the previous 8,000 years, so he was naturally classified as the weaker side, although no one would mention Yan Lingyun while he was alive. If Yan Lingyun died, there would be a record of him in history books, but now, the strength of Emperor Yan Lingyun has earned the respect of all races. Emperor Lingtian truly deserves the title of emperor. Boom! All the ways suddenly began to sublime, and suddenly became active from decline. The next moment, a huge figure walked out from the chaotic black fog. He was like a scorching and bright sun in the darkness. Wherever he passed, the strange creatures retreated. Yan Lingyun's imperial aura began to appear at the edge of the universe, and his huge figure gradually shrank as he walked closer. At this moment, Emperor Lingtian was bathed in the blood of the emperor, and his body was covered with horrific wounds that could not heal. He held a hammer in one hand and a chain in the other, which made a rattling sound as he walked. Soon, as Yan Lingyun stepped into the edge of the universe, he could see clearly what the iron chain in his hand that stretched behind him was connected to. It was an equally huge corpse, with a human body and a bird's head, its body covered with black crystal-like wings, like stars, tied with iron chains, lying horizontally in the void, moving forward with Yan Lingyun's steps. One could also sense a terrifying aura from this corpse, similar to the great emperor. What's this? Many young supreme beings of all races flipped through ancient books with doubts. Some supreme beings who had lived for a long time felt more and more familiar with it and suddenly remembered it. It's Emperor Xuanwu. No. There's no breath of life. This is an emperor's corpse, the body of Emperor Xuanwu. How could it be him? Ancient texts record that the ancestors said this great emperor disappeared in his later years, and his great path began to dissipate. Who would have thought that he died in the chaotic black fog? What on earth did Emperor Lingtian go through to find the corpse of Emperor Xuanwu? Emperor Xuanwu was the emperor of the previous era before Yan Lingyun became emperor. He was the emperor of the Jinwu clan. This great emperor only lived one life. Like many other great emperors, he disappeared in his later years. Unexpectedly, he entered the chaotic black fog. I, Emperor Lingtian, have conquered 2,000 strange creatures and restored peace to the world. For the next 30,000 years, strange creatures will never again cross the border of Star City. Yan Lingyun spoke. His imperial power was overwhelming, and his voice fell into the ears of every living being. Then, Yan Lingyun's ethereal and slightly tired voice continued. Where are the members of the Golden Crow clan? Your emperor conquered strange creatures and perished in the chaotic black fog. When I found him, he only had one obsession left, and that was to return home. Now, he has returned home. Emperor Xuanwu is worthy of the title of emperor. As Yan Lingyun finished speaking, thousands of sounds rang out, as if bidding farewell to the deceased Emperor Xuanwu. All the races were shocked. According to Yan Lingyun, Emperor Xuanwu was indeed admirable. After all, the Emperor Xuanwu in the records was very mediocre until his later years. Now Yan Lingyun has found the corpse of Emperor Xuanwu and cleared his name. Yan Lingyun had no reason to deliberately speak for a dead emperor, nor did he have the interest to do so. It could only be said that he had indeed seen something in the chaotic black fog, which led him to say this, but Yan Lingyun did not say anything. Instead, he sent Emperor Xuanwu back to the Jinwu clan and dragged his tired body back to the Fuguang Holy Land. The supreme beings of all races were watching this scene. Anyone could see that Emperor Ling Tian was seriously injured, and it was very likely that his origin was damaged, but he did not complain, was not afraid, and did not even sing for victory. Everything seemed to be as it should be, but this is the emperor. No matter what kind of suffering he faces, he will shoulder it all. I in the dark, whether it is the universe and the starry fields, or the creatures in the 9 realms and 8 wildernesses, they are all full of supreme admiration for Emperor Ling Tian, being free from invasion by strange creatures for 30,000 years. What a great achievement it is. No emperor in the past millions of years has ever done this. In any case, as long as the future world of immortal cultivation is truly as Yan Lingyun said, and is free from the invasion of strange creatures for 30,000 years, he will definitely leave his name in history. In this era, there are too many emperors. Except for those with extraordinary talents, it is too difficult for other emperors to stand out. Emperor Ling Tian, who returned from the edge of the universe, seemed to have chosen to recuperate and has not appeared for a long time since then, but the Daorime law hanging high above all doubts warned the world that he, the great emperor, had not left. Yan Lingyun, you really amaze me. Zhang Mu in the small world couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that Yan Lingyun, the emperor who took advantage of the opportunity, would have such courage. If he were Emperor Jiang Mucheng in this life, he was confident that he could not achieve what Yan Lingyun did. After all, it was almost like gambling with his own life. Could this be one of the reasons why he couldn't become an emperor? Zhang Mu disagreed. In this era, not all emperors cared about the people. There were also many emperors who abused their power and brought disaster to the world of immortal cultivation. Some extreme emperors were even attacked by the entire world of immortal cultivation. Ancient books record that there was a great emperor who came from the ancient royal family. This race itself is very cruel and is not welcomed by other races. The emperor who appears in this race is even more brutal by nature and often kills people. Although the great emperor is invincible in the world, there are also strong and weak emperors. What's more, all the major forces in the world of immortal cultivation have united, including many holy places and immortal gates. These holy places and immortal gates have the heritage left by 1 or 2 great emperor ancestors. When the supreme emperor's soldiers appear or the emperor corpses show their power, the number is so large that even the great emperor will be in trouble. Although it is basically impossible to kill the emperor, it can greatly shorten his lifespan. The emperor of the ancient royal family was not very powerful in that life. Under the pressure of many imperial soldiers and imperial corpses, he chose to restrain himself. After the death of this ancient emperor, his people were driven out of the 8 wildernesses and now can only live in the star field. Therefore, Zhang Mu believed that the reason why he could not become an emperor was because of immortality. As an immortal emperor, I would like to ask you whether all races will despair, huh? I think Yan Lingyun was also seriously injured. He probably chose to go into seclusion. I'd better not disturb him. Zhang Mu looked in the direction of Changqing realm and thought for a while, but finally he couldn't decide where to go in his own little world. And now, the blood of the Tsong Tianba Ti in his body has become more and more pure, and his qi and blood have gradually turned into light purple. Coupled with the cultivation of natural treasures, he has achieved some success. Zhang Mu himself was already at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, so with his unique immortal physique, cultivating the blue sky tyrant body was smoother than he had imagined. Give me another 10,000 years, and the heavenly tyrant body will be fully developed. When the time comes to fight at the Imperial Pass, who can stand against me? I just don't believe it. This great way won't favor me. Although the next battle for the Imperial Pass is still a long way off, Zhang Mu is not worried about losing. The most brilliant genius of this era, although he does not have an extraordinary physique, because of his extraordinary comprehension, he has practiced 5 kinds of supreme Taoism at the same time and has great killing power. Therefore, Zhang Mu was confident that he could carve out a path in the new era even without using the heavenly tyrant body. The only thing he had to worry about was whether he could gain recognition from the great Tao. Therefore, Jiang Mu would stop the cultivation of the blue sky tyrant body at the last step, and wait until the emperor passes the test to prove his Dao. It would be best if he could become an emperor, but if not, Jiang Mu could only honestly take an alternative path to enlightenment for the time being. After all, it is even more difficult to become a great emperor after achieving enlightenment in an alternative way. This is a path that belongs to one's own and is not recognized by the great Tao. The life and death tribulations that one has to go through are 3 times more terrifying than those of the great emperor. This is also one of the reasons why few cultivators can achieve the great success of the holy body. In the first 10,000 years of Yan Lingyun's reign as emperor, he gave birth to a daughter. She was named Yin Jiner, and people from all tribes came to congratulate her. The higher the level of a cultivator's cultivation, the more difficult it is for him to have children. It was even more difficult for the emperors. Many of them had no offspring throughout their lives, either because they didn't want to or were unwilling to do so. Therefore, over the years, Yan Lingyun only gave birth to this one daughter. It is conceivable how much he doted on her. It is also said that when Yin Jiner was born, she was surrounded by the aura of the great Tao and was very extraordinary. His cultivation level has directly risen to the Saint realm due to the power of his bloodline. With a little effort, he has the hope of completely adapting to this power before the age of 3. A 3-year-old saint. Just thinking about it makes people feel despair. This is a realm that many monks in the world cannot reach in their entire lives, but some people have it at birth. This is the value of the emperor's offspring. Because they have the closest blood relationship with the emperor, their path of cultivation will definitely be very smooth. As long as they proclaim themselves, they will be the popular candidate for the throne of the next great era. Therefore, Yin Jiner was sealed in the divine source as soon as she was born. At an ignorant age, her self-sealing of the divine source would not harm her Tao heart. Unfortunately, Yin Jiner did not inherit the physique of Song Tianbati, but Yan Lingyun felt that there was nothing to regret. If a domineering body could not be fully developed, it would be useless. This path is less risky than becoming an emperor. It was obvious that Yan Lingyun wanted Yin Jiner to participate in the fight for the throne in the next life. Therefore, Jiang Mu also received Yan Lingyun's invitation and went to Fuguang Holy Land for a small gathering and took a look at Yin Jiner in the Changqing realm. The Fuguang Holy Land was packed with distinguished guests, including many holy places, immortal sects, and imperial clans. Jiang Mu presented a gift not only on his own behalf but also on behalf of the imperial clan Jiang family. This gift was the most precious gift the Jiang family had ever given. However, in front of the emperor, perhaps nothing was as valuable as a magical medicine. After all, that is the simplest and most effective way for the emperor to be reborn for the second time, but there are only 5 kinds of magic medicine in this world that can allow the emperor to live again for a second time, and no one knows where they are hidden. How can they be found easily? At the banquet, many of the former young geniuses have now become ancestors of their respective families. Seeing that Jiang Mu was still as elegant as before, they came forward to greet him and introduced their younger generations to him. After all, Jiang Mu suppressed almost an entire era, and although he did not become emperor in the end, his reputation was very loud, not to mention that he will have to compete for the throne in the future. However, more of their peers have been lost in time, and many geniuses who were defeated by Jiang Mu were unwilling to endure loneliness in the divine source, so they were very open-minded and died early. At the end of the banquet, Jiang Mu drank alone with Yan Lingyun. Yan Lingyun couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Mu, how does it feel to watch old friends pass away? Jiang Mu shrugged. It's okay, I don't have a close relationship with them, nothing special. Hiss. Your heart for seeking the truth is truly resolute. You can even endure the loneliness of proclaiming yourself a divine source. Yan Lingyun couldn't help but tut his tongue. So, you really don't plan to find a good match? Jiang Mu said happily, let's talk about it in the next life. Even if I can't become an emperor, I still have thousands of years to live. As an immortal, Jiang Mu actually had no such plan, and he did not want to add to the sadness. Then, he stared at Yan Lingyun with piercing eyes and said, instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. You have been silent for 2,000 years since you returned from suppressing strange creatures at the edge of the universe. Don't tell me that you did it just to give birth to a daughter. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. Of all the old friends from this era, you are almost the only one left. You are determined to participate in the battle for the throne in the next life. Many of your peers have felt that there is no hope and have died early. So I have nothing to hide. I have indeed been healing over the past 2,000 years. The battle with the strange creatures almost damaged most of my foundation, and now my energy and blood have begun to decline. Jiang Mu was puzzled. Why would you risk your life for this? Just follow the Forerunner's example and repel the strange creatures. Yan Lingyun smiled bitterly. It's all because of you, Jiang Mu. This emperor is a lucky find for me. If I don't take strong measures, I'll always be criticized by the world and feel unhappy. Then, he changed the subject. Besides, being a mediocre emperor is not my intention. Even if I, Yan Lingyun, can only take advantage of the opportunity, I must prove that as a great emperor, I am not inferior to others. People who become emperors are different. If I were the emperor, I might not have such lofty ideals. Jiang Mu shook his head and sighed, expressing his admiration for Yan Lingyun. What about the corpse of Emperor Xuanwu? Emperor Xuanwu, hearing this, Yan Lingyun murmured in a daze, as if he recalled some bad memories, and his face was terribly gloomy. Originally, I was reluctant to talk about everything I saw in the chaotic black fog. After consulting the ancient texts, I found that the things involved were too ancient and mysterious. Even I, the great emperor, felt deeply powerless. But if I don't tell you, I'm afraid that future emperors will suffer after I die. So I'm telling you this first, you Jiang Mu. If you become emperor in the future, that would be best. If someone else becomes emperor, I hope you'll pass on the message. Seeing Yan Lingyun so serious, Jiang Mu also looked serious. What's inside? Could it be the source of the strange creatures? Yan Lingyun recalled, when I was chasing some powerful strange creatures deep into the chaotic black fog, I found a path connected to a crack. The endless strange creatures came out from that path. The body of Emperor Xuanwu was found at the end of that road, at the crack. Furthermore, that road is stained with the blood of emperors. There are dozens of corpses, some of which have been reduced to skeletons. Judging from the remaining aura, they are all the corpses of great emperors. They have maintained the appearance of fighting until death. There are even many broken and damaged imperial weapons, their power corroded away, proving that an extremely tragic battle took place there. And the corpse of Emperor Xuanwu is blocking the crack. I can sense that there are more terrifying and strange creatures in the crack, but they can't invade this world because the passage is blocked by Emperor Xuanwu. According to my observation, the time of death of these corpses is different, which coincides with the disappearance of certain great emperors. Listening to Yan Lingyun's story, Jiang Mu's eyes gradually widened. What kind of long-lasting and brutal battle must have been that caused dozens of emperors to shed blood? Yan Lingyun continued to recall. Later, I didn't dare linger for too long. I discovered that the great Emperor Xuanwu was standing at the very front of the rift. His Taoist aura had been almost completely obliterated, leaving only an inexplicable sadness. It seemed as if he had lost his ability to defend against the invasion of strange creatures. Grateful that I had also grown up hearing the name of the great Emperor Xuanwu, I took it upon myself to bring him back. I found 3 more broken, but still flesh and blood, corpses of the emperors on the road and staked them in the rift. Even though I moved swiftly, I still released 5 terrifying and bizarre creatures. Their strength was comparable to that of a great emperor. After a bloody battle, I finally killed them, and I returned seriously injured. Thinking about it now, I still feel a pang of fear. After saying that, Yan Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief. One can imagine how terrifying this strange creature is that can make even a great emperor like him feel palpitations. Those 3 broken emperor corpses should be able to block the crack for more than 30,000 years. I have no idea what will happen after 30,000 years. That's why I don't want to mention what happened in the chaotic black fog to everyone. After saying that, Yan Lingyun waved his hand, and the supreme power weaved into a picture. It was the scene where Yan Lingyun had set foot and fought with the 5 strange creatures that were comparable to half-step emperors. It covered the sky and the sun, and the emperor's weapons were almost broken. It was really too shocking. Jiang Mu fell silent. He was not an eyewitness to this kind of thing and could not express any useful opinions. However, according to Yan Lingyun, the days in the world of immortal cultivation will probably be even more difficult in the future. Besides these, do you know what else I discovered? Yan Lingyun changed the subject and looked at Jiang Mu with a serious expression. Jiang Mu was helpless. I haven't been in there before, so I have to guess. Can I guess it? Do emperors like to keep people in suspense? The auras of those 5 strange creatures are somewhat similar to those of the invincible beings who were not yet completely dead that I discovered while patrolling the world. A similar aura? What kind exactly? Yan Lingyun sighed softly. Swallow. Swallow? Jiang Mu's expression suddenly became serious. If strange creatures evolve by devouring everything, then what do those surviving invincible beings do by devouring? There is only one purpose. They don't want to die. Perhaps they are lying dormant, waiting for the so-called path to immortality. Jiang Mu blurted out with certainty. I understand. These invincible beings have found a path, perhaps discovered on their own, but more likely inspired by strange creatures. They have erased their former destiny and continue to live by devouring everything. They have also formed a unique area that can avoid the Great Tao's reckoning. A unique area, and the continuation of life, these two things are enough to allow them to lie dormant safely, even surviving for a long time. Looking through ancient books, unless there are special circumstances, since the birth of the ancient emperor, the time between invincible people has been very short, almost one after another. But since the appearance of strange creatures, the time between achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor has begun to gradually lengthen. Yes, that must be the case, there's no doubt about it. Combining previous information with what Yan Lingyun told him today, Jiang Mu felt that his previous suspicions were now confirmed, and the more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Yan Lingyun quickly understood Jiang Mu's meaning and his expression changed. With so many invincible people continuing their lives, it's no wonder this world is not as good as it used to be. This isn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing is, will these invincible beings devour even living beings like strange creatures? The consequences are extremely terrible, and will inevitably cause great suffering to countless people. Even the emperor himself cannot bear it. Emperor Yan Lingyun and Jiang Mu both fell into silence. This was a big problem, and one that they could not solve. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Maybe things aren't as bad as we thought. In the end, Yan Lingyun sighed deeply again. He was the one who was most worried about the surviving invincibles causing chaos, because he was the emperor of the time and was destined to succeed the throne. This was the responsibility he should bear. Jiang Mu, thanks to you, you helped me a lot. Now that he knew the thoughts of these dormant invincibles, Yan Lingyun could at least make plans and respond in advance, for example, surveillance, training as many high-level monks as possible, building fortifications, etc. Then he took out a huge regional star map and marked the places where the invincibles had been discovered to be lurking, which was as many as hundreds. If we calculate that there is at least one invincible person in each place, this power is indeed enough to subvert countless billions of lives in the universe. Since these are places that can resist the Great Tao's reckoning, ordinary people would find it difficult to stay there. So let's call them forbidden zones. I hope they will never appear in the eyes of the world. Next, the two of them stopped talking about what they had talked about before. Whether it was the strange creatures or the invincibles, each one was extremely tricky, and talking too much would only add to their worries. Since he had solved Yan Lingyun's doubts, Jiang Mu was not polite at all and asked Yan Lingyun for a large amount of resources. After all, his family background was not strong, and eating up the Jiang family's wealth was not an option. The resources needed to cultivate the holy body were terrifying, which was just enough to blackmail Yan Lingyun. After reminiscing about the past, the two separated again and each sought their own path. After all, Yan Lingyun was about to get busy. After discovering so many secrets, he even felt that being an emperor was really not easy, and he regretted becoming one. In the following years, in addition to fulfilling the duties of a great emperor, Yan Lingyun began to reorganize the Fuguang Holy Land and recruit disciples. In just 1,000 years, the Fuguang Holy Land became increasingly powerful. As an emperor, Yan Lingyun has the ability to find some precious natural treasures to cultivate more cultivators. In just 1,000 years, the foundation of the Fuguang Holy Land has caught up with those old-fashioned forces of the three emperors, and even has the intention of surpassing them. In addition, Yan Lingyun often patrolled certain areas and evacuated all living beings from those places. This aroused the curiosity of the supreme beings of all races, who did not understand why Yan Lingyun did this, but when they secretly explored, they could only find that there was only nothingness in those places, and nothing else. As a result, all races became even more curious about Yan Lingyun's actions. But Yan Lingyun had no intention of explaining anything and continued to do as he pleased. 2,000 years passed like this, and the Fuguang Holy Land became increasingly powerful, almost becoming the largest spiritual force in the world. With absolute say, Yan Lingyun's single-minded focus on developing the Fuguang Holy Land in recent years has caused dissatisfaction among the supreme leaders of his clan. Many people feel that Yan Lingyun is preparing a backup plan for his departure. Even without him, the Fuguang Holy Land can still be strong enough to wait for the arrival of the next emperor. Moreover, everyone knows that Emperor Lingtian sealed his only offspring. A offspring who is almost closely related to the emperor in blood has a much greater chance of becoming the next emperor. Could it be that the Fuguang Holy Land really wants to have 4 emperors in one family, which is rare in history? The Supremes discovered that Yan Lingyun was so ambitious and wanted to become stronger and stronger. Wouldn't this cut off the path to enlightenment for all races? Moreover, Yan Lingyun seemed to have started forging and refining something in the deep space of the universe. The Supremes were watching, and Yan Lingyun did not hide anything at all. He was repairing his imperial weapon. I saw that the black hammer was covered with cracks, stained with an inexplicable dark and strange aura, and exuded an extremely strong smell of blood, as if it had experienced some kind of battle. It was very scary. The Supremes couldn't help but think of Yan Lingyun's conquest of strange creatures. Even the most powerful killing weapon in the world, the Jidao Emperor's weapon, was almost damaged. What kind of tragedy did this Emperor Lingtian experience in the chaotic black fog? So, thinking of Yan Lingyun's goodness, the voices of the myriad races who were dissatisfied with him became much smaller. This peace continued until the 13,000th year when Yan Lingyun achieved enlightenment and became an emperor. The aura of the great Tao belonging to Yan Lingyun, which was hanging above all the Taos, suddenly fluctuated, experienced violent ups and downs, then plummeted and began to shrink. The Supremes discovered that Wan Dao's control had weakened a lot. A guess couldn't help but surface in their minds. Has the current emperor finally entered his old age? This was somewhat beyond their expectations. Yan Lingyun's peak of adulthood was even shorter than expected, probably because he had damaged the origin of the great Tao by going deep into the chaotic black fog. Otherwise, an ordinary emperor would have to live for at least 20,000 years. Now the only thing that the supreme of all races is worried about is whether Emperor Lingtian has found the legendary elixir of immortality and whether he has a way to live again in the next life. In the era of the great emperor, no matter how brilliant your talent is, you cannot become an emperor. If you don't crown yourself an emperor, you will just turn into a pile of dry bones. However, self-proclaimed power consumes a large amount of divine energy. Even the top forces dare not consume too much, and not everyone is qualified to self-proclaimed power and can afford it. Besides, not many cultivators can endure the eternal damnation of self-proclaimed ancestry. Only a very small number of cultivators who possess the potential to be emperors choose to proclaim themselves so, with the sole purpose of competing for the position of emperor in the next life. Many people hope that Emperor Lingtian will leave soon, while others hope that he can live a second life. Yan Lingyun, can't you hold on any longer? Jiang Mu, who had never sealed himself off, also felt the changes in the rules of the Tao. He woke up from his practice of comprehending the heavenly tyrant body. It seems that his foundation has indeed been damaged. He can't even live for 20,000 years. Jiang Mu was also curious. Yan Lingyun had been walking in the world for so long. With his ability, had he found a way to be reborn in the second life? The simplest way is to take the elixir of immortality, but the elixir of immortality has not appeared for a long time. Yan Lingyun, can he survive? Jiang Mu sighed and looked inward. His Taoism has now reached its peak, and he only needs to reach the highest level of sublimation to enter the realm of the great emperor. But unfortunately this path is blocked. Even with Jiang Mu's intelligence and talent, he currently has no idea about the path of Taoism. Instead, the dominant body of heaven became more solid. Now Jiang Mu's blood and energy had turned purple and were flowing through his body. The aura of the dominant body was well hidden by him. Now he is not far from achieving the ultimate domineering body. After the great battle, Jiang Mu will prepare to overcome the tribulation. If you want to achieve the ultimate leap and become a great overlord, you must survive the final world-destroying thunder catastrophe. Suddenly, an aura similar to that of the great emperor swept across the universe. Although this aura was like that of the great emperor, it was somewhat unfamiliar, unlike Yan Lingyun's. The supreme beings of all races felt this tyrannical aura, and they all looked towards the direction where the aura came from, with their light shining on the Holy Land. I in the Spark Domain, one of the 3,000 major star domains in the universe, a behemoth with a body as big as dozens of stars suddenly descended. It looked like a human figure, but was extremely fat and bloated, with a dorsal fin like a fish, and its body was covered with dense scales. It was shining with golden light, with a prominent head and sharp fangs. He just casually grasped several life stars in his hand, squeezed them hard, and the whole star turned into a pool of blood, which was sucked into his mouth. When the extraordinary monks saw their hometown and relatives being killed and devoured by the monster, they were furious and used their great magical powers to kill the monster, but they were beaten into a bloody mist like a piece of text. Even a quasi-emperor from this Starfield took action and used all his Taoist magic, but after just a few moves, he was caught and devoured by the monster. Even the laws were swallowed up. It was truly too terrifying. The quasi-emperor is nothing more than food? It makes my scalp tingle. Flesh and blood, this emperor needs more flesh and blood. The monster began to speak, its green pupils emitting a greedy gleam, and its mighty aura was overwhelming. This emperor, all cultivators from all races heard this name. Although they didn't understand what the monster before them was, they knew its strength must be extremely terrifying. It was likely that it could devour all the creatures in the starfield in a short period of time. Could it be a strange creature? At this moment, a figure crossed the galaxy, holding a sledgehammer, pouring all his might into the imperial weapon, and smashed it down on the monster. Boom! The two collided, bursting out with extreme light and sound, which seemed to resound through the heavens and the earth. The laws of the Great Way collided, destroying everything. The huge monster was instantly smashed away, its scales fell off, and it flew backwards rapidly in the void, crashing into countless stars. It was Emperor Ling Tian who took action. Ling Tian did not stop, with thousands of avenues floating behind him. Each of his seemingly simple hammer strikes was like the collision of heaven and earth. The aura of a great emperor rose and fell as he launched a ruthless attack on the monster, even tearing the space apart. The great emperor of the world. I am the ancient golden scale emperor. After being attacked, the monster vomited blood and immediately revealed its true form. Its golden light shone like the emperor of heaven and earth. Although its aura was not as strong as that of the emperor, it was very similar. Golden scale ancient emperor. When the many supreme beings who were spying on this starfield heard this, they were stunned and immediately began to search. A million years ago, there was indeed an emperor named Golden Scale Ancient Emperor, who was a member of the Siren clan and achieved the status of emperor. The emperor and the king are equal, but they had different titles. How is it possible that the ancient emperor who lived 1,000,000 years ago is still alive? How could the ancient Golden Scale Emperor still be alive? If he were alive, how would the emperors of later generations attain enlightenment? At this moment, even those with a long history of inheritance were stunned. Golden Scale Ancient Emperor, you shouldn't have come out when I was alive. It also devoured half of the living beings in the starfield. Yan Lingyun's tall figure stood in the broken galaxy, the imperial weapons in his hands clashed and rang, as if in rhythm with all the laws of nature. He stared coldly at the Golden Scale Ancient Emperor in front of him, his words filled with cold murderous intent. Great Emperor of the world, I know you have discovered us and have been monitoring us, but who would be willing to go to war with you unless it is absolutely necessary? I didn't want to be born now, but the endless years are too hard to endure. My life is coming to an end. Only by replenishing blood and food can I prolong my life. The Golden Scale Ancient Emperor stood firm and said in a voice as loud as a bell, it's just a piece of starfield. How about it be a gift between you and me? When your life is almost over, you can come to my Xingyu Sea. I will teach you the supreme method and grant you longevity and longevity. As soon as these words were spoken, the peeping supremes immediately crashed. Although the words were few, the amount of information was huge. Xingyu Sea, where is that place? The supreme method can actually forcibly extend the life of the emperor. Yan Lingyun remained unmoved and threatened. Golden Scale Ancient Emperor, you are making such a big fuss. Do you think that I, the great emperor, am nothing? Feeling the pressure from Yan Lingyun's avenue, the ancient Golden Scale Emperor grinned. Great Emperor of the world, since you know of our existence, you know that this is the general trend. We have waited too long. Some of these old fellows are even older than me and are almost dying. The world is now thriving, and it's time to harvest. If you persist in your wrongdoings, don't blame me for using you as a prey. The Golden Scale Ancient Emperor's aura swirled. You are now old and no longer at your peak. They are afraid of you. Let me see. Upon hearing this, Yan Lingyun looked deep and remained silent. After a long pause, he sneered, the vitality of all things can no longer satisfy you? That's right, since you learned the art of devouring from strange creatures, blood is indeed a great tonic for you. How do you know? The ancient Golden Scale Emperor was shocked. He didn't expect that Yan Lingyun would know where their method of prolonging their lives came from. Even the great emperor and the ancient emperor can extend their lives. This is indeed very tempting. Having said this, Yan Lingyun paused. The supreme beings of all races also felt nervous. Judging from the conversation between Yan Lingyun and the Golden Scale Ancient Emperor after he confirmed his identity, a shocking secret seemed to have emerged before their eyes, threatening the fate of all living beings in the world. I, Emperor Ling Tian, invincible in the world, determined to crush all enemies. Strange creatures are no exception, and neither are you. Kill. With an angry shout, Yan Lingyun brought thousands of great ways to kill towards the ancient Golden Scale Emperor, and the light of the way covered half of the starfield. Great Emperor of the world, please don't be ungrateful. The ancient Golden Scale Emperor was startled and quickly raised his own imperial weapon to defend himself. It was a trident emitting the light of the Great Way, but facing Yan Lingyun's attack, the ancient Golden Scale Emperor seemed to be unable to cope with it, and was torn apart by the avenue and retreated repeatedly. You've stolen the method of strange creatures. How much of your imperial strength is left now? Feeling the weakness of the ancient Golden Scale Emperor, Yan Lingyun felt happy. This kind of strength was only half a step to becoming an emperor. It was indeed similar to those strange creatures. Do you really think you are invincible? You are already in your old age, your chi and blood are declining. Even if you were in your prime, if I pushed you to the limit, I would be able to fight you even if I raised my ultimate realm and risked my life to restore my imperial realm. Seeing that Yan Lingyun was determined to kill him, the ancient Golden Scale Emperor became anxious and retreated immediately. He then activated his secret technique, and the aura on his body continued to surge, gradually approaching the aura of the Emperor, which made Yan Lingyun stunned. Suddenly, the next moment, the aura of the ancient Golden Scale Emperor weakened rapidly. Behind him, the space was torn apart, and a small sea of stars appeared. These starseas are composed of many small stars floating around the central star. Most importantly, on those stars stood several blurry silhouettes of figures, seemingly unwilling to reveal their true appearance, but these figures were emitting a terrifying aura just by standing there. I'm afraid each of them has the strength of a half-step emperor, which invisibly puts endless pressure on Yan Lingyun. The Golden Scale Ancient Emperor retreated to the Star Sea and looked at Yan Lingyun mockingly. Great Emperor of the world, now you know what the Star Island Sea is, right? There's no need for extreme sublimation. If we all attack you in a rush, what will you do? If you know what's best for you, leave. I'll pretend that what happened today never happened. You're welcome to join us in the future. If you don't, I don't mind drinking the Emperor's blood and eating his flesh. Arrogant, very arrogant, the Golden Scale Ancient Emperor spoke with a loud voice, licking his lips, as if he was sizing up his prey. Great Emperor of the time, please leave. When you were alive, we gave you a favor and only devoured this starfield. Yan Lingyun clenched the sledgehammer in his hand, and his tall and majestic figure suddenly seemed small at this moment, with thousands of paths arguing with each other, as if unwilling to give in. Finally, dull light circulated around Yan Lingyun, and he took a step forward and disappeared in the starfield. He seemed to have compromised, and the ancient Golden Scale Emperor laughed loudly and began to reap the remaining lives in this starfield. With the demise of life in this starfield, Yan Lingyun had no intention of taking action, and the supreme beings of all races were speechless. The force called Xingyu Hai has completely occupied this area. From now on, this place will become a forbidden zone for life, and no one dares to approach. The Emperor of the time actually compromised. Faced with many beings who were comparable to half-step emperors, and even those who had reached the extreme level and could rival the emperors, he gave up the billions of lives on this planet. When this news spread throughout the universe, the starfields, the 9 realms and the 8 wildernesses, the tragic situation in the Spark domain emerged, and all the races in the world were speechless. This brief battle was observed by many supreme beings, and they could all feel the difficulties Yan Lingyun faced. He was facing emperors and kings who were once invincible in an era. How could he win by himself? It seems that compromise is the best approach. According to what the ancient Golden Scale Emperor said, they were once the guardians of an era. How come they have become like strange creatures now, and these once invincible ones are even more terrifying than strange creatures? In the Xingyu Sea alone, there are several beings who are comparable to the ancient Golden Scale Emperor. Although they have hidden their figures, it is not difficult to imagine that they were once emperors. Considering Yan Lingyun's travels over the years, the myriad races were horrified to discover that there seemed to be quite a few existences similar to the Star Island Sea, spread throughout the universe and the galaxies. So, the whole world was in an uproar. News of the tragic situation in the Spark region came. This was a fear of the unknown and death, but their emperor is already in his old age. Will he join them like these invincible people who suddenly appeared, and prolong his life with the flesh and blood of living beings? Alas, these invincibles finally took action. Jiang Mu, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but sigh. If this ancient emperor of golden scales had been born later, Yan Lingyun could have spent his old age in peace. Now it was like roasting him on the fire. He could neither advance nor retreat. Jiang Mu really wanted to know what decision Yan Lingyun would make this time. According to their previous estimates, The number of these invincibles was large. After taking a look today, Jiang Mu found that it was almost the same as what he had calculated. The only difference was the strength of these invincible people. Without the blessing of destiny, their strength seems unable to be fully maintained at the level of the great emperor and is much inferior to it. Is even worse than the alternative way of achieving enlightenment. However, the ancient golden scale emperor also showed his strong side. They can temporarily increase their strength, but the cost is currently unknown. But the current situation alone is already tricky enough. An entire starfield was destroyed before Yan Lingyun's eyes, and countless lives became food for his blood. He chose to escape, and all races in the world cried out in grief. This is not the Emperor Lingtian that Jiang Mu knew. Did Emperor Lingtian give in, watching helplessly as an entire star field was destroyed and the inheritance of a religion that had been established for tens of thousands of years was cut off in an instant, and witnessing the cruelty of those invincible ones from the Star Island Sea, the supreme beings of all races sent envoys to the Fuguang Holy Land. On the one hand, they wanted to thoroughly understand why those invincible ones who dominated an era were still alive, and on the other hand, they wanted to test Yan Lingyun's intentions. If Yan Lingyun really joined the so-called Star Island Sea in order to prolong his life, all races in the world would be truly despairing. The great emperors and ancient kings who once protected all races are now turning around and slaughtering all races. What is the difference between them and that strange creature? After returning to the Fuguang Holy Land, Yan Lingyun thought about it again and again and decided to make public the situation he and Jiang Mu had analyzed originally. If these invincible people did not appear, Yan Ling planned to keep it secret. After all, even if he knew, he would be powerless and could only continue to live in fear. But now these invincible ones have been born for some reason, causing confusion among all races. In this case, it is better to burn the boats, tell everyone about the hopeless future, and prepare early. However, before the announcement, Yan Lingyun quietly came to find Jiang Mu Dai in the small world hanging on the edge of the mortal world. Yan Lingyun found Jiang Mu with a lot of cultivation knowledge and a huge divine source. Within the divine source, a tender baby is sealed, surrounded by auspicious light. As if it is in a beautiful dream, Jiang Mu recognized her. This was Yan Jiner looking at. The countless rare treasures piled up like mountains in the small world. Even the divine source weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. Jiang Mu was a little confused, not knowing what Yan Lingyun meant. So Jiang Mu asked a soul-searching question. What are you doing? In the mountain courtyard, looking at the picturesque scenery in the small world, Yan Lingyun's face was strange. Jiang Mu, you didn't choose to become an emperor in this life. Is it intentional, deliberately? I say, great Emperor Lingtian, you are wrongly accusing a good man. If it weren't for the fact that destiny didn't approve of me, do you think I wouldn't want to become emperor? Jiang Mu knew why Yan Lingyun was asking such soul-searching questions, and he said unhappily, how could I have known that those ancient emperors and great kings would take such an extreme path just to survive? You really didn't mean it? Really not. Yan Lingyun was puzzled, but I always feel that you are very special. If other cultivators frequently appeared in the world during their self-isolation period, their mentality would have changed to some extent. But I feel that you are still the same as when we fought against the emperor. Jiang Mu was stunned, then laughed out loud. Maybe I just have a better attitude. As the saying goes, people who love to laugh don't have bad luck. Yan Lingyun nodded. That's true. You missed the opportunity to prove your Tao, but you don't have to face the huge pressure like me. Although it was a coincidence, you are indeed lucky. After saying that, Yan Lingyun asked again, is it possible that people who don't like to laugh can't laugh because they have too bad luck? Jiang Mu was stunned. This actually makes some fucking sense. Yan Lingyun didn't delve into this issue any further. Instead, he pointed at the heritage in the distance and said, I've divided the heritage of the Fuguang Holy Land into two parts. I'll let the Holy Land's inheritors take one part away. The other part is this half of the heritage, along with my unborn daughter. I now entrust everything to you. Jiang Mu was stunned. Entrusted to me? Once I retreated from the Spark territory, everyone thought I had backed down, been tempted, and was about to join the ranks of those invincible ones. Everyone underestimates me, Emperor Lingtian. What's the point of showing off my courage for a moment? This is not my style, Yan Lingyun. I'm just retreating temporarily. Once I've arranged my affairs and accumulated enough strength, I'll go head-to-head with the invincibles of Xingyu Sea. Yan Lingyun's eyes suddenly became firm, and his aura suddenly changed, as if he was dominating the world, causing the small world to tremble a little, and then it returned to calm. Jiang Mu was shocked. So this was Yan Lingyun's plan. Yan Lingyun turned around and looked at Jiang Mu with a smile in his eyes. I don't know if other people of the same generation are still alive, but the only two people who know are you and me. Although we were competitors back then, after so many years, it's not too much to say we're half friends, right? As a friend, you are the person I can trust the most, and you will be a good teacher for Gina in the future. It's just that I can't see her grow up, and I feel a little reluctant when I think about it. The Invincibles have disregarded their former integrity and begun to feast on the lives of all living things. Xingyu Hai will not be the first, nor will he be the last. If drastic measures are not taken, after my death, this era will be plunged into despair. Yan Lingyun's tone was filled with worry. The drawbacks of the prosperous world have become apparent. The future will be 1,000 times more hopeless than the present. Having another emperor like me will give the world's creatures more hope. Zhang Mu sighed. Are you going to fight to the death with the Invincibles of Xingyu Si? After this initial test, I've already gotten a rough idea of their strength. Take the ancient Golden Scale Emperor, for example. Perhaps his so-called ultimate realm sublimation could allow him to compete with me, but it's clear that ultimate realm sublimation has its drawbacks. They won't do that lightly, otherwise they wouldn't be so polite to an elderly emperor like me. Yan Lingyun sighed. I certainly can't kill all the Invincibles, but aren't they lying dormant because they don't want to die? As long as I can frighten them, it's the same. However, they don't deserve to be called the Invincible. Since they chose to be born in my time, I will give them a name. Yan Lingyun asked Zhang Mu, what do you think of this weird accomplice? Where are the termites of the world? Zhang Mu, all I can say is that Yan Lingyun is good at naming. Ahem, so-called names don't necessarily have to be unpleasant or derogatory. Zhang Mu coughed lightly and interrupted, although I also look down on them, I cannot deny that they do have the power to destroy everything in the world. Therefore, the name should serve as a warning to future generations, so that people will feel terrified when they think of it, and thus be vigilant. And fighting against Invincibles with names like that, don't you feel cheap? You're right. This really makes me, a great emperor, look cheap. Yan Lingyun agreed and then asked Zhang Mu, what name do you think is suitable? Combining the current strength, if the Golden Scale Ancient Emperor has not reached the extreme realm, his strength is stronger than a quasi-emperor, much weaker than a great emperor, and slightly inferior to an alternative Dao. In that case, we shall call them the Lords. Together with the dormant place you designated earlier, they will be the Lords of the Forbidden Zone. Since they feed on the living creatures of the world, they can be called Blood Eaters. Forbidden Zone Overlord. Not bad, not bad. This makes it seem like I won't lose face when I fight them. They feed on the lives of all living things. Just hearing their name makes me feel uncomfortable. Yan Lingyun murmured a few words and decided to adopt Zhang Mu's opinion. Zhang Mu, you have a sharp mind. I will fight the ruler of the restricted area of Xingyu Si. You must observe carefully and record their characteristics carefully to prepare for the future. After a pause, Yan Lingyun lowered his head and said, I can no longer see what the future holds. Yan Lingyun laughed heartily and threw out a pot of fine wine. Come, one last round of drinks. I toast to my journey and to the last man of this era. They raised their glasses and drank together. Even though Zhang Mu was in a good mood, he felt a little sad at this moment. As an emperor, Yan Lingyun actually has many choices and does not have to fight to the death with the invincible people of the previous era. Yan Lingyun today has not lived out his second life, and his first life is even short. Without the reputation that dominates an era, you are not the most powerful emperor. In his later years, he had to fight bloody battles for the people. Throughout the ancient times, no emperor or ancient king had ever had such a tragic and devastating fate as his. He is simply the emperor with the worst luck, but perhaps this is the real emperor, worthy of the name of destiny. 11. The emperors fought and the first invincible man fell. Thus, a shocking piece of news spread from the Fuguang Holy Land, filling the entire Changqing realm, and then spreading to other realms and the 8 desolate worlds. Even the starfields in the universe soon learned of this situation. Those invincible people who have been invincible for one or several eras in the long years have not yet passed away. They used some secret method to devour everything in the world to prolong their lives, and it lay dormant in the world, forming many areas, which were named Forbidden Zone by Emperor Ling Tian. Its existence was called the Dominant. There are hundreds of restricted areas of all sizes. It exists in all the starfields in the sky, the 9 realms and the 8 wildernesses. For a moment, all races became even more anxious. Moreover, as the news spread everywhere, those dormant restricted areas realized that there was no point in hiding any longer, and they emerged one after another, rising from the ground and standing tall in the world. Some creatures located around the restricted area were devoured in an instant, and for a moment the entire world fell into panic. All the major holy places and immortal sects have activated their foundations. The supreme imperial soldiers suppressed the sky, and the deeply buried emperor's corpse stretched out a terrifying giant hand towards the sky. Fortunately, these forbidden areas did not take action like Xingyu, but stood quietly. At this moment, all living beings are paying attention to Emperor Yan Lingyun. His actions will determine the turmoil in the coming years. Emperor Ling Tian is already in his old age, and his time is running out. Perhaps he will choose that so-called life-extending method. Yes, there are so many restricted areas, which means that many ancient emperors and kings have chosen this path. Even they cannot avoid it, so how can Emperor Ling Tian refuse it? Besides, even if a battle were to take place, how could the already aging Emperor Ling Tian be a match for these restricted area masters? The world will inevitably be devastated, and perhaps it will be destroyed. For the sake of personal immortality, the so-called path to immortality, even the ancient emperors and ancient kings could not refuse. In this world, is there still an emperor who cares about the people? God is blind. Is the so-called destiny just a joke? This was the first time that all creatures encountered such a situation, and they were pessimistic, because since ancient times, seeking immortality and becoming an immortal has been the lifelong goal of cultivators. Even the invincible ones verified by destiny would change so completely and feed on the common people. I am afraid that the emperor who appears again in the future will be the same. A deep sadness seemed to spread across heaven and earth. Yan Lingyun remained motionless for 100 years. 100 years later, Xingyu Hai, who had destroyed a starfield, took action again. This time it was another invincible person who hid his identity, the Lord. Nowadays, creatures in the world are indeed more willing to call them the Lord, invincible? Not worthy, this master wanted to feed on the creatures of another starfield, but just as he stepped out of the Star Island Sea, a tall and mighty figure wrapped in the will of heaven and earth blocked his way. Yan Lingyun was already standing in the shattered starry sky, with his feet on the golden avenue, destiny, and all the ways hanging from his head, with a long and lingering rhyme of Tao. In one hand he held a black hammer, and in the other he held an ancient bronze mirror wrapped in golden patterns. This item is called the Golden Light Treasure Plate, and it is an ultimate imperial weapon left behind by a great emperor who once achieved enlightenment in the Fuguang Holy Land. The ultimate imperial weapon can only fully exert its power in the hands of the great emperor. Now it could sense the emperor's presence once again. Having been silent for far too long, it longed for a fight. It was trembling with excitement, releasing its high fighting spirit. Great Emperor of the world, are you going to stop me? The master, whose appearance could not be seen, clearly stared at Yan Lingyun in front of him and asked questions. In his opinion, Yan Lingyun had already compromised and was in his old age, so he would most likely join them. This emperor not only wants to stop you, but also wants to kill you. Yan Lingyun let out a light shout, his chi and blood reached the peak. Light flowed around his body, and his own Tao rushed towards the master with the force of thunder. Without any delay, a great emperor attacked with his strongest means, and the speed was so fast that no living creature in the world could see it clearly. Then a golden treasure plate opened the way, and an extreme light burst out, piercing through the chest of the master and breaking through the void. This attack was originally meant to go straight to the head of the overlord, but the overlord was once a proven being. Even if he could not fully exert the power of an emperor, his strength was still unfathomable, and he actually avoided this fatal blow. At this frozen moment, Yan Lingyun wanted to continue to smash the master's head. The master knew that with his current strength, he would never be able to return to the Xingyu Sea. Therefore, he activated the secret method and began to sublimate to the extreme realm. The aura of the emperor collided with Yan Lingyun. Boom, the avenue roared, the laws rippled, and the master punched out, as if to pierce through the heaven and earth, allowing people to see his appearance clearly. This is a human, which means he was once a human emperor. Court death. The fist light of this master seemed to destroy everything. It collided with Yan Lingyun. The light produced obscured everything. Only the sound that resounded through the heavens and the earth could be heard. It was the sound of the imperial weapon hitting something. This starfield is covered by the pressure of two great emperors, making it impossible to see what is happening inside. This battle only caused the space to vibrate, and it continued to fight until there were terrifying thunderclouds brewing above the void. Boom! With a loud bang, Yan Lingyun was blasted out of the void. His aura fluctuated violently, and imperial blood dripped from his body. However, Yan Lingyun rushed in again, and a terrifying roar came from inside. The great emperor of the world. You actually forced me to bring about the annihilating heavenly calamity. You deserve to die. Want to go back? It's too late, ah. Thunder enveloped the void battlefield, and now one could peek into this world. The master was seen in a very miserable state, with half of his body shattered. He looked hideous and terrifying, with blood spilling into the sky. He was being chased and beaten by Yan Lingyun, who was holding 2 swords and was an imperial soldier. This thunder tribulation came because of him, and he seemed to want to escape back to Xingyu, and he was in a state of confusion. No! Save me! Finally, his head was smashed by Yan Lingyun's black hammer just 1 step away from Xingyu. With his last unwilling roar, he completely dissipated in the world and his corpse fell, and with his fall, the heavenly calamity actually began to dissipate. This scene was captured by Jiang Mu, who was in his own little world, and he seemed to be thinking about something, standing in the void where even the avenue was about to be shattered. Although Yan Lingyun had multiple injuries on his body, his imperial blood kept flowing, his hair was disheveled, and his breath was weak. He stood with his head held high, gazing at the Xingyu in front of him. I am the great emperor and must suppress all enemies in the world. You fallen overlords, you can step out of the restricted area and give it a try. The sound was like thunder, carrying with it the might of an emperor, resounding throughout the 10 directions of heaven. At this moment, all the creatures in heaven and earth were shocked. It turns out that they were all wrong, very wrong. Emperor Lingtian, for the sake of all people in the world, lives up to the title of emperor. Looking at Yan Lingyun fighting bloody battles, all living beings were moved. He was not only the emperor of the human race, but also the true emperor in the hearts of all races. 12. In the name of the emperor, fight to the last drop of blood. Yan Lingyun, I didn't expect you to be so decisive. In this small world, Jiang Mu couldn't help but stand in awe when he saw Yan Lingyun facing several rulers of Xingyu alone and not intending to give in. That he, Yan Lingyun, is indeed worthy of the title of emperor. But Jiang Mu knew that from the moment Yan Lingyun decided to go against the master of the restricted area, his final end was destined to be miserable. As someone from the same generation as him, Jiang Mu was powerless to help him even if he wanted to. After all, he was only a quasi-emperor, and going there would only mean his death. However, the thunder tribulation of destruction that just appeared gave Jiang Mu inspiration. Now his heavenly tyrant body was only a matter of overcoming the tribulation from perfection. But Jiang Mu just wanted to try his luck at becoming an emperor in the next life and therefore didn't trigger it. It can be said that Jiang Mu's domineering thunder tribulation is in a delicate state. He can choose to trigger the thunder tribulation or cancel it. You can even choose to cancel a thunder tribulation when it is brewing. This might be a way of survival given by God to those with special physiques. Anyway, no matter how one cultivates, only after overcoming the last catastrophe can one achieve a qualitative leap. Before that, even if one cultivates to the extreme, one can at most be on par with a quasi-emperor. Throughout history, there have been many 9 holy bodies, but few great holy bodies, because the last step is too difficult. Therefore, as long as Jiang Mu is willing, he can be a walking world-destroying thunder tribulation. When the thunder tribulation is formed, any cultivator within a certain distance from him will be affected by the cause and effect, just like the master who just fought with Yan Lingyun. For some reason he brought down the thunder tribulation of destruction. Although this thunder tribulation was not for Yan Lingyun, he would definitely be affected and suffer the same consequences. It's just that this master was too afraid of death and had no intention of dragging Yan Lingyun to death with him. Therefore, if Jiang Mu needs to, he can drag these masters to overcome the tribulation together. I think any master would be afraid. What's the use of this? Any master would know that if Jiang Mu is killed first, there will be no thunder tribulation unless Jiang Mu has the means to compete with the overlord. Although it is temporarily useless under the thunder tribulation, Jiang Mu does not intend to give up this mechanism. As long as he can first master the blue sky tyrant body, this thunder tribulation mechanism will be very useful when he cultivates other holy bodies in the future. For now, let's just watch this brutal fight quietly. In the broken void, the aura of the laws of the Great Way is everywhere. After Yan Lingyun said those words, several masters appeared on the sea of Xingyu Island. Obviously, they have been watching. However, faced with the cries for help from their fellow masters, they remained indifferent and apathetic. Forbidden Zone? Overlord? Is this what you call us? One of the masters, whose figure could not be seen clearly, murmured softly, "To be honest, I don't like it very much, but it doesn't matter. Killing one overlord has cost you your entire body of energy and blood. Do you still have the strength to fight against us?"
Xingyu Sea is just one of the many forbidden areas you mentioned. Why would you fight against the overwhelming force alone? We have protected the people for generations, and now it's their turn to pay the price. What if they can extend our lives a little? Join or be destroyed, these are your only two choices. Facing the threats and inducements from the Xingyu Sea Lord, Yan Lingyun remained unmoved and said coldly, "It's a huge joke to ask me to be with you guys. You are insulting me. You have lost your original intentions and are no longer worthy of being called invincible. You should be mingled with strange creatures and be unacceptable to the great emperors of all generations. I, Ling Tian. I am here to warn the world, as long as the strangeness is not cleared up and the restricted areas are not removed, there will never be peace in the world. I, Ling Tian, will defeat the weird and conquer the forbidden areas. I am willing to lead the troops and live up to the destiny." After saying this, the imperial blood in Yan Lingyun's body continued to evaporate, and he aged visibly. In an instant, his black hair turned white, wrinkles appeared on his face, his eyes became cloudy, and his body began to hunch, but the originally waning momentum returned to its peak again. The Tao seemed to sense something and began to gather again under his feet. The mark of the heart of heaven emerged, continuously injecting strength into him. Yan Lingyun's aura at this moment was even more terrifying than when he was in his prime. Burning to the last drop of blood, the last rays of light return. Has the great Tao sensed it? I thought you, the great emperor of this world, were mediocre, but I didn't expect you to be extraordinary. The Lord spoke deeply, but, after all, he is only a great emperor for one lifetime. So what? A great emperor at his peak state is definitely more useful than ordinary blood food. Since he doesn't want to join us, then let him become our food. The golden scale ancient emperor also appeared, and stepped out of the Xingyu Sea. He laughed loudly, "Let's attack together. We can kill him without the need for extreme realm sublimation." However, when the ancient golden scale emperor turned around, no one followed his pace. The ancient golden scale emperor had a very ugly expression on his face. He knew that everyone valued their lives, but he didn't expect that they would value their lives to this extent. Golden scale ancient emperor, you don't have to be afraid. His blood and essence have been drained dry. He's just a spent force. Since he calls us the masters of the restricted area, then let him see what we are capable of. Go ahead, don't lose face. The rulers of the Xingyu Sea began to talk one after another and add fuel to the fire. Given Yan Lingyun's current condition, the ancient golden scale emperor knew that he could only fight him after reaching the ultimate state of sublimation, but the sublimation of the extreme realm will consume his limited energy and blood, not to mention that if the fighting lasts for a long time, it will bring about the annihilating thunder disaster. He is not stupid. At this moment, Yan Lingyun spoke, "Since you, Xingyuhai, are the first to appear, I will use you to prove my determination. Let all the forbidden areas of this world see the consequences of being born." After saying that, in the void behind Yan Lingyun, circles of light opened up, and rows of huge star warships flew out densely. Countless formation lights appeared around the warships, and their power was terrifying. Some warships were even larger than stars, and they were filled with all kinds of cultivators, including humans, demons, elves, gods, mountain tribes, dragon tribes, and water tribes. Everyone looked tense, ready to go, and ready to die. Behind the starry sky warship, there was a towering divine beast pulling a formation cannon as big as a star, with magical light condensing at the muzzle. It was so vast that it covered the entire void, shocking the rulers of the Xingyu Sea. This is the warship of the Fuguang Holy Land. Those formation cannons can kill cultivators who have just entered the Holy Realm with one shot. They are the killing weapons of the Fuguang Holy Land. These cultivators are all above the Tao realm. There are too many saints. With such a profound background, it's no wonder Emperor Ling Tian has been traveling so far all these years. It turns out he was making preparations in advance. It's terrifying. Such a scene is truly unprecedented. It seems that Emperor Ling Tian is planning to risk the entire Holy Land in one battle. It's truly pathetic, lamentable, and infuriating. The owners of countless pairs of eyes that were watching this void were amazed. However, this is not the end yet. A corpse with closed eyes and flying black hair, holding an exquisite and ancient bow, descended into the void with endless imperial power. Emperor's corpse, the Emperor's corpse holding the ancient imperial dragon bow. The ancient imperial dragon bow and the golden light treasure plate are the legacy left by the Emperor of the Fuguang Holy Land, and are both supreme imperial weapons. This emperor's corpse is not Emperor Xuanwu, but an emperor that has never been seen. It is thought that he should be quite old, but this is not important. The emperor's corpse holds the ancient imperial dragon Bao and is controlled by the spiritual consciousness of several quasi-emperors. Its combat power should not be underestimated. It seems that the Fuguang Holy Land is risking everything and giving it its all. Emperor Ling Tian had actually prepared for the destruction of his inheritance for this day. However, this was not the end. Then, more than 20 quasi-emperors at the peak of their powers, with white hair and not much time left, came slowly with damaged imperial weapons and stood behind Emperor Ling Tian. 13. The imperial war that destroyed the Great Tao resulted in casualties among the soldiers, the death of the emperor, and the weeping of the Tao. The aura of various great ways filled the void, and every supreme imperial weapon was branded with the principles of its owner. At this moment, it was as if the emperor himself was present, and the space was boiling. Seeing this situation, even Jiang Mu couldn't help but take a breath. He knew that Yan Lingyun had made a lot of preparations for this battle, but it still exceeded his expectations. I'm afraid that after this battle, this star field will be completely shattered. Not only Jiang Mu, but all the races in the world were amazed at the handwriting of Emperor Ling Tian, amazed at his fearlessness in facing death. Even the rulers of Xingyu were moved by this scene and hesitated. Their original plan was to wait until the death of Yan Lingyun, the great emperor of the time, before they began to feed on blood. However, plans are not as good as changes. Some of them were too old and could hardly hold on, so they had to be born early. The great emperor of the world. Are you sure you want to do this? The golden scale ancient emperor, standing before the Xingyu, was the first to panic. He feigned composure and said, "We are not strange creatures without sense of propriety. Our goal is simply to prolong our lives, not to destroy the world. We will only harvest some of its blood. Do you really want to fight to the death with us for the sake of a few stars and force us to reach the highest level? From the moment you used the lives of the world to sustain your lives and destroyed this starry sky, the ending was already written. So what if I reach the ultimate state? So what if we fight to the death? It's nothing more than death. How could I, the millions of monks in the Fuguang Holy Land, be afraid?" Yan Lingyun nodded slightly, his voice hoarse, and a golden light flashed from his cloudy eyes. Then he spat out, "Kill." After he finished speaking, Yan Lingyun took the lead and rushed towards the golden scale ancient emperor with the laws of the Great Way. Kill, kill, kill. All the monks in Fuguang Holy Land burst out with unparalleled momentum at this moment. The sound resounded throughout the universe and the starry sky. They all moved and stirred the starry sky. Countless formation cannons shot out extreme light and bombarded the Xingyu. The emperor's corpse bent down and drew his bow. As the bowstring was pulled, a dull dragon hummed and the mighty emperor's power spread. A terrifying golden arrow feather shot out from the ancient imperial dragon bow, like a golden dragon entwined in the void, hitting a master with lightning speed, instantly severely injuring the master, and his body exploded into two pieces, and those quasi-emperors holding the broken imperial weapons also stimulated the last bit of their blood and energy to activate the imperial weapons in their hands. Although the imperial weapon is not a complete ultimate imperial weapon, it also contains many imprints of the Tao. If it is activated at all costs, it can still cause certain troubles to the master. In an instant, the starry sky was illuminated by various Taoist lights, all kinds of blood mist exploded, and even the great Tao trembled. The rulers of Xingyu obviously did not expect that Emperor Yan Lingyun would be so decisive. If they do not reach the ultimate level now, they will probably be killed by the human wave tactics. All of a sudden, the world was filled with the aura of several great emperors and ancient kings. In just a moment of fighting, 3 overlords who had not yet had the chance to reach their full potential were killed by concentrated fire. However, when these overlords reacted, the monks of Fuguang Holy Land fell even faster. Even a cultivator at the saint level would have his body shattered by the remaining power of the master if he got too close. This is an imperial war. Emperor Yan Lingyun was fighting alone against 2 masters who had reached the highest level. Even though he had surpassed the peak of his prime, he seemed a little overwhelmed at this moment. The monks of Fuguang Holy Land suffered countless casualties, and the other monks could only help at the outermost edge. The real fighting power came from those quasi-emperors holding damaged imperial weapons, and several of them surrounded and beat up a master. Damn it, you all deserve to die. The golden scale ancient emperor had half of his body torn apart by Yan Lingyun's golden avenue, and was gradually becoming crazy. Yan Lingyun was not feeling well either. His avenue appeared and disappeared, the mark of his heart of heaven was dim,
one of his arms was missing, and even his body was almost dried up. The massive Imperial War almost enveloped dozens of boundless starry skies nearby. All kinds of life stars were damaged, and even the avenue was wiped out. The boundless Imperial might almost covered the battlefield. The cause and effect of the Imperial battle were too complicated to glimpse into the situation. Only ancient beings with profound Taoism could see a little. This battle did not last long. When the battlefield could be observed, all that could be seen was devastation.
Broken corpses and soldiers floated in the turbulent flow of laws.
From time to time, chaotic energy floated out from the cracks in the void. The entire space was covered with dense cracks, even revealing dark chaos, as if it had been shattered. These dozens of starry skies were pierced through, and no living creatures will be born from now on. It was enveloped by the annihilating thunder tribulation, and began to rain down endless thunder tribulation, as if to destroy everything below. On the battlefield, all the cultivators of the Fuguang Holy Land were killed, and only the cultivators above the Saint Realm left behind their tattered corpses. Even the complete Jidao Emperor's weapons were broken into pieces. The broken hammer held by Emperor Yan Lingyun was still only left with the handle. The golden plate had turned into fragments, and his extremely dry body was floating quietly, always facing the direction of Xingyu Sea. The entire Star Island Sea was shattered, and most of them were even annihilated. Only 3 overlords were left, trapped by the thunder tribulation of destruction, and their extremely painful wails resounded. In the end, the remaining masters were all blasted into Tao by the thunder tribulation. Their bodies began to turn into light spots and dissipated, and the Tao returned to heaven and earth. Only one master was left who used his great magical powers to escape from this space, avoiding the fate of being killed by the thunder tribulation of destruction. It was obvious that this master was very powerful. As soon as he escaped from the range of the thunder tribulation, his aura began to shrink and he fell from the realm of the great emperor. However, this also allowed people to see his face clearly. He wore a jade pearl crown on his head and a yellow robe. He had a majestic figure and a heroic face. He had an imperial demeanor and was easy to remember. Oh my god, this is actually the Holy Tribe dynasty from 2 million years ago, and the ruler of the dynasty, the Holy Tribe Emperor. He's still alive. He can even dodge this kind of thunder tribulation. How terrifying is his strength? Ah! I didn't expect that even he could become the master of the restricted area. It seems that the method of prolonging life is indeed tempting. The Emperor of Seizing the Sainthood, a figure who lived 2 million years ago, once founded a glorious divine dynasty. He was also the emperor who resurrected the second emperor. In his later years, the second emperor disappeared along with the divine dynasty he founded, and became unknown to the public. However, he unexpectedly became the ruler who fed on the blood of all living things. In the words of Emperor Ling Tian. At this point, this space composed of dozens of starry skies is no longer alive. Yan Lingyun was still floating quietly, but at this moment he looked like an ordinary corpse that had dried up to the extreme. There was no imperial might, no myriad daos bestowed upon him, no heavenly heart seal floating on his body, and he was filled with desolation. Until the end of the battle, he still maintained a fighting posture and never gave in. The emperor fell suddenly. All over the world, the avenues of the universe and starfields began to roar, as if weeping for the dead emperor. The Dao Rime aura belonging to Yan Lingyun above the 9 heavens began to slowly dissipate, and the suppression of his Dao mark on the myriad daos was clearly loosened a little. Emperor Ling Tian, has he really fallen? 14. A young quasi-emperor with a terrifying thunderbolt on his head slowly came over. Emperor Ling Tian really led the entire Fuguang Holy Land to destroy a restricted area formed by several invincible people. The price was that the emperor died in battle, and the inheritance of the Fuguang Holy Land was almost cut off. Even if another Fuguang Holy Land appears in this world, will a holy land with its heritage cut off still be the same holy land as before? At this moment, looking at the tragic situation of the starry sky, all races fell into silence, because they did not support Emperor Ling Tian, but chose to protect themselves and watch from afar. Of course, there were also creatures of all races from many places shouting, wailing for the dead emperor, and blaming these holy places and major sects for not lending a helping hand. In fact, many supreme beings knew in their hearts that Emperor Ling Tian might not want them to participate in this fight. Otherwise, if they were recruited, there would still be many cultivators willing to give it a try. After all, just to destroy Xingyu Hai, an emperor would die, and the most powerful inheritance in the world would be cut off. Moreover, after observation after the battle, it was found that these overlords were not killed, but were dragged until the arrival of the annihilating thunder tribulation and were then killed by the thunder tribulation. They were all invincible figures of their time. So who is worse than who? However, the purpose of this battle is more to alert all races. Although there are many masters in the forbidden area, they also have many restrictions, and the future will not be all dark. Just like the foundation in the hands of these holy places in major sects, it can still pose a threat to the masters who have not yet reached the ultimate realm. This might be the intention of Emperor Ling Tian. With the background of all races, he wanted to prevent those forbidden area masters who have not yet been born from the world from acting rashly. Once they are fully sublimated, it would be of no benefit to both sides, and only blood and flesh can scare the other party. In fact, this is indeed the case, because the masters of other restricted areas are all quietly watching the situation in this starry sky. They were indeed shocked by the thundering power of Emperor Ling Tian. The era of the 100 emperors left behind too many secrets and methods. This contemporary emperor is warning us. He's an emperor of his time, yet he has such lofty ambitions. He's quite like me when I was young. What a pity, what a pity. To act so recklessly can only mean that this great emperor hasn't lived life to its fullest. What are the lives of the living in this world? What is the dignity of an emperor? Only immortality and the path to immortality are the true truth. It's just reincarnation after reincarnation. When I become an immortal, I will have the means to revive all living beings. Being alive is everything. Now, it depends on which invincible ones can't hold on first. The masters in the restricted area whispered that Yen Lingyun had made them witness the horror of this era, forcing them to choose to lie dormant again. The prosperous era made them invincible and brought prosperity to all races, forcing them to reconsider. Moreover, if there are too many invincible people, they will divide up the blood food. Only by allowing those invincible ones who have not much time left to live to be born and consuming the foundation of all races, can the remaining invincible ones get more benefits. Therefore, although the masters of the restricted area seem to be united, they are actually very selfish. In fact, the more masters of the restricted area die, the happier they are. Yen Lingyun, I'm afraid your fame will occupy a unique place in the long river of history. Jiang Mu couldn't help but sigh as he watched this tragic scene. The great Emperor Yen Lingyun indeed fought until the last drop of his imperial blood dried up. Although he seemed to be dead, his deeds would certainly have a profound impact on future generations and would be recorded by all races. Is this the path Yen Lingyun chose? In the end, Jiang Mu just sighed softly and wished this great emperor of his time a good journey. However, things did not seem to end with Yen Lingyun's death. At this moment, the master who relied on his incredible magical powers to escape the annihilating thunder tribulation, the saint-stealing emperor, returned to the battlefield again after staying in a distant starfield for a long time. What does he want to do? The supreme beings of all races who were still staring at this piece of the universe were confused. As expected of the great emperor of the time, you are indeed full of courage. It's a pity that you are finally too old and couldn't drag me to death. And if the rest of them die, what does it have to do with me? The Emperor of Stealing Saints stood before the dried-up corpse of Yen Lingyun, his gaze deep and gloomy. Use this dried-up corpse of yours to compensate me properly. He grabbed the body with the severed arm. Although Emperor Yen Lingyun's blood has dried up, he is still a complete emperor after all, and there is still some of his essence left. This is a great tonic, even more valuable than the creatures of several starfields combined. Although the Xingyu Sea was destroyed, the Emperor of Stealing the Saint was not too sad. At most, he could just find another place to hide. What made him angry was that he was almost killed by the annihilating thunder tribulation. Fortunately, he was lucky enough and had cultivated a special magical power to avoid the tribulation. His strength was also stronger than that of other masters. The other masters bore most of the power. As long as he fell out of the Emperor realm quickly enough and escaped from the range of the thunder tribulation, he would survive. However, he could not stay in the world for long. Every moment he stayed would reduce his blood and energy. If he could not replenish it in time, he would probably die. This was the rejection of this world towards him. The supreme beings of all races were distressed when they saw this scene. Could it be that Emperor Ling Tian died in battle and his body could not rest in peace even after his death? Originally, several supreme leaders of major alien sects wanted to collect Yen Lingyun's body and turn it into their own foundation, but now it seems that they can only give up this idea. After all, Yen Lingyun had exhausted all the resources of the Holy Land, and even when the Thunder Tribulation came, he still failed to kill the saint-stealing emperor. This showed that his combat power after being sublimated to the extreme must be very terrifying, and they could not afford to gamble. The rulers of the restricted area are not of one mind, so are there no gaps between the myriad races. However, if the emperor were alive, there would not be major conflicts between the various races. There were no great emperors in the world, But all races competed with each other and had some grudges against each other. I in this era where the invincible feed on all living beings, the right choice is to protect yourself. This battle also made them understand the limitations of the rulers of the restricted area. They were no longer the invincible ones they once were, and their actions involved many causes and effects. As long as one's own foundation is strong enough, these restricted area masters will not dare to act rashly. After all, the penalty zone master values his life more than they do. It wasn't just the alien races, even the human race, whose prosperity had lasted for an era thanks to the great Emperor Yin Lingyun, was now in a state of flux. The supreme beings of the human race dared not act rashly, for the majority of the cultivators of the Fuguang Holy Land were human beings recruited by Yin Lingyun throughout the world. Who among those who could set foot on this battlefield was not a genius? Saints and quasi-emperors abounded, and this battle practically wiped out the accumulated wealth of an entire era. While it wasn't enough to cause the human race to decline, it was close to being on par with all other races. The saint-seizing emperor looked around at the spying divine thoughts and snorted coldly. You protected all the races, but in the end, no one dared to collect your body. What was the point? He was once an emperor and knew this feeling, so he was disdainful of all living beings in the world. You are wrong, absolutely wrong. Emperor Ling Tian has never been concerned about these immortal sects and Holy Land inheritances. He is concerned for the people who look up at the stars and pray silently. However, at this moment, an unquestionable rebuttal sounded. The sound seemed to appear in the past, then in the future, and finally locked onto the present. A young quasi-emperor came slowly, with his feet stepping on a gray-white flowing light, a pair of colorful metal wings floating on his back, and a terrifying thunder tribulation brewing above his head. 15. I won't lose anything by exchanging the quasi-emperor for the Lord. You can do whatever you want. Although most of the supreme beings of all races do not recognize Jiang Mu, there are still many old supreme beings who rely on the divine source to prolong their lives and know Jiang Mu's story. He was once a prodigy of the same era as Emperor Ling Tian, and the one with the most hope of becoming an emperor. Even Emperor Ling Tian was defeated in every battle by him before he became an emperor. In the end, for some unknown reason, he was not recognized by destiny and left with regret. Unexpectedly, he was not dead yet, and was even better than before, but he is still only at the peak of quasi-emperor. How can he compete with the saint-seizing emperor? Although they didn't expect that this being would be the one to collect Ling Tian's body in the end, the Supremes all felt sorry for Jiang Mu. With his talent, if he proclaimed himself emperor, he might have the possibility of competing for the throne in the next great age. Now that he was trying to stand out, wasn't he courting death? Jiang Mu, why would you risk your life for a corpse? I heard his stories when I was young, but I didn't expect that he would still be so charming today. The pair of wings behind him should be the Jiang family's ultimate imperial weapon, the flowing light and absolute shadow wings. Rumor has it that they can speed up time, but I don't know if that's true. But even a quasi-emperor with the support of an imperial weapon cannot contend against the saint-seizing emperor. Isn't this just asking for death? Speaking of which, what's the situation with the thunder tribulation above him? Although the scale of this thunder tribulation is small, it makes me feel terrified. Even the annihilation tribulations of the previous restricted area masters are no more than this. The Supremes were all amazed at Jiang Mu's appearance, but they also felt sorry for his recklessness, because this was a situation that would lead to his death. A mere quasi-emperor, having merely taken a few shortcuts using the lighting method, dares to question this emperor? The saint-seizing emperor looked at Jiang Mu, who was approaching slowly, but his attention was focused on the thunder tribulation gathering above his head. Is the emperor so great? Jiang Mu sneered, you are now merely the lord that Emperor Ling Tian calls you. Without the mandate of heaven, how can you truly be called an emperor? Have you witnessed the thunder tribulation above my head? If you don't want to be involved in karma, then leave Emperor Ling Tian's body behind, and I will let you go. In the thunder tribulation above Jiang Mu's head, in addition to the various colored thunders, there were also various strange visions vaguely condensing in the thunderclouds, like the appearance and breath of various ancient strange beasts. A true dragon is circling, a white tiger is roaring. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out you are experiencing the tribulation of the heavenly tyrant body's great perfection. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the saint-stealing emperor showed a strange look. He certainly knew the tribulation of the perfection of the heavenly tyrant body. As one of the 9 physical constitutions, it was very difficult to achieve perfection. The thunder tribulation was even more severe than the tribulation of the emperor.
In his time, the heavenly tyrant body also appeared, but no one had ever successfully passed the tribulation. But the Emperor of Stealing the Saints also knew that Jiang Mu in front of him wanted to use disaster to attract disaster and bring about his thunder disaster of destruction. Your courage is commendable, but you're still a little short of the mark when it comes to threatening me. The saint-seizing emperor smiled faintly, and without saying anything, he reached out to grab Jiang Mu through the air, pressing his mighty imperial power towards Jiang Mu. But the next moment, the wings behind Jiang Mu burst into endless light, and an aura of the great Tao mixed with imperial power spread, combined with the gray and white color under his feet, instantly crossing the reality and allowing him to avoid the grasp of the saint-stealing emperor at an extremely fast speed, leaving only the space crushed by the saint-stealing emperor and a piece of gray and white flowing light fragments on the spot. Moreover, Jiang Mu was getting closer to the saint-seizing emperor, which made him very uncomfortable. Perhaps my time magic can't defeat you, but with the blessing of the supreme divine weapon, I have the fastest speed in the world. Can't I stick to you and kill you? Jiang Mu showed no fear. The worst that can happen is that we will die together under this thunder tribulation. Trading the quasi-emperor realm for the death of a once invincible person, I am afraid that my reputation will last forever. I'm not at a disadvantage, you can do whatever you want. On you? The Emperor of Seizing the Sainthood moved, and with the aura of dominating the world, he came towards Jiang Muzhen with a square jade seal. The laws of the Great Way almost imprisoned all directions. His eyes were deep. He was actually threatened by a small quasi-emperor, and his heart was burning with anger, and he had already made a real move. Jiang Mu used his own essence at all costs to activate the flowing light and shadow wings, which burst out with unprecedented power, allowing him to avoid the bombardment of the four-sided jade seal. He released an aura comparable to that of an emperor. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to shock people. Then let's die together, he shouted, and used his light vagina method to the extreme, intercepting half of the long river of time, briefly crossing time and space, resisting the killing of the Saint Emperor, and shortening the distance between them. The thunder tribulation above Jiang Mu's head simultaneously sent down a bolt of lightning that struck him, causing him unbearable pain. Even so, he had no intention of stopping. What a lunatic! Upon seeing this, Emperor Duosheng could not help but retreat repeatedly. Even though Jiang Mu could push the imperial weapon to its limit and exude a hint of the emperor's aura, he was not the emperor after all, and could only fight against him who had fallen from the emperor realm. It's not that he can't beat Jiang Mu, he just doesn't want to be involved in the thunder tribulation. In his current state, if he were to reach the highest level, he would probably die, but Jiang Mu was like he didn't care about his life. He used the imperial weapon to the extreme, and his Guanyin vaginal method was also the top Taoist method in the world, famous for its weirdness. The most important thing is that his comprehension is far beyond that of ordinary quasi-emperor cultivators, which gives Emperor Dosheng a headache. He could never have imagined that such a person would not cherish the opportunity to prove his truth, but instead fight with him for a dried-up emperor corpse. This kid is weird. After continuing to struggle with Jiang Mu for a while, the Emperor of Seizing the Sainthood found that Jiang Mu was still not giving up after suffering several thunder tribulations, and he kept pestering him, and he also lost his patience. It's not worth it to be tainted by the thunder of destruction again for a dried-up Emperor's corpse. There will be many opportunities to replenish qi and blood in the future. Finally, the saint-seizing emperor threw the Emperor's corpse away and quickly retreated. You are the only young man in the world who has the courage to collect the Emperor's corpse. You are a real person. It's yours. Seeing this, Jiang Mu's tense mind relaxed and he immediately turned around to catch Yan Lingyun's body, and looted a large number of broken imperial weapon fragments. Then he activated the flowing light and shadow wings and left this space without looking back. It is almost contrary to the Emperor's intention to seize the sainthood. Soon, the breath of both of them disappeared in this space, leaving only dead silence. The supreme leaders of all races fell silent again. They really couldn't figure out how Jiang Mu could actually snatch Yan Lingyun's corpse from the saint-stealing emperor. After all, no matter how you look at it, the gap in strength is too big, but it was done anyway, which made the foundation of all the races seem like a joke. Perhaps there was some trickery involved, but to be frank, the combat power displayed by Jiang Mu far exceeded that of everyone of their era. Moreover, many supreme beings noticed the strange phenomenon of thunder tribulation above Jiang Mu's head. Although there were very few records of the 9 physical constitutions in the world, those with a long history could still know 1 or 2 of them. I didn't expect Jiang Mu also possessed the heavenly tyrant body. Many supreme beings speculated that Jiang Mu failed to achieve enlightenment in this life. If he failed again in the next life, he would probably have to take an alternative path to enlightenment, but in the end, everything returned to calm.
and the story of this broken starry sky might be passed down among all races, whether it was the Emperor fighting to the death or the quasi-Emperor forcing the Overlord to retreat, because it is a node that can change the future direction of the entire world of immortal cultivation.
It is too important and too tragic.
16. The foundation of the era of the Emperors, testing each other and balancing each other. Damn it.
If you delay any longer, I'll really be in trouble.
After taking away Yan Lingyun's body, Jiang Mu immediately pushed the flowing light and shadow wings to the extreme. After crossing a long distance, he exited the state of tribulation and began to hide his own breath. Although he was bombarded by several thunder tribulations and his whole body was charred, this was just foreplay, just a trial run, and it was not a big deal. As long as the thunder tribulation phenomenon did not occur, he could give up on the tribulation. The strange phenomenon of thunder tribulation is the terrifying part of this thunder tribulation of the heavenly tyrant body. Almost all holy bodies will have visions when they go through the tribulation.
The visions that are unique to the blue sky tyrant body are the visions of 6 ancient mythical beasts. Only after enduring these visions of thunder tribulation can the blue sky tyrant body be considered complete.
At the same time, it will possess these visions and magical powers, which are called the 6 styles of divine form. Before the vision came, Jiang Mu had a choice. Fortunately, in the end, Emperor Duosheng valued his life and gave in. If the Emperor of Domination was unwilling to let go, Jiang Mu would turn around and leave without saying a word. If the vision really happened, Jiang Mu was not completely sure that he could survive it, although it was a bit cruel to leave no trace of his old friend. Yan Lingyun, after his death, he had done his best and could only seek justice for him when he got his revenge. Although Jiang Mu was absolutely confident that he could survive this operation, he was not very sure about retrieving Yan Lingyun's body, and he was under tremendous pressure. After all, he was facing a former emperor who could be killed with just one finger of his highest power. In addition, it took a lot of effort to test the power of thunder tribulation in the small world and to call out the family's imperial soldiers. Yan Lingyun, I'm giving your daughter a place to worship her father in the future.
In return, the resources I'm keeping for you will belong to me. That's not enough.
I still need to teach her, and her cultivation will be a considerable expense.
Is it too much to ask her to help me earn some resources in the future?
Jiang Mu murmured. He thought it was not excessive. After all, he was the only one in the world who dared to snatch the corpse of a once invincible man, and he even got it. Jiang Mu no longer stayed in the starry sky. Although Yan Lingyun almost wiped out a restricted area and intimidated other restricted areas with practical actions, there were too many restricted areas, and the future situation would only be more difficult than it is now. What's more, Jiang Mu has offended the master of the restricted area. In order to avoid being affected, he had to hide in his own little world immediately to avoid being found and retaliated against. But I think the world will still be peaceful for a while, and with the passing of Yan Lingyun, Wan Dao gradually broke free from his suppression, and the Tianqin seal was ownerless. As long as Yan Lingyun's Dao traces completely dissipated and Wan Dao revived, the next battle for the emperor would begin. Therefore, the era of competition among all races is coming again. Jiang Mu no longer had any attachment to this era. He planned to hide in his small world until the next opportunity to prove his Dao to the emperor came, and compete with the genius of that era. It would be best if he could become an emperor, but it doesn't matter if he can't. Because after the battle with the Emperor of seizing the sainthood, Jiang Mu found that his Taoism seemed to have advanced a step further with the passage of time and far surpassed the peak of the average quasi-emperor. The 5 supreme methods practiced by Jiang Mu are the method of time, the method of spear, the method of extreme speed, the method of divine consciousness, and the method of creation, that is the so-called law of the Great Way. But now it remains at the quasi-emperor realm, which is far from the great emperor realm. Among them, the time method is what Jiang Mu values the most and also the one he practices most diligently. This method of the great Tao can be both strong and weak, and can be called the most bizarre. The art of spear is known for its dominance and killing ability. The speedway allows you to escape at any time, and it is even more effective when combined with the time method. There is no need to say much about strengthening the divine consciousness. After all, as long as the divine consciousness is not destroyed, there is always a chance to start over. The way of creation is very special. It was chosen by Jiang Mu based on his own immortal physique. In layman's terms, it means that the blood bar is thick enough. Relying on these 5 powerful laws is one of the reasons why Jiang Mu dared to rob the corpse. This is also the reason why he can fully activate the ultimate imperial weapon. Practicing the 5 supreme methods together is the reason why Jiang Mu can be so brilliant in his time. His understanding has reached the maximum. Only by transcending the ordinary and becoming a saint can one comprehend the laws of the Great Way. The initial understanding is that of a beginner saint. As one grows better day by day and is equipped with the laws, he or she can break through to become a saint, saint king, great saint, and finally reach the peak of quasi-emperor. At this point, a cultivator's practice of the laws of the Tao has reached a bottleneck, and the ultimate leap will make him an emperor. Regarding this leap, not many cultivators in the world can understand it. Only those who truly become emperors can comprehend it. Of course, it doesn't mean that the more supreme laws one practices, the stronger one will be. It depends on the cultivator himself. There are no weak Taoisms, only weak monks. His sky tyrant body has reached its limit, and only needs the final push. Jiang Mu wants to use this time to comprehend other paths, and by the way, find a method that can 100% survive the Great Thunder Tribulation. In a time without an emperor, I fear that those masters who have reached the end of their lives will eventually be unable to resist and take action. This world will inevitably be plunged into a certain amount of suffering. Although all races can resist a certain number of Forbidden Zone masters with the accumulated foundation over millions of years, everyone is in danger and the immortal heritage will eventually perish. But so what? Just as the dead ancient Golden Scale Emperor said, they just want to survive, not to exterminate all things in the world. There is always a glimmer of hope for all living beings in the hopeless future. Jiang Mu was powerless and could only protect himself. Finally, after returning the imperial weapon to the family, Jiang Mu returned to his own little world, buried Yan Lingyun there, and began his retreat. With the end of Emperor Lingtian, the story of him leading the Fuguang Holy Land to fight in the starry sky began to spread widely. This was not spread intentionally by someone, but too many supreme beings and invincible people died in that battle. Even the avenue was shaken, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared in all directions of the world. In particular, the one who collected the corpse of Emperor Lingtian awakened all living beings. A true emperor never fights for one person alone, but for all living beings. Therefore, many creatures spontaneously offered incense to Emperor Lingtian in the hope of receiving protection in times of danger. This was a relatively peaceful period. The so-called masters of the Forbidden Area had not appeared in the world. Yan Lingyun's Tao traces were slowly dissipating, and his aura was disappearing until no trace of it could be found in the world. 4,000 years have passed, and the aura of the great Tao belonging to Yan Lingyun has become very weak. The masters of the restricted area were so quiet and motionless that some people forgot the origin of the restricted area. Perhaps these restricted areas are not as dangerous as Emperor Lingtian said, and Xingyu Si is just a special case. Otherwise, why hasn't the Lord been born? Apart from the shattered Star Island Sea, all races in the world have never seen any other master. Emperor Lingtian must be worrying too much. How can this world accommodate so many once invincible people? Then, the founder of a great sect that had been passed down for 100,000 years in the world of the 8 desolate worlds had great ambitions. He brought the imperial soldiers with him and wanted to march with his sect to explore a restricted area, hoping that there might be a miraculous medicine inside. Then, the entire sect's monks were beaten into a bloody mist by a giant skeleton hand outside the restricted area, and the imperial soldiers were scattered in the restricted area. In the days without the great emperor, were the creatures in the world so arrogant? How dare they use their power to attack the Skull Cave? In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless. Then, a master was enraged and came into the world. Still no one could see his face clearly. He had slaughtered almost all of the 10 states in the world. His blood drifted for thousands of miles, and countless lives became food in despair. It was not until he threatened several ancient inheritances of the 8 desolate worlds, or perhaps these inheritances could no longer bear it and attack together, that he withdrew in disappointment. But in the end, he failed to kill this overlord. There are thousands of states in the world, and 10 states have been completely destroyed. They are no longer suitable for living beings for at least 10,000 years. At this point, no one dared to doubt the horror of these silent forbidden areas, and they all stayed away from them in fear. This restricted area called the Skull Cave caused such a tragedy just because a master was born there. Until the 6th millennium after Emperor Lingtian's death, his aura of the great Tao completely disappeared. Perhaps only the void that was shattered and no longer connected to the world would retain a trace of it. The avenue also began to become active, and geniuses emerged one after another. These young geniuses did not experience the tragic period. They only learned from their elders that there was such a respected emperor. Because a large sect angered the master of the forbidden area in the 8 desolate world, the life in the 10 states was extinct, but this did not prevent them from growing up listening to the stories of Emperor Lingtian. They unknowingly took Emperor Lingtian as their role model and aspired to become an emperor who protects the people. In the 7th millennium,
two more overlords with not much time left were born in the starfields, and they fed on the creatures in the starfields. At this time, the Great Tao was already active, all races began to compete, and geniuses from each race emerged one after another. More than a dozen ancient inheritances in the starfields of the heavens did not want the disaster to happen again, so they united together, with hundreds of quasi-emperors as the auxiliary and 10 complete imperial weapons as the main force, to set up a peerless killing formation. Before these two overlords could cause huge losses, they trapped and killed them in a piece of starry sky, and the emperor's blood was spilled, becoming the nourishment of heaven and earth. Even if these two masters have reached the highest level, they have very little energy and blood, and cannot maintain the great emperor realm for long. Once they fall to a lower level, they will be defeated. In the end, one died and one was seriously injured. This is the first time a living being in the world has killed a once invincible person. It turns out that the once invincible man is no longer invincible. In other words, they lost too much during their lingering years. Or perhaps, the legacy left behind by the glorious era of the emperors is too terrifying. I wonder if these once invincible ones have ever regretted it. 17. The revival of the myriad ways and the continuation of the era. In the 8th millennium of the emperorless era, all the ways were completely revived, all races began to compete with each other, geniuses of each race were born frequently, and they competed with each other. The prodigies referred to here are cultivators who are no more than 5,000 years old and whose cultivation has reached the quasi-emperor realm. While they are called geniuses, they are also the supreme among all races. They have already stood at the pinnacle of the path of cultivation and are the true masters of this new world. As for those supreme ones of the older generation, they either hid in the divine source and became the foundation of the sect, or they had already transformed into the Tao and no longer belonged to this era, and because the Lord of the Forbidden Zone saw the strengths of all races, he seemed to have reached a balance with them. As long as they did not leave the Forbidden Zone, all races would not cause trouble for them. In addition, Yan Lingyun had conquered the strange creatures too deeply, and the source of the strangeness was blocked again. This time the great battle was more prosperous, and there seemed to be many more geniuses than in the previous life. Many of them had become famous throughout the world and were almost recognized as candidates for destiny. Of course, they can only be said to be candidates. The battle for the emperor is always full of variables. After all, those competing for the throne are not just the geniuses of this era, but also the geniuses of the previous era, the era before that. There is no accurate number of how many people are unwilling to give in this era, whether it is the 9 realms, the 8 wildernesses and thousands of states, or the starfields in the heavens. Strong leaders have emerged, there are hundreds of them in total, and their names are known throughout the world. They come from different heritages and are determined to become emperors at the Imperial Pass Great Wall. However, because many leading figures have never met each other, even if there is some exchange between them, it is difficult to see the gap without facing a life and death battle. Therefore, who can finally become the emperor will really have to be determined at the Great Wall. After all, the struggle for the Great Way has always been divided by life and death. Finally, one day, all the sounds echoed, and all living beings felt a shaking of heaven and earth. A supreme divine thought crossed the galaxy and discovered that the ancient and heavy Imperial Pass Great Wall was slowly becoming real from illusion, and gradually becoming clear from blurry. The Imperial Pass Great Wall has appeared. At this moment, countless geniuses were excited and set out from all over the universe to rush to the Imperial Pass Great Wall. They were so powerful and their numbers were so frightening that they instantly made the silent universe lively. After all, there are not only monks who want to attain enlightenment at the Imperial Pass Great Wall, but also many monks who come to watch the fun and even provide escort. When the time is ripe, the Great Wall of Diguan, located at the center of the universe, begins to appear. The Emperor's Pass Great Wall is the embodiment of the will of the Great Tao. When it is needed, it will appear. If it is not needed, even if you search every corner of the universe, you will not find any trace of it. Therefore, it is a wonderful thing to take a photo with the Diguan Great Wall for future generations to admire. The Imperial Pass Great Wall appeared, and all cultivators with advanced cultivation could feel its aura. Jiang Mu was no exception. He also woke up after being idle at the edge of the red dust realm. However, this was not the first time Jiang Mu woke up. To be precise, he woke up hundreds of times in these years. Sometimes he woke up to check the changes in the outside world, sometimes he woke up to look for some cultivation materials, and sometimes he woke up simply because he was tired and wanted to stretch his muscles. Today, Jiang Mu is over 24,000 years old. Although time has no meaning to him as an immortal, keeping track of the years is also a kind of pleasure. He never proclaimed himself a great emperor. In reality, his lifespan was comparable to that of a great emperor. His strength has improved slightly over the years, and it seems that he is about to cross the threshold of quasi-emperor. Fortunately, after long years of experimentation and thinking, he has found a way to safely survive the tribulation, and Jiang Mu believed that this method would definitely succeed. First, he found a rare metal, purple thunder gold, among the foundation given to him by Yan Lingyun. Purple thunder gold is a kind of thunder-attributed metal that is naturally grown in places where thunder strikes frequently. It can be said to be a true treasure from heaven and earth. It is more than enough to be used to refine the ultimate imperial weapon. Using this gold to refine a lightning-proof robe can not only effectively resist thunder disasters, but also absorb the power of thunder and form a natural protective barrier. Although the piece of purple thunder gold in Jiang Mu's hand was only the size of a palm, it was enough. After all, when he robbed Yan Lingyun's body, he took away a lot of fragments of the broken Jidao imperial weapons. Although these fragments had lost the power that they should have as imperial weapons, they were also rare refining materials in the world. If they were combined with the lightning-proof robe, the defense would definitely be high enough. Of course, in addition to this lightning-proof robe, some supreme defensive magic weapons and formation barriers are also indispensable. Secondly, it is to bear it. The above measures are only to resist thunder and save energy in order to stop the killing from happening. Jiang Mu has to rely on his own source of immortality. As long as he is not killed instantly, Jiang Mu is confident that he can fight back. After all, his reputation as a genius is not undeserved, and his fighting power is enough to suppress the geniuses of the time. The previous tyrants did not have the conditions he had. As long as you can perfect the heavenly tyrant body, the rest of the journey to the holy body will be much easier. Of course, all this has to be done after passing the imperial pass. It seems that there are quite a few geniuses in this life, even more than in my previous life. In that case, let me weigh the level of the geniuses in this life. In recent years, Jiang Mu has woken up frequently and witnessed the growth of some contemporary geniuses, some of whom he believes have the greatest hope of becoming an emperor besides himself. He hadn't fought with monks of the same level for a long time, and he was feeling itchy. Moreover, because Jiang Mu wanted to fight for the throne in this life and had absolute confidence, he did not unseal Yan Jiner, allowing her to be born in vain. In Jiang Mu's opinion, if he could not train Yan Jiner to become the empress, it would seem that he, as an immortal, was incompetent. Moreover, the prosperity of this era is just an illusion and will be destroyed one day. He doesn't want Yan Jiner to suffer the same terrible era as her father. Wouldn't this mess with her mentality? Therefore, even if he is still not recognized by destiny like in his previous life, at most he will give up the position of emperor in this life to the right person. How will the new emperor choose when faced with strange creatures, the ruler of the restricted area, and all races? This is a very interesting topic. Finally, Jiang Mu stood up and came to the imperial Jiang family. The Jiang family is not the only imperial family in the Red Dust realm, nor is it the most powerful. To be precise, it ranks outside the top 10. The 9 realms together are the area with the deepest heritage and the strongest power in the world. Even if they are separated, there are more than a dozen great emperors' inheritances in one realm. After all, it counts whether there is a single emperor or 2 emperors, and because it has been a long time since the first emperor of the Jiang family, the Jiang family's foundation has been almost exhausted. In fact, they are not very strong and are not well known in the entire 9 realms and 8 wastelands in the starry sky. But it happened that Jiang Mu, a man rejected by fate, appeared and made the Jiang family famous. When a cultivator from the Jiang family introduces his name when he goes out, people will ask if he is from the Jiang family of the quasi-emperor Jiang Mu. How should I put it? Actually, it's a bit embarrassing, but now, the Jiang family is even weaker. Since Jiang Mu, only 3 quasi-emperors have been born. Even the descendants of this life are not up to the standard, and none of them have entered the quasi-emperor realm, so they have no chance to compete for the emperor's throne this time. To be qualified to enter the imperial pass Great Wall, one must at least be at the initial stage of the quasi-emperor realm. If one wants to fight for destiny, the peak of quasi-emperor is the standard configuration. In response to this, Jiang Mu, an old ancestor without any offspring, said that as long as he is alive, it is good enough. He can just treat it as a trip to the Diguan Great Wall to check in, and it is also good to broaden his horizons. Things like fighting for one's life at the Imperial Pass are handled by the ancestor. 18. Another great genius in the deep space of the universe, the Imperial Pass Great Wall stands tall and majestic, winding its way all the way to the end of the sky. At the highest point, the heavenly heart seal is guarded by thousands of guards, shining brightly, waiting to be picked. At this moment, there were many more cultivators of various races on the ancient stars outside the Imperial Pass Great Wall. In the starry sky, there were huge ships crossing, auspicious beasts pulling carts,
and various streams of light flowing endlessly, all of which exuded a powerful aura. After all, those who can come here across such a long distance are either the strongest in the world or the ones with ancient heritage. It can be said to be very lively. Many geniuses from all races rushed to the Imperial Pass as soon as the Great Wall appeared, and couldn't wait to set foot inside the Imperial Pass. However, the real geniuses with profound background did not appear, and those forces that were like giants in the entire universe and galaxies did not arrive. Although whoever can get the heavenly heart seal first will be qualified to transcend the tribulation and prove the truth, only a few cultivators who have come out of the Emperor's Pass alive know that there are many paths inside, and the last path will not be opened until some time after the Emperor's Pass appears in the world, and those geniuses from the giant forces who know about this are waiting for this moment. For the geniuses who are truly capable of reaching the end, the most difficult challenge is yet to come. Any challenge ahead is nothing and can be passed quickly. If you don't have the strength and the determination, how can you talk about proving the truth? The Imperial Pass is the most fair and just contest in the world. No one can even come close to the heavenly heart seal except for those with the heavenly fate. As long as you can enter the Imperial Pass, no matter what your status was in the past, you are qualified to fight for the only destiny. There are too many geniuses in this world, and you are not even close to being in the same league. For you, stepping onto the Great Wall of Heaven's Gate is just a way to broaden your horizons. Remember not to act rashly. If you encounter an obstacle that you cannot overcome, withdraw immediately. On an ancient star, a quasi-emperor ancestor was explaining the rules of the Imperial Pass Great Wall to the younger generations. All the younger generations nodded repeatedly. Grandmaster, you said that whoever is the first to obtain the heavenly heart seal can attain enlightenment. However, when I was reading ancient books, I came across a secret that said that the first person to obtain the heavenly heart seal in the previous great era failed to achieve enlightenment and become an emperor. Why is that? However, a young quasi-emperor asked, and the other quasi-emperors looked at the old man curiously. You ask me, who should I ask? That being, the first person in history to obtain the heavenly heart seal, was unable to even trigger the thunder tribulation. This single instance will likely become a mystery throughout history. You don't need to think about this kind of thing, as you won't be able to figure it out. This kind of thing is destined to remain an unsolved mystery. After all, even the Emperor Ling Tian in the previous life did not give an explanation, so it is even more impossible for the world to know. The old quasi-emperor glared and explained. Of course, he also heard it from his elders. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to explain it? At this moment, all of a sudden, all kinds of violent fluctuations were heard in the starry sky. Huge starships or powerful monks tore through the space from all directions and descended into the starry sky. The true geniuses from the giant forces arrived almost at the same time, attracting the attention of everyone in the starry sky. These geniuses have cultivated their skills to the limit. They are young, full of energy and vitality. Each of them has his own unique Taoist charm and is independent. They didn't even stay outside for too long. After exchanging a few words with their elders, they walked straight into the Imperial Pass. Look! It's Fairy Ji Yufeng from the Nine Spirits Yaoqi Immortal Sect, one of the top powers in the All-Heaven Star region. A special woman caught the attention of the surrounding monks. She was dressed in a white dress, looked ethereal, and her stunning face seemed untainted by a trace of dust. Ji Yufeng from the Zhouling Yaoqi Immortal Sect is a genius who has gained great fame in recent years. First of all, she was regarded by many supreme beings as the woman with the greatest hope of attaining enlightenment. Her rise to prominence was also very impressive. Coupled with her peerless beauty, she even captivated many geniuses of her generation. Beauty and strength are almost her signature words. Ji Yufeng didn't care about other people's eyes at all. He had a faint smile on his face and looked at the Imperial Pass in front of him with a firm gaze. With the appearance of Ji Yufeng, many young quasi-emperors followed and entered the Imperial Pass together. Friend Ji, since we are old friends, why don't we enter the pass together? A voice sounded, and a handsome figure covered in brilliant light rushed out from an ancient star. He wore a crown on his head and followed Ji Yufeng into the Imperial Pass. The holy son of the Taishu Holy Land in the Red Dust Realm is said to be very powerful. He has never been defeated on his road to success. He has the demeanor of that person. Whose style? Who else could it be? Of course it's Jiang Mu from the Imperial clan, the old man from the previous life. TSK, that's not new. If the Taishu Holy Land gives you trouble, it will be terrible. Every cultivator who has read ancient texts knows that in his previous life, Jiang Mu was undefeated and a cultivator in the Red Dust Realm, which is why he became a legend through the ages. Afterwards, more and more geniuses who were rated as having the potential to become emperors arrived and stepped into the emperor's pass. Huangfu Ziming, a member of the celestial clan with long red hair and red pupils, comes from heaven. The handsome man with a unique vertical eye on his forehead attracted the envy of countless cultivators. He was a genius from the divine world. A tall and strong man with a prominent position had his blood boiling, and his golden eyes made people dare not look him in the eye easily. He was a genius from the dragon clan in the dragon world and was said to be a prince. The demon clan, the spirit clan, the Futian clan. A young man from the true demon realm came to the imperial pass Great Wall and entered the city in a low-key manner. Amatba, it seems that I have arrived at the right time. Finally, a fat monk, wearing a cassock and holding Buddhist beads in his hands, walked into the imperial pass with a smile on his face. It can be said that all the famous geniuses from the starfields, the 9 realms, and the 8 wildernesses have come, and some popular candidates for the emperor have aroused great discussion. Of course, this is what is on the surface. In fact, there are many unknown monks who entered the imperial pass Great Wall in a low-key manner, such as the genius of the previous life, the spiritual creatures born and raised by nature, etc. However, some old and immortal supreme beings are waiting for the arrival of a person. They think that this person should not have entered the imperial pass Great Wall in a low-key manner. Look, the Jiang family's starship from the Red Dust Realm is coming. At this moment, a quasi-emperor shouted in the starry sky, attracting the attention of many cultivators. I saw a starship about 100 meters long coming from afar, with the formation on its hull roaring. It did not stop until it approached the Diguan Great Wall, and then slowly moved forward. Standing in front of the starship, Jiang Mu looked at the imperial pass in the distance, watching the geniuses of various races entering it. His eyes fell on the heavenly heart seal high up, and his mind was wandering. After more than 20,000 years, Jiang Mu was back again. 19. The ancient road of the Emperor's Pass. Asking the Emperor's heart. The imperial Jiang family is a topic that has been talked about for a long time. At this moment, Jiang Mu, who had been silent for a long time, appeared in the public eye again. The last time he appeared was the story of competing with the Lord of the Forbidden Zone for the physical body of Emperor Ling Tian. Since then, no one knew where Jiang Mu went, but many people speculated that he should have continued to seal himself. Who doesn't know that he was unwilling to give up? However, there are not many cultivators in this world who recognize Jiang Mu's face. They have only heard his stories and know that he is a man of extraordinary talent but unable to become an emperor. He fought with the master of the forbidden area with the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor and remained immortal. The stories about him are very catchy and are no less than those about Emperor Ling Tian. The Jiang family's starship docked at a star, and many ancestors from holy places and major sects came forward to greet them with a humble look, but Jiang Mu didn't recognize any of them. Even if they were of the same generation, it was normal that he didn't know him. After all, Jiang Mu was only focused on cultivation and didn't have many friends. Those who were familiar with him had already died of old age, and few of them liked to live in disgrace. Therefore, Jiang Mu just nodded politely, then said a few words to the younger generations of the Jiang family, and walked step by step towards the imperial pass Great Wall. Wherever he passed, the cultivators retreated and saluted. It has nothing to do with the level of cultivation. This is a form of respect. Respect Jiang Mu and retrieve the body of Emperor Ling Tian, so that the emperor who always cared about the people would not die without a burial place. Emperor Jiang Zhuan's aura is becoming increasingly unfathomable. I'm afraid that with his talent, his cultivation will become even more profound. Even if they are both quasi-emperors, few in this world, except for the rulers of the restricted areas, can be his rivals. Do you think he can achieve enlightenment and become an emperor in this life? Some familiar supreme beings gathered together inside. It would be a real pity for the world if such a unique person could not become emperor. Many supreme beings believe that, just because Jiang Mu dared to compete with the Lord for the corpse, if it was Jiang Mu who became the emperor, he would probably have done better than Emperor Ling Tian, and perhaps there would not have been a bloody battle between the emperors. Of course, if Jiang Mu became an emperor in this life, he would not be worse than Emperor Ling Tian, and the world needs such an emperor who dares to face the forbidden area. However, people are ultimately selfish, and many supreme beings still hope that their descendants can achieve enlightenment. After entering the imperial pass, there are dozens of ancient roads derived from it. These ancient roads either connect to the stars or pass through the world. Every road is extremely dangerous, with many disasters inside, whether it is strange beasts from the mountains and seas, or a maze of mechanisms, or the geniuses of the past who fell here and turned into puppets of the great Tao. There are even fights between monks on the same road. In short, only by overcoming these layers of obstacles and traps and crossing an unknown distance can you reach the end of a road. The end of the road is not the heavenly heart seal guarded by thousands of paths, but the last level of every road. Asking the emperor's heart. The so-called asking for the emperor's heart is to fight with the projection of the previous emperor. Only by firming up one's own Tao and heart and defeating the projection of the previous emperor can one gain the recognition of destiny and become one of the destined ones, and this is the end of a road. There are 14 such roads in the Imperial Pass Great Wall. According to the rules, only one chosen one can appear on one road. If there are chosen ones in all the paths in the end, there will be 14 of them. However, Jiang Mu felt that not all ancient roads would have destiny people, because in the battle for the Emperor's Pass in the previous life, only 4 destiny people opened up the ancient road. This shows how difficult the ancient road was. Moreover, among the 4 destiny ones, except Yan Lingyun, the other 2 knew that they would have no chance of winning even if they joined forces as soon as they saw Jiang Mu, so they took the initiative to give up their destiny, and only Yan Lingyun became the defeated opponent. Although the battle for destiny often involves life and death, Jiang Mu was an exception. He was so invincible in that life that no one in the Imperial Pass could threaten his life, so he did not kill him, and Yan Lingyun had the opportunity to become the emperor. If you can pass it the first time, you can pass it the second time too. With an invincible heart, Jiang Mu walked the ancient road again. Even if it was not the same road, he was confident that he could reach the end.so. Jiang Mu randomly walked into an ancient road. If the cultivators who came later knew which path Jiang Mu had chosen, they would definitely choose a different one. Wouldn't that be courting death to compete with the predecessors who had already walked the ancient path once? There is no exact time when the Emperor's Gate appears and disappears. Generally speaking, it will continue to appear until a cultivator attains enlightenment and becomes an emperor. Moreover, due to the unique relationship with the avenue, the outside world cannot get a glimpse of what is happening in the ancient Emperor Pass Road, and can only watch the final battle for the Heavenly Heart Seal. Therefore, it is impossible to interfere with the fighting between the chosen ones by force. At least it has never happened before. The destiny is unique, and the battle for the Emperor is always fair. The cultivators of all races can only wait quietly, but it won't be too long. According to recorded history, it usually takes several decades to hundreds of years for a result to appear. On the 10th ancient road, Jiang Mu moved forward courageously, surpassing many cultivators. Although this ancient road was different from the one he took last time and the crises he encountered were also different, they were generally similar. However, as Jiang Mu's pace became faster and faster, there were fewer and fewer cultivators on this ancient road. After all, these crises were easy for Jiang Mu, but too difficult for these young geniuses. There were geniuses bleeding along the way, and even quasi-emperors could die if they were not careful. Jiang Mu moved very quickly, using the time method to clear the way. There was basically no enemy he couldn't defeat, but soon, he met a cultivator who had demonic flames all over his body and was extremely ruthless. Not only did he kill all the obstacles on the ancient road, but he also killed all the cultivators who approached him, and then refined their blood for his own use. He is a peak quasi-emperor with a strong murderous intention, and Jiang Mu recognized his heritage. This guy is from the true demon realm. The true demon realm is also one of the 9 realms. It is very powerful, so it is not surprising that such a person appears. Jiang Mu did not recognize the demon cultivator in front of him because he had never set foot in the true demon realm, and the true demon realm had very little communication with the outside world. This is mainly because the true demon realm gathers all the demon cultivators in the world, and many of them are extremely evil, which makes this realm very chaotic and there are no rules to restrain them. It's like a place where poisonous insects are bred. The fighting is so intense that some extraordinary people often appear. Looking at the killing skills of this young quasi-emperor, he was quite skilled. He was not defeated by some geniuses with a long heritage, and even had a slight advantage. He was almost as good as Yan Lingyun back then. He is a person of character, but with me here, I'm afraid he won't have many opportunities to show his talents. Jiang Mu smiled, but didn't care too much and continued on his way. However, the demon cultivator quasi-emperor noticed Jiang Mu. He immediately saw the strong breath of life on Jiang Mu, which would be very helpful for his cultivation, so he chose to follow him quietly and make a move. Jiang Mu's powerful consciousness naturally knew it, but he still didn't care. Instead, he reflected on the scene just now. No wonder I used to feel that some quasi-emperors had different temperaments. Although they were still at the same realm, as time went by, their understanding of the Tao became more and more profound, and they were getting closer and closer to the great emperor realm. Jiang Mu understood at this moment. He held a long spear that was glowing red. The color of time condensed on the spear tip. The spear seemed to pierce through time and killed a quasi-emperor level puppet that was blocking his way.
Sure enough, the longer you live, the stronger you become.
He seemed to have some understanding in his heart, perhaps because he never closed himself off but was always practicing. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he could only choose between cultivation and proclaiming himself a divine source. How could this be possible? No matter how extraordinary a genius you are, time is limited and you will eventually stop. At present, Jiang Mu has unlimited time, and perhaps he can really comprehend the supreme Taoism. Therefore, Jiang Mu estimated that his current strength was stronger than that of a peak quasi-emperor, but weaker than a restricted area master who had not reached the ultimate state, but he should still be able to take on a few moves. Jiang Mu collected his thoughts and continued on his way, still paying no attention to the person following behind him. World map, divided into the star regions of the heavens, the 8 desolate worlds, the 9 realms, the forbidden zone, the borderlands, and beyond chaos. Among them, there are 3,000 large star fields and countless small star fields in the star fields of the heavens. The 8 wildernesses are divided into thousands of states, and the 9 realms are divided into 9 major realms. The 9 realms: the red dust realm, the evergreen realm, the heaven realm, the god realm, the Chuhan realm, the true demon realm, the Lingzha realm, the dragon realm, and the Buddha realm. 20. Speedrun the ancient road in the second round and have some fun. Jiang Mu moved forward courageously, without deliberately fighting, but no one could stop him. The purpose of the Emperor's Pass ancient road is to select suitable people with destiny. This road may be extremely difficult, but the combat power will not far exceed the peak of the quasi-emperor by much. There is always a critical value. Otherwise, how many cultivators in this world can reach the end? Because the choice of ancient roads is full of randomness, some ancient roads may not have peerless geniuses, while some ancient roads have geniuses gathered together, and a brutal battle is inevitable. When they reach the end of the ancient road, they will know that an ancient road can only produce one person of destiny, and whoever passes the imperial examination first will be the person of destiny. As for the remaining people, they will no longer ask the emperor's heart. There would be no such problem for Jiang Mu. Although he arrived the latest, he quickly surpassed all the cultivators and walked to the front at an extremely fast speed. There was no figure in front of him. Well, let's just follow. Maybe it can help relieve my fatigue. Jiang Mu was somewhat surprised that the tail behind him could actually keep up with his pace. This is a smart person. He knows that following Jiang Mu can help him avoid many detours and even get some benefits in the end. Jiang Mu has absolute confidence in his own strength, so he is not afraid of being tailed by someone. 3 years later, Jiang Mu came to a bronze corridor full of ancient and heavy atmosphere. The corridor was very wide and tall. Many ancient and obscure runes were engraved on the bronze walls inside. Various dark liquid residues could be vaguely seen splashing everywhere, and the air was filled with a murderous atmosphere. As we went deeper, we could see corpses piled up everywhere. Some were just white bones, some had dried flesh, and some were in pieces, but there is no doubt that these corpses were once geniuses, all of whom were at the quasi-emperor level. Although they are dead, the remaining Tao principles are entangled with each other, which is very dangerous. If sensing someone coming, these corpses that had turned into Tao puppets came back to life and made creaking sounds. The bronze corridor is a 10-mile journey of inquiry. This bronze corridor is under extremely severe suppression from the avenue. Even if a quasi-emperor uses the laws to fight inside, he cannot cause much damage, and at the same time he himself has to endure tremendous suppression. After walking through this 10-mile-long corridor, there is an ancient bronze palace where the final inquiry into the emperor's heart will be conducted. From the splattered blood of the quasi-emperors and the piled-up corpses, it can be seen that many geniuses who have passed the checkpoints ahead shed their blood in this short 10-mile corridor. Standing at the entrance of the corridor, Jiang Mu stopped. He was thinking about a problem, because according to the rules, it would take 20 years for the emperor's heart to be opened, and there were only 17 years left. In this life, Jiang Mu traveled even faster than in his previous life, because it took him 11 years in his previous life. Clearing the second round too quickly is also a problem. Jiang Mu simply sat up against the entrance of the corridor, thinking about whether to go on or find some fun. The cultivator who had been following Jiang Mu and hiding in the backspace decided not to show up when he saw that Jiang Mu had not noticed him. He was still counting on Jiang Mu to lead him through the bronze corridor. After thinking quietly for a while, Jiang Mu finally decided to have some fun. After all, the tail behind him had been following him all the way. So he stood up and sent out a fist beam of light towards a distant space behind him. This was far beyond the quasi-emperor realm. If the fist beam containing the rime of Tao hit the quasi-emperor, it would probably create a hole. The monk hiding in the dark had his eyebrows twitched, and also felt the threatening aura of the fist light. He did not dare to stop at all and used his magical powers to avoid it. In this way, he would be exposed. Senior, spare my life.
The moment the embarrassed figure appeared, the figure hurriedly shouted, fearing that Jiang Mu would attack again. Although Jiang Mu did not move, he was still afraid. Why, you're wearing a fake face. Are you ashamed to show yourself to others? Jiang Mu looked at the young man in front of him with a smile. He was not handsome, but very ordinary and a little dark. This is a disguise made with magical powers, not the real face. The demon cultivator was shocked. He didn't expect that not only would he be discovered by Jiang Mu, but even his disguise would be easily seen through. These are all his specialties. Although he has witnessed Jiang Mu's methods along the way, he is confident that he can do it, but he just needs to work harder. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mu was even more powerful than he expected, so the demon cultivator had to admit defeat. Senior, you're too serious. When you're out there, you have a lot of enemies, so you have to be careful. The demon cultivator laughed awkwardly and revealed his true appearance. Jiang Mu took a look and was stunned again. The peerless geniuses are either extremely handsome or extremely cruel. The demon cultivator in front of him was even better. He was already at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, but he didn't care about his appearance at all. He did some cosmetic treatments, and even looked ugly enough, low-key enough. Jiang Mu commented and then asked, "You are from the true demon realm, what is your name?" Ji Bixing didn't dare to lie now. "My name is Ji Bixing." Knowing that it's necessary to do it. "I've never heard of it. Do you think it's fun to hitchhike?" Jiang Mu chuckled as Ji Bixing waved his hands quickly. No. No. Now it's my turn to enjoy. You go ahead and clear the way for me. If I'm touched by these Dao puppets, my spear will be thirsty for it. Jiang Mu casually took out a blood-red spear from his inner world as Ji Bixing knew the power of this spear. When Jiang Mu came, he used the spear to clear the way and killed one quasi-emperor puppet with one shot. His face looked a little ugly. Isn't this embarrassing? His eyes were wandering as he was thinking of a solution. No? Jiang Mu's aura rushed straight to Ji Bixing's face, shocking him and causing him to kowtow repeatedly. I'll do it. The aura was too strong, forcing Ji Bixing to compromise. He has been in the true demon realm for 2,000 years and has reached the highest level. It's not that he has not killed peak-level quasi-emperor monks from holy places and major sects, but none of them has given him this kind of oppressive feeling. He was very depressed. Which family of cultivator was Jiang Mu from? Why was he so ridiculously strong? Was he still at the quasi-emperor level? Originally he wanted to use Jiang Mu and then kill him, but now he realized that Jiang Mu didn't use his full strength on the way here. Now it seems that it is good enough to be able to live with compromise, fighting for destiny? You'll lose your life, however. Although he was extremely reluctant to lead the way in the front, Ji Bixing had not given up the idea of killing Jiang Mu. He knew that the reason why he could rise from an ordinary little cultivator to the supreme being in the world was not because of luck, but because of strength. 21. 3 punches shattered your destiny dream, but I give you a chance. 13 years passed. Among the other ancient roads, the one who made the fastest progress was the genius prince from the dragon clan. He manifested his true dragon body, which was arguably the most powerful weapon in the world. No one could stop him wherever he went. But we have just entered the bronze corridor. The other geniuses were a little behind, but not too much, basically one in front and one behind. These geniuses who had gained fame through fighting outside and had the greatest hope of becoming emperors had all made an agreement and each chose an ancient path to walk alone. In this way, the best ending is to pass the ancient road and meet in the battle for the Tianqin seal. If even such an arrangement cannot pass the ancient road trial, then it can only be said that it is unworthy of its reputation. However, not all top geniuses have smooth sailing. Some have fallen or retreated. On every ancient road, only a handful of monks can finally reach the bronze corridor. At the same time, on the ancient road where Jiang Mu was, he and Ji Bixing were already waiting in the last bronze ancient palace as Ji Bixing sat cross-legged on the ground in meditation. He was not afraid of being attacked by Jiang Mu at all and felt very at ease, but he was exhausted physically and mentally, and wanted to sigh to the sky. Do you know how he spent the past 10 years? Because he led Jiang Mu in the front, it took him 10 years to walk the short 10-mile corridor. In fact, according to Ji Bixing's ability, it can be completed in 3 years. But he also had to ensure that Jiang Mu was not touched by these Dao puppets, and he had to consider Jiang Mu at all times. If he fought with the Dao puppets for a long time, it would cause delays. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. Also, because he had been fighting with these Dao puppets for many years, he gained great opportunities and benefits, and his Taoism improved. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Jiang Mu admired him very much and promised to give him a fair chance to compete for the qualification of destiny. Ji Bixing had complicated feelings about this. He felt that he still couldn't beat Jiang Mu, but he was unwilling to give up this hard-earned opportunity. This is the closest I've ever been to destiny. Jiang Mu carefully observed the runes engraved on the wall of the Qingtong ancient temple. This bronze corridor should be integrated with the ancient temple. Although he had studied it in his previous life, he didn't understand it at all. First of all, I don't know what era this rune is from, and I can't understand it at all. Secondly, once you leave this place, your memory of the runes will automatically become blurred, as if affected by some great power. Even if the engraving is preserved, it will disappear for some reason. In this life, Jiang Mu tried his best to remember some runes in his brain and study them when he had time. However, Jiang Mu did not hold out much hope. After all, this was the emperor's pass, and the realm was too high for him. In this way, another 6 years passed, and many monks came to the bronze corridor one after another, but only 3 passed in the end. The others were covered in blood in the corridor and became members of the great Tao puppets. With only 1 year left, if nothing unexpected happens, the destined person for this ancient road will be one of Jiang Mu, Ji Bixing, and the other 3. Ji Bixing's face looked a little ugly. He was hoping there would be more contenders so that he could take advantage of the situation. The emperor's heart question is about to begin, and the monks in the ancient bronze temple have to engage in a fight to make the final clearance. Every ancient road can only have one destined one. When the time comes, those who remain in the ancient bronze temple will ask the emperor's will at the same time, and then it will be a competition of who passes faster. Therefore, the geniuses who have passed the ancient road trials in the past generations will not allow anyone else to be in the ancient bronze palace except themselves. A fight is necessary, but it does not necessarily mean a fight to the death. You can also choose to give up and leave early, but among all the races in the world, how many can reach this point, and who is willing to give up? Everyone believes that they are no worse than others. This is a moment worth risking your life. It's almost time. One day, Jiang Mu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He estimated that the other ancient paths were already in a killing frenzy, and it was time to take action. Jiang Mu glanced at the people sitting in the ancient hall and waved to the other 3. You are too weak, leave on your own. Because these 3 geniuses had entered the Imperial Pass earlier, they had no idea that the person in front of them was Jiang Mu. So they looked at each other and someone snorted, "What a big tone. Although you came in earlier than us, it doesn't mean you are better than us. It's a joke to expect us to give up the fight for destiny with just a few words. Stop talking nonsense. My imperial clan, the Wang family, is not a waste. What's the harm in death? Since this person is so arrogant, fellow Taoists, how about we let him get out first?" The 3 young quasi-emperors reached an agreement, as if they could somehow sense the danger posed by Jiang Mu. Kill Jiang Mu first, then kill Ji Bixing, and finally the 3 will compete. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them went berserk, displaying their respective magical powers and charging towards Jiang Mu without holding back. Well, Jiang Mu sighed lightly. This was not even the final step in the battle for the emperor, but it was already so tempting. The cultivators in the world are almost obsessed with the uniqueness of the world. Then you can't blame him for fighting back. Jiang Mu's eyes were tinged with gray. He threw a punch, running through the timeline of this space and returning to the previous moment. 3 supreme punches shattered the laws of the 3 young quasi-emperors through the air. After 3 plops, the 3 young quasi-emperors vomited blood and fainted. Jiang Mu waved his sleeves and threw the 3 people directly out of the dark exit of the ancient bronze temple. What kind of magical power is this? It was too weird. Seeing this scene, Ji Bixing's scalp tingled and he couldn't help swallowing. Okay, it's just the 2 of us now. How do you want to fight? Jiang Mu turned around, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Ji Bixing with a smile. Beat, how can you fight if you can't even see how to attack? These are 3 peak-level quasi-emperors, and they fell asleep with just 3 punches like beating a child. At this moment, Ji Bixing felt like he had eaten 1,000 pounds of dog shit, and his heart was filled with uneasiness. He once again clearly saw the gap between himself and Jiang Mu. Alas, I give up. Ji Bixing hesitated. Although he also longed for the throne of the emperor, he knew that fighting with Jiang Mu was like a gnat trying to shake a tree. Jiang Mu was too mysterious. Finally, Ji Bixing sighed. In the face of absolute power, any trick seems laughable. He knew that he had bad luck and had encountered an unparalleled monster, so he could only follow the example of his ancestors and call himself a god. But why had he never heard of such a monster like Jiang Mu? Senior, what is your name and where are you from? So Ji Bixing couldn't help but ask. He wanted to see who he met. You will find out, but not now. Jiang Mu walked over and sat next to Ji Bixing. His divine consciousness inadvertently guided Ji Bixing to speak his true feelings. But now, we can talk about our ideals, ideal?
Ji Bixing was stunned, not knowing why Jiang Mu said that, but for some reason, a trace of grief and indignation rose in his heart, and he said, "Of course, my ideal is to achieve enlightenment and become an emperor."
Then what? Then, revenge. Kill.
Kill all the Forbidden Zone masters in the world.
They all deserve to die.
At this point, Ji Bixing, who was expressing his true feelings, suddenly felt something in his heart.
How could he, a big devil, tell the truth in front of Jiang Mu? No, 9 out of 10 times it's wrong. Looking up at Jiang Mu again, Ji Bixing couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
In such a short time, he had already mastered Jiang Mu's teachings. He looked at Jiang Mu with a puzzled look. With the senior here, I can even go over the ancient road.
Isn't this just a daydream?
Jiang Mu did not answer this question, but withdrew his divine consciousness and said, "You are quite capable.
You actually discovered my tricks. But don't worry. I have no ill will towards you. I just want to give you a fair chance to seek the Emperor's heart together. Whoever succeeds will own it." Xibixing was even more puzzled. Why?
Jiang Mu said calmly, "Whether it's a demon or a devil, this world needs an emperor who dares to wage war on the Forbidden Zone."
Can you tell me why you are so persistent? Do you hate them too?
Of course, one of my old friends died at their hands. 22. Pure hatred, the most suitable candidate for the emperor. Actually, I wasn't born and raised in the true demon realm.
I was born in a small star region.
My hometown elders may not have even heard of me. Under Jiang Mu's guidance, Ji Bixing revealed his life experience and why he hated the ruler of the restricted area so much. As a quasi-emperor of the true demon realm, he had gone through brutal battles all the way to reach his current realm, so naturally he had intelligence. Although he had not spent much time with Jiang Mu, he could see that Jiang Mu was not a bloodthirsty person and had a good heart. Take the 3 geniuses of all races mentioned above for example.
Jiang Mu could have easily killed them, but he didn't. He just sent them out of the ancient bronze palace. If Xibixing had to face it alone, he would have been doomed the moment those 3 decided to take action. The struggle for the great Tao has always been like this. Anyone who stands in his way is an enemy. Therefore, Xibixing felt that Jiang Mu was a little special and suspected that he was not a person of this era. Besides, if Jiang Mu wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. Why would he bother talking so much nonsense with him? After some thought, Ji Bixing decided to cherish this opportunity to ask the emperor's heart. What if he is really faster than Jiang Mu? In this way, he is only 1 step away from becoming the emperor. Therefore, Ji Bixing did not choose to lie. Compared with other dazzling geniuses in this world, his background story is actually very mediocre. Exchanging this mediocre story for a chance to become an emperor is also a very good choice. Under Ji Bixing's narration, the story of the rise of a great devil is told more than 3,000 years ago. He was a direct descendant cultivator of a family in an inconspicuous star field among the countless starfields in the sky. Although that star field was not well known and had only produced 1 saint-level cultivator in recorded history, Ji Bixing's family had managed that star field very well, and his life was full of happiness. If nothing unexpected happens, he will marry, have children, and become the head of the family. Unfortunately, when he was over 1,000 years old and out for training and travel, a terrifying figure descended upon that star field, and in the blink of an eye, he turned countless life stars into blood food, wiping out the life force of the entire star field. Xibixing was still very weak at that time. When he learned the news and returned to his hometown, what he saw was a fragmented starfield. His hometown was gone, and his relatives, family, lover, and friends had no trace of ever existing in this world. Such a huge blow was a huge blow to the young master of the family who had not experienced many hardships. He was so angry that he almost died several times. Later he learned that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone had been born, and his hometown had become the blood food for his survival. Although the supreme beings in the star fields of the heavens united to trap and kill him, the Forbidden Zone master who destroyed his hometown did not die, but escaped back to the Forbidden Zone. From then on, he knew that he would live for revenge, and anyone who stood in his way of becoming stronger was an enemy. But Xibixing also knows that only by becoming the only one in the world can he realize his ambition, so he entered the true demon realm. It was rumored that the true demon realm was the cruelest place for fighting in the world, and there were many methods of cultivation there at any cost. Along the way, he was cautious and treaded on thin ice. Although he had achieved great success in the way of magic, he rarely appeared in the world, but had a certain reputation in the real demon world. After telling the story, after years of baptism, although Ji Bixing's breathing was calm, one could still feel the anger in his eyes.
Originally, if I had the chance to fight, I would have no complaints even if I died on the road. After all, if I can't be the only one in the world, I have no right to seek revenge.
But I didn't expect to meet a senior like me.
I had no power to refute him at all. I can only choose to seal myself and wait for the next great world to fight for another opportunity.
This is the only thing I will do in my life.
Finally, it seems that he was speaking from the heart, and he couldn't help but express his true feelings.
I am sorry for your loss.
Well, your life story is indeed quite tragic.
I understand that feeling of powerlessness.
Just like my old friend, he lost almost everything, including himself.
I collected his body.
Jiang Mu sighed and consoled him, "If I can't become an emperor, I hope that this world will produce a great emperor who dares to conquer the forbidden areas. Someone like you, who has fallen into the devil's way because of obsession, is the most suitable person." Shi Bixing embarked on a different path of cultivation because of his pure hatred for the master of the restricted area.
This is his way.
When the day comes when he can prove his way and become an emperor, this path will be infinitely magnified, just like Yan Lingyun. Although he became an emperor, he did not become an emperor because he was the best in the world, but simply because Jiang Mu was abandoned by the Tao, so he was chosen as the second. Therefore, Yan Lingyun has been using practical actions throughout his life to prove that he is no less capable than others and that he is worthy of the title of the great emperor. Alas, senior, please accept my condolences. Shi Bixing also comforted Jiang Mu in return, and at this moment they actually felt a sense of sympathy. However, Shi Bixing was also somewhat shocked by Jiang Mu's words, because from Jiang Mu's tone, he knew that there was a high possibility that he could become an emperor. He also seems to think that even if Jiang Mu doesn't become emperor himself, he will become emperor because he knows it.
Where does this confidence come from? I've given you a chance.
I hope you have the luck. Jiang Mu said finally. After all, according to Jiang Mu's expectation, becoming an emperor is the best choice. If he could become emperor, Jiang Mu would suppress all enemies. However, because of the rejection of fate, he was not sure whether he had this opportunity, so he made a preliminary preparation. This is also the reason why he patiently guided him to act according to his wishes and examined his character and ambitions. If he cannot become an emperor, Jiang Mu hopes that the emperor of this life can suppress the forbidden area and delay the coming of chaos. Jiang Mu had awakened and observed for a period of time other candidates who were expected to become emperors in this life. Although everyone claimed to learn from Yan Lingyun, according to their growth trajectories, it was unlikely that they would be willing to sacrifice their lives to suppress the restricted area. In the end, they may even be unable to resist the temptation to prolong their lives and join the restricted area. Instead of betting on these people becoming emperors, he would rather bet that he would become emperor through his actions and create a cause and effect. In terms of combat effectiveness, Shi Bixing is qualified. In terms of ambition, at least he is the most reliable at the moment. So what if he is a demon cultivator? Fighting evil with evil sometimes has better results. Therefore, Jiang Mu is willing to give Shi Bixing a chance. If Shi Bixing really stands out, it will naturally be his opportunity. If not, it will be his fate. It's just a matter of convenience anyway. Of course, the premise of all this is that Jiang Mu is abandoned by destiny again. He naturally doesn't like being abandoned, but when it comes to matters of the great truth, who can say for sure? While they were thinking about each other, a dull metallic sound came from the ancient bronze temple and an inexplicable aura descended, indicating that the final emperor's heart had begun and no more cultivators would be able to enter. According to experience, the consciousness of the cultivator who participates in asking the emperor's heart will be pulled into a chaotic illusion space and face the projection of a great emperor. So Jiang Mu sat upright, ready to get into the state at any time. Although the projection of the emperor would not be ridiculously strong, among those who have achieved enlightenment and become emperors, who can be considered mediocre, but for Jiang Mu, facing the projection of his old acquaintance Yan Lingyun, even if the other party has the blessing of the great Tao, his chances of winning are too great. Who made Yan Lingyun lose every battle at his hands? Senior, I feel it. Suddenly, Shi Bixing spoke, his tone filled with nervousness and excitement. Then, a ray of brilliant light containing the great Tao fell on him from the ceiling of the ancient bronze temple, and he closed his eyes. 23, 2 starry skies, one for destiny, the other for disaster. Jiang Mu took a deep breath and waited for the light of the avenue to descend. However, all that was waiting was silence. Jiang Mu, nothing happened, he just sat there quietly. Okay, you're not going to act this time, right? Jiang Mu was helpless. This time he couldn't even trigger his destiny and couldn't even pass the first level. It seems that the Tao has indeed abandoned him. Although I was mentally prepared for failure, it was still a bit infuriating to see my joy dashed. Forget it, forget it. If I really achieve enlightenment and become an emperor, wouldn't that mean all my plans for achieving enlightenment in a different way over the years have been in vain? Jiang Mu stood up and looked at Ji Bixing, who was bathed in the light of the avenue, murmuring to himself and comforting himself. I hope you won't let me down. Jiang Mu finally sighed softly. Fortunately, he did not expel Ji Bixing, otherwise this ancient road would probably not be able to give birth to the destined one. However, it is still hard to say whether Xi Bixing can withstand the emperor's heart. Afterwards, Jiang Mu chose to leave the ancient bronze palace. He did not have the destiny certification and could not participate in the next step of the competition for the heavenly heart seal, so he stopped here. And no matter who becomes emperor next, it will have nothing to do with him. After taking a few steps, Jiang Mu left the Diguan Great Wall in a low-key manner. The supreme leaders of all races felt Jiang Mu's breath and looked over, greatly shocked. At this critical moment, Jiang Mu actually came out. Could it be that even he, the once invincible genius, could not defeat the contemporary genius on a certain ancient road? However, someone soon remembered that Jiang Mu had been rejected by Tianming before, so they came forward to talk to him, trying to find out the truth. Fate is unfair, and I have no connection with the Tao. Jiang Mu just sighed softly and then fell back to the star where the Jiang family was, which was puzzling. However, one thing is certain: no matter what the reason, Jiang Mu is no longer a threat to the geniuses of all races in their fight for the throne of this life. This is a good thing for the forces of all races. From what Senior Jiang said, perhaps he still doesn't have the approval of heaven. Alas, what a pity. I'm afraid Senior Jiang won't seal himself anymore. I don't know where Senior Jiang buried Emperor Ling Tian's body. It would be great if we could go and pay our respects there. It is truly lamentable that the second emperor is not recognized by heaven. However, there are still many supreme beings who feel sorry for Jiang Mu. He is obviously extremely talented, but he cannot achieve enlightenment, let alone take the next step. This is really heartbreaking. Out of awe for Jiang Mu, everyone surprisingly did not disturb him, because they knew that even if they wanted to find out where Emperor Ling Tian was buried, it would be impossible. At the same time, all the cultivators of all races in the starry sky around the Imperial Pass Great Wall felt the changes in the Imperial Pass. In the depths, there were several rays of light shooting up into the sky, illuminating the sky. Knowledgeable people understood that it was the light of the Great Tao. The Chosen One is about to appear. This generation's prodigy is still powerful, and within the 20-year deadline, he began to seek the emperor's heart. 1, 2, 3, 7 geniuses are asking about the emperor's mind one after another. 7? Actually, that's pretty good. It's 3 more than in the previous life. I'm afraid the competition in the end will be even more intense. Who can become the great emperor and rule the world? The supreme leaders of the holy places, great sects, immortal gates, divine dynasties, and imperial clans were all excited, hoping that their own geniuses could be recognized by destiny. But there are too many inheritances in the world, and there are only 7 beams of light of the Great Road, and only a small number of geniuses have withdrawn from the Emperor's Pass Great Wall. This means that more geniuses stayed in the Emperor's Pass Ancient Road, and I am afraid they have already fallen asleep. It is really sad. What if you reach the highest point in the world? If you step on the ancient road to the Emperor's Pass, even a quasi-emperor will shed blood. However, just when most people's eyes were on the Imperial Pass Great Wall, the rulers of certain restricted areas began to get restless. Since they chose to be exposed to the world, they naturally spied on the movements of the Imperial Pass Great Wall from a long distance. The great emperor of this world is about to appear, and we can only lie dormant. The young emperor's blood and energy are so strong that even if he reaches the ultimate state, he will be difficult to defeat. It seems that we can only continue to wait. Not all emperors are as stubborn as Emperor Ling Tian in the previous life. Different paths lead to different emperors. Whether it will be a good day or a bad day is not certain. The great emperor's path is different, and his fighting power is also different. He might be a weak great emperor. I can't bear it anymore. I'll have to endure tens of thousands of years in the era of the great emperor. I might as well harvest a wave of lives now. I don't believe the great emperor of this era would dare to go deep into the restricted area.
The restricted area masters whispered and communicated with each other. Although the emperor appeared, they could not control it, but the emperor's character and strength determine whether it is good or bad for them. After all, some great emperors and ancient kings in the tide of history were evil to the core and treated all living beings in the world as playthings. However, many of the restricted area masters have not much time left. If they are not harvested, they will become Taoists on their own without the emperor's intervention. Therefore, they decided to take advantage of the appearance of the Imperial Pass Great Wall to harvest a wave of people while the attention of all races in the world was distracted, and then hide in the restricted area. No matter how powerful the emperor of the time was, he would not dare to go deep into it. They were once invincible, but perhaps their strength was not as strong as before because they cut off their own destiny. However, they also knew the horror of the forbidden area. A forbidden area with dozens of overlords lurking there was not something that any emperor could destroy. It will even the Emperor Ling Tian in the previous life, who exhausted the power of the three emperors, was unable to destroy the Xingyu Sea, allowing one master to survive. One can only be invincible in a one-on-one duel against one or more overlords. But the overlords of the restricted area all cherish their lives, so few are willing to face the emperor head-on. Of course, these restricted area masters only dare to harvest the lives of all races in some border areas, mainly the starfields of the heavens. Although the creatures in the 9 realms and 8 wildernesses are more useful, they also have stronger foundations. It is not worth it to fight for it. Thus, a turmoil arose that plagued half of the starfield in the heavens. More than a dozen overlords took action at the same time, harvesting the lives of the starfields one by one. In a blink of an eye, the stars became dead and silent, and the cave worlds were swallowed up. The aura of the Forbidden Zone overlord was too special and was quickly captured by the supremes of all races. There are actually more than a dozen overlords appearing at the same time. In an instant, this news was spread, and more than a dozen overlords appeared at the same time. Could it be that they wanted to destroy all races? The top forces in the starfields of the heavens were all on high alert, and the supreme beings in the 9 realms and 8 wildernesses were casting a spying look. These overlords were seen stepping into many small star regions, harvesting quickly and killing one living being after another indifferently. In an instant, death, fear, pleading, prayer and despair filled hundreds and thousands of starfields. However, the masters of these restricted areas have never set foot in some large star regions, and are even far away from the 9 realms and 8 wastelands, as if they are deliberately avoiding them. The Supremes instantly understood the intentions of these restricted area masters, which meant that we would just take a few bites and not provoke you, and you should not provoke us. The top holy places, the great clans, the immortal imperial clan and the kingdom of God were all silent, just guarding against the masters of these restricted areas. As long as they did not cross the warning line in their hearts, they did not take any action. The cost of fighting against the master of the restricted area whose time is running out is too high. No top force wants to face the risk of extinction. The starfield in the heavens is too huge, so it seems that it is not impossible to give it a few bites, but countless creatures living in this starfield are in despair, because they can neither wait for salvation nor escape. They cried and shouted the name of Emperor Ling Tian, hoping that the emperor would come to save them again, but once fallen, it is fallen. There is no possibility of resurrection, and no one will respond to the call of all living beings. 24. The Jiangmu escapes. The final battle for the emperor. When this news reached the deep space of the universe and the Great Wall of Emperor Guan, it immediately caused an uproar. Many supreme monks did not expect that these restricted area masters would choose to start a rebellion when a great emperor was about to be born. It seems that they really don't have much time left. If they wait until the emperor comes to the world, it will be even more difficult to prolong their lives. However, those supreme beings who stayed at home did not act rashly, and those who were away from home naturally would not go to stop the master of the restricted area because of a momentary anger. There are dozens of restricted area masters whose time is running out. Moreover, it is very safe to stay around the Imperial Pass Great Wall, and there is no need to worry about the arrival of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. When the great emperor comes to the world, he will seek justice for the dead creatures of all races. However, for a moment, the cultivators of all races were in an uproar, causing a huge disturbance under the starry sky of the Imperial Pass Great Wall. However, on the edge of the Imperial Pass Great Wall, the monks who were in the troubled starfield dominated by the restricted area could not sit still. They just went out to observe this rare grand ceremony, but they didn't expect to lose their home. Although those small starfields may not produce a quasi-emperor for tens of thousands of years, there are still some saints, and even several cultivators in the Great Saint Realm. At this moment, hearing that their hometown was suffering from a devastating disaster and that the world's top forces were standing by and watching them die, they became extremely anxious and angry. Many people even blocked the headquarters of those top forces and begged for support. A saint, blessed with laws, is invincible in small star regions.
A punch of his can explode a star, a strand of his hair can crush the heaven and earth, and he can even transform himself into a small world, giving birth to countless lives. He is praised as the supreme being by countless creatures, but now he is bowing his head in ashes. This is because the world is too big, and the imperial pass and the Great Wall gather too many supreme beings, making the saints seem insignificant. However, most of the supremes were unwilling to respond and pretended not to hear. You have already transcended the ordinary and become saints, and have comprehended a little bit of the Tao.
Don't you know that the ruler of the restricted area is too invincible, let alone dozens of them?
For a restricted area master to crush a quasi-emperor to death is no different from crushing an ant.
Wouldn't it be suicide to go there? I understand your feelings. Please accept my condolences.
When the great emperor is born, he will seek justice for the deceased.
Yes, the masters of the restricted area are not something we can contend with. They were once invincible for an entire era. Only the emperors who were also invincible can rival them.
There is only one example of a quasi-emperor fighting against the Lord of the Forbidden Zone in this world, and that is Senior Jiang Mujiang, who lived in the same era as Emperor Ling Tian.
However, he only survived and was unable to compete with the Lord of the Forbidden Zone.
Some holy places and major sects responded, and the first to speak was the Taishu Holy Land.
They were trying to dissuade these monks. Going back would be tantamount to committing suicide. It is better to live well.
Perhaps you can see the day when the emperor of this life seeks justice for the people. It can only be said that the person who died was not one of theirs, otherwise they would be more anxious than anyone else. However, after hearing this, these cultivators realized that it was impossible to seek protection from the top-level inheritance, so they turned to look for Jiang Mu. After all, Jiang Mu's appearance caused a sensation, and many ancient books did record the story of Jiang Mu's fight with the Emperor of Stealing Saints, so he tried every possible means to cure his illness. Jiang Mu, who was paying attention to the situation outside at the same time, frowned when he saw this and cursed in his heart. These holy places and major sects were simply causing trouble for him. He did survive the fight with the Zone Master, but that was only thanks to a tiny bit of strength and skill. Even if he used the same trick again, it would be fine if he faced a restricted area master alone, but if he faced multiple restricted area masters, he would be beaten to pieces in minutes. After all, he is not the emperor. If he refused, he would lose face, so Jiang Mu decided to run away. Quick, start the starship. Jiang Mu immediately rushed to the cockpit and urged the younger generation of the Jiang family who was driving the starship.
Why? Aren't we going to watch the ceremony, ancestor?
Stop talking nonsense. There are cultivators who treat me like an emperor and send me to my death. Immediately, the starship started and began space jumping. Those star domain monks who arrived a little later could only look at the ship and sigh. Senior Jiang actually ran away. Could it be that this senior who had fought against the Lord of the Forbidden Zone and lived in the same era as Emperor Ling Tian also felt that their hometown was beyond salvation? It's better to rely on yourself than to ask others for help. To watch the people of your hometown die while you yourself live on in this world is unworthy of being a saint. Even if I die, I want to die in my hometown. Suddenly, several great saints resolutely took many monks and rushed to their hometown. Knowing that he was heading for death, he still moved forward courageously. This is truly admirable. Two major events are happening simultaneously in this vast starry sky. On one side, the ruler of the restricted area is slaughtering living beings, and on the other side, the geniuses of the Emperor Guan are competing with each other, and the results are almost out, and all living beings are looking forward to the birth of the Emperor. In the void high above the Emperor's Pass, on the city wall below the Heavenly Heart Seal, gathered 6 people with destiny who had passed the test. They were the 6 people who stood at the pinnacle of the path of cultivation in this era. There were clearly 7 beams of light from the great Tao, but there were only 6 people, which meant that one of them failed in asking the Emperor's heart and died. All the supreme beings can glimpse this final battle to become emperors. The auras of the 6 destiny ones have been restored to their peak by the great Dao. At this moment, the 6 chosen ones were separated from each other by a long distance. There is a prominent dragon cultivator named Ao Koan, who is also the prince of the dragon clan. As expected, the ethereal and beautiful human fairy from the Jiuling Yaoqi Immortal sect also passed the test and became one of the contenders for the throne. Pu Binhong, the holy son of Taishu, Huang Fu Ziming, the pride of the heaven. A strange man from the 8 desolate demon clan, and an ordinary young man whose aura is not obvious, but one can smell the devilish energy if one feels carefully. Some are world-famous geniuses who are indeed as brilliant as expected and have become the chosen ones. However, many geniuses who were praised as emperors also fell on the ancient road. Among these 6 chosen ones,
Two are not well known and few people in the world know them.
However, they made it to the end and became the chosen ones. The struggle for the throne is indeed always full of uncertainty.
Fellow Taoists, how do you plan to decide the outcome?
Pu Binhong, the holy son of Taishu, looked up at the heavenly heart seal that was guarded by thousands of paths, and asked everyone with a smile. It was a very strange spot of light, and even at such a close distance, its shape was completely invisible. Perhaps the Tao is invisible, the beautiful fairy Ji Yufeng spoke softly, her voice ethereal. According to records, the previous emperor's competition was a fair one-on-one competition. So, why don't we follow the example of our ancestors and compete for first place, while also preserving our lives?
What do you think? Fellow Taoist Ji, what you said makes sense. I agree.
Pu Binhong immediately responded and sent Ji Yufeng a pair of affectionate eyes, but was ignored by Ji Yufeng.
Who doesn't know that the final battle in the previous life involved only two people, both of whom were human?
Since it is destiny, only by shedding blood, by witnessing life and death, can we prove that we are the people's choice. Killing each other is the most satisfying thing. In this lifetime, my dragon clan is determined to become an emperor.
The eyes of Ao Kuan, the prince of the dragon clan, emitted golden light, and the terrifying Taoism was spreading.
I agree with this fellow Taoist. Only blood and death can give birth to the strongest emperor.
The demon cultivator agreed. I agree.
After thinking for a while, Ji Bixing spoke lightly. He was best at this kind of fighting. In the end, only Huangfu Ziming from the heaven had not expressed his opinion, and everyone looked at him. Huangfu Ziming put one hand behind his back, facing the gaze of everyone.
A vague and strange giant shadow appeared behind him.
It was an ancient divine weapon wearing armor and holding a giant sword, exuding a heavy and long-lasting aura of hesitation.
So what are you waiting for?
The next moment, he moved, the magical weapon behind him enveloped everyone, and the giant sword slashed down.
25. Slay the dragon and destroy the sky. Prove my devilish way. The final battle of destiny was extremely brutal. Although there were only 6 people, all 6 of them passed the test of the emperor's heart and their strength had improved compared to before. The Taoism of Huangfu Ziming, the genius of the heavenly realm, is tainted with the aura of antiquity, and all kinds of strange phenomena occur frequently, which is very terrifying. The dragon prince Ao Kuan revealed his true form as a giant dragon. He wanted to prove his truth with his physical body and was equally powerful. Pu Binhong, the holy son of Taishu who was given high hopes, held the holy sword in his hand. The sharp murderous sword intent illuminated the 9 heavens. He had already reached the level of being a god and was very amazing. He was on a path of proving his truth through the sword. As the sword path is known for its killing, this path is extremely difficult and there are very few sword masters in the world. However, once he attains the throne, his combat power is inherently much stronger than that of other emperors. The other 3 looked much weaker, and even the young man who was filled with demonic energy did not have any strange signs with him, showing his mediocrity. But in the repeated killings, he remained undefeated and was not eliminated for a long time. This battle lasted for a long time, with all kinds of terrifying visions hanging in the air, making all the creatures of the myriad races more and more nervous. They did not depend on the strength of a certain destiny person to determine success or failure. Before they began to overcome the calamity of becoming an emperor, everything was possible. Who will be the emperor in this life? The 6 destiny ones were fighting while approaching the heavenly heart seal, but they were also blocking each other and killing each other. No one could get close to the heavenly heart seal at all. Finally, a destined person began to shed blood in the starry sky. He was a genius from the demon clan. In the melee, his demon body was beaten to pieces. He was ambushed by the demon genius, who took out a small black tower and put it into it with a flash of black light. Screams were heard, and he finally died. The demon cultivator deserves to die. If this person were to become a great emperor, would there still be hope for all races in the world? I'm afraid he would be in existence even more terrifying than the ruler of the restricted area. Such dirty tricks, could this be a genius from the true demon realm? It's true that the environment you live in will cultivate the kind of cultivators you will encounter. Many supreme beings who were watching the battle for the throne started cursing, especially the demon supreme beings, who looked even more distraught when they discovered that their own genius was in such a miserable state. On the contrary, the supreme monks in the true demon realm looked gloating. They thought that no demon monk would be able to compete for the throne this time. If they could really create a demon emperor, then from then on, their real demon realm, which was despised by the world and regarded as a garbage dump in the world of immortal cultivation, would be able to hold their heads high and stand up. Deep in the Imperial Pass, the fighting was still going on, but because Ji Bixing had killed a Destiny person in a sneak attack, the remaining people were on guard and gave him special attention. At this moment, when everyone is competing in hard power, you actually launched a sneak attack. It can be said that he was beaten badly, with blood splattered all over the body. He fell far away and no longer fought back, as if he was dead. Some supreme monks shouted happily. Even if someone became an emperor by relying on dirty means, he would probably be criticized for the rest of his life. Ha! Are you pretending to be dead already? Jiang Mu, who had already run a long way, was still watching the battle for the throne with his powerful divine sense. When he saw what Ji Bixing did, after being surrounded and pretending to be dead, his eyes turned black. It was obvious that Ji Bixing's ability to pretend to be dead was quite strong. The other people with Destiny did not notice it and continued to fight among themselves. I guess only creatures at Jiang Mu's level can see through it, but apart from those who rule the restricted areas, how many other people are there in the world? Moreover, Jiang Mu had seen Ji Bixing's strength and knew that he would be injured, but he would definitely not die in battle so easily. However, the other geniuses also killed fiercely and their strength was comparable. In this life, who will eventually become the emperor? When Fairy Ji Yufeng of the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect was defeated and was about to be beheaded by Huangfu Ziming from the heaven, Pu Binhong stepped in and saved Ji Yufeng, but Pu Binhong was already being strangled by the giant dragon body of Ao Kuan, the dragon prince. Under the double attack, the holy sword in his hand was also blown away, and the sword intent and law were shattered by the strange phenomenon, and Ji Yufeng was sent flying backwards with him. My two fellow Taoists, the destiny is yours. We admit defeat. Without caring about his injuries, Pu Binhong hugged Ji Yufeng, shouted, and quickly moved away from the battlefield, and the destiny induction automatically disengaged. In this way, there is only a fight between the two of them. Oh! How foolish! Who taught this holy son? The great path is right before our eyes, yet we give it up for the sake of love. How pathetic! My grandma's legs, I've been self-proclaimed for many years, am I out of date? Is this still a battle for the emperor? Upon seeing this scene, the supreme monks of Taishu Holy Land started cursing, angry at their lack of fighting spirit. The supreme leaders of other races were also discussing this. In fact, according to Pu Binhong's strength, he was qualified to compete for the final throne. Unexpectedly, he did such a reckless act in order to prevent Ji Yufeng from dying. Such behavior is simply that of a fool. Alas, that's not right. Fairy Ji is the most beautiful woman in the world, and Saint Taishu has known her since childhood. If it were you or me, could we pass this test? The battle for the emperor seems to be coming to an end. Ao Kuan and Huangfu Ziming stopped killing at the same time and looked at each other with indescribable excitement in their eyes. One of them will become the great emperor of the world. Just when the two were fighting fiercely and about to decide the outcome, a figure suddenly rushed out from below. In front of him was a 9-story black tower surrounded by black air, and behind him was a black half-moon that was as dark as ink and looked strange. A faint scarlet light seeped out of the edges, and an inexplicable outline flowed inside. Slay the dragon and destroy the sky, and prove my devilish path. Ji Bixing's bloodshot eyes were filled with determination. His lifelong pursuit was right in front of him, and it was worth his lifelong fight. Boom! An even more violent battle broke out. Ji Bixing fought against two enemies alone, shattered the magical weapons and visions, scraped off the golden scales of the real dragon, and the devilish flames and murderous intent were so overwhelming that it seemed that even Tianqin Seal had some insights. Ao Kuan and Huangfu Ziming became weaker and weaker as the battle went on, while Ji Bixing became stronger and stronger. The half-moon phenomenon behind him seemed to be able to swallow everything and became increasingly huge. How is that possible? Half of Ao Kuan's body was shattered by the Black Tower, and all the fragments of his flesh were swallowed up. Finally, Ji Bixing bent the dragon's horns and cut off the huge dragon's head. You are a demon, how can you become an emperor? Huangfu Ziming's vision was shattered, and he was knocked down on the Great Wall of Diguan. His Taoist spirit was almost wiped out, and his blood was drained. He looked at Ji Bixing, who was getting closer and closer to the Tianqin Seal in the sky, and unwillingly turned into a Taoist. Ji Bixing reached out his hand like a madman and touched the heavenly heart seal. The heavenly heart seal seemed to sense something and hovered above his head, lowering thousands of laws. In an instant, Ji Bixing recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak form. At the same time, the aura of the great Tao began to change. Terrifying thunderclouds gathered,
and various divine thunders were agitated in them, covering the emperor's great wall. This piece of starry sky would become the site of the emperor's thunder tribulation. I didn't expect that he would be the only one in the end. This person is too cunning. How can he gain the approval of the great Tao with such a trick? This boy is unknown, but he is truly terrifying. He actually killed 2 people with destiny. A demon emperor is about to be born. What kind of thing did the true demon realm cultivate? The devil's nature is to kill indiscriminately, treating human life as worthless. If he becomes one with the ruler of the restricted area, wouldn't that be the end of all living beings? I hope he gets struck to death in the lightning tribulation. Not necessarily. The true demon realm is still one of the 9 realms. Although its nature is a bit evil, it is still one of our own. Even if the demon emperor is cruel, he is still better than the lord of the forbidden zone. Yes, it's just that the demons are rampant, and we have to keep our heads down and behave ourselves. The thing that the supreme beings of all races least wanted happened. It seemed that a remarkable figure had appeared in the real demon realm, but the real demon world is a garbage dump in the world of immortal cultivation, filled with cultivators of all races and all kinds of things. What kind of upright people can it cultivate? But it just so happens that in this life, there is a demon cultivator who has attained enlightenment. He only needs to survive the thunder tribulation to become the emperor of the world and be blessed with all the laws of the universe. 26. Alternative way to achieve enlightenment and achieve domineering body. The battle for the emperor is indeed always full of drama. Until the last moment, it is not even certain which one will be able to achieve enlightenment. Many top forces and supreme leaders of ancient traditions sighed and felt as if the sky had fallen. They thought they should close the world immediately after returning. If the emperor is cruel, life will be really difficult, and many inheritances that have offended the true demon realm will inevitably be cut off. For a moment, all living beings were staying away from this starfield, and they didn't even want to watch the ceremony, for fear of being cheated. Only those supreme beings in the true demon realm who have committed countless evil deeds are cheering and waiting for the moment when Xibixing will become the emperor. However, although most people are not optimistic about the idea of knowing and doing, it is better to have a great emperor in the world than not to have one. Take the ruler of the forbidden area who is slaughtering thousands of starry sky as an example. If the emperor were here, how would they dare to do that? But, as I said before, every emperor is unique, with his own style of doing things, his own strategy, vision, and pattern. No one knows what kind of emperor he would be if Xibixing really survived the thunder tribulation in the Endi and the thunderclouds. Various kinds of divine thunder were brewing, and even huge strange visions were flashing in it, as if the great Tao had transformed into a soldier, examining him, feeling that terrifying aura. Even Xibixing felt a great sense of crisis, and he even doubted whether he could survive. But in the end, he took a deep breath. The 9-story black tower floated above his head, and the waning moon floated behind him, constantly drawing strength from the Tianqin seal and gradually merging them. His aura was rising rapidly, far surpassing that of a quasi-emperor. Boom! The first thunderbolt descended, emitting an extreme light that seemed to illuminate the entire universe. Immediately afterwards, there was a crackling thunder. The sound was huge, the light was dazzling, and Xibixing could no longer be seen. The emperor's thunder tribulation contained the power of the great Tao and was so terrifying that it was also observed by many creatures of all races. The thunder tribulation was so powerful that it seemed to kill Xibixing. Everyone wanted to see whether Xibixing, the demon cultivator, could gain the recognition of heaven and earth. The rulers of the chaotic starfields felt this terrifying thunder tribulation, stopped eating blood, and fled to their own restricted areas. More masters of the restricted area cast prying glances. They felt that this was a demon proving his truth, and they all smiled thoughtfully. This type of emperor is the easiest to associate with. Many restricted area masters are already looking forward to making friends with Xibixing and enjoying blood food without any worries. Is Xibixing's thunder tribulation so strong? At the same time, Jiang Mu, who felt that Xibixing was going through the tribulation, was very surprised. Every emperor is different, so the thunder tribulations naturally vary as well. As an existence beyond the quasi-emperor, Jiang Mu felt more than the supreme beings of all races. Perhaps it was because he knew that he had to practice magic to attain enlightenment, and the cause and effect he bore was heavier, so the thunder tribulation was naturally stronger. However, if he can make it through, his strength will definitely be stronger than Yan Lingyun. Jiang Mu couldn't help but smile. It seemed that he had made the right bet. With his determination to act according to his knowledge, he could at least keep the world at peace for a long time. Of course, this is not to say that Jiang Mu cares about the people. Although he is not a bad person, he is not a completely good person either. He just likes to do things that are in line with his heart. Moreover, if there is chaos in the world, it will also affect his life and the path to immortality and strength. Once Xibixing becomes the Empress, he will naturally find out who I am and know my true strength. In this way, I can find a place to overcome the tribulation. Even if Xibixing changes in the future, I will be able to respond. At least I won't die. After sailing for a distance in the universe and the stars, Jiang Mu bid farewell to the younger generations of the Jiang family and went alone to find a place suitable for overcoming the tribulation. His tribulation is different from the great emperor's tribulation. It is an alternative way to achieve enlightenment and is not recognized by the great Tao. Therefore, it will only compete for him alone. His aura will not spread throughout the world and let all the Taos feel it. As long as the protective measures are well done and a certain space is blocked, naturally no one will know that he is undergoing tribulation. Even if the aura leaks out, it will not drift too far and be known by those supreme beings or even the masters of the restricted area. After all, the starry sky is too big and the nameless land is too vast, so not all places can be explored. Jiang Mu headed straight for the remote star field, crossing the space at an extremely fast speed until he found a remote star field. There was very little spiritual energy here, and the environment was too extreme, so there were almost no stars that gave birth to life. So, he began to deploy the various large formations he had accumulated over the years, including protective, concealing, and isolating ones. In short, all those that could be used were deployed. Then he put on the lightning-proof robe, and the energy and blood of the Tsong Tianbati began to surge and began to break through a certain critical value. The heaven and earth sensed something, and a thundercloud gathered and brewed above Jiang Mu's head, and a strange image of a mythical beast emerged. This thunder tribulation is also very terrifying, but its size and range are much smaller. Bring it on! Jiang Mu's eyes were sharp, his aura reached its peak, and he began to prepare for the baptism of thunder. Of course, this was just foreplay. With the help of the lightning-proof robe, Jiang Mu passed through it unscathed until the visions of divine beasts came. These visions seemed to be the embodiment of the will of the great Tao, with such great power that it seemed as if they would not allow the hegemony to reach perfection. There are 6 kinds of mythical beasts, namely the real dragon, unicorn, phoenix, black tortoise, white tiger, and taotai. If you can endure the strange phenomena created by these 6 great ways, you will be able to survive this disaster. In addition, the bloodline will awaken, and 6 divine forms will be obtained, giving the sky tyrant body the supreme killing power. Purple thunder and visions of mythical beasts came towards Jiang Mu together. Jiang Mu did not take out his weapon, but punched against these thunder visions. The overlord body of heaven relies on its physical body to achieve enlightenment. Its physical body is unparalleled, and it dominates the heaven and earth. It was born for battle, so naturally it is necessary to temper its physical body. Endless light engulfed him. Amidst the endless thunder and strange visions, all of Jiang Mu's clothes fell off, leaving only a layer of tattered lightning-proof clothing. Immediately afterwards, his body was annihilated, purple blood and energy scattered, revealing his eerie skeleton, but it was quickly filled up again by the stimulated qi and blood. Jiang Mu kept fighting against the strange visions. He didn't know how many punches he had thrown, how much blood and energy he had lost, and how many times he had exhausted himself, until the divine form of fist intent appeared in his fist intent, and his physique began to transform, and he was gradually able to shatter some strange visions. His purple energy and blood almost condensed into substance, rushing into the sky, and his bloodline completely transformed and sublimated. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Mu swung out a punch, and the true dragon fist shattered the last thundercloud, and the thunder tribulation completely dissipated. The great Tao will not easily allow others to achieve enlightenment. A domineering aura as majestic as the power of an emperor briefly emanated from Jiang Mu, but he quickly restrained it. Fortunately, he has the endless source of life. The heavenly tyrant body is fully developed. Apart from not knowing the Taoism of the great emperor, his physical strength is comparable to that of the great emperor, exuding a unique Taoist aura and an invincible aura that looks down on the world. People who don't know the truth may mistake him for a real great emperor. Good news, Song Tianbati possesses extremely strong combat intuition. He can perform instinctive killing moves without practicing advanced secret techniques, and combined with the 6 kinds of divine and physical boxing, he is unmatched in close combat. Bad news, it consumes a huge amount of energy and blood. As expected of a saint body that can challenge the great emperor, I feel incredibly powerful now. Jiang Mu lowered his head and clenched his fist, feeling the flow of the original power of the Tsong Tianbati bloodline. Moreover, as long as Jiang Mu does not fight with others and does not reveal his aura, with his powerful body, who can spy on him? After all, he is only slightly weaker than the emperor. 27. In the name of the realm, the true demon emperor, although he has achieved great success, Jiang Mu still keeps a low profile. After all, time is long, and there are too many secrets in this world. It is possible that there is a person more powerful than the emperor hiding somewhere. Therefore, Jiang Mu no longer stayed in this starry sky for too long. Although he had made many arrangements, it was inevitable that his breath would be captured by certain beings. Jiang Mu put away the tattered lightning-proof clothes and changed into clean clothes, thinking that he could continue to mend them and use them. Then, he took a few steps and crossed an unknown amount of starry sky. Fortunately, I still managed to survive the disaster before Xibixing. Feeling the breath of thunder and lightning still circling in the starry sky of the universe, with no signs of dissipating, Xibixing has not died in the thunder and lightning yet. I wish him success. He could only rely on himself to overcome the tribulation. Jiang Mu's current strength couldn't help him at all, so he turned around and returned to his own little world on the edge of the red dust realm. All eyes in the world are also focused on the great calamity of Xibixing. I don't know how long it took, but with the last thunder, the thundercloud suddenly exploded and dissipated along with the Diguan Great Wall. The rules of the avenue have changed. A mighty aura began to sweep across the heaven and earth crazily. It was the aura from the great emperor, or the aura of Tao Dai. In the deep space of the universe, a majestic figure emerged. He stood there, the void behind him twisted strangely, and an inky black hole slowly emerged, like the open pupil of an ancient giant beast. The edge of the black hole was glowing with a scarlet glow, and countless broken stars and the remnants of civilization were floating in it. From time to time, shrill wails and desperate roars could be heard. A heart-pounding devouring force spread out from the black hole. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed and turned into powder. Myriad Daos once again rose and fell under Xibixing's feet, and his Dao suppressed all Daos in the world. The immortals in the star fields of the heavens, the 9 realms and the 8 wildernesses once again felt the breath of the emperor, who was even more fierce and domineering than the emperor in the previous life, making people feel genuine fear from the bottom of their hearts. Suddenly, Xibixing began to restrain his own aura, his breath was restrained, and his imperial power began to dissipate in the deep space of the universe. His gaze began to penetrate time and space, as if he wanted to see the whole world. So this is the great emperor, the only one in the world. Xibixing murmured, and the next moment all the cultivators from the true demon realm in this star field came forward and knelt down to pay homage to Xibixing, very pious. Go back. Xibixing waved his hand and led a group of cultivators from the true demon realm back to the true demon realm. He never came out again, and not even a trace of his imperial power leaked out. Although no one knows what Xibixing wants to do, all the races in the world know that he is a demon emperor. All races were submissive and the world remained silent for 1,000 years. No cultivator dared to enter the true demon realm to investigate the situation, because the true demon realm seemed to be blocked by Xibixing. What is he doing in there? This is everyone's question. However, the appearance of the new emperor, although he did nothing, did intimidate the masters of the restricted area, and none of them showed up until one day, the majestic imperial power was heard again in the true demon realm, and many true demon realm cultivators rushed out and dispersed in all directions. The true demon emperor has issued an order, and all races must obey. At the same time, many different voices, but all carrying the aura of the Tao, resounded throughout the universe, the starry sky, the 4 directions of heaven and earth, and even came to visit. These cultivators are envoys sent by the true demon emperor, who have designated certain large clans and top forces to pay homage, and they must bring enough treasures that are proportional to their own background. The true demon emperor, using the realm as his name, is so arrogant, the supreme beings of all races were surprised, as this would bring about great consequences. Moreover, it has always been the new emperor who toured the world, but when it comes to the true demon emperor, all races come to pay homage to him. However, it is true that when Emperor Ling Tian became emperor in the previous life, there were creatures coming to pay homage to him without saying much, but when Xibixing became emperor, not many creatures came to pay homage to him. This is actually the reason why knowing must be done. The devil becomes an emperor, and he comes from the real demon world. Which creature would not be afraid? Even the supreme monks were afraid and dared not come to pay homage. Therefore, after hearing this news, many creatures felt a little dissatisfied with the true demon emperor, thinking that he did not seem to have the vision in mind that an emperor should have. He had just become emperor, but he already showed greed. Although most people in history accepted benefits, they never asked for them openly. The main point of all races is to give face. I can give gifts, but I can't rob them. For the true demon emperor, this is no different from robbery, but the true demon emperor has issued an order, and all races have to obey. It is okay to spend money to avoid disaster, but if you anger him, it will be terrible to have your inheritance and Taoism destroyed. Therefore, following the emperor's order, countless ethnic groups and forces began to pay homage with rare treasures in the world. The Jiang family, the imperial clan of the Red Dust Realm, also received the envoy, but the envoy also followed the Jiang family's oral instructions and requirements, just like other forces.
What is Xibixing up to? Is he addicted to the supreme power that comes with strength and wants to enjoy it?
Jiang Mu was sure that Xibixing must have known his true identity, but he was a little confused about Xibixing and didn't know what the intentions of this true demon emperor were. However, it had only been 500 years since Xibixing became emperor. Compared with his long lifespan, he had just become emperor. Jiang Mu didn't believe that he would fall so quickly since the other party did not force him to go over. Jiang Mu simply stayed away from public view and continued to study how to become stronger, striving to be able to protect himself when the world changes drastically. His realm was not enough in the past, but as Jiang Mu's domineering body became more mature, he felt more and more the extraordinariness of certain forbidden areas. These forbidden areas had no names and no masters had ever appeared, but they were incompatible with this world, and there seemed to be great terror in them. 28. Isn't the Demon Emperor the Great Emperor? The true demon realm is the smallest of the 9 realms and has the shortest history of existence. At the same time, the cultivators inside are not tolerated by the outside world, or they have hidden there because of some disaster. They do not have any ancient heritage, the place is small, the races are mixed, they are unreasonable and unscrupulous, which has led to the fact that no emperor has ever appeared. However, the true demon realm is not completely useless. The cultivators who come out of it may not have high qualifications, but they are all very good at killing. This may be the only benefit of chaos. It's just surprising that in this world there is a true demon emperor, who is very arrogant and wants all races to bring valuable gifts to pay homage to him. Many top forces did not say it on the surface, but they were extremely unhappy in their hearts. But the emperor possesses supreme power. Even an emperor in his twilight years cannot contend with him, let alone a young emperor who has just become an emperor and is full of vigor and vitality. The supreme beings of all races only hope that this true demon emperor can be a little bit worse, a little bit greedy, but it will be fine as long as he does not collude with the ruler of the restricted area. This is their only desire for the true demon emperor. There are even many old immortals who claim to be saints and sages who want to persuade the true demon emperor during the worship to not lose his original intention. As a result, the entire true demon realm became lively, and the momentum of the homage from all races was indeed huge, with leaders from all the major clans coming. Among them, Pu Binhong of the Taishu Holy Land and Ji Yufeng of the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect, who had participated in the battle for destiny, both represented their respective forces to pay homage to the contemporary emperor. Moreover, those star regions that had been ravaged by a dozen or so forbidden zone masters, and the creatures that survived for various reasons, also came together and were determined to ask this contemporary emperor to suppress the forbidden zone. You have to know that this is a star field of nearly 1,000, with countless stars with life, and the world of life has been destroyed. The impact is huge, much more serious than the era of Emperor Ling Tian. Even the luck of that world has been greatly affected, and the great way is not obvious. Countless lives were tragically killed, but when the myriad races who came to pay homage entered the true demon realm, they suddenly discovered that the entire green demon realm was extremely dead and deserted. They could not feel the presence of those supreme demons at all, and the number of demon cultivators had sharply decreased. I randomly asked a local demon cultivator about the situation, but he was met with a look of fear on his face. He refused to answer and only said that the true demon emperor was extremely powerful and gracious. However, it was too easy to check the true situation in the true demon realm. Even such changes were not concealed at all, as if the true demon emperor did not care at all. Since there is no concealment, everything is naturally seen. Soon, it was discovered that at least half of the living beings in the entire true demon realm had been slaughtered, some major forces had been razed to the ground, their inheritances severed. Even more than half of the transcendent saints had perished. I originally thought that the true demon emperor was merely greedy, but now it seems that he is truly too cruel. The true demon realm can be considered his hometown. How could he be so cruel as to slaughter all living beings? Although the true demon realm is not very large, it is densely populated with living beings and has a high level of life. With half of the entrances, there are more than 1 trillion of them. Could it be that the true demon emperor imitates the forbidden zone overlord and feeds on living beings? The devil is the devil after all. Isn't it because Pu Binhong of the Taishu Holy Land is too useless and puts love and affection first? Otherwise, how could the demon emperor be born? He clearly had the potential to prove his Tao with the sword, but instead committed such a shameful act. If the world is harmed by the true demon emperor, his Taishu Holy Land will be at least half responsible. They were clearly discussing the true demon emperor, but for some reason the topic shifted to the Taishu Holy Land, which made the Taishu Holy Land very embarrassed and helpless. After all, with Pu Binhong's strength, the possibility of winning the battle for the emperor was indeed very high, but in the end he was defeated by Ji Yufeng instead. The supreme leaders of the Jiuling Yaoqi immortal sect exclaimed, "What a joke!
What does this have to do with Fairy Ji Yufeng of our sect?
Since she participated in the battle for the great emperor, she was prepared to perish."
Moreover, Fairy Ji Yufeng also rejected the pursuit of Pu Binhong of the Taishu Holy Land many times.
It is his own shamelessness.
What does it have to do with us? If you don't believe me, go ask Pu Xingzi, is it true or not?
As soon as these words were spoken, they quickly spread among the forces of all races.
Coincidentally, Pu Binhong did not say anything, which was equivalent to tacit agreement. It turns out he is also an infatuated swordsman. Alas, I should have thought of this earlier. I'm so stupid, really.
I knew that most sword cultivators are infatuated. A supreme being who had lived for a long time in the Taishu Holy Land could not help but sigh. The current situation was indeed caused by the fact that they in the Taishu Holy Land lacked psychological preparation for Pu Binhong. If I had known earlier, I should have let him cut off all desires, whether good or bad. At this point, there is no if, and all races can only face this true demon emperor head on. Many supreme leaders of all races sighed and became wary of the true demon emperor. They brought their own supreme imperial weapons when they paid homage to him. Even if the situation really changes, which is the worst case scenario, if all races unite, although they cannot destroy a contemporary emperor, they can still compete with one or two with their profound foundation. However, this situation should not occur. It has never happened in history. Moreover, there is an ancient heritage hidden in this world, which has a killer weapon that is enough to challenge the emperor. These traditions rarely appear in the world and are not involved in major world affairs. As time goes by, people know very little about them and don't even know where they are hidden. Soon, all races gathered together and kowtowed to the true demon emperor Ji Bixing, who sat on the supreme throne in the towering palace of the true demon realm. Ji Bixing looked down upon the supreme of all races. Even if he did not deliberately exert pressure on them, the invisible imperial aura on him still made many cultivators fear in their hearts, and they even dared not look directly at this great emperor. Seeing all the tribes coming to congratulate and the supreme bowing his head, Ji Bixing was filled with emotion. This is the emperor, even though he was once unknown and had little reputation. Once he became the great emperor, those supreme beings who usually look down on the true demon realm would have to lower their proud heads above all living beings. This feeling is very refreshing and comfortable, and Ji Bixing really enjoys this feeling. So he did not choose to tour the world, but instead asked all races to come and congratulate him. However, among the supreme beings of all races, he sensed many faint traces of imperial power. The supreme of all races actually came with the ultimate imperial weapon.
Are you trying to deal with emergencies?
Ji Bixing smiled faintly in his heart, knowing what the 10,000 races were thinking. Then, he spoke softly, and the aura of the great Tao rushed over him, sweeping over the supremes of the 10,000 races. Fellow supremes of the 10,000 races, do you wish to give this emperor the supreme Tao emperor weapon as a gift? As soon as these words were spoken, all races changed color. However, Ji Bixing remained calm and said in a deep voice, "You are not sending me here, but you want to have the power to resist when I attack you.
You don't trust me. Why do you think it's a bad thing for a demon cultivator to become an emperor? Isn't the demon emperor an emperor?
I have killed many lives, but every great emperor in history has left countless corpses at their feet.
I just worked harder than them.
You don't believe in the current emperor, yet you want to seek his protection and suppress the forbidden area.
It just so happens that this emperor doesn't trust you either."
Ji Bixing smiled an evil smile that chilled everyone to the bone. After all races have paid homage, all supreme beings must not step out of their own power without my permission. If you disobey, be prepared for your inheritance to be cut off. 29. Crazy Emperor. All races came to pay homage, but nothing happened except for a few speeches. The true demon emperor did not take action against any force. Instead, he accepted the gifts and treated them to delicious food and drinks. However, the words of the true demon emperor made the hearts of all races fall to the bottom. The demon emperor was very dissatisfied with the prejudice of all races and confined the supreme leader of all races. The so-called supreme refers to the creatures whose cultivation has reached the great saint realm. From this realm onwards, all cultivators can be called supreme and participate in some major decisions. The supreme of all races came with prejudice, but was also treated with a little prejudice by the true demon emperor. But this kind of thing seems to be a trivial matter, because from these words we can see that this true demon emperor is not a bloodthirsty and cruel emperor.
He may be a little evil, but he cannot be called bad. This is a great thing for the world, which means that the true demon emperor is at least on their side. Although he may not necessarily suppress the chaos in the restricted area, he at least will not stand on the opposite side. The only thing that is unclear is why most of the true demon realm was slaughtered by him personally. The wave of pilgrimage from all races lasted for 100 years. After all, some of the star regions in the heavens were too far away and it was not easy to make a trip there. During these 100 years, nothing happened except receiving gifts. It seems that this true demon emperor doesn't want to do anything and only wants to indulge in pleasure. However, the news of all the fun things that happened when all races came to pay homage to the true demon realm spread out, causing a big uproar. For example, the love story between the former holy son of Taishu Holy Land, the current Holy Lord Pu Binhong, and the Ferigi of Zhouling Yaoqi Immortal Sect.No. It should be a story about unrequited love. To be honest, Pu Binhong had the greatest reputation at the beginning, and his final performance was also very impressive. If he had not fallen ill, he would have had a good chance of becoming an emperor. Ji Yufeng is beautiful, but can she be as tempting as the emperor? There are two different views on this matter. The fact that he could be compared with the position of the great emperor was enough to show how extraordinary Ji Yufeng was. Such a peerless beauty has many admirers and pursuers, but even Pu Binhong, who was one step away from becoming an emperor, could not capture her heart. Even in the end, when he missed the chance to become the emperor because he saved Ji Yufeng's life, Ji Yufeng was not moved at all. This is enough to show how cold this beauty's heart is. Since ancient times, beauties have always been heartbroken. In the first 1,000 years since Xibixing became an emperor, the world was peaceful and the forbidden areas were not obvious. In fact, it would be great if this kind of peace could be maintained during the time of the great emperor. There would be no fighting, and all races would develop on their own and live in harmony. The weaker creatures would not be implicated either. Apart from the new geniuses lamenting that they were born at the wrong time, the whole world became more prosperous and the number of living beings began to explode. So in the blink of an eye, it was the second millennium, GB took action and walked out of the real demon world. He headed towards a certain direction in the starfield. What does the true demon emperor want to do? Although the supreme beings of all races were under house arrest, it did not prevent them from using their great magical powers to deduce the avenue and thus observe the whereabouts of the true demon emperor. And someone like Jiang Mu, who has transcended the peak of the quasi-emperor and achieved enlightenment in a different way, can easily see Xibixing walking in the starry sky. After 2,000 years of silence, what is he going to do? Jiang Mu was very curious. Was Xibixing going there for revenge? Other people didn't know about this for the past 2,000 years. But Jiang Mu was still able to catch it through leaked clues, and knew that Xibixing was refining the ultimate imperial weapon. His ultimate imperial weapon is a 9-story black tower. When he went through the thunder tribulation together, it already possessed half of the divine power of the ultimate imperial weapon. During these 2,000 years, it became more and more solid and was finally refined. Among the starfields in the sky, Xibixing came to his former hometown. It was dead silent and dilapidated here. The spiritual energy was fading, and there was not a trace of life. Even if you become an emperor, the dead are still dead. Looking at the starry sky, Xibixing finally sighed softly. A sense of sadness spread from him, and he felt something. Is the true demon emperor sad? The supremes of all races discovered that Xibixing had stopped at a starfield that had been destroyed by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, and they were curious as to why he came there. Could it be that he had interacted with the creatures in this starfield? Suddenly, Xibixing turned around, and his tall figure took a step forward and arrived at a certain sky in a large starfield. This piece of heaven and earth is countless times larger than many stars. Originally, many immortal sects were located in it. Now, because a restricted area is located in it, many creatures have moved away, leaving only some creatures with very low life levels. The aura of Emperor Xibixing descended upon this world, causing countless creatures to tremble on the ground. Filled with fear, his imperial power extended outward and slammed into the sky above the restricted area. Boom! Above the restricted area, an invisible aura collided with it, and the sky turned blood red. Unique Dao rhyme rules, so this is how you evade the Dao's reckoning. Upon seeing this, Xibixing sneered, and a small black tower rose into the sky, becoming infinitely large. Thousands of terrifying ghost faces appeared on each floor of the tower, and the wailing ghost howls made people feel cold even from a long distance. So what? You can block the road, but you can't stop me, the Emperor. Break it for me. Buzz Xibixing sneered, his body filled with raging demonic flames, extremely terrifying. The huge black tower boomed throughout the restricted area, as if to suppress the entire restricted area. Above the restricted area, the blood-colored barrier became increasingly solid and collided with it. With a loud bang,
two different laws of the universe swept across the heaven and earth, shaking the entire world and actually sinking a lot of it. At the same time, countless ghost faces in the Black Tower were frantically biting the blood-red barrier, plunging the sky above the restricted area into darkness. Alas, great Emperor of the world, why are you doing this? Destroying that patch of starry sky was not our intention, it was an accident. A sigh came from the depths of the restricted area, full of vicissitudes.
Accident? My becoming the great emperor was an accident, but if I weren't the great emperor it would be natural, right? Ji Bixing's black eyes seemed to see through everything.
Myriad laws began to descend from the destiny above his head. A waning moon hung in the sky, covering the entire world.
Damn it! You all deserve to die, damn it!
Ji Bixing was furious and roared loudly. All the laws around him vibrated, and his own laws of the great Tao began to spread terrifyingly.
Endless darkness enveloped the world. Kill, I'm going to kill you all.
Countless great laws transformed into ghosts, walked out from the waning moon, and began to bombard this restricted area. Boom! Ji Bixing held the Black Giant Tower and continuously bombarded the restricted area. Finally opening a gap.so, he began to kill everything in the restricted area.
You are so arrogant to enter my wild blood mountains alone. The figures of 3 overlords appeared.
They seemed to have not expected that Ji Bixing could really break the rules of the forbidden area. Holding the imperial weapons, they wanted to kill Ji Bixing. With greed in their eyes, when Ji Bixing saw one of the overlords who destroyed his hometown, his eyes became even crazier. He ignored the attacks from the other 2 overlords and, carrying the mighty power of the Supreme Emperor's weapon and thousands of great rules, added the Black Tower to suppress the overlord's body immediately. Then he swung his imperial fist wildly and the ghost soldiers bit him madly. In an instant, the flesh and blood were blurred and the Emperor's blood was splattered.
No! You're eating me! The overlord wailed as a waning moon covered his body. At this time, the other 2 masters' magical powers also fell on Ji Bixing, hitting him so hard that his imperial body shook and he vomited blood from his mouth. Various great laws collide with each other, shocking and earth-shaking, they all deserve to die.
Ji Bixing was hit hard, but he did not dodge or avoid it. Instead, he turned around and continued fighting with the 2 overlords. The 2 masters became more and more frightened as the fight went on. Shocked by the fighting power of the contemporary emperor, they could not help but shout, "The master who destroyed your starry sky is dead.
Why are you still holding on to us?"
"Because you all deserve to die." Ji Bixing still said the same thing, holding the Black Tower, the waning moon shining on his head, countless ghost soldiers surrounding him, and his every move echoing with the avenue, all of which were the breath of the emperor.
"Since you want to die, don't blame us."
At this moment, 3 overlords walked out from the depths of the restricted area. As soon as they appeared, they immediately attacked Ji Bixing. Unable to dodge, Ji Bixing had one of his arms cut off by the opponent's sword, and was immediately snatched away by a master.
"Come back."
However, before this lord had time to be happy, he saw Ji Bixing once again bearing the attacks of the other lords, using the Black Tower to clear the way and the ghost soldiers to guard him, and holding down the lord's head. The Tao power gathered in his hands, and he crushed the head of the overlord directly, and the body was thrown into the strange vision of the waning moon. No, this master has not yet died completely, and he wants to sublime himself to the fullest, but it is too late. Ji Bixing reattached his arm to his upper body, his fighting spirit madly undiminished. Kill. Turning around again, Ji Bixing fought with the remaining overlords. The restricted area was once again filled with various avenues and strange visions, and all the laws were invoked by Ji Bixing, sweeping across this unique world crazily. In the end, this world was completely enveloped by the aura of various emperors. It was so terrifying that people could not sense the situation inside. Countless eyes that were staring at the fighting in this restricted area were stunned. Could the emperor of this world be so brave, rushing into the restricted area and fighting against several overlords at the same time? How crazy it is, one emperor fights 6 prime ministers. 30. Conquer the restricted area. The powerful emperor, the true demon emperor, is so crazy. Could it be that he has a grudge against this restricted area? Many creatures recalled Ji Bixing's previous actions and quickly came up with this possible answer. After all, if there was no grudge, there would be no need to fight so hard, damaging his origin, spilling his imperial blood, and even cutting off his arms.
As expected of the demon emperor, this madness is truly extraordinary. The true demon emperor's bravery is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. But can he survive?
To ascend to the ultimate realm of domination is comparable to that of an emperor, many creatures sighed. They seem to have misunderstood the true demon emperor, but can he really survive if he is so reckless? This battle lasted too long and even affected many star fields around this world. The battle was too chaotic, and the supreme of all races could only catch some energy from time to time and see some fragments of fighting. There were unwilling roars, desperate wails, and angry shouts. However, the multiple auras of the emperor that were overflowing were not fake. The true demon emperor was fighting with several masters who had sublimated to the extreme realm. This is equivalent to fighting with multiple emperors of the same realm. How tragic would that be? Until the great emperor Xibixing dragged his broken body out of this world, his battle robe was torn to pieces, revealing most of his body. One of his arms was missing, his skin was torn and flesh was exposed, and wisps of black air were emitting. The myriad laws descending from the heavenly heart seal also dimmed. The emperor's breath is weak, and the aura of the great Tao is sluggish. However, Xibixing seemed to sense something. The madness in his eyes faded, and he scanned the starry sky with his gaze. He said coldly, "In this life, I will only fight for this restricted area. If you want to die, you can just come and kill me. Let me see if my broken body can drag you along." As soon as these words were spoken, many prying eyes disappeared. They were greatly shocked that this great emperor of the time could actually come out of the restricted area alive. Although he was ultimately defeated and appeared to be seriously injured, he survived. Moreover, the momentum remains undiminished, making the overlord who wants to take advantage dare not make any move. With another cold snort, Xibixing restrained his imperial power and returned to the true demon realm. Once again feeling Xibixing's suppression of Wandao, his aura reappeared in the world, and all living beings of all races were shocked. The true demon emperor came out alive. Although I don't know what the battle situation is like in this restricted area called Mad Blood Mountains, but judging by the current situation, Xibixing has killed at least 2 overlords, not to mention anything else. The record of killing 2 overlords alone is already extremely brilliant, because this is not a fight outside, but a fight in the restricted area. The true demon emperor may remain silent, but when he does, he will shock everyone. Even while dragging his broken body, he was still able to repel the spying restricted area masters. The true demon emperor is too powerful, and his combat power seems to be stronger than that of the Lingtian emperor in the previous life. The emperor of this life is quite interesting. I never thought that the place where people were slaughtered so casually would be the hometown of a great emperor. It seems that I can't come out casually in the future. This great emperor's path is very strange. He was able to survive from the wild blood mountains. Among the great emperors of this generation, this one is among the best. He is much stronger than the previous emperor. Becoming an emperor in the devil's way is difficult, but also very powerful. Some masters who watched this battle in the restricted area were surprised by the fighting power of Emperor Xibixing. They gave him a very high evaluation and decided not to appear in the world again. At the same time as the restricted area booed, all the races in the world also booed, because through comparison with ancient books, they also discovered the power of Xibixing, the great demon emperor. However, from the current perspective, this is a good thing. The true demon emperor has not done anything to harm the people of all races in the world, and he deserves the respect of all people. But in this battle, the extent of the injuries suffered by the true demon emperor will have a great impact on how long he can live. In the eyes of the supreme beings of all races, this battle was too brutal. Even though Xibixing was a very powerful emperor, it had some impact on him, and he might be silent from now on. You really didn't let me down. In the small world, Jiang Mu, who also observed this battle, showed a satisfied smile. In this battle, Xibixing killed 3 overlords, one of whom was killed after being sublimated to the extreme realm. Although he didn't dare to observe too deeply, he felt deeply the fluctuations of the great emperor's Tao. In his perception, an unfamiliar aura of the great emperor had fallen. Jiang Mu was amazed at Xibixing's combat power. As someone who had witnessed the existence of the 2 emperors with his own eyes, he knew clearly that Xibixing's combat power was much higher than Ling Tian's. If Yan Lingyun also had the fighting ability of Xibixing, he would probably not be so miserable and lonely. However, Xibixing was also seriously injured in this battle, and I am afraid that it will be difficult for him to return to his peak without enough time. The most important thing is that after this battle, I am afraid that no Forbidden Area Master would dare to come out while Xibixing is alive. It is estimated that they would not dare to come out even if their lifespan is coming to the end. After all, they know the difference between dying peacefully and being beaten to death. Unfortunately, the restricted area is still too mysterious. It's not easy for Xibixing to come out alive. Jiang Mu couldn't help but sigh as his perception was withdrawn from a distant place. How did Xibixing come out alive after the battle in the restricted area of the Mad Blood Mountains? Perhaps only Xibixing knows. Perhaps Xibixing has forgotten me, or perhaps he doesn't want to see me. This is actually quite good. The Forbidden Zone Overlord dares not come out into the world, so I don't have to worry about running into one while I'm walking. I can also take advantage of him recuperating while he's in seclusion. I'm going to continue to find my own path. With a sigh, Jiang Mu decided to leave the mortal world temporarily, and now, his Sky Tyrant body has been fully developed and is strong enough to challenge the Emperor. During these 2,000 years, while he continued to practice the law of time, he was also thinking about which holy body he should practice next. One holy body can challenge the Emperor, so if there are two, they should be able to be on par with each other, right? Jiang Mu didn't know whether to calculate it in this way, after all. He was also trying this method, because time is unlimited. As long as he survives, he succeeds in many trials and errors. At present, cultivating the holy body and comprehending the Tao are Jiang Mu's invincible paths. It's just that it takes more time and is more difficult to comprehend the Tao, so you can't be impatient. Just wanting to elevate a time method to the highest level is already as difficult as climbing to the sky. On the contrary, it is easier to cultivate the holy body. With all 9 holy bodies in his body, Jiang Mu is sure to surpass the average emperor. So, taking advantage of this period of quiet and stable time, Jiang Mu started his journey in a low-key manner. He wanted to find various holy body bloodlines and forge an invincible path. 31. Regrets that belong only to this era. In the 2000th year after Xibixing became an emperor, he rushed into a restricted area alone. Finally, according to calculations by some supreme beings, at least 3 masters of the restricted area had died. Although Xibixing was in a very embarrassing situation in the end, his aura of looking down on all the restricted area masters and not fearing death at all made those restricted area masters silent. This battle was too fierce, with all kinds of great principles manifesting themselves, and almost all the people of all races could feel it. It could be said that it was a great revenge for the previous disaster in the Starfield, although there are personal reasons behind Xibixing's attack on the restricted area called the Mad Blood Mountains. As long as the Emperor can suppress the restricted area, he is a good emperor. In an instant, all creatures of all races had a changed impression of Xibixing. Just as Xibixing had said at the worship meeting, all races were prejudiced against the demonic path. Now, just when prejudices are gradually being eliminated, many creatures have already accepted the true demon emperor. You can say he is greedy, you can say he is bad, but you cannot say he is not a qualified emperor. Peace has returned to all parts of the universe. The ruler of the restricted area cannot come out and even dares not to secretly eat blood. This went on for 3,000 years. During these 3,000 years, Xibixing never stepped out of the true demon realm. His aura was not obvious, no one could detect his breath, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Could it be that the true demon emperor was seriously injured? At this point, the supreme beings of all races began to worry. Xibixing's battle 3,000 years ago was too fierce. If he suffered incurable injuries as a result, it was within reasonable range. However, Xibixing's suppression of Wandao is still there. The Supremes can feel his Tao, so they naturally know that Xibixing has not fallen, but perhaps he is just too seriously injured and unwilling to move. As long as the Emperor is still alive, even if he is only a dying candle, he will have absolute deterrence over the restricted area, and all races will have nothing to worry about. Emperor Lingtian is a good example. Even in his old age, he still leveled the restricted area. During these 3,000 years, an interesting thing happened. That is, Ji Yufeng of the Jiuling Yaoqi immortal sect, who is known as the most beautiful woman in this era. Now the leader of the Jiuling Yaoqi immortal sect is married to an unknown human man. Many supreme monks who had once been attracted to Ji Yufeng were speechless and exclaimed that it was impossible. This human man was not from an aristocratic imperial family, nor did he have a deep background or extraordinary talent. His appearance was not outstanding either, and overall he was very ordinary. Such an ordinary man is like a stray dog on the roadside in front of Ji Yufeng's strongest suitor Pu Binhong. Is Ji Yufeng blind to fall for him? And then it turned out to be true. The two held an unprecedented grand wedding in the Jiuling Yaoqi immortal sect. However, rather than saying that Ji Yufeng married this man, it would be more accurate to say that this man married into the Jiuling Yaoqi immortal sect. On the day of Ji Yufeng's wedding, many supreme leaders cried loudly, but there was one person who didn't cry, and that was Pu Binhong. He even attended Ji Yufeng's wedding banquet, gave his sincere blessings, and then drank alone. It is really sad to see that Pu Binhong, the infatuated swordsman who was once known to all races, would end up like this. Many young supreme beings were dissatisfied that the most beautiful person of this era had found such a companion. If Ji Yufeng just married one of her suitors, they would not be dissatisfied. It has nothing to do with anything else, just because it's him. What do you know, this is called true love. Perhaps Fairy G has already expressed her feelings, but everyone thinks she is too picky. In fact, she has been waiting for the right person.
Hiss, that makes sense. In that case, why don't you and I get drunk together? It can be regarded as a farewell to the most stunning person of this era.
At Ji Yufeng's banquet, the supreme cultivators of various races who had already reached the top of the cultivation path expressed their true feelings. In fact, no one who can participate in Ji Yufeng's wedding banquet is lower than the saint realm. Moreover, Ji Yufeng's pursuers are not limited to humans.
At their level, race is no longer a restriction.
Love may come to an end, but this hatred will never end. It means that even if the world lasts forever, it will have an end, but this kind of regret will never end. Among the many monks, a young and handsome human monk raised his glass and sighed. As soon as he said this, he immediately won applause from many monks. This line of poetry perfectly reflects their mood at the moment, especially the holy lord of a certain holy land.
My fellow Taoists, you are too kind. I was just expressing my feelings.
Except for the emperor who will leave his name in history, the stories of most creatures will not appear in the history books, and this is only a regret of this era, after some commercial mutual praise. The great emperor is the most powerful in this world, and his destiny is unique. However, I have heard that there is a special path to enlightenment, such as the 9 sacred bodies. Legend has it that those who cultivate to perfection can challenge the great emperor.
But why haven't I heard of anyone practicing this in this world?
A monk suddenly asked. This young supreme monk is Jiang Mu. For such a festive occasion, he naturally had to change his appearance, hide his own aura, come to the party to drink and eat, and catch a glimpse of the beauty. Of course, the main purpose is to brag and find out from these monks of all races where to find people with the blood of the holy body. Yet the 9 holy bodies are too rare nowadays, and this path of cultivation is too difficult. Before they are fully developed, they are not well known and are hard to find even billions of miles away, resulting in Jiang Mu getting nothing. He had also searched for some places mentioned in ancient books, but with the passage of time, these places had long since changed. Moreover, before the holy body is fully developed, it is difficult to see its physical condition unless in close contact, which makes it even more difficult for Jiang Mu. Fortunately, he gained a lot from Ji Yufeng and found out some places where the holy body bloodline might exist.
These are the holy bodies he can obtain at present. After all, there would be no other cultivator in this world who would think of cultivating the acquired holy body. This is Jiang Mu's unique journey, and he embarks on his journey again. After searching for thousands of years, Jiang Mu found an ancient life star in a corner of a large star field. This star has existed for too long and is almost dying. Its spiritual energy has been exhausted and it is no longer suitable for cultivation and living.
Very few high-level cultivators have noticed it. Therefore, few monks know that this star is actually the birthplace of a holy body. Among all the holy bodies, it is named after this era and is worthy of being called the most powerful holy body under the great emperor. Jiang Mu came here just for this holy body. Since he couldn't find the living holy body, he could always find the dead one, right? This ancient ancestral star of the holy body must have been glorious millions of years ago. Countless holy bodies that had not yet grown up had shed their blood there, and even a fully developed holy body had transformed itself on it. Jiang Mu didn't believe that he would not be able to obtain even a trace of the holy body's bloodline after refining the entire star just a little bit, and he can make it grow. The ancient sacred body, it also has another name, the immortal golden body. Jiang Mu murmured, it is the same as the Tsong Tian Bati, it can strengthen the body is extremely powerful, the blood and energy are like the ocean, and at the same time it has strong vitality. It can rely on the body to cross the void and destroy the world. Even if it suffers serious injuries, it can recover very quickly. Moreover, it is invulnerable to all evil, has a natural resistance to evil forces, and is immune to a certain degree of pressure from the emperor. When practiced to perfection, it can also trigger the vision of the holy body and the field of holy light. 32. This emperor is too brave. If I could cultivate the ancient saint body, relying solely on these two great physical qualities, I might be invincible against the great emperor.
Jiang Mu is looking forward to it. With the strength of an emperor, he will be able to have a place even if the world is in chaos. If destiny doesn't recognize me, I will make destiny regret it.
Then, Jiang Mu penetrated the interior of the star. In the core, where the scorching temperature was enough to burn most cultivators in the world, the flowing magma actually had a faint golden color. Jiang Mu released his spiritual sense, removed all the remaining life on the entire star, and looked around. Although the years are too long,
I can still vaguely sense that this star has a trace of extraordinary aura. This aura may be too small and useless to ordinary people, but it is just right for me. He guessed that this was the blood spilled by a great ancient saint. These bloods had already dissolved into the stars and could be considered a kind of Tao rhyme of heaven and earth, and he wants to refine this kind of Tao rhyme. Jiang Mu was overjoyed and began to seal off this starry sky and refine this trace of the ancient holy body's bloodline. He did not want to be disturbed and would not tolerate any carelessness, and it would take quite a long time. It was during the time when Jiang Mu was refining the ancient stars that Ji Bixing, who had never appeared in the world, came out of seclusion. That he stepped out of the true demon realm, with the Tao rhyme flowing in his body. All the Taos paved the way for him, causing the great Tao to resonate, overflowing with vigorous vitality. The mark of the heart of heaven is dazzling, and the powerful aura of the emperor permeates the universe and the stars. The true demon emperor has come out of seclusion and become even stronger. This is the first feeling of all the supreme beings of the myriad races. Xibixing's suppression of the myriad paths has become even more severe. Unexpectedly, a brutal battle not only failed to help him regain his confidence, but instead took him 4,000 years to make the next step. Then, the supreme beings of all races saw Ji Bixing descending into the restricted area of the Mad Blood Mountains again, and without saying a word, they rushed into the restricted area again. This emperor is so brave. The supreme beings of all races, and even the masters of the restricted areas who were spying on them, were surprised and admired the courage to act upon what he knew. This battle was still earth-shaking and massive, causing the avenues of the starry sky to wither and time and space to shatter. Several more great emperor auras filled the air. Someone had reached the ultimate realm of domination. Then, there was a master who transformed into the Tao. He was not killed by Ji Bixing, but after reaching the extreme state of sublimation, he fought with Ji Bixing for too long and his life came to an end. However, this can also be regarded as the head of Xibixing. After all, the master who has been sublimated to the extreme realm is indeed a complete emperor. The only shortcoming is that he cannot last long, and with the blessing of the emperor's destiny, he can fight for a long time without running out of energy and blood. However, Ji Bixing was defeated again, and this time he was defeated even more miserably. He was chased out of the restricted area by the ruler of the restricted area. Fortunately, those rulers of the restricted area had been fighting for too long and had reached the highest level. They did not dare to go too far out of the restricted area for fear of being liquidated by the great Tao. Therefore, Ji Bixing returned to the true demon realm safely. Xibixing's imperial blood was scattered all the way. Sometimes a drop fell on a star, and the star was instantly melted by the imperial blood. It will take a long time for these imperial blood to solidify, and either become nutrients fought over by countless creatures, or become an ancient land of life. In short, these are just Xibixing's ordinary imperial blood. If it were a drop of essence blood, it would probably cause the masters of the restricted area to scramble for it. Then, the true demon emperor went into seclusion again. This time he was injured more seriously. Will the emperor fall? The supreme beings of all races were in very complicated feelings. The true demon emperor was fighting too hard, and he didn't look like a cruel demon emperor who enslaved all races at all. It seemed that they were indeed too prejudiced before. However, this prejudice is expected to disappear soon, because the lives of most supreme beings are about to come to an end, and there are still too few creatures who are qualified, and are willing to proclaim themselves the source of gods. Will the true demon emperor fight again? The supreme beings of all races felt that it was a good thing for the true demon emperor to continue his conquests, because they had witnessed the terror of the ruler of the Forbidden Zone. It was difficult for an emperor to flatten a forbidden zone. There were so many forbidden zones in the world, and one day they would emerge. Some creatures have realized that the future seems to be becoming a little pessimistic, but they can only sigh. 2,000 years later, the true demon emperor came out of seclusion, his injuries healed, and once again descended upon the restricted area of the Mad Blood Mountains, where he fought a fierce battle with the ruler of the restricted area. There is a master roaring, resounding throughout the universe. It is a roar of unwillingness, anger, and impatience. This time, the true demon emperor was at the peak of his prime. His aura was stronger than ever before. For the first time, he walked out of the Mad Blood Forbidden Zone safely, headed to other forbidden zones, and began to conquer the masters of other forbidden zones, especially those forbidden area masters who once wreaked havoc on thousands of star regions. This move caused an uproar among all races. Who said that the true demon emperor was an evil demon emperor? He was clearly the patron saint of all races. The true demon emperor lives up to the name of the emperor. At the same time, the restricted area of the Mad Blood Mountains has not disappeared, and there is still a restricted area master inside. The true demon emperor attacked the forbidden area 3 times, but in the end he failed to flatten it.
It seemed that he had made peace with the masters inside and no longer targeted them. At this time, Jiang Mu had just managed to refine that trace of holy body blood into a drop of golden holy blood, and an ancient star disappeared without a trace. On his way back to the Red Dust Realm, he happened to hear these things.
3 attacks on the restricted area. You are really good at knowing how to act.
Especially after learning that Ji Bixing had killed several overlords, Jiang Mu gave him a very high evaluation. He was right about the person. This world really needed an emperor who had pure hatred for the ruler of the restricted area. However, Xi Bixing still hasn't come to see him.
I at least gave him a chance, and he doesn't even come to thank me?
Jiang Mu felt a little depressed, wondering if Xi Bixing was too busy and was so overwhelmed by passion that he forgot about this favor. The great Emperor Xi Bixing is either recuperating from his injuries or on his way to conquer, but he couldn't bring himself to ask Jiang Mu to go find Xi Bixing. After all, he looked mysterious at the beginning. Besides, Jiang Mu just had some questions he wanted to ask, and as for the return of gratitude, he didn't care about that at all. Absolutely not. He will earn the resources needed to cultivate the holy body by himself. Jiang Mu then immersed himself in his little world, looking at the barren grave of Yan Lingyun, the most unlucky emperor of the ancient times.
He sighed. Yan Lingyun, I found you a good emperor from the future. Although he's a demon emperor, he's much stronger than you. But I still can't figure it out. Was it because you wanted to prove yourself as good as others, or was it because you cared about the people?
Maybe both. There will be no answer to this question, as Emperor Ling Tian has passed away. After that, Jiang Mu looked at the sealed Yanjiner and saw that she was still safe and sound, and then he began to retreat to refine the blood of the ancient holy body. The true demon emperor still fought in the restricted area, but this time he did not fight to the death. Instead, he fought and left, wandering around various known restricted areas, as if looking for something. Under the dominance of Xi Bixing, no restricted area master dared to come out. At the same time, he also frequently invited all races to pay him homage and offer him various rare treasures. 10,000 years have passed, but time still moves forward. 33. After 20,000 years of fighting in the forbidden area, is the emperor getting old? 10,000 years is enough for most of the creatures in this world to die out. If we don't prove that there is only one thing in the world, 10,000 years will be the limit. During these 10,000 years, the true demon emperor has never stopped conquering the forbidden areas. He has set foot in many forbidden areas and torn open a corner of these mysterious forbidden areas, allowing all living beings to have a better understanding of these forbidden areas. But the more I learned, the more shocked I was. Some of the Forbidden Zone masters were once great emperors who protected the people and had excellent reputations. Now they have all chosen to become the masters of the Forbidden Zone. There are even more Forbidden Area masters who have not yet appeared because it is too long ago. The supremes of all races speculate that perhaps the ancient emperors and kings 5 million years ago are not ruled out. This result is very shocking. So many once invincible people choose to lie dormant. If they suddenly attack one day, can the emperor protect them? No one knows, or perhaps no living being dares to think about the consequences, and the true demon emperor is always injured. Although the true demon emperor was very powerful and had enough strength to support him, there were too many overlords in the restricted area, and some of them caused the true demon emperor to bleed and almost die. Moreover, during these 10,000 years, a certain master could not bear it anymore, and he was born, intending to trade his own treasures with the true demon emperor for some living creatures for blood food. The true demon emperor accepted it, walked arm in arm with the ruler of the restricted area, personally marked out a piece of ancient land of life for him, and then suppressed and killed him with thundering means. At this point, the masters of the restricted area understood that there was no room for negotiation with this emperor who had proven his truth through demons. The supreme beings of all races were dumbfounded. They had thought that the true demon emperor would agree. After all, the ruler of the restricted area only wanted a small number of living creatures to prolong his life, but unexpectedly, the true demon emperor was so fickle. He was still talking and laughing the previous moment, and then he suppressed people with his hands the next moment. The master of the restricted area was on the road before he even had time to sublimate to the extreme realm. Anyone can see that the true demon emperor is becoming more powerful. So he remained so powerful for 10,000 years, forcing the ruler of the restricted area to not dare to come out. In addition, apart from liking to have all races pay tribute and worship, and not allowing the supreme monks to go out, the true demon emperor basically did not interfere in the feuds between all races. In this era when the true demon emperor is in power, all races and people have even experienced an explosion and prospered. However, no matter how powerful an emperor is, there will come a day when his lifespan will run out and he will reach the end of his lifespan. The emperor is too powerful, and
The rules of the world will not allow them to live forever. Therefore, the true demon emperor, who had been powerful since he became an emperor, reduced the time he spent outside the world and no longer invaded the restricted area, until one day, the aura of the true demon emperor, which was above all else, began to wilt. The true demon emperor is 20,000 years old. This is the emperor's lifeline that he has entered his old age, his energy and blood have fallen to the bottom, and the aura of an emperor emanating from him is full of decadence. Moreover, almost all emperors will be at the peak of their energy and blood before entering their old age. As they age, their strength will decline rapidly in a straight line, almost falling from the peak to the bottom. Is the true demon emperor in his later years? Is the second great emperor since the appearance of the restricted area also leaving? Before this demon emperor became the emperor, none of the senior supremes had high hopes for him, but he turned out to be the most ambitious. Who says that demonic cultivators can't produce good emperors? The true demon emperor's achievements are probably not inferior to those of the Lingtian emperor, and may even surpass them. He will surely go down in history. The world is still uncertain, and nothing can be predicted. Didn't some of those restricted area masters once receive rave reviews, living up to the title of Great Emperor? In the end, he still fell. What will the true demon emperor choose? The young supreme beings who grew up during the time of the true demon emperor sensed the arrival of the emperor's old age and expressed their opinions one after another. The true demon emperor spent his entire life fighting in the forbidden zone. Countless amounts of imperial blood were shed, and with scars all over his body, he brought peace to the world for 20,000 years. The true demon emperor is very much like the continuation of Emperor Lingtian, and has completed what Emperor Lingtian has left unfinished. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, as a demon emperor, he is destined to go down in history. But what will the true demon emperor choose in his old age? At the same time, the masters of the restricted area also felt the breath of the true demon emperor's twilight years, and his avenue was weakening. Within 2,000 years, the emperor will die. Many dormant restricted area masters began to stir. After being suppressed by the true demon emperor for so long, their hearts were already filled with anger. They are waiting for an opportunity. Ji Bixing's murderous aura is too strong, and he has forged grudges with many forbidden areas. They will not allow him to survive, even if it means severing his own destiny. Perhaps his later years will not be peaceful. In the small world, Jiang Mu was awakened by the old age aura of the true demon emperor Xi Bixing. After observing for a while, he came to this conclusion. However, Jiang Mu also had to admire Xi Bixing's bravery. He did his own thing and looked down on the world. He really had the style of a demon emperor. If the ruler of the restricted area, who had been suppressed for too long, knew that he was doomed to die, he would inevitably revolt and bring disaster to the world. Jiang Mu didn't have a good solution for this. Although he couldn't bear it, he could only try to protect himself. After all, he is just a great master of the heavenly tyrant body. However, Jiang Mu's ancient holy body has not yet grown. After 10,000 years of refining, Jiang Mu has not yet reached the threshold of perfection, and it is estimated that there are still several thousand years away. It is indeed difficult to cultivate an innate holy body after birth. If it were not for Jiang Mu's immortality, infinite life, and the assistance of countless natural treasures, I am afraid this path would be impossible. However, the resources suitable for cultivation that Yan Lingyun left for Jiang Mu were almost used up. However, Jiang Mu was too embarrassed to use the resources of the imperial clan Jiang family. After all, the imperial clan Jiang family was too weak now, and the few resources they had were not enough to support Jiang Mu. It can be said that the Jiang family still relies on the dusty imperial weapon. As for his relationship with Jiang Mu, the descendants of the Jiang family had no idea whether he was dead or not. After all, no one could find him unless Jiang Mu showed up on his own initiative. Jiang Mu was indeed watching the Jiang family silently. He was now over 40,000 years old. To be honest, after guarding the Jiang family to this extent, he no longer had much blood relationship with the descendants of the Jiang family. Is there any imperial family in the world that can last forever? Emergence, development, prosperity, decline and destruction are the norm in the world. Haven't you heard that many of the forces created by the ancient emperors and kings have been lost in the long river of time? Perhaps one day he would break free from this bondage, but not yet. Of course, if someone could revive the Jiang family, he would also be willing to support him. In short, the longer Jiang Mu lives, the more he does things as he pleases and follows his heart. So Jiang Mu planned to find Xi Bixing. He decided to see off the true demon emperor and inherit his legacy at the same time. After so many years of paying tribute, the power of all races has been almost drained, and Xi Bixing has not created any power, so Jiang Mu was sure that Xi Bixing must be very rich. 34. More secrets deep in the restricted area. The reason why Jiang Mu waited until Xibixing's later years before planning to look for him was mainly because the great Emperor Jiang Mu in his later years had the confidence to fight him to a draw. There is another point. What always occupies a dominant position in Jiang Mu's body is his simple and unpretentious source of immortality. So when Jiang Mu began to refine the blood of the ancient holy body, the source of the blue sky tyrant body could be withdrawn and transformed into a purple solid light spot floating in the world inside his body. In this way, without the blessing of the origin of the Tsong Tianba, his blood turned into ordinary appearance. Even if he was seen through, Jiang Mu was still an ordinary body, just a little bit stronger. With a thought, he switched to the original power and also possessed the power of a dominant body, the feeling of becoming a god or devil in one thought is simply too cool. In the future, he can switch to more forms and even merge forms. Of course, all of this is still under exploration. Perhaps it will succeed, and perhaps more mysteries will be discovered. Another point is that not everyone is static. Perhaps Xibixing has already betrayed his original intention when he became Emperor Chang. He has to make preparations for both scenarios. Just when Jiang Mu decided to show up and find Xibixing to reminisce about the past, the aura of Emperor Xibixing suddenly descended upon the red dust realm. He was looking down at the world, as if looking for something in it. The creatures in the mortal world may not know, but Jiang Mu knows that Xibixing may be looking for him, and that his spiritual consciousness always sweeps the entire Jiang family's area intentionally or unintentionally. So Jiang Mu released his spiritual consciousness and expressed his meaning. So Xibixing turned around and returned to the real demon realm. This scene made the supreme of all races a little confused. What was the true demon emperor looking for? Not long after, Jiang Mu quietly entered the true demon realm. In the true demon realm, there is the aura of the great emperor covering it, and whatever you do will not be detected by those who are like the masters of the restricted areas. Deep in the true demon palace, there is a beautiful scenery of green mountains and clear waters, with mansions and cottages built among the mountains. At this moment, Jiang Mu and Xibixing were sitting opposite each other in an ancient pavilion on the mountain. This is a rare and precious tea offered as tribute by the demon spirit tribe. Senior Jiang, please try it. Xibixing made tea for Jiang Mu. At this moment, he no longer had the imperial majesty on his body and looked like an ordinary person. Jiang Mu said modestly, "I don't deserve the title of senior or not. Now you are the emperor, above me, and it is only right that I respect you." "Ha, you weren't so humble before." As if recalling the past, Xibixing chuckled, "I still prefer the way you were before, senior. After all, it was you who gave me the opportunity to become an emperor." "That's not the case. This also depends on your own efforts. If you can't compete with other chosen ones, giving them a chance will be useless." Jiang Mu shook his head, "But now it seems that my vision is still very good." "Yeah, I didn't expect that your last name would be Jiang, and that the friend you were talking about would be Emperor Ling Tian. But time has passed in the blink of an eye. If I hadn't gone looking for you, wouldn't you have come to see me, senior?" Looking at Jiang Mu, Xibixing's eyes were quite complicated. In his perception, Jiang Mu was still young, just like he was back then. He must have called himself the source of God. Although the other party may not be older than himself according to the actual time of wakefulness, he is, after all, a person of the same era as Emperor Ling Tian and a supporter on his road to becoming emperor. Xibixing still respects Jiang Mu, but occasionally when he thought about how he was bullied by Jiang Mu, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Therefore, after finding out Jiang Mu's true identity, he did not go to find Jiang Mu later. "I was so busy fighting in the restricted area that I had no time left," but now that he was old and had calmed down, he remembered this matter. Although he guessed that Jiang Mu might have passed away, he still decided to go and see it for himself to relieve the regret in his heart. "I didn't expect Jiang Mu to be still alive." It was such a pleasant surprise. Hearing this, Jiang Mu said a little embarrassedly, I'm just afraid that you, the great emperor, will hold a grudge against me. It's better to have less trouble than more." "Oh, you are prejudiced. I am the great emperor of the world. How can my mind and vision be small?" Xibixing snorted coldly, not quite satisfied with Jiang Mu's answer, and asked again, "Then why are you willing to come see me now?" Jiang Mu shrugged. As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are kind. "I think you, the great emperor, are no exception. You shouldn't argue with me." The two smiled at each other and drank from their glasses. "You are still so eloquent. But you're right, my life has come to an end, but what about you?" Xibixing was curious, "Or will you choose to seal yourself and continue to participate in the next life struggle?" Jiang Mu said calmly, maybe, maybe not. Can you really carry it? As a self-proclaimed divine source, you can't appear frequently. Otherwise, you will suffer a serious loss of your life essence. And how do you endure that feeling of emptiness?
Ji Bixing was surprised and couldn't help but give Jiang Mu a thumbs up, and Zai Bixing saw that Jiang Mu's realm was far beyond that of a quasi-emperor, with endless blood and no signs of aging. Although his strength was still so weak in the eyes of him as a great emperor, he was an unmatched existence for Ji Bixing, who had not yet become an emperor. He was somewhat curious about Jiang Mu's path of cultivation, but ultimately did not ask. Everyone has his or her own path. Jiang Mu laughed. Maybe.
I am more open-minded. Jiang Mu did not intend to tell anyone the secret of immortality. Does not wanting to die mean being unable to see the truth? Anyway, I've lived enough. I've become the emperor, and I've avenged myself. I have no regrets. Zai Bixing sighed and stopped dwelling on this issue. Ever thought about rebirth? I've lived too long. It's meaningless. I've fought too many battles in this life and have been injured many times. It's impossible for me to do this anymore. Jiang Mu was surprised. Tisk tsk, so many invincible people have become the masters of the restricted area just to survive, and there is actually an emperor who thinks he has lived too long?
Ji Bixing glared at him. I still say that.
You are prejudiced against the demon emperor. Why can't I become an emperor whose reputation will last forever?
And the higher you stand, the more you understand this restricted area, and the more helpless you become.
Oh, why do you say that? How about this? Why don't you tell me some of your discoveries over the years? In exchange, I'll tell you some of the secrets of Emperor Lingtian's era. Jiang Mu said without any reservation, we're all going to die anyway, right? You really want to know?
Of course, if I continue to call myself that, I can brag about it in the future. Then, the two of them had a pleasant conversation. Zai Bixing went to the restricted area. In addition to hating the rulers of the restricted area, he was also curious about this world. He is the great emperor, and logically speaking, he can go anywhere in this vast world, but he really didn't dare to go into some deep restricted areas. There are beings in this world that surpass the great emperor, and can at least threaten the great emperor's life. Even Zai Bixing was a little frightened. For example, there is an existence deep in the Mad Blood Mountains. This existence will not attack easily, but once it attacks, even Ji Bixing cannot stop it, so he finally gave up the idea of pushing into the restricted area. Later, he finally learned from the mouths of some restricted area masters that these beings had lived through 2 or 3 lifetimes. Every time the emperor is reborn, he can prove himself again, and his strength will skyrocket. It is simply unimaginable how terrifying these forbidden areas of second, third, or even more generations of life are. Fortunately, these beings will not come out easily, and will even avoid taking action if possible. Most of them are still sleeping. What are they waiting for? 35. Emperor Dugu. In Zai Bixing's narration, he revealed many secrets about the restricted area. For example, the reason why the forbidden areas can avoid the Great Tao's reckoning is because some places are extraordinary in themselves and their origins are mysterious. In other places, several forbidden area masters have united their Tao to resist the invasion of the Great Tao. For example, the birth of the Overlord is the result of the great emperor cutting off his own destiny. They call it a self-inflicted wound. For example, there are not only restricted area masters in the restricted area, but some even move their entire race in. For example, there are actually many rare natural treasures in the restricted area, and even the aura of immortality elixir. Zai Bixing suspects that the 5 immortality elixirs cannot be found in the world, and it must be because they have been divided up and imprisoned by the ruler of the restricted area. The so-called path to immortality is just a legend. I have searched the world and even the outer reaches of the universe, but I haven't found even a trace of it. It is better to die early and be buried in peace than to wait for that vague and empty road. Even though he knew many secrets and even had a way to live a second life, Zai Bixing was very open-minded. Jiang Mu couldn't help but sigh. What a good attitude. You've been to the edge of the universe, but have you ever set foot in the depths of the chaotic black fog? Suddenly, Jiang Mu asked. Ancient records state that Emperor Lingtian fought off strange creatures for 30,000 years. When I was patrolling the outer reaches of the universe, I indeed discovered that they were very close to the border Star City, so I took the opportunity to clean them up. It will probably take another 10,000 years for the chaotic black fog to descend upon border Star City. Ji Bixing said frankly, but I was already approaching old age at that time, and many great emperors had been killed there, so I didn't dare to go too deep. His sharpness is mainly used to suppress the restricted areas, and he can only deal with strange creatures that will die. It seems that Emperor Ling Tian died prematurely in his previous life because he went too deep into the black fog of chaos. Jiang Mu nodded. Okay, then what I'm going to talk about next is the reason why the strange creatures and the rulers of the forbidden area exist in the chaotic black fog. If Shi Bixing knew everything about the chaotic black fog, then Jiang Mu really had nothing to tell him. Soon, Jiang Mu told everything, and Shi Bixing looked solemn. He didn't expect that there were such secrets hidden in the chaotic black fog, and there was actually a road blocked by emperors of all generations. It turns out that the life extending method of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone was obtained from those powerful and strange creatures, but it has been revised and upgraded. Will that road connect to another world? Shi Bixing thought so and then fell speechless. Even if it was another world inside, I'm afraid few people could survive it. Even the emperor shed blood and died in hatred, so there must be something terrible in it. The future is worrying. Bixing couldn't help but sigh again, as if he could foresee a hopeless future. But this is something that future generations should worry about. I'm tired and don't want to worry about it anymore. Shi Bixing smiled and said, I have achieved enlightenment in the midst of prejudice. I have done well enough. I don't care about the flood after my death. That's true, but even though you haven't done anything detrimental to the lives of all races, why did you massacre half of the cultivators in the true demon realm right from the start? Jiang Mu seemed to have thought of something and asked in confusion. Because no one understands them better than I do, and they want me to enslave all races more than I do. So, I sacrificed and refined them, and created my supreme divine weapon. Jiang Mu muttered, that's cruel. So what are you going to do next? Do you hide and wait for death? You can't avoid that. Once the Lord of the Forbidden Zone realizes you've reached your final step, they might join forces to strangle you. Or do you block the path through the chaotic black fog? They definitely won't dare go deeper. Or do you want to drag one or two lords along to scare them? Or should we beg for mercy, sever our fate, and hide in the restricted area? But this path is likely to be a dead end. My advice is to be a good person to the end, shine your light, and try to find a way out of the chaotic fog. Since you know where the immortality elixir is, perhaps you could go and get it? This is almost Bixing's last resort, and the aging emperor does not have many choices. Hearing this, Shi Bixing glanced at Jiang Mu, feeling both angry and amused. Now I understand what you meant when you were at the Imperial Pass Ancient Road. Does that mean I can't spend my old age in peace? Isn't a lifetime of fighting in the Forbidden Zone enough? I can't even get the immortality elixir. I can't defeat them. Seeing this, Jiang Mu felt a little embarrassed. Mainly because I don't want the world to be in chaos after I wake up. I can even tolerate loneliness, but I'm afraid of death. Jiang Mu thought that before he became invincible in the world, the fewer threats he faced, the better. I'm tired and don't want to fight anymore. Shi Bixing decisively rejected Jiang Mu's proposals and said with relief, I have used the devil to prove my truth. I have killed too many people. Since I am going to die, I will choose to return to the world. I will transform into the Tao, and everything I have will return to the Tao. After I die, there will be no corpse, and I won't be tortured or whipped. As a former demon cultivator, Shi Bixing knows the feeling of whipping a corpse, and he does it often. So low-key? Jiang Mu was actually a little disappointed. He had thought that Shi Bixing, who had been brave all his life, would go crazy in the end. As Bixing smiled and said, be content with what you have. I am now an emperor, not a demon. For a long time afterwards, the two looked at each other in silence. After all, this topic is actually too heavy. You have been worshipped by all races for so long. Before you become a Taoist, is there anything you want to give me? Jiang Mu blinked his eyes and hinted frantically. Bixing was happy. Don't even think about it, I've used it all up. You are alone, can you use them all? This is impossible. At least there are some things that we should know and not used. However, Shi Bixing asked in return, do you know what kind of cultivation I am practicing? What is it? Devouring the ghost path. Shi Bixing said without hesitation, everything in the world can be devoured and refined into one's own combat power. The waning moon is a strange phenomenon. Use blood to nourish war and kill to stop destruction. Otherwise, where do you think my fighting power comes from? Why do all the races pay homage to me every time I'm injured? Jiang Mu took a deep breath. No wonder Ji Bixing's combat power was so high. Seeing Jiang Mu was actually a little disappointed, Ji Bixing stood up, turned around, and looked at the distant Qingshan. He said, "Senior Jiang, in this era, I only know you. It's not easy to break the seal once. Stay and chat with me. I will hold another pilgrimage of all races, and all the tributes I receive this time will be given to you. How about it?" "That's right, if the emperor invites me, I won't refuse even if there are no gifts, right?" Jiang Mu stood up and picked up the wineglass. "As a sign of respect, I'll drink first. You can do whatever you want." Ji Bixing smiled coldly. Ahaha. 36. The true demon becomes a Tao, living for thoughts and dying for thoughts. Jiang Mu chose to live in the true demon realm for a while. During this time, he did nothing else but chat with the great emperor Xibixing. As Ji Bixing did not create any power, nor did he have any children, and he did not even have an emperor or empress. He always lived alone. In fact, every emperor's choice is different, and his understanding of life is also different. There are actually quite a few emperors like Ji Bixing. Perhaps these things have no meaning to them. During this period, Xibixing kept his promise and finally convened a pilgrimage of all ethnic groups. Although all races knew that the emperor was already in his twilight years, they still came to pay homage. They even hoped that their things could prolong the emperor's life. Unfortunately, there are too few things in this world that can prolong the emperor's life. Just like this, 100 years passed, and the aura of the great Tao of knowing and doing had become increasingly weak, and his qi had declined seriously. In the 200th year, Ji Bixing handed his Ji Dao Emperor soldier to Jiang Mu and said, "This true demon tower has been well nurtured by me. When it is fully utilized, it has at least half of my divine power. I'll entrust it to you now. After I become a Taoist, if a restricted area master appears, you can let it defend itself against the enemy and fight until it collapses." A small black tower flew into Jiang Mu's hand, and he could feel the aura of the great Tao imprinted on it. As if sensing that its master was about to die, it trembled slightly and seemed to be sobbing. The imperial weapon is spiritual and can fight on its own, so it knows how to act and is not afraid of Jiang Mu restricting it. The imperial soldiers will definitely strictly carry out their master's orders. Xibixing also believed that Jiang Mu's current strength could not limit it. "Your path is very strange. You haven't been recognized by destiny in 2 lives. You must be trying to take an alternative path to enlightenment, right? Then I can only wish you success." Ji Bixing seemed to have noticed something extraordinary about Jiang Mu, and stared at him. This made Jiang Mu feel relieved. "I'm leaving now, no need to see me off." Finally, the great Emperor Xibixing embarked on his journey home. Originally, he could have lingered on for another 1,000 years, but the longer he delayed, the more his energy and blood would be depleted, and in the end he would definitely not have the strength to fight against the master of the restricted area. With some energy left in his body, no restricted area master dared to fight him. A gray-haired, old figure walked out of the true demon realm and stepped onto the starry sky. The aura of the great emperor spread out again, attracting the attention of all beings. Is the true demon emperor in his twilight years? What will he choose? Not only are all living beings paying attention, some restricted area masters are also secretly watching. Ji Bixing stepped into the starry sky, and with every step he took, his weakened qi would become stronger. His white hair was turning darker with each step, and with every step he took, his imperial power grew stronger. The heavenly heart seal was suspended high in the sky, and all the laws of the universe resounded, protecting him again. The laws of the avenue spread out in front of him, as if he were the master of heaven and earth. Finally, Ji Bixing walked a total of 100 steps and came to a dead and silent starry sky. His aura also reached its peak. All the auras were suppressed and trembled. When he raised his hand, the avenue roared, just like when he was in his prime and fighting in the forbidden area. This is the real hometown of the true demon emperor. Some supreme monks recognized this starry sky and knew that they must have been here, so they investigated and found out that the true demon emperor was not born in the true demon realm, but went there later. Although some later generations would regard the true demon realm as their hometown, it is obvious that the true demon emperor does not think so. This starry sky was once destroyed by the ruler of the forbidden area. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the true demon emperor has been fighting in the forbidden area all his life. What is the purpose of the true demon emperor coming here? A bunch of cowards who only dare to hide behind the scenes. Now that I am old, you still dare only to watch from afar? No wonder you're only worthy of living. Ji Bixing spoke, his voice resounding throughout the universe and the stars, deafening. Among them, there is also disdain and contempt for the master of the penalty area. However, even so, no restricted area master dared to rush out and cause trouble for Ji Bixing, and they all remained silent. What a joke! Although Xibixing seemed to be on his last legs, he now stood at the top of the avenue again with his last leap. He didn't care about life or death. It would probably be very easy for him to take a few restricted area masters with him. I am the Demon Emperor, but I live up to the name of the Great Emperor and live up to the expectations of Emperor Lingtian for future generations of great emperors. The restricted area is like a termite in this world, corrupting the world. It should be suppressed and eradicated. Of course, even the emperor will eventually die. The strong aura of the great Tao of knowing and acting was floating between heaven and earth. His gaze penetrated time and space, as if examining all races. I'm tired. I wish to transform myself into the Tao and bring about the next great era ahead of time. If there is a restricted area master who refuses to obey, you can come and fight. Boom! An even more powerful aura emerged from Xibixing. His avenue began to spread out with a rustling sound, and then shattered into pieces. The marks of all the ways and the heart of heaven began to peel off from his body, and the ultimate light of the avenue almost illuminated the entire universe. A mighty aura of transformation began to spread with Xibixing as its center. When the great emperor transformed into the Tao, the laws of the Tao that shattered were also extraordinary. A single fragment could break the emperor's body, and the killing power was so immense that the rulers of the restricted areas who wanted to plunder could only watch and sigh in despair. Xibixing's body began to burst in the light of the Tao, and also turned into a point of light and slowly dissipated between the universe and the earth. The avenue began to wail, shaking the universe, the stars, and the earth. It seemed as if the sadness over the death of a great emperor infected all living beings in the world. The great emperor has become a Taoist. I never thought that the true demon emperor would choose to leave in this way. If he's not fighting, he's on his way to fight. Perhaps the true demon emperor is really tired, just like he said. Although he is the demon emperor, he cares about the people and is even more compassionate than some so-called saviors, Buddha emperors. He deserves a place in the history books. Even before the Tao transformation, do you still need to intimidate the restricted area? You, the true demon emperor, are worthy of being the demon emperor. Although he exploited the tributes of all races, his actions still retained the demeanor of a great emperor. It's truly commendable. The Tao of knowing and practicing has awakened some dormant ancient heritages. After all, it is rare for a contemporary emperor to transform into a Tao and give back to the people. What a pure person, living and dying for his thoughts. Only Jiang Mu, who knew the way Xibixing came, stood in a certain starry sky, watching Xibixing transform into the Tao, feeling quite moved. He can't do it anyway. Xibixing's young face remained calm as water, and he was staring at something, always looking in one direction. In front of his eyes, there were overlapping shadows, and it seemed that there were many more men and women. One of them was a girl standing in the front. She had a high ponytail and was wearing an orange dress. She had a smile on her face, raised her hands high, and waved towards Xibixing, as if she was shouting something excitedly. Yujibi moved his lips and laughed at the last moment before he completely disappeared from the world. Xiaoyu, I am back. 37. Disaster resurfaces, deceiving the true demon tower. The aura of the true demon emperor swept across the world. Although only a few creatures of all races can directly observe this scene of knowing and practicing the Tao in the starry sky of the universe, the long-lasting strange phenomena in every world clearly indicate that this powerful emperor who fought in the forbidden area all his life has left. The death of the great emperor is a sad fate many supreme beings of all races watched. Xibixing completely disappeared between heaven and earth, and they were filled with sighs, with respect, sighs, joy, sorrow, filled with many emotions. The emperor of this life has passed away, and the fighting spirit of the cultivators of all races, which has been suppressed for 20,000 years, has been rekindled. Everyone wants to be the next emperor. Moreover, this is Xibixing's self-transformation of the Tao. The suppression of the 10,000 Taoists by his Tao mark has almost been loosened by half. Perhaps it will not take thousands of years for the 10,000 Taoists to revive, ushering in the battle for destiny. This is obviously a good thing for all races. The threat posed by the ruler of the restricted area is too great for the world. Xibixing obviously knows this truth, so he did not choose to fight in his old age, but instead transformed himself to make the next great battle come sooner. Only the great emperor can suppress the restricted area. This has almost become a consensus among all races. However, the 10,000 races had actually anticipated the possibility of a counterattack in the restricted area when the true demon emperor left. After all, the true demon emperor is too powerful, forcing the rulers of the restricted area whose lives have come to an end to hold on and dare not come out. Now that the true demon emperor has left, Nothing in this world can threaten their lives anymore. As for the resistance of all races, it all depends on which restricted area ruler is unlucky and gets surrounded and killed. In short, even if all races resist, the threat they bring is definitely not as great as that posed by the true demon emperor, and it is definitely not worth the risk for them. The time before the next great emperor is born is definitely the most difficult period for all races. Bixing's transformation into the Tao lasted for several decades before the aura of the Tao in the starry sky where he transformed into the Tao completely dissipated. The world has been unusually peaceful over the past few decades, as if something big is brewing, until one day, the decaying breath of the Forbidden Zone Master was once again heard in the starry sky of the universe. The ruler of the restricted area couldn't hold back any longer and came out. This was a supreme being who walked out of an unknown forbidden area. He first carefully slaughtered the lives in a small star field. Then, he did not feel threatened, and after confirming that the true demon emperor would not appear again, he completely put his mind at ease, opened his bloody mouth, and destroyed one small star field and land of life after another. The master of this restricted area was very smart. He did not set foot in those powerful forces of all races, but instead encroached on those remote star regions that would not threaten his life. Therefore, no living creature came to trouble him, and as this restricted area master was safe and sound, other restricted area masters who had not much time left could no longer contain their hunger and came out one after another. In an instant, at least dozens of forbidden area masters launched blood feeding at the same time in the starfield of the sky. Once again, countless lives died, and the air was filled with blood. The cries from the darkness seemed to infect everything, causing heaven and earth to feel pity. This time the disaster is even more massive and more despairing than when the Imperial Pass Great Wall was opened to eye in the entire starfield. Except for the 3,000 major starfields, the rest of the life places are in fear, as they may become the blood food of the masters of the forbidden area at any time. They began to flee for their lives, fleeing to places that were protected by powerful tribes. Regarding the chaos started by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, these supreme beings of all races still watched silently, not paying attention to the misery in the world, but only guarding their own little piece of land, as long as the Lord of the Forbidden Zone did not invade, because they know that they cannot win if the penalty zone ruler has been suppressed for too long. Even if we use up our resources to repel this disaster, what will happen next? Therefore, as long as the rulers of these restricted areas do not threaten these powerful tribes, it is fine to destroy some places of life. After all, the world is huge and there are countless living beings, so it doesn't matter if there are fewer. After eating enough, these restricted area masters will naturally go back. The supreme beings of all races thought so, and so did the rulers of the forbidden areas who had emerged from the world. They do not touch those powerful ethnic groups and forces, but only seek to plunder more lowly creatures and win by quantity. And it's not without gain. There are always saints and quasi-emperors who overestimate their own abilities and come to kill them, becoming good blood food. Different tragedies are happening in different starry skies, but there are more people watching with indifference to eye in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of disasters in the restricted area are inevitable, and this won't be the first time. Feeling what was happening in the universe, Jiang Mu in his small world couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little sorry for the people who were being harmed by the master of the forbidden area. However, he did not intend to take action. Even if he could kill one or two overlords, it would only be a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Moreover, if he fights with it, he himself will also take great risks and may even die. This was obviously impossible for Jiang Mu to accept, but fortunately he had lived through the era of two emperors and had seen too much life and death, so he would not be compassionate. Although the disaster this time is more terrible, it cannot harm the foundation of this world, because in the era of the true demon emperor, it was too peaceful and the people prospered. This is also the reason why the major forces did not take action. If these restricted area masters are not allowed to vent their anger, the longer it accumulates, the more hopeless the future will become. After all, compared with the rulers of the forbidden area who have come out into the world, those who have not come out into the world are the real terrors. Therefore, the powerful tribes, holy places, major sects, and immortal gates and divine kingdoms in the world will not act rashly. However, although Jiang Mu did not intend to take action, the true demon tower could not hold back and buzzed to express its excitement to Jiang Mu. After all, Xibixing gave it orders before he died. However, this is an extremely powerful imperial weapon, which can greatly enhance Jiang Mu's combat power. He is reluctant to let the true demon tower go out to fight. Without the control of the great emperor and a constant supply of energy, it can kill on its own. It would be lucky if it could defeat a restricted area master. I'm afraid it will collapse in the end, but if it is in Jiang Mu's hands, it is completely different. After all, he is the overlord of the sky, who can challenge the emperor. He has enough power to activate the true demon tower and increase its combat power exponentially. which is not even worse than in the hands of the emperor.
Xiaoda, listen to me. Xibixing only said that you should fight until you are broken, but he didn't say when you will be broken, right?
There's no end to the masters of this restricted area.
It's a good time to fight them, right?
Look, my strength is comparable to that of the great emperor.
I'm not weak already, but I will become even stronger in the future. When I can rival the great emperor, I will take action.
By then, you will be able to unleash your greatest power in my hands.
Together, the two of us brothers will be invincible and will brilliantly complete your master's mission.
Jiang Mu held the shrunken true demon tower in his hand, and the power of the heavenly tyrant body suppressed it tightly, and explained in a soft voice, "Buzz buzz buzz." The true demon tower trembled, and a clear consciousness entered Jiang Mu's mind.
You are the supreme imperial soldier, how dare I lie to you? Your master entrusted you to me because he trusts me, right? Since he trusts me, am I qualified to order you around? What? You want me to kill a lord to express my determination?
45,000 years old, Jiang Mu's real Mu faced with the true demon tower's irresistible request. Jiang Mu was speechless. If Jiang Mu didn't go, the true demon tower would break through his suppression at all costs and fight with the lord of the Forbidden Zone until it collapsed. Jiang Mu really wanted to ask, are all the supreme imperial soldiers so old-fashioned and loyal? In the end, Jiang Mu compromised.
Firstly, the true demon tower's consciousness was very firm, and Jiang Mu
really didn't have 100% confidence in suppressing it. Secondly, an ultimate imperial weapon can greatly improve combat power, otherwise most emperors would not have refined one after becoming emperors. As long as he hasn't reached the highest level of sublimation, I can kill a lord with my strength. But I can't be too slow, otherwise I will expose myself. Jiang Mu thought to himself that it would not be difficult to kill a master in the outside world. Even if this master was highly sublimated and possessed the power of an emperor, the winner would only be Jiang Mu. It was just a matter of time and whether Jiang Mu would be injured. What Jiang Mu really cares about is not exposing his original aura. He is not invincible yet and cannot make too many enemies. Once he makes a move, the origin of the great accomplishment of the heavenly tyrant body will inevitably be exposed, and he doesn't need to think about it. Fortunately, Jiang Mu was not afraid of exposing his domineering aura. As long as he switched his origin, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone would not be able to deduce his existence even if he wanted to. After all, it was equivalent to not having such a person. However, no matter how simple the task is, Jiang Mu must proceed with caution. With his strength and 2 imperial weapons, wouldn't he be able to kill a restricted area master who hasn't reached the ultimate realm in seconds? So, Jiang Mu negotiated with the true demon tower about the conditions. Okay, let's make a deal. I'll only kill one overlord, so you can see my strength.
And you have to help me and listen to me in the future. How about that?
Upon hearing this, the true demon tower was silent for a moment, and then a sound was heard again, which was considered as agreement. After all, if Jiang Mu has the strength to kill a master, following him is the best choice for the true demon tower at present. Apart from him, I am afraid no one else in this world can control it.
That's great. Jiang Mu was overjoyed.
This was actually equivalent to taming an imperial weapon, and it was one of the top performance. As long as he thought about it, he could connect smoothly, which greatly improved his combat power.
Let me get ready, then we'll set off.
Jiang Mu put the true demon tower into his body and began to observe the rulers of the restricted area who were causing harm to the people. These forbidden area masters basically run their own camps, come from different forbidden areas, and eat blood in different starry skies, looking very happy. Moreover, they are all trying their best to hide their true appearance, as if they don't want to be recognized. In the end, Jiang Mu's eyes locked on a restricted area master with the weakest life breath. Even if such a master was given the opportunity to sublimate to the extreme realm, his dried up blood would not be enough to allow him to recover to his peak for long. After choosing his target, Jiang Mu tore through space and came to the depths of the Jiang family in the red dust realm without alerting anyone. As the ancestor of the Jiang family, he was naturally qualified to enter and exit at any time. Here lies the legacy of the Jiang family, the imperial clan, and the ultimate imperial weapon, the wings of flowing light and absolute shadow. Although the supreme emperor's weapon possesses the might of a great emperor and has its own consciousness, and although it can exist for a very long time, it cannot live forever and will eventually decay. Therefore, when the supreme emperor's weapon is not used,
it will remain dormant. Some powerful forces will seal the Emperor's weapon in the divine source to delay its decay.
It's been 30,000 years, ancestor, we meet again. After lifting the seal on Xinyuan town, Jiang Mu awakened the Liuguang Jueying wings.
Why aren't you dead yet?
However, after sensing Jiang Mu's breath, Liuguang Juwenjie sent such a message.
Why, you really want me to die?
Jiang Mu held his forehead and smiled bitterly. If I die, who will take you to live freely?
Who among the descendants of the Jiang family can be as outstanding as me? After all, the Liuguang Jueying wings are the supreme imperial weapon of the Jiang family's ancestor, the great emperor.
As a descendant, there is nothing wrong with Jiang Mu calling him ancestor. Although he was shocked that Jiang Mu was still alive, Liuguang Juwenjie was not surprised either. After all, he was just a self-proclaimed divine source. It was somewhat surprised at Jiang Mu's increasingly advanced Taoist skills. So it asked Jiang Mu what he wanted it to do this time, the last time it was born. Jiang Mu begged it for a long time before it agreed. After all, it is not there to help the Jiang family solve problems. As the foundation of the Jiang family, it always has only one goal, which is to strictly abide by the orders left by the master. Jiang Mu chuckled. This time, I'll take you to kill the restricted area master. Still leaving the mortal world in a low-key manner this time, Jiang Mu easily summoned Liuguang Juwenjie because he displayed the aura of the emperor and the tower of true demon. Liuguang Juwenjie was very excited. In its opinion, the Jiang family finally had a younger generation who could be of great use. So this time, even though it was a private matter and had nothing to do with the Jiang family, it agreed. Jiang Mu did not use any means of transportation, but traveled through the starry sky of the universe by himself. The monks at the Saint Realm have the ability to cross space. No matter how vast and boundless the universe is, as long as they have a definite goal, they can jump over those useless spaces, not to mention the quasi-emperor realm creatures. Creatures at this level can reach any place in the universe with just a thought. This is why they can sense the birth of the ruler of a certain restricted area at the first moment. This is the result of spiritual practice and also the evolution of the life level. After crossing countless starfields, Jiang Mu slowed down when he was about to reach his destination. Countless streams of light are on their way. Some are monks, some are starships, or some are extraordinary monks driving the continents and the stars. In the surrounding starfields, a large number of creatures are migrating in the universe, fleeing their homes, and moving away as much as possible. When all living beings were fleeing, there was a person named Jiang Mu who went against the flow, striding towards the place of disaster. The further he went, the more Jiang Mu could feel the bloody smell that filled the entire starry sky and was mixed with many living creatures, which made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. This represents death. Moreover, Jiang Mu could already sense the corrupt aura of a certain restricted area master, which was getting closer and closer to him, and in front of Jiang Mu, there were more fleeing monks, but even if they increased their speed to the extreme, they could not catch up with the speed of the restricted area master who was eating the starry sky with blood. Except for the monks who have reached the level of saints, no one can escape. However, not all the monks who have reached the level of saints are willing to escape. They are sublimating to the extreme realm further behind, hoping to delay the pace of the master of the restricted area. However, their strength, their magical powers, and their transcendent laws are as fragile as paper in front of the master of the restricted area. Even the ruler of the forbidden area, who cut himself with a sword, has a life level much higher than that of all creatures in this world. Jiang Mu could see that one saint after another was even grabbed by the master of the restricted area and crushed to pieces. Occasionally, there would be a quasi-emperor who would hold up a barrier to defend the starfield, but he would only bleed under the bombardment of a few punches from the ruler of this restricted area that shook the galaxy. This is why Jiang Mu was unwilling to come out. It would be fine if he didn't see it with his own eyes. If he saw this tragic scene with his own eyes, no matter how high his mood was, his heart would still be moved. Having only lived for over 45,000 years, Jiang Mu was still too young then. The origin of the great accomplishment heavenly tyrant body began to transform, and there seemed to be a purple light shining on Jiang Mu's body. A domineering aura like that of a great emperor spread from him, as if solidifying time and space, making many creatures who were hurriedly fleeing notice this retrograde existence. The avenue could no longer suppress Jiang Mu at this moment. He took a step forward and came to the starfield that was about to be destroyed. Then he punched out with his fist, emitting purple light. A purple dragon shadow instantly pierced through the galaxy and hit a master. The penalty zone master had not anticipated the arrival of this punch and had no time to dodge, so he could only take it. Boom! The punch was so powerful that it almost shattered the surrounding space and sent the restricted area master flying an unknown distance, causing him to grimace in pain. At the same time, he also felt the breath of the great emperor. The next second, a tall and majestic figure rushed to the front of the restricted area master, with wings behind him and a huge black tower on his head. His terrifying blood and energy seemed to burn everything. His domineering fists were fully displayed, instantly suppressing the restricted area master. At the same time, Jiang Mu's domineering body principle also broke through the thousands of blockades and was sensed by many supreme beings and the masters of the forbidden areas who had not yet fallen asleep. This is not the decayed aura of a master, this is the uncontaminated aura of an emperor. It's the breath of the law of the Great Way. That's impossible. There's actually another great emperor in this world. 39. I am the Overlord. Such a domineering aura. Emperors don't see each other. At least it's been like this for millions of years. The true demon emperor has only been in Tao for 100 years, so how could he possibly give birth to an emperor? The suppression of the 10,000 Taos is still there, no one can achieve enlightenment. Many supreme beings of all races were shocked, and they all used their great magical powers to explore the place where the breath appeared, wanting to tear open a corner of the picture to see what was going on. The rulers of the restricted areas who were devouring the common people stopped their actions. They were closer and could feel more clearly the aura of the emperor who had broken through all the paths. No! This is not the aura of this great emperor. Although it is infinitely close to the great Tao, it is not it. Without the mandate of heaven, how can one be a complete and perfect emperor? Could this be a powerful master? Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the location where Jiang Mu appeared, feeling the pressure that was infinitely close to that of the emperor, echoing in the starry sky. What a domineering imperial fist! At the same time, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, who was hit by Jiang Mu's punch and spurted blood in the starry sky, came to his senses. Looking at Jiang Mu, who was getting closer to him, his body began to be wrapped in a golden light, like a golden light man. Facing the attack of Jiang Mu, who was carrying the divine fist, his body kept getting bigger, and finally he was as dazzling as a giant of light, making the galaxy dim. Although he looked extremely powerful, Jiang Mu's figure was like an ant in his eyes. But as Jiang Mu's domineering fist fell, 6 divine forms appeared, and each punch contained different domineering magical powers. With 6 punches, the master of the restricted area was beaten back to his original form, and the light of his body was constantly shattered, and he is constantly retreating. You are infinitely close to the great emperor, but you are not the real great emperor. Tyrannical god form, you are the ultimate heavenly tyrant body. After Jiang Mu was defeated after several moves, the ruler of the restricted area also figured out Jiang Mu's identity. Your Excellency has only achieved enlightenment through a different method, not a true great emperor. Why do you have to force me? After figuring out Jiang Mu's identity, the restricted area master also breathed a sigh of relief. We are the blood feeders of the common people, and it has nothing to do with you. Why are you stopping me? In his opinion, Jiang Mu was only at the great accomplishment tyrant body. If he were to reach the ultimate level, it would be a lose-lose situation for both sides. So he didn't understand why Jiang Mu was looking for trouble with him. I am part of the common people. Do you think it matters? Jiang Mu sneered, with a domineering aura circulating around him. He had not used his full strength just now, and had not even used the imperial weapon. He was just testing the strength of the master of the restricted area in front of him. What a joke! I only eat ants, and you, with your great accomplishment tyrant body, are considered to be on the same level as us. How can you lower yourself? Don't try to show off your bravery just for a moment. The great accomplishment tyrant body is not the great emperor. You will never be able to cross that gap. You can't kill me. The restricted area master's tone turned cold, and he felt chilled when he saw that Jiang Mu was ungrateful. How will you know if you don't try? The next moment, the true demon tower and the flowing light and shadow wings were pushed to the extreme, and Jiang Mu rushed towards him with supreme dominance. Buzz, court death. Seeing that Jiang Mu was stubborn, the ruler of the restricted area no longer held back and planned to reach the highest level and end the battle quickly. However, he underestimated Jiang Mu's speed. With the help of the flowing light and shadow wings and his domineering divine fist with all his strength, coupled with the suppression of the true demon tower, the countless ghost soldiers on it restricted his movement speed, so that he was only halfway sublimated when Jiang Mu's terrifying physical body got close to him. After a few punches, he flew backwards again and collapsed a piece of the starry sky. However, Jiang Mu attacked with all his strength and did not give him a chance to react, and brought the imperial weapon to kill him again. The purple aura that was almost condensed into substance was lingering, and in the starry sky, one could only hear the light and sound of Jiang Mu swinging his fists and various figures shining and killing.
The two imperial weapons driven by Jiang Mu Sangtian's domineering body were too terrifying. Their might was almost fully activated.
The different imperial powers pressed down the restricted area master so hard that his body was blocked and he had difficulty moving. That Song Tianbati was originally a physique suitable for close combat. In a close combat situation, the restricted area master was no match at all. The light spots on his body were worn out by punch after punch, and finally red blood even flowed out. The ruler of the restricted area was beaten by Jiang Mu in the starry sky and couldn't even raise his head. He had very little energy and blood left to begin with, and after being suppressed by Jiang Mu repeatedly, it was almost exhausted before it could reach the ultimate state of sublimation, and his entire body became extremely withered. "Let me see your true face." Finally, Jiang Mu shattered the light on his face with a punch, revealing the old face underneath. This is an old man with wrinkles all over his face. His old eyes are even a little cloudy. "He seems to be a human." Jiang Mu shook his head. "I didn't expect that you were once a human emperor. It's really disappointing. Don't kill me. I will teach you the supreme method to prolong your life." The restricted area master was held in Jiang Mu's hand and had no strength to resist. He pleaded unwillingly. He was horrified. Was he too weak, or was the overlord body of heaven too strong? "Sorry, I don't really need this." Jiang Mu raised the corner of his mouth, and clenched his other hand into a fist, which was covered with blood and a purple light was gathering. Then he smashed his head with one punch. "I am a tyrant. In the age without an emperor, I should suppress the forbidden area and protect the people." After throwing the corpse into the Tower of True Demon, Jiang Mu looked around the universe at the prying eyes. His tall figure stood in the shattered void, and his domineering aura swept across the universe. Like the overlord of the universe, his domineering aura made those restricted area masters who were still outside quickly flee and head towards the restricted area, fearing that if they ran too slowly they would become Jiang Mu's next target. The great accomplishment of the heavenly tyrant body was already the master of the restricted area who had not reached the ultimate level of sublimation, and could hold them back and beat them. Although the overlord body of heaven is always weaker than the complete and intact great emperor, it is already very close. Even if they are sublimated to the extreme, the peak power they can use is too little, and they are no match for the overlord body of heaven. After all, the overlord body has too much blood and can last too long, not to mention that Jiang Mu can activate two imperial weapons at the same time, which is too powerful. The masters of the restricted area have never been united. They only gather together because of the same expectation, and their purpose is to stay alive. It is impossible for them to attack Jiang Mu together unless the benefits outweigh the risks. As long as the extreme state is sublimated, death is not far away. It's him. Isn't he the one who stole the body of Emperor Ling Tian? He's really capable of living. He was only one step away from achieving the ultimate tyrant form. I never thought that after more than 20,000 years, he would actually achieve it. Another way of enlightenment? It seems that many fellow Taoists are going to die of old age in their dens. Many other forbidden area masters who had watched the battle between Emperor Ling Tian and the master of the Xingyu forbidden area recognized Jiang Mu at this moment. At that time, Jiang Mu had not yet achieved enlightenment, but he dared to snatch the body of Emperor Ling Tian from the hands of Emperor Duosheng, which made these forbidden area masters look at him with admiration. But that's all there is to it. After all, if you can't achieve great things, you will end up being an ant. But now that he has achieved enlightenment in a different way and is standing at the same level as them, they have to take him seriously. In an era without great emperors, the great tyrant body is still invincible in the world. The most important thing is that the rulers of the restricted area discovered that Jiang Mu inherited the imperial weapon of the true demon emperor, and obviously gained his recognition. Maybe the true demon emperor already knew of Jiang Mu's existence in his later years, and Jiang Mu was his backup. It is more likely that Jiang Mu's alternative path to enlightenment was protected by the true demon emperor. The purpose is to survive this era without an emperor. In fact, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone only thought that this was a possibility, but the supreme ones of all races believed that this was the fact, and Jiang Mu was the backup arranged by the true demon emperor. He is worthy of being called the true demon emperor. At this moment, all races shouted that the overlord was unparalleled and the true demon was invincible. Perhaps, in the years to come, the name of the true demon will not be weaker than that of Emperor Ling Tian. 40. Observing the world for 5,000 years, the creatures of all races closest to Jiang Mu shouted the names of the true demon emperor in Jiang Mu at the same time. I hear there's something about knowing and doing it.
Jiang Mu withdrew his spiritual thoughts. He felt the throbbing of all races and creatures, and instantly understood what was going on, and the common people thought that it was the real devil who achieved the dominance. Little did they know that it was Jiang Mu who became the true devil. Jiang Mu had no intention of explaining, so that he could scare the masters of the restricted area. All the forbidden area masters avoided Jiang Mu's edge and fled back to the forbidden area, leaving behind only many remnants of the disaster. Many star fields have become dead places. It may take a long time before life can settle there. This period of time must be very long. Very good, this way I don't have to fight them. Jiang Mu thought to himself that his original goal was just to kill a restricted area master to achieve the purpose of deterrence and gain the recognition of the true demon tower. Just install it by the way. If he really had to fight with the penalty zone master, Jiang Mu would turn around and leave without saying a word, even if he had to bear the blame. After all, no matter how powerful Jiang Mu is, he is at most equivalent to an emperor. Even the powerful true demon emperor does not dare to set foot in the depths of certain restricted areas, so how could Jiang Mu dare? Then, amidst the shouts of gratitude from the creatures in the surrounding starfields, many supreme monks bowed, and Jiang Mu stepped onto the galaxy and returned to the mortal realm. This time Jiang Mu directly took over the Jiang family. The descendants of the Jiang family were stunned and quickly reacted to welcome the ancestor Jiang Mu. Not many cultivators in the Jiang family knew about Jiang Mu's existence. They only knew that this ancestor might not have died because he was unwilling to accept the fact that he had not become an emperor in his second life. Unexpectedly, they would embark on such a path, which made the Jiang family cultivators overjoyed. Jiang Mu first sealed the Liuguangzhu Ying wings again, although Liuguangzhu Yingjie tasted the delicious nourishment of Jiang Mu's qi and blood and was reluctant to keep it secret. Jiang Mu still did not indulge it. The suction of one true demon tower is already very powerful, so wouldn't two of them suck Jiang Mu dry? Then, Jiang Mu began to reorganize the declining Jiang family, because this might be his last years facing the world as Jiang Mu. The great accomplishment tyrant body achieved enlightenment in a different way, but was also unable to proclaim himself the source of God. Therefore, this may be Jiang Mu's last effort for the revival of the Jiang family, which can be regarded as a reward for the Jiang family's previous cultivation. There are a total of 15 imperial forces in the Red Dust Realm, among which the holy places and immortal gates are at the forefront. The Jiang family is now at the bottom. For example, the most famous one is the Taishu Holy Land of Three Emperors, which has existed for at least 2 million years and is still prosperous today. The Jiang family's Emperor Suifeng achieved enlightenment 700,000 years ago. No one among his descendants has touched this realm since then, and it has naturally declined. Now that Jiang Mu has achieved enlightenment in a different way, he can actually be regarded as one of the two emperors in the Jiang family. After all, in an era without great emperors, the domineering body is invincible. Even if the great emperor were alive today, he would treat the Shang tyrant as an equal, not as an enemy. To repeat, the great tyrant body cannot defeat the great emperor, but the great emperor cannot kill it either. Throughout history, among the 9 holy bodies, there are several that are good at fighting, just like the blue sky tyrant body. When they reach perfection, they can challenge the emperor, such as the ancient holy body, the chaos holy body, the innate holy body, and the Taoist fetus. It's just that some of the Eucharists have different emphases. Jiang Mu is now practicing the ancient holy body in order to further sublimate his physical body. After all, the ancient holy body is equally powerful, has unparalleled holy skills, and has super recovery ability. The immortal golden body, to put it simply, is an indestructible cockroach, an excellent physique that allows one person to defeat 10. Having said that, Jiang Mu moved into the Jiang family, and the Jiang family would prosper on its own without him having to do anything. However, he still took action to crack down on some forces that were eyeing the Jiang family. Then, the older generations of the Jiang family began to test whether their descendants possessed the bloodline of the tyrant body, because the heavenly tyrant body, as one of the 9 holy bodies, could be inherited through bloodline. Jiang Mu possesses this bloodline, so logically speaking, some people in the Jiang family should also have the opportunity to inherit it. It's a pity that it is destined to never be found because Jiang Mu has no descendants. In response, Jiang Mu pretended to cooperate and expressed deep regret. Not long after, the supreme leaders of all races began to visit with valuable gifts. After all, Jiang Mu now has a status like that of an emperor, and he continues to bring peace to all races, especially those big clans hiding behind. After all, if the restricted area master causes too much trouble, they will not be able to remain unscathed. Besides, Jiang Mu is like an old senior. Although there are not many people of his generation, there are always many stories about him. Jiang Mu never hesitates to give gifts to those who give him gifts. In the following 3,000 years, Jiang Mu began to tour the world like a true emperor. Only then did he experience the feeling of standing on top of a mountain and overlooking all the other mountains. Watching all the races bow their heads is like looking at everything you own, and even a natural sense of responsibility will come. Overview: being detached from the world, he is not an emperor, but better than an emperor. Jiang Mu even had a special gain. When he was touring a large state in the 8 wildernesses, he found the owner of a Yuanling holy body in a large sect. The Yuanling holy body is naturally close to nature and can communicate with the vital energy of heaven and earth for use by oneself or others. Its speed is amazing. For the great Yuanling holy body, there is no such thing as running out of mana. It has as much mana and strength as the vitality of heaven and earth. The only thing to worry about is how much combat power the Yuanling holy body itself can consume. This physique is very auxiliary. Even if it is fully developed, it cannot stand alone and challenge the emperor, so it ranks last among the 9 holy bodies. Don't be fooled by the fact that it is ranked at the end, it is also very rare. In addition, the owner of the Yuanling holy body is not strong in combat and it is difficult for it to survive the great catastrophe, so there are very few records about it. The Yuanling holy body that Jiang Mu found was already an old woman. Although she had already transcended the ordinary and become a saint, in Jiang Mu's eyes, her aptitude was still too low. Therefore, Jiang Mu secretly concealed his identity and traded some essence and blood with him, refining it and feeding it with his own essence. From then on, Jiang Mu could be said to have gathered 3 of the 9 holy bodies: the unrivaled heavenly overlord body, the indestructible golden body of the ancient holy body, and the Yuanling holy body with extraordinary endurance. The sky tyrant body has been completed, and the ancient holy body is about to succeed. When the Yuanling holy body is cultivated, although his combat power may not be very high, he will be able to fight even if facing a group attack from the masters of the restricted area. With this kind of physical combination, Jiang Mu felt that if he didn't use it to fight one against many, he, Jiang Mu, would not be able to use it. At the same time, as Jiang Mu toured the world, all places in the world became completely quiet, and there were no more forbidden areas causing chaos. In just 3,000 years, all traces of the Tao of knowing and doing are about to disappear, and all the Taoists have begun to revive, and those geniuses who were suppressed by the true demon emperor and chose to remain silent began to appear one after another. This world already has a celestial tyrant. If there is another emperor, maybe they can join forces to flatten more forbidden areas. It can be said that the cultivators who came to fight for destiny in this life are not only from the past few thousand years, but also the geniuses of all ages who chose to proclaim themselves when the true demon emperor was in power. Many of them were once hailed as having the potential to be an emperor, but they only regretted being born in the wrong era. Now that they have finally waited for the right time, they are determined to fight for it even at the cost of their lives. It has been 5,000 years since the true demon emperor transformed into the Tao. 10,000 Taoists are gushing out and the destiny is hanging in the balance. 41. Suspense re-emerges. The third emperor after the birth of the Forbidden Zone, the Imperial Pass Great Wall, emerges in the deep space of the universe, as if calling those who are fighting for destiny to in the 5th millennium of the true demon emperor's transformation into Tao. The revival of all Taoists came earlier than ever before. Many geniuses are reviving and embarking on the long road to becoming emperor. As a powerful overlord, Jiang Mu did not step onto the Great Wall of China this time. Fate would not choose him anyway. As a bystander, he watched this great struggle. This era seems to be even more lively than the last one, and many geniuses who are known as emperors have been born in all races. But the same thing goes, there are many cultivators with the potential to be great emperors, but very few great emperors. The strongest may not necessarily become an emperor, and the weakest is not without a chance. Who will finally achieve enlightenment and become the emperor is always a mystery. The battle for the throne is in full swing, and who knows how many geniuses will be killed on the road. Jiang Mu watched the changes in the world while thinking about his next plan. After touring the world for 5,000 years, he had fully experienced the power of an emperor. During these 5,000 years, in addition to finding the bloodline of the Yuanling holy body, he also cultivated the ancient holy body to a level that could trigger a thunder tribulation, and he could trigger it almost as long as he wanted to overcome the tribulation. However, Jiang Mu did not choose to survive the tribulation, because he was now in the role of a great overlord, and his every move was being watched by others, making it difficult for him to escape. He didn't want anyone to discover his secret. If that happened, not only would all the races be curious, he was afraid that the masters of the restricted areas would come to test him personally. Therefore, Jiang Mu chose to continue refining the Yuanling holy body, and then choose the right time to overcome the tribulation. For example, when a new emperor appears and takes over his burden, Jiang Mu, the tyrant of heaven, can then grow old peacefully. After all, the lifespan of a great overlord body will not exceed that of a great emperor. Although the outside world cannot be sure of Jiang Mu's age, according to the time Jiang Mu frequently appears and exists, he has lived for at least 10,000 years. So by then Jiang Mu will have enough reasons to hide from the world. Besides, in the past 5,000 years, Jiang Mu has traveled to many places in the 9 realms and 8 wildernesses in the universe.
and discovered many hidden places that may be used as his secluded places. Of course, Jiang Mu had approached some restricted areas before, but he just looked around from the outside and did not go in. Some restricted areas are so scary just by standing there that even Jiang Mu can't see through them. He just hopes that they won't come out and cause trouble while he's on patrol on behalf of the emperor, otherwise Jiang Mu's reputation would be ruined. Another point is that those elixirs of immortality are indeed unavailable in this world. It is too difficult for the emperor to live again in his second life, and it is probably extremely difficult to find them again. According to Xi Bixing, the combat power of the emperor always has a limit in his life. It will only rise again if he lives a second life. Therefore, the masters of the restricted areas are also divided into strong and weak. After all, some of them have lived for 2 or even multiple lives. Even if they kill themselves, they cannot be killed by the emperor of the first life. So Jiang Mu has to stay alive. The emperor is very powerful, but not invincible. Several years later, deep inside the Imperial Pass Great Wall, 8 geniuses had passed the ancient road trial and became one of the chosen ones, ushering in the final battle. Under the light of the avenue, geniuses from different places and races chose to fight and kill each other. Boom! A huge noise was heard at the last desperate place of the Emperor's Pass Great Wall. The 8 geniuses each displayed their own laws of Tao and attacked each other. In this life, we have to face strange creatures and the ruler of the forbidden area. If the emperor is not strong, the people of the world will suffer again. Sitting in the red dust realm, Jiang Mu's powerful divine consciousness went straight to the Imperial Pass Great Wall, watching the battle between the emperors. These 7 geniuses were all at the peak of quasi-emperor level. Jiang Mu had heard of some of them, and one of them was even an old acquaintance. Ao Kuan, the prince of the Dragon Clan, also became one of the chosen ones this time, but it is not known whether he is still the prince. This time, Ao Kuan is still strong and stands out among the people with destiny. He is very determined to fight for the throne of the emperor. There were some gaps between the chosen ones in this life. Not long after the fight began, 4 of them died. It's not bad for Ao Kuan to become an emperor. The Dragon Clan is domineering and will definitely not tolerate these restricted area masters causing trouble. After watching for a while, Jiang Mu began to choose the most suitable candidate for the emperor in his mind. Ao Kuan is among them, and his strength allows it, so he has a good chance. Jiang Mu had been to the dragon realm and knew the temperaments of these dragon cultivators. Of course, in addition to Ao Kuan, there is another genius from the god realm who was equally good. Although Jiang Mu was optimistic about these 2 people, he was not 100% sure that these 2 people would become emperors. As the saying goes, you can't know until you fight. To the end, the fighting continued, and more people were approaching the Tianqin seal, but in the end, no one was more than 1 step away from reaching it. Suddenly, various images of goddesses appeared behind a woman who fell behind the last one. Some were graceful, some were passionate, some were pure and innocent, like fairies. This is a magical power that she has never displayed since she started fighting. As soon as these strange phenomena appeared, they instantly entangled the remaining 3 people with destiny. It was like they were casting magic, colorful, and causing them to feel as if they had been severely injured and their bodies were stagnant. Then, the woman took action. She walked step by step towards the heavenly heartmark under the protection of countless goddesses. The 3 destiny ones were trapped by the goddess's vision. Although they did not show any injuries on the outside, their faces were extremely ugly and their pupils were not focused. Although these 3 people finally broke through the dilemma of the goddess vision, they were 1 step too late. Finally, the woman touched the heavenly heart seal. At that moment, the other 3 heavenly destiny ones were blown away. The myriad laws that were hanging down began to vibrate wildly, making bursts of buzzing sounds. Her breath was like boiling water, rising steadily. A strong wind suddenly blew up, and her long hair danced wildly in the wind, and her clothes rustled. The vision of the goddess around her disappeared, replaced by a smile of relief on her face. She is the ultimate winner of this great world. Thunderclouds began to gather above the 10,000 daos, and the great calamity of the emperor was brewing. If she survives this disaster, she will be the emperor of this world. At this moment, countless creatures from all races who were watching were stunned, because this woman's performance among the remaining destiny ones was not ideal, and could even be described as struggling to hold on. But in the end, she burst out with unprecedented power. Although it only hindered the other 3 destiny ones for a very short time, this time was enough for her to become the first person to touch the heavenly heart seal. This woman's strength was not overwhelming, but her final move was just right, which was truly incredible. The battle for the emperor is indeed always full of suspense. Could it be that there will be a female emperor in this world? 42. The Empress's time. The years of striving for growth boom. A terrifying thunder tribulation is brewing, and an extremely powerful divine thought is surging in the universe, sweeping across the starry sky. The heavenly heart seal was hanging high in the thunderclouds. A pretty woman was standing under the thunder. Myriad laws were also suspended at the top. Her figure seemed so tiny, yet stubborn.
This is a genius from the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect. Her mother was once hailed as the most beautiful woman of her time. Also, she took her mother's surname, Ji Qianer. The supreme being of all races revealed the identity of this woman, which instantly aroused the interest of creatures from other races. The story about Ji Yufeng of the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect is not too far away from now, and many people have heard of it. Ji Yufeng failed in her fight for destiny and ended up marrying an ordinary human. Who would have thought that the daughter she gave birth to might become the emperor of this life? It's really hard to predict what's going on in this world. However, this Ji Qianer won by cheating, and it is hard to say whether he can survive the thunder tribulation and become an emperor. Many people hope that Ji Qianer will fail in her tribulation, so that her destiny will still be there and the others with destiny will still have a chance. Therefore, countless pairs of eyes were watching, and Jiang Mu was no exception, and Jiang Mu certainly knew that Ji Qianer was Ji Yufeng's daughter. Among the 4 chosen ones, Jiang Mu was not optimistic about her, but he did not expect that she would be the one in the end. Jiang Mu felt somewhat helpless. It was true that the world was unpredictable, but it is impossible to get to this point without any strength. It can only be said that strength and luck are both indispensable. Therefore, Jiang Mu was ready to congratulate Ji Qianer on becoming the empress at any time, and he had to give her the face she deserved. Under the cover of thunder and lightning, the aura of Tao was everywhere. Ji Qianer was covered by thick thunderclouds, from which her huge spiritual fluctuations could be heard from time to time. There were constant strange phenomena during the thunderstorm, and the divine thunder was still shaking and resounding throughout the universe. However, this thunder tribulation was sometimes violent and sometimes calm, causing all creatures to believe that Ji Qianer had died in it. After a long time, the huge thunderclouds began to dissipate. Finally, a faint breath was heard, and then it kept getting stronger, and then an overwhelming and vigorous breath swept across the world, and a unique breath of Tao pressed down on all the Tao. The imperial might descends upon the world, and a peerless empress stands proudly in the starry sky. Ji Qianer has achieved enlightenment and become an emperor. Some are happy, some sigh, but in the end it all turns into helplessness. Although Ji Qianer had a very difficult time during her tribulation and almost died several times, fortunately she finally seized a chance and became a female emperor. There have not been many recorded empresses in this ancient era. Becoming one of them is enough for her to go down in history. In the life when Ji Qianer became the empress, the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect quickly wiped out all its enemies, and the life star field where it was located became the center of the world. With all races coming and going, the world respectfully calls her the Divine Yao Empress, adding another layer of heritage to the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect. From then on, the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect has had 3 emperors. Even if Ji Qianer eventually passes away, the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect will definitely be the most powerful force in the star field. Before Ji Qianer fulfilled her duties as the great emperor and toured the world, Jiang Mu set off for the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect to congratulate the empress and unload his own burden. Ji Qianer had just become the emperor not long ago, and he had grown up listening to Jiang Mu's stories. He knew that he was an extraordinary senior. Although he was now on an equal footing with him, or even superior to him, he was not arrogant. Instead, he was very humble and received Jiang Mu with great ceremony. The 2 invincible people in the world talked for a long time, mainly because Ji Qianer asked Jiang Mu some things she didn't know. As a senior, Jiang Mu naturally knew everything. Afterwards, Jiang Mu stood up and said goodbye. This was Ji Qianer's era, and he had no intention of competing. Although the other party might not think so, Jiang Mu was not familiar with Ji Qianer before, and he had no idea how her state of mind had changed after she became the empress. Jiang Mu did not want to get into trouble, therefore, he was willing to step behind the scenes. After all, when he, this tyrant, was patrolling the world, even the ruler of the restricted area did not dare to show up. When this empress was in power, the world was also peaceful, and everyone knows that there is a great tyrant who has been patrolling the world for 5,000 years. Now that the emperor is in the world, this great tyrant must retreat behind the scenes and make way for the emperor. This gap in status and identity makes people feel somewhat uncomfortable. As expected, the supreme power completed a peaceful transition. Although the emperor Ji Qianer has overshadowed Jiang Mu is still an invincible person and is still respected by the people. 100 years later, Jiang Mu left the Jiang family and took the small world hanging on the edge of the mortal
World with him. No one knew where he went, not even the Jiang family cultivators. After cultivating in the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect for 1,000 years, Ji Qianer began to tour the world and explore everything she was curious about. Time flies, and thousands of years pass in a flash. The era when Empress Xinyao was on Earth was a very peaceful time. Except for the last few thousand years when the masters of the forbidden area quietly appeared. They did not kill people, but were looking for something. All of this was sensed by the Empress Xinyao. She brought the supreme divine weapon Fixianta that she had refined and fought a fierce battle with him. This battle was massive. Empress Xinyao and the three forbidden area masters fought together, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split, and many ancient lands of life and stars were wiped out by the Tao. Perhaps it was because she had been quiet for too long. The Empress Xinyao, who was at the peak of her prime, was unwilling to be too mediocre and was determined to do something shocking. She did not dare to enter the restricted area directly, so she intercepted and killed the three restricted area masters. Even though the three forbidden area masters revealed their purpose, they were still killed by Empress Xinyao. However, this battle was also observed, and the Empress Xinyao seemed to be seriously injured, and the laws of the Great Way that suppressed all the ways were somewhat dim. After this battle, Empress Xinyao did not appear in the world for a long time. However, Empress Xinyao seemed to know what these restricted area masters were looking for. They were looking for the ultimate body of a powerful ruler in his old age. As long as they could seize the body, it would be a great tonic for them, no less than feeding on the blood of countless creatures in the star field. However, in the starry sky of the universe, in a certain area where life has been extinguished, in a huge dead star, the poorly developed Jiang Mu felt the vibrations of thousands of ways, the dimming of destiny, and glimpsed the battle between Empress Xinyao and the ruler of the forbidden area. Compared to the true demon Emperor Xibixing, Empress Xinyao is always a step weaker. Jiang Mu sighed. As an invincible person at the same level, he could clearly feel the difficulty Ji Qianer was facing when facing the three forbidden area masters who had reached the extreme level of sublimation. Ji Qianer always wins by clever means, unlike Xibixing, who was insidious but has sufficient fighting power. She, the emperor, can only be said to be of acceptable standard, even slightly worse than Yan Lingyun, who took advantage of the opportunity. Without fighting, it would naturally not be visible. But now in the confrontation with the master of the penalty area, it is revealed Jiang Mu could see it, and those who ruled the restricted area could naturally see it as well, and they might have been ready to make a move. Ji Qianer didn't repel the strange creatures too far, and they were bound to make a comeback in her time. Coupled with the information about the restricted area being spied on, Jiang Mu had already predicted what would be the fate of Empress Xinyao in her later years if nothing unexpected happened. But what does this have to do with me? 10,000 years have passed, and the great and powerful body has long since passed away. Next to appear are the great ancient holy body and the Yuanling holy body. 43. When the three holy bodies are fully developed, the combat power is comparable to that of the Wuk Emperor. While lamenting that Ji Qianer must have a hard time in her later years, Jiang Mu also recalled the days when he had been hiding. After leaving the Red Dust Realm, Jiang Mu traveled through the star fields of the heavens, concealing his domineering aura, and landed in this uninhabited star field 1,000 years later. He wants to overcome the calamity of completing the ancient holy body here. After making some arrangements and blocking off dozens of star fields around him, Jiang Mu faced his own thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation of the ancient holy body is somewhat different from that of the sky tyrant body. What he has to face is the thunder tribulation transformed from a projection of the great holy body that has gone through generations. There are 13 of them in total, each of them has golden blood flowing in their body, and is surrounded by golden holy light, sacred and powerful. Although these projections of the holy body are not as abnormal as the original body, they still possess a trace of the power of the holy body, which is definitely a hell-level difficulty for the holy body that has not yet reached perfection. Perhaps this can also explain why there are so few people with great physical fitness who can challenge the emperor. Fortunately, Jiang Mu's physical body has already reached perfection, and he is only 3 points weaker than Emperor Wuk. It is not easy for him to deal with this holy body thunder tribulation, but he also feels no pressure at all. At this point, after being strengthened by the holy body thunder tribulation, Jiang Mu's physical condition has reached another level. If his physical body was 3 points weaker than the emperor's before, now it is on par with him, and there is another kind of origin. When using the origin of the holy body, the qi and blood in the whole body are transformed into golden blood, and tremendous power and endless life flow in Jiang Mu's body. An aura belonging to a great saintly body emanated from Jiang Mu, but he immediately restrained it. Both the ancient holy body and the sky tyrant body belong to physiques that achieve enlightenment through the physical body. In addition to having the same strengthening effect on the physical body, they also have unique properties. Itsong Tian Bati Baju is unrivaled and possesses 6 kinds of divine fists. The ancient holy body is an indestructible golden body with a holy light field that can suppress all things to I. In other words, as long as Jiang Mu gets close to him, even the Emperor's magic will be 3 points weaker. Finally, there is the fully accomplished Yuanling holy body. Although it also needs to go through tribulation, the tribulation that the Yuanling holy body needs to go through is the tribulation of beheading the soul. Compared with the previous thunder tribulation, it is much easier. With Jiang Mu's current strength, he can get through it safely. Since then, all the physical conditions that have been obtained have reached perfection. Among the 9 holy bodies, possessing one great holy body is unique in the world. With all 3 constitutions, I am afraid that only Jiang Mu can do it in the world. The Sky Tyrant body and the ancient holy body consume a lot of their own strength, and the Yuanling holy body just makes up for this shortcoming. It can be said that Jiang Mu's current endurance is probably beyond the reach of a great emperor in his prime. However, Jiang Mu can freely switch between 3 different physical origins, but once the fight begins, the enemy will not give him this opportunity. Therefore, during these years of seclusion, he was also looking for a way. What would happen if the 3 origins were stimulated at the same time, or will they fuse together to create a physique that has never existed before? At present, Jiang Mu has only tried to stimulate the power of 3 different holy body origin bloodlines at the same time, because this will not be life-threatening. After his verification, this method is feasible. The power of blood will be superimposed on each other, allowing Jiang Mu to mobilize different powers at will. However, this requires Jiang Mu to be distracted, which is not very safe when facing a life-and-death battle, but it is enough for general fighting. As for another way to integrate the origin, Jiang Mu planned to try it slowly after he had gathered all 9 physiques. Even if he failed, the worst that could happen was that his holy body origin would be stripped away, and his strength would drop drastically. It would not affect his own origin of immortality at all. However, Jiang Mu would never display more than 2 physiques at the same time unless he had to. There are too many unknown things in the world, and it would most likely bring him fatal disaster. Moreover, even if Jiang Mu intended to take action, he would no longer appear in the eyes of the world as Jiang Mu. After all, no one knew where Jiang Mu, the domineering body, had died. Although such a demise is not worthy of the title of overlord, it is the best for Jiang Mu. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Mu stepped out of the star, erasing all traces of his existence. Facts have proved that his choice was correct. Those restricted area masters thought he was in his old age and were looking for him everywhere. I don't know how badly Ji Qian'er has been injured, and how many more years she can hold on. Before the chaos begins, I must hurry and find other holy bloodlines. Thinking of this, Jiang Mu felt quite troubled. There were too few cultivators with the bloodline of the holy body. The stronger the physique, the fewer there were. Moreover, most of them were not well known, and some did not even know that they were holy bodies. This made him start only from some places where rumors of the existence of holy bodies were spread. For Jiang Mu, overcoming the tribulation of great success was already a piece of cake. The main thing was that searching and refining took up a lot of time and resources, and now his resources were almost exhausted. Take your time. I'm only 60,000 years old. I'm still young. Jiang Mu comforted himself in his heart, then packed up the formation he had set up and embarked on the journey to find the holy body's bloodline. Ever since Empress Xinyao fought against 3 Forbidden Zone masters, killed 2 of them, and allowed 1 to escape, the world became peaceful again. 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5,000 years, Empress Xinyao rarely appeared in the world. It seemed that the battle had a profound impact on her. However, as long as Empress Xinyao is not dead, even if she does not suppress the forbidden area and does not appear in the world, she will still have a suppressive effect on the ruler of the forbidden area. It was not until 5,000 years later that the suppression of Ji Qian'er's avenue began to loosen a little, and the supreme beings of all races were shocked to realize that Empress Xinyao had unknowingly reached her old age. A careful calculation shows that Empress Xinyao is indeed almost 20,000 years old. It is obvious that the battle at that time did have a great impact on her, causing her old age to come earlier. At the same time, news of the chaotic black fog arriving at Star City spread again from the edge of the universe. Wherever the black fog goes, that's where strange creatures can land, and now that the black fog has come again, if Empress Xinyao is unwilling to take care of the strange creatures anymore, the 9 realms and 8 wastelands and the star regions of the heavens will have to send cultivators to garrison in the Star City to fight against the strange creatures and stop them from advancing, especially the creatures in the star field closest to the border Star City. They need to invest a lot of energy. Therefore, all living beings hope that Empress Xinyao will conquer the strange creatures again. However, the current Empress has obviously entered her old age, and her laws of the Tao have gradually weakened. Will the Empress agree? Everyone is watching and looking forward to it, but in fact, even if Empress Xinyao is unwilling to conquer strange creatures again, it is understandable. After all, since the emergence of strange creatures, most emperors are unwilling to risk their lives, especially in their later years. Furthermore, starting from Emperor Ling Tian, there has been one more forbidden area master who came into the world. The first two emperors did not spend their later years peacefully. One chose to die in battle, and the other chose to become a Taoist. In particular, the performance of Empress Xinyao was far inferior to the previous two, and all the people had almost no hope. As long as Empress Xinyao did not collude with the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, all the people would be full of devout respect for her. Since the Forbidden Area came into being, all races in the world have been filled with worries about the future, especially after several major and minor disasters. Those holy places, major sects, divine kingdoms, and powerful tribes all recorded major events that occurred in history. Therefore, there is no harm in comparing. Once compared, it is found that even between the emperors, there seem to be great differences. 44. Descendants of the gods, the holy body of the God King. The increasingly dense chaotic black fog was approaching, and countless strange creatures could be vaguely seen twisting their terrifying figures in it. The huge formation set up in the border star city lit up with the lights of different formations, supporting the defensive light curtain while shooting out countless rays of light, killing the strange creatures that rushed out of the chaotic black fog. At the same time, a huge fleet of monks rushed from the rear starfield, landed on the star city and joined the battle. He climbed the city wall mysteriously, but Empress Xinyao did not show up. As creatures living in the starfields closest to the border star city, they had to send a large number of monks to garrison the star city and at the same time seek help from the rear. Although these starfields formed the vanguard army to resist the strange creatures, those high-level strange creatures still had to be dealt with by extraordinary monks. Therefore, a small number of monks above the saint level had to be sent to guard the great star fields of the heavens and the 9 realms and 8 wildernesses. The creatures of all races have not suffered from the invasion of strange creatures for tens of thousands of years. Faced with these creatures that cannot communicate, have no fear, and do not know life and death, fear once again shrouded the cultivators of all races who headed to the border star city. However, they had to come. Unlike the masters of the restricted area, if they allowed these things to enter the starfield, the consequences would be unbearable. The long-awaited Empress Xinyao did not appear, and it seemed that she had no intention of conquering the strange creatures. Could it be that the battle 5,000 years ago completely devastated Empress Xinyao? Thus, a war of blood and flesh began again. It was a fight that would last for an unknown amount of time. It might stop soon, or it might never stop. 100 years later, a support team from the Divine Realm arrived at the border star city. This team is very luxurious, consisting of thousands of gods monks above the Saint Realm, and even hundreds of quasi-emperors, guarding the gods' sons all the way to the border star city for training. The gods control the divine world, and the Son of God has always been the next person in power for the gods. Supporting the border star city does not require such a big event, so support is only one of the things, and the important thing is to protect the Son of God. Such a luxurious team can be safe as long as they don't go deep into the chaotic black fog. However, no one knew that a person with ulterior motives had infiltrated the team. The legendary Divine King's holy body, the most common one among the gods. This time I will directly choose a Son of God to attack. I hope this kid will not let me down. After arriving at the border star city, they took a short rest. In the star city belonging to the Protoss monks' camp, Zhang Mu's eyes pierced through the chaotic black fog and looked at the twisted and strange creatures from afar, thinking to himself, in order to obtain the bloodline of the Divine King, he chased all the way to the border star city. The number of the 9 holy bodies is too rare. In the past 5,000 years, Zhang Mu has visited places that may have the bloodline of the holy body, but has never found it. Then, Zhang Mu collected resources and went to the God realm. For the last 1,000 years, legend has it that the creatures of the divine realm are most likely to give birth to the holy body of the Divine King, but Zhang Mu spent 1,000 years and still couldn't find it. Until he heard that the current Son of God was the holy body of the God King. Although Zhang Mu's strength allowed him to directly take some of the essence and blood, this would undoubtedly expose Zhang Mu's identity and strength. Moreover, the God clan has a strong foundation. Apart from anything else, as long as Zhang Mu gets too close to the God Clan temple, the sleeping Jidao Emperor soldier will be able to sense the fluctuations of his aura that far exceeds the quasi-emperor realm. Even if he didn't use the origins of the 3 holy bodies, with Zhang Mu's own origin of immortality, no matter how weak he was, the slightest improvement in his understanding of Taoism over the long years would be enormous. Therefore, Zhang Mu did not act rashly. He could wait anyway and just needed an opportunity. So he spent his time understanding the customs and practices of the divine world. Although creatures of other races still live in the divine realm, it is a realm dominated by the gods. To be precise, the Protoss creatures are half human, but they are a different branch. Legend has it that the gods are the offspring of the human ancestors and some ancient gods from an untraceable time, so the gods' monks have the opportunity to inherit a trace of the god's blood, which is the so-called holy body of the God King. However, as the bloodline becomes diluted, the chance of giving birth to the holy body of the God King is too small. The most primitive and purest human bloodline is characterized by black hair and brown eyes. While the hair colors of the divine cultivators are generally diverse, the pupil color is also consistent with the hair color, and there is a vertical eye in the center of the forehead. In fact, after a long period of reproduction, the human race in this world has produced many branches, and some no longer recognize themselves as human. Other races also have similar situations. After all, there is no reproductive barrier in the progression of life levels. In other words, if the two birds can live together for a long time, why would they care about cats and dogs? Jiang Mu just reads a lot of books to enrich himself. He doesn't understand these things. He is just waiting for an opportunity. The opportunity he had been waiting for finally came. The Son of God was going to the border star city for training. As long as he left the God realm, it would not be difficult for Jiang Mu to blend into the team with his current magical powers. Even these quasi-emperors of the gods did not notice the extra person. Next, Jiang Mu just needs to find an opportunity to make the Son of God bleed a little, and his mission will be accomplished. It's just that Jiang Mu hasn't been to the border star city for a long time, and now when he sees the strange creatures again, he feels a little emotional that he now has a fighting power comparable to that of an emperor. Can he enter the chaotic black fog and take a look at the road that Yan Lingyun mentioned that caused several emperors to shed blood? Jiang Mu did have this idea, but then he thought it was too risky to go alone, so he decided to wait a little longer. And next, all Jiang Mu needs to do is obtain the blood of the holy body of the God King, which he can do with a little effort. Ji Qian'er's aura of the great Tao is growing weaker and weaker, and she's already showing signs of decay. Now that she's in her twilight years, what will she choose? Jiang Mu pondered. If Ji Qian'er did not choose to conquer the strange creatures, did not choose to intimidate the master of the restricted area again, and did not want to become a Taoist, then based on her temperament, would she sever her destiny and become a master? For a great emperor, the temptation to prolong his life is actually very great. After all, not every great emperor is as strong as Yan Lingyun, nor as pure-minded as Ji Bixing. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many invincible people falling. Obviously, Jiang Mu felt that Ji Qian'er was making a decision. If this is true, I'm afraid Ji Qian'er will be blamed. In the first year after arriving in the border star city, Jiang Mu went into battle to fight against strange creatures. By the way, he approached the young Son of God and obtained some blood from injuries sustained during the fight. The holy body of this Son of God and God King was not yet fully developed, and his blood was ordinary blood, containing only a very small amount of God King blood. Jiang Mu also collected it for a long time before he finally refined a trace of blood that was imperceptible to the naked eye. This kind of bloodline is too weak, and it is probably not worth mentioning that it is almost equivalent. Even if Jiang Muyan wants to cultivate it, it will take a lot of time. While at the same time, the year when Jiang Mu obtained the bloodline of the holy body of the God King and planned to slip away, a long and graceful sigh resounded through the starry sky of the universe. Ji Qian'er's aura of the great Tao began to spread, and her imperial power swept across the edge of the universe. 45. Dominate the siege with that ultimate sword light. This heavy sigh came from Empress Xinyao. Has the Empress Xinyao, who has been silent for thousands of years, been born? Along with the sigh, the supreme beings of all races once again felt the trembling of the great Tao and looked towards a certain star field in the universe. Empress Xinyao stepped out of the continent where the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect was located, and her flawless figure appeared in the starry sky of the universe. Absolutely beautiful and majestic. It seemed that an inexplicable power was supporting her. Myriad laws condensed into a colorful road under her feet, and the mark of the heart of heaven hung high, but was very dim. The expression of Empress Xinyao was somewhat complicated. She stepped into the starry sky, and with just a few footprints, she came to the Zhouling star region on the edge of Bianhuang Star City and stopped. What is Empress Xinyao doing? All living beings looked at the Empress Xinyao who had stopped and were very curious. Judging from the direction, she should be going to conquer the strange creatures, but she stopped halfway. Why are you stopping me? Standing in the starry sky, suppressing her expression, the Empress spoke coldly to the front. However, no one responded in the silent starry sky. In the eyes of the supreme beings of all races, there was nothing in front of her. I didn't bother you, but I didn't expect you to be so eager to commit suicide. The face of Empress Xinyao gradually became gloomy, and a cold murderous intent spread from her, instantly filling the vast starry sky, even solidifying the stars and meteorites. I'm so scared. A slightly sarcastic voice sounded. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space around Empress Xinyao, and 5 figures vaguely emerged. There were 3 figures, each shrouded in a large shadow, making it impossible to tell their true identities. The other 2 revealed their true appearances. One was the ruler of the restricted area who had escaped after a battle with Empress Xinyao. His name was Whale Dragon Emperor, and he was an ancestor of the current Siren clan who had achieved enlightenment and become an emperor. However, after the Sirens learned that the Whale Dragon Emperor had become the ruler of the restricted area, they shamelessly refused to admit it. The supremes of all races did not target any particular race because of this incident. After all, there were many rulers of the forbidden areas who had not yet been born, and their ancestors might be among them. The person who spoke earlier was the Whale Dragon Emperor. At this time, he turned into a human form and looked at the Xinyao Empress with hatred in his eyes. The other person who revealed his true face was the Saint-stealing Emperor. He was the only surviving ruler of the destroyed Xingyu Sea. Unexpectedly, he reappeared in the world after tens of thousands of years. As the only emperor who survived the hands of Emperor Ling Tian, there are naturally records of him in ancient books, so the supreme beings of later generations can also see something about him. The strength of this restricted area master is extraordinary. Now the 5 restricted area masters appeared at the same time, and it seemed that they were going to surround and kill the Empress Xinyao in her later years. Empress Xinyao, you never thought that this day would come, did you? The Whale Dragon Emperor spoke angrily, the trident in his hand emitting a pale blue glow. Now, your vitality is declining, and you are no longer as majestic as you once were. It is time for my revenge. I will eat your flesh and drink your blood. In the past, 3 forbidden area masters who had reached the ultimate level of sublimation were able to seriously injure the Empress Xinyao. Now, 5 of them are besieging the aging Empress, and perhaps they don't even need to reach the ultimate level of sublimation. However, to be on the safe side, the Whale Dragon Emperor still called on the Saint-stealing Emperor. This second-generation emperor had also searched for the traces of the great accomplishment tyrant body and was obviously in great need of replenishing his own chi and blood. Although the Saint-seizing Emperor will take the lion's share, for the other 4 restricted area masters, as long as they don't use the extreme realm sublimation, it will be a huge profit. The expression of Empress Xinyao remained indifferent. She ignored the words of Emperor Whale Dragon and looked at Emperor Duosheng instead. She naturally knew the person in front of her. However, what made Empress Xinyao a little unbelievable was that even though this saint-stealing emperor had not yet reached the ultimate state of sublimation, he still made her feel a sense of crisis. Empress Xinyao thought to herself, is there a gap between the masters of the restricted area? This seemed to make her feel better. As the 3rd emperor since the birth of the restricted area, she seemed to be inferior to the previous 2 in terms of achievements or combat power. Now that I see that there is a gap between the masters of the restricted area, just like there is a gap between the emperors, I feel much more balanced in my heart. Emperor Duosheng felt Empress Xinyao's gaze and simply asked, do you know where the great accomplishment tyrant body has gone? Is he dead now? Why should I answer you? Putting her thoughts aside, Empress Xinyao snorted coldly. I know you once hesitated and visited a certain restricted area, wondering whether to sever your destiny. But unfortunately, you didn't choose that path, and I won't let you choose now. The saint-seizing emperor shook his head and licked his lips. If you had devoured that great tyrant body, I might not have thought anything of you. You can only blame your bad luck. Empress Xinyao was shocked. She didn't expect that the Emperor of Stealing the Saint would know about her personal visit to a restricted area, although she did not choose to become the master of the restricted area in the end. When this matter was made public, she, the Empress, immediately felt ashamed. This is so humiliating. The Whale Dragon Emperor swung the trident in his hand towards the divine Yao Empress, grinning grimly as he said, I can't wait any longer. As the ruler of the restricted area who had fought with Empress Xinyao, he knew the strength of Empress Xinyao, so he dared to surround and kill her in a high-profile manner. Compared with the previous true demon emperor, Empress Xinyao is much weaker. No matter how weak I am still the great emperor of the world. If I can't kill others, can I kill you? The Empress Xinyao was feeling both ashamed and angry at this moment. She threw out a scroll of painting, and her magic power surged. The painting opened, and various flying fairies woven with countless golden lines rushed towards the Whale Dragon Emperor to kill him. At the same time, the other 3 Forbidden Area Masters also took action. They attacked Empress Xinyao together, but they did not reach the extreme level of sublimation. Although Empress Xinyao wielded the myriad laws, she was only able to barely stop their killing spree a town. The saint-stealing emperor slapped his palm towards her. The shadow of his giant palm crushed the space and slammed heavily on the back of Empress Xinyao, breaking her body protection principles.
She couldn't help but snort coldly. Do you really think that this emperor is easy to bully? I originally reserved this power to deal with these strange creatures. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. Empress Xinyao reached out and grasped the heavenly heart seal floating above her head, and began to absorb the last bit of her strength. Her aura continued to rise. As the flying fairy picture in her hand shone brightly, countless golden threads covered the sky, filling the entire starry sky and penetrating everything except for the saint-stealing emperor. The other 4 restricted area masters, including the whale dragon emperor, had their bodies pierced by countless threads. They looked shocked and seemed to have fallen into silence. Strangely, these restricted area masters had no wounds on their bodies. It's a very powerful divine consciousness, but it's a pity that it lacks the right heat, otherwise I would have fallen into your trap, town. The emperor who stole the saint was dazed for only a moment before he regained his consciousness. A large square jade fell from the sky and pressed down on the head of the Empress Xinyao. As the emperor who stole the saint continued to exert pressure, his Tao principles made the Empress Xinyao's body tremble uncontrollably, as if there was an irresistible force. The stalemate continued like this, and just when the space was about to collapse, a dazzling silver light that cut through the universe and the stars, as if to penetrate the past and present, came from nowhere and slammed heavily into the body of the saint-stealing emperor. This is a flying sword that spans several star fields, wrapped in extreme sword light and filled with cold murderous intent. Only at this moment can people hear its buzzing sword sound. Although the saint-stealing emperor reacted at the last moment, he was still pierced through half of his body by the thin silver light that almost penetrated the distance of several star fields. His chest exploded and the emperor's blood splattered. The emperor of seizing the saints screamed and lost control of the 4 directional seals, causing the pressure on Empress Xinyao to drop sharply. Before the light that pierced through the body of the saint-stealing emperor could fly far, a figure appeared at an even faster speed and grabbed it. Then, there was another sound of sword ringing, and a huge sword light cut off the head of a restricted area master, without even time for him to scream. It is just a simple action, and the great principles of heaven and earth are contained in every gesture. This time, Empress Xinyao could no longer hold on. Countless golden threads that penetrated the masters of the restricted area broke one by one, causing the faces of the remaining masters of the restricted area to change drastically. They showed fear and retreated violently, looking at the newcomer holding a long sword with fear. This is the breath of the law of the Tao. How is it possible that another great emperor would appear? She has long hair, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, the jade robe and long sword. The sword intent is compelling. Pu Binhong stood with a sword on his back, glancing at Empress Xinyao. If you hadn't made the right choice, this sword would have killed you. 46. The swordsman who fought alongside the Empress shed his blood in the deep space. The sudden appearance of the sword was so stunning that the sword light almost illuminated the entire dim starry sky. Even though they were separated by a long distance, the numerous cultivators from all races in the border star city felt the supreme sword intent. Many cultivators only felt that the aura of this person who suddenly appeared was like that of an emperor, but they did not know his identity. But Zhang Mu recognized him at a glance. Isn't this Pu Binhong, the former bootlicker of Taishu Holy Land? Unexpectedly, he did not die in such a cowardly way, but had another opportunity. As a person who achieved enlightenment in an alternative way, Zhang Mu was very familiar with this aura. It turned out that Pu Binhong had also achieved enlightenment in an alternative way, but what kind of enlightenment is this guy? Zhang Mu was a little moved. If the holy body could achieve enlightenment, he would. At the same time, the supreme leaders of all races who were watching also speculated about Pu Binhong's identity. It was not until some old immortals from the Taishu Holy Land spoke out personally that everyone realized it. Pu Binhong was a figure from the era of the true demon emperor. Although he once amazed an era, he did not become an emperor, and ultimately not many people remember him. But now, how come he achieved enlightenment in a different way? Pu Binhong's sudden intervention to free the Empress Xinyao was understandable, as she was the descendant of Ji Yufeng of the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect, whom he had once pursued. I can only say that Pu Binhong is too loyal. Now that he has taken a strong action, it seems that the situation can be turned around. When Empress Xinyao was only 10 years old, she was sealed into the divine source, so she had never been exposed to the outside world and had never heard her parents mention this name. When she was born again, it had been 1,000 years since the true demon emperor had become a Taoist. She had no idea about what had happened 10 or 20,000 years ago. Looking at Pu Binhong in front of her with some surprise, Empress Xinyao thought that he was another restricted area master. But how could the restricted area master help her? What does it mean to make the right choice? Otherwise this sword will kill her. Empress Xinyao was a little confused.
She was sure that she did not know the person who suddenly attacked her, but what is certain is that this person severely injured the Saint-Seizing Emperor with one sword, and killed a master with one sword. His strength is very strong, even not weaker than the Emperor. Could it be another great emperor? There was no time to think about it. No matter who Pu Binhong was, at least he was on her side. Empress Xinyao nodded slightly to Pu Binhong as a way of expressing her gratitude. At this time, the other restricted area masters who had come to their senses had gathered together. They looked at the saint-stealing emperor who was staggering towards them. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and strands of silver-white sword energy were running rampant inside, as if constantly destroying his vitality. Fortunately, the saint-stealing emperor finally crushed the sword energy, and flesh and blood began to grow in his chest to repair himself. However, the emperor of sainthood had a very ugly expression on his face. This blow made his already limited energy and blood even worse. He stared at Pu Binhong intently, with some madness and fear in his eyes. "Who are you?" the saint-stealing emperor asked, suppressing his anger. No matter who Pu Binhong was, he would definitely not be a complete emperor, and Emperor Duosheng already had some guesses in his mind. The aura Pu Binhong gave him was somewhat familiar, and he seemed to have felt it a long time ago. "Kill your people." Pu Binhong raised his chin, very arrogant. "Ah, just because I let you succeed in my sneak attack, you think you're as good as the emperor?" Upon hearing this, the saint-seizing emperor laughed heartily. "I really thought that a perfect emperor had come, or some forbidden area figure, but it turns out to be a different kind of enlightened being. An alternative way to achieve enlightenment." The whale dragon emperor and the other three looked at Pu Binhong. Some of them wanted to retreat, even the Empress Xinyao was a little surprised. "Since we can't find the great accomplishment tyrant body, it's not impossible for us to try your sword heart Dao body. Since you've come to us, don't blame us." Emperor Duosheng was very excited. He had already remembered the aura of Pu Binhong in front of him. This was the aura after the sword heart and Taoist body were fully developed. In the distant era of his time, there was also such a person, the ultimate sword heart and Taoist body, as one of the 9 holy bodies. Once it is cultivated to perfection, it can challenge the emperor, different from the physical bodies that achieve enlightenment such as the blue sky tyrant body and the ancient saint body. The sword heart Taoist body uses the sword to prove its truth. Although the emphasis is different, as the sword path with the most killing, the sharp killing force of the great sword heart Taoist body is more important. After all, the way of the sword also belongs to the upper sequence of the great laws. Even if the sword heart and the body cannot become an emperor, they will not be weaker than ordinary emperors. Otherwise, how could he challenge the emperor? However, there is no definitive answer as to which of the 9 holy bodies that are good at fighting is the strongest. First of all, there is no such thing as a useless physique, only a useless owner. Secondly, it is rare in the world for more than 2 great physiques to appear in the same era. Everyone, let's reach the ultimate state of sublimation. Empress Xinyao is almost dead. As long as we kill this sword heart Dao body in front of us, we will not die, and we may even make a fortune. Seeing that the whale dragon emperor and the other 2 were beginning to think of retreating, the Emperor Daosheng felt a little disappointed. Things had come to this point, and he had already formed a cause and effect relationship with these 2 people. How could he retreat? One is the empress of the time, the other is an unconventional one who has achieved enlightenment. If they can just share their energy and blood, it will be a huge boost for the 4 of them. "Didn't you see that this sword heart holy body wouldn't let them leave easily?" the saint-seizing emperor urged. "Hide back in the restricted area." "How long can you hold on?" The whale dragon emperor and the other 2 hesitated for a moment, but finally made up their minds and nodded. "All right. Hold them off for now. Once I reach my ultimate state, I'll deal with this sword heart sacred body. You guys kill the empress as soon as possible." The next moment, a terrifying aura was brewing from him, and the whale dragon emperor and the other 2 stood in front of the saint-stealing emperor. "This is the path you chose yourself. I don't need to teach you how to do it, right?" Pu Binhong looked at the Empress Xinyao again, sighed, and endless sword laws descended. His body turned into a sword light and rushed towards the saint-stealing emperor who had sublimated to the ultimate realm. Empress Xinyao nodded secretly, and once again gathered her remaining strength, and attacked with the flying immortal map in her hand. However, it doesn't take long to reach the ultimate state of domination. It only takes a few moments. A terrifying aura far beyond that of the great emperor descended upon the starry sky. The aura of the Tao belonging to the saint-seizing great emperor swept across the universe and the stars. It was the complete aura of the emperor's Tao. In fact, he is more powerful than all the previous emperors. Boom boom boom, the vast universe and starry sky were roaring, as if welcoming the arrival of this great emperor. Of course, not only the saint-seizing emperor, but also the whale dragon emperor and the other two succeeded in reaching the ultimate sublimation realm. This starry sky was suddenly filled with the aura of almost the six paths emperors. The laws of the Tao belonging to them were constantly crashing and shattering. The intense fighting even alarmed the sleeping masters of many restricted areas. Pu Binhong's swordsmanship is very powerful, and the powerful sword laws seem to tear everything apart, but he can't hold up in the face of four masters who have sublimated to the ultimate realm, not to mention the saint-stealing emperor who is far superior to ordinary emperors, even with the Empress Xinyao helping him share the pressure. In a battle that even wiped out the avenues of this starry sky, Pu Binhong was still crushed half of his body by the imperial soldiers of the Emperor Duoshang, and blood was sprayed in the deep sky. Looking at the Empress Xinyao, she was being beaten by the three whale dragon emperors and was struggling to hold on. If she was not the emperor of the time and had not been blessed by thousands of ways, she would have died long ago. This scene of fighting is really too brutal. 47. Jiang Mu launched a sneak attack and killed the second emperor with both fists. This scene made all the people in the world extremely distressed. A great Taoist master who achieved enlightenment in an alternative way and a female emperor were not the masters of the five forbidden areas. The ruler of the restricted area after the sublimation of the extreme realm is indeed too terrifying, especially the emperor of seizing the sainthood. His Taoism almost blocked the area of battle. He could shatter a galaxy with one punch and one palm. It was also he who severely injured Pu Binhong. If there was no Emperor Duoshang, with the strength displayed by Pu Binhong, he would be evenly matched even if he fought against the three emperors of Whale Dragon. If the long sword in Pu Binhong's hand was not an extremely powerful imperial weapon from the Taishu Holy Land, he would have died long ago. However, if they continue like this, it is only a matter of time before Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao fall. After all, Emperor Duoshang and others will not give them too many opportunities to delay. For Emperor Duoshang and others, the extreme sublimation also carries a huge risk to their lives and cannot be maintained for too long. After all, they also have to leave room to prevent unknown dangers, such as attacks from the masters of the restricted area. Although the rulers of the restricted area have tacitly agreed to the rule of not attacking each other, the probability of this happening is extremely small and can be almost ignored, but they have to be on guard because they cannot afford the consequences. I'm sorry, I got you into trouble. Being knocked away again, Empress Xinyao looked at Pu Binhong, who was covered in blood, with her eyes full of guilt. Don't say sorry, this is my own choice. Pu Binhong smiled calmly, his hand holding the emperor's sword trembling slightly. It's a pity that I couldn't kill another one. Yes, but it will last until death. Kill. The aura on Pu Binhong's body exploded again, the imperial sword shone, and he killed the Saint Emperor again. Countless sword energies were flying everywhere, and Pu Binhong used his sword without regard for his life, but in the end, the Emperor Duoshang was injured again and one of his arms was cut off. You really deserve to die. Emperor Duoshang was enraged. He slapped his palm and the four-sided seal suppressed the starry sky again. This was the second time Pu Binhong hurt him. If he had not been severely depleted of energy and blood, how could he, the Emperor of the Second Rebirth, be injured? However, as long as Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao are killed, everything will be worth it for Emperor Duoshang, and this goal is about to be achieved. It's almost time. Border Star City, Jiang Mu hummed softly looking at the chaotic starry sky filled with various great laws. I am afraid that even a quasi-emperor who enters it will be annihilated by the residual power of these great laws. It can't even be called the starry sky anymore, because it has been shattered. There is nothing but nothingness and chaotic energy. It should be called the void. According to Jiang Mu's estimation, Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao are about to die, and these restricted area masters can't hold on for much longer. Since no one is taking action, Jiang Mu will take action, but Pu Binhong turned out to be a great sword heart Taoist body, one of the 9 holy bodies. In this case, Jiang Mu had to take action. After all, the bloodline of the holy body was hard to find. Under normal circumstances, the winners would definitely be Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao. In fact, he did not intend to take action as it would easily expose himself. He only needed to go to the battlefield afterwards to collect even a tiny bit of Pu Binhong's blood, but the Holy Emperor is a variable. He is too strong, and after reaching the extreme state of sublimation, he is enough to reverse the situation. If the Emperor Duoshang and others were allowed to kill Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao, I'm afraid they wouldn't even leave a trace of blood for me. As expected of someone who has lived through 2 lifetimes, his strength is truly extraordinary. If his energy and blood were sufficient, even I would have to avoid him. Thinking of the time when he had fought against the saint-seizing emperor by relying on thunder tribulation, Jiang Mu couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. He was young and courageous at that time, but things are different now. The Emperor of Stealing the Saint is obviously very depleted of energy and blood.
He can't help but take action. If he fights with Pu Binhong again, how can he have room to continue to sublimate to the extreme realm? The same is obviously true for the others, such as the Whale Dragon Emperor. Jiang Mu wondered if he could launch a surprise attack and kill 5 overlords in a row. This is not a hypothesis. As long as Jiang Mu activates the 3 origins, attacks together, and adds a sneak attack, it is possible to achieve it. After all, his fighting power almost surpasses that of an emperor who was invincible in his lifetime. Even if he is defeated in the end, he can still leave safely. So, Jiang Mu quietly left the border star city and headed towards the chaotic battlefield. Only when he was almost there did he gradually speed up. At the same time, 3 inexplicable auras merged and emerged from his body. The mixture of the 3 holy body energies has concealed their original auras, and Jiang Mu presents a majestic aura comparable to that of Emperor Wuk. Jiang Mu's body was emitting golden light, so bright in the dark deep sky. An even more domineering, ancient and long-lasting aura descended upon the battlefield, shocking everyone present. Boom! With a flash of golden light, Jiang Mu suddenly appeared in the void, and even charged directly towards the saint-devouring emperor. This was considered a sneak attack. When the saint-devouring emperor reacted, Jiang Mu had already gotten close to him. He wanted to fight back, but his Taoism had been suppressed by Jiang Mu, and there was almost no substantial damage to Jiang Mu's strong body. Jiang Mu swung his imperial fists, his fists glowing with different purple and gold spots. The Yuanling holy body always provided him with a constant supply of energy and blood, allowing each of his punches to maintain peak combat power. Almost only at a certain moment, the 2 colored fist light shone against each other. 3 punches, the imperial soldiers summoned by the Emperor of Seizing the Sainthood to block his way were blown away. 10 punches. The great laws that the saint-stealing emperor protected in front of him were shattered. 15 punches, the saint-stealing emperor's arms exploded into a cloud of bloody mist. The 16th punch, the saint-stealing emperor finally saw Jiang Mu's face shrouded in golden holy light. He seemed to be smiling, with a sense of satisfaction at having avenged his great hatred. How could it be you? The Emperor of Seizing the Sainthood was furious. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind at this moment, but Jiang Mu's imperial fist had already landed on the Emperor of Seizing the Sainthood's face. Bang! With a sound like an explosion, the head of the saint-stealing emperor, along with his soul, was smashed to pieces by Jiang Mu. At this moment, this scene frightened everyone on the battlefield. A restricted area master who had reached the ultimate state, was extremely powerful and comparable to an emperor, and ended up like this. Even though it was a sneak attack, the saint-seizing emperor couldn't be that weak, right? In an instant, the 3 forbidden area masters, including the Whale Dragon Emperor, reacted. It was not that the saint-stealing emperor was too weak, but that the golden man who suddenly appeared was too strong. They could feel the natural suppression of Taoism just by being slightly covered by the golden light he emitted. This guy is too scary, we can only run. At this moment, the 3 of Whale Dragon Emperor had only this one thought, and they no longer cared about replenishing their energy and blood. Only the fear of death was driving them to escape, but how could Jiang Mu give them this opportunity? 48. Forbidden Zone Supreme. He put away the body and imperial weapons of the saint-stealing emperor, his eyes moved, and the holy light field unfolded, instantly covering the 3 fleeing Whale Dragon Emperors. The next moment, he appeared behind the Whale Dragon Emperor. The power that Jiang Mu exerted in an instant was so strong that it shattered the space wherever he passed. No, don't kill me. The Whale Dragon Emperor was horrified. He didn't look back, but he had already felt the suffocating breath. Bang! With the same plain golden punch, the huge head of the Whale Dragon Emperor exploded, and the hot imperial blood spurted out. Jiang Mu also retracted his physical body and transformed into a golden beam of light, chasing the other 2 restricted area masters. The speed at which the masters of the restricted areas escaped was also extraordinary. The remaining 2 masters were almost about to run into their respective restricted areas, but they were still caught by Jiang Mu, and blood was instantly spilled at the entrance of the restricted area. Boom! An even more corrupt and powerful aura rushed out from this restricted area, confronting Jiang Mu. After all, killing the overlord at the entrance of the restricted area clearly shows that they do not take their restricted area seriously. Then a divine thought entered Jiang Mu's mind. We are both supreme beings. You killed the person who sent me to the abyss of evil outside my dojo without me having to fight back. I have already given you enough respect. Do you still want to come in and kill me? Falling into the abyss of evil?
Jiang Mu was stunned for a moment, then he understood that this was the name of this restricted area. Looking out, the entrance was pitch black and bottomless, indeed it looked like an abyss.
But what does it mean to be the same supreme being as them? Do they think I am one of their kind? Jiang Mu was curious.
It turned out that there was a being in this restricted area who was more powerful than the master and called himself the Supreme. Jiang Mu felt that the pressure from this aura was very strong and somewhat unfathomable, so after a while of fighting each other, Jiang Mu retracted the golden light on his body and turned to leave. In fact, even if these overlords escaped into the restricted area,
he had no intention of forcing his way in.
He could only say that they happened to arrive at their doorstep. When the existence deep in the restricted area saw Jiang Mu retreat, it became silent. There really is a great terror in the restricted area. Jiang Mu returned to the battlefield again, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that he was still not strong enough. They went back and forth, and killed 5 forbidden area masters, but it happened in a short period of time. Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao were still staying in the ruins of the battlefield, seeming a little confused. Not only were they too confused, but all the supreme beings of all races who had barely observed this battle through great means were extremely shocked. A few punches defeated the Saint-Seizing Emperor who had been sublimated to the ultimate realm, and the other 3 masters who had been sublimated to the ultimate realm were no match for him. With just one punch, once caught up, you will almost die under his terrifying fist. Every punch shook the earth and made the universe and the galaxy tremble. What a terrifying person is this! It is true that the several restricted area masters of Emperor Duoshang have been almost exhausted, but in their dying counterattack, they have some of the strength of Emperor Wuk. Not everyone can kill them, and they can kill them instantly. How powerful would the body wrapped in the golden light be? Such a person cannot be the emperor of the time, because he does not have the destiny to suppress all things. It can only mean that he is either the ruler of the restricted area, a different kind of enlightened being, or an unknown existence. The supreme beings of all races tend to favor the first and third points. However, judging from the current situation, this existence seems to be on the side of all races, which makes many creatures feel fortunate. Not only the supreme beings of all races, but also the rulers of the restricted areas are also suspicious of Jiang Mu's identity, wondering which era he is from and who is the invincible one left behind. However, they did not dare to look at Jiang Mu attentively, and could only get a general idea. Jiang Mu was always shrouded in golden light, which blocked all forms of light and could not be seen through. One could only vaguely make out a human figure. This is also the reason why Jiang Mu dared to take action. He returned to the battlefield and raised his hand to cover up the secrets of heaven, making it impossible for people to see what was happening inside.
Come for us?
Pu Binhong looked at Jiang Mu in the distance. There was no oppressive aura and he seemed to have no ill intentions. So he put away the imperial sword, exchanged glances with Empress Xinyao, and finally mustered up the courage to step forward and bow to Jiang Mu.
Thank you for your help, sir. The 2 men bowed deeply. This was a life-saving grace. If Jiang Mu had not taken action, they would have died today, and if Jiang Mu wanted to take their lives, it would be even easier than killing the Saint Emperor and his MEN.AS for running. The Overlord can escape into the restricted area, so where can they go? Therefore, Pu Binhong was not on guard against Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu's fist seemed to contain terrifying magical powers, and he was afraid that he could not withstand it. I saved you, but it's not in vain. I need a drop of your blood. Jiang Mu spoke, his voice was hoarse, and he sounded like an old man who was about to die. If you need it, just take it. Pu Binhong immediately dragged his seriously injured body to condense a drop of blood essence, and floated in front of Jiang Mu. As a smart man, he did not ask Jiang Mu what he needed this drop of blood for. It's so easy to get it. Jiang Mu collected his blood in essence, somewhat surprised at Pu Binhong's straightforwardness, but he didn't think much about it, as long as his goal was achieved. Xinyao, compared to the previous true demon emperor, you are too weak. It even nearly shook the emperor's heart. Afterwards, Jiang Mu couldn't help but look at Empress Xinyao and couldn't help but complain. Judging from Jiang Mu's current state of mind, Ji Bixing has reached the peak of the first life emperor and is almost able to live a second life. However, his thoughts are too pure, and living is a pain for him. Ji Chan'er, on the other hand, was the same as when she first attained enlightenment, with not much improvement. At most, she was a little stronger than when she was at the peak of her prime. Ji Bixing suppressed the restricted area all his life, so that the ruler of the restricted area dared not come out. The Empress Xinyao was devastated after only one battle with 3 Forbidden Zone masters at the peak of her prime. The gap between them can be seen from this. All I can say is, there is no harm without comparison. After Jiang Mu said this,
Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao knew that Jiang Mu had existed at least since the time of the true demon emperor. However, how long Jiang Mu lived was not something they should worry about. Empress Xinyao lowered her head in shame. As her elder, Pu Binhong couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Senior, didn't Xinyao stick to her original intention in the end? Even if she was defeated by the saint-stealing emperor and others and died in battle, at least she won't be infamous for thousands of years, right? If she degenerates into a restricted area master, I will be the first to kill her." Hearing Jiang Mu's tone, Pu Binhong immediately changed his tone and addressed him as senior instead of Your Excellency. That's true. I think your swordsmanship still has some of the invincible style. It is a blessing for all mankind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu commented in the manner of an elder. After being criticized like this by Jiang Mu and Pu Binhong, Empress Xinyao lowered her head even more. After all, she is also a dignified empress, right? Are you shameless? But in the end, Empress Xinyao did not dare to refute. 49. You look a lot like your mother, but not as pretty as her. What are your plans next? Jiang Mu suddenly asked. I originally planned to conquer the strange creatures, but the Lord of the Forbidden Zone has already set his sights on me. Now, I can only recuperate for a while. Empress Xinyao sighed deeply. She also wanted to achieve something and make her name as an empress famous throughout history, but her strength did not allow it. Don't worry, senior. I will go for her. Pu Binhong volunteered again and promised. Empress Xinyao looked at Pu Binhong with deep confusion again, meaning, who are you and why do you care about me so much? Jiang Mu twitched the corner of his mouth. This guy Pu Binhong, it turns out that love can also be extended. Looking at the doubt in Empress Xinyao's eyes, Jiang Mu could imagine her expression after she knew the truth. However, judging from Pu Binhong's performance, Jiang Mu believed that he would indeed conquer the strange creatures, whether for Empress Xinyao or for other reasons. So, Jiang Mu took out the bodies of the Holy Emperor and several others and said to Pu Binhong, take these bodies with you. They will be useful after you enter the chaotic black fog. What's the use? There's a path deep within the chaotic black fog. If you follow it, you'll see a crack. Block the crack with these corpses, and that's the source of these strange creatures. The rulers of the restricted area were once invincible. Their bodies contained the avenue, which had a suppressive effect on the source. Jiang Mu calmly said words that shocked Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao. So this is how strange creatures come from. The way they looked at Jiang Mu changed and became respectful. Jiang Mu continued to stare at Empress Xinyao and Pu Binhong. You might encounter strange creatures in there that are comparable to the great emperor. Even if you are invincible, you may still die. Can you do it? Will you do it? It doesn't matter even if you say you don't want to. After all, no one stipulates that the emperor or the invincible must die for the safety of the people. Jiang Mu never forces others. If the two say they don't want to, he will take the body back. Of course, this doesn't mean that Jiang Mu will go, on the contrary he won't. At worst, we can let the cultivators of all races continue to garrison the border star city. Compared with the lives that died in the chaos caused by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the number of lives that died in the border star city is really not that many. If the two of them cared about the people, they would have done it without Jiang Mu's arrangement, and if they took the emperor's corpse with them, their chances of survival would be greater. Although he couldn't see Jiang Mu's face clearly, Pu Binhong seemed to be able to feel Jiang Mu's gaze, which was a kind of hope from an elder to a younger generation. He took the corpses and said solemnly, I will live up to your trust. But Pu Binhong couldn't help but ask, but senior, you care about the people. With your strength, don't you have a greater chance of success? Jiang Mu was stunned for a moment, then he sighed earnestly, me? If you knew what I was going to do, you wouldn't think so. Pu Binhong and Xinyao were filled with awe upon hearing this. Looking at the serious expressions of the two people, Jiang Mu couldn't hold it in any longer. After all, there was only one reason why he didn't do it. He was afraid of death, but unexpectedly, in the eyes of Pu Binhong and others, he became a great and good person. Why can't he be considered a good person? At least he sent the corpses of the saint-stealing emperor and others, which can block the strange creatures for tens of thousands of years. You too, see you again if fate allows. Having said that, Jiang Mu could no longer pretend. He said goodbye to the two of them and turned to leave. Farewell, senior. The two of them bowed in unison to say goodbye. Jiang Mu waved his hand without looking back. If nothing unexpected happens, Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao will indeed have no chance to see him again. This senior who wishes to remain anonymous is extremely powerful, even more powerful than the average great emperor. Perhaps he has already surpassed the great emperor, or is there a path beyond the great emperor? Looking at Jiang Mu's disappearing back, Pu Binhong murmured, "Don't know." Empress Xinyao shook her head and turned to look at Pu Binhong. "Compared to this, I'm more curious about who you are." I. Looking at the delicate face of Empress Xinyao at such a close distance, Pu Binhong couldn't help but reach out to touch her, shocking Empress Xinyao so much that she stepped back repeatedly. Pu Binhong seemed to be lost in memories. "You look a lot like your mother, but not as pretty as her." Ever since Jiang Mu blocked out the void where the great battle took place, no one could see what was happening inside. Until Jiang Mu concealed the origins of the three holy bodies and quietly left, Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao also knew that they could not stay for long in their current state, so they also turned into points of light and returned to their residences. However, the two did not hide their whereabouts. For all races and people, it would be better if they were alive. This further proves that the existence shrouded in golden light is on the side of all living beings. Until the magical power that concealed the secrets of heaven dissipated, only a piece of debris and a broken void with the remaining aura of various great ways remained. I am afraid that no creature below the level of the great emperor will be able to enter it in tens of thousands of years. However, this battle was destined to be passed down through the ages, not only because of its huge momentum and Jiang Mu's mysterious identity, but also because Emperor Duoshang was once the ruler of the Forbidden Area who was wiped out by Emperor Lingtian. However, Emperor Lingtian failed to kill him in all his efforts, and was killed by Jiang Mu instead. All we can say is that it is karma, and heaven will spare no one. If Emperor Lingtian still has a spirit in heaven, he can rest in peace. As for Jiang Mu's identity, Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao kept silent about it, so no one in the world could know. In fact, it's not that the two of them didn't say it, but they simply didn't know. The fight with the Masters of the Forbidden Zone ended. In this battle, all 5 Masters of the Forbidden Zone died, while Dashang Jianqin Daodi and Empress Xinyao were safe and sound. It can be said that it was a complete victory. In addition, the mysterious existence of Jiang Mu might shock many Masters of the Forbidden Zone, but the weirdness of the edge of the universe would not stop its pace of invasion and encroachment. A large number of monks were still stationed in the border star city to resist the strange creatures, and this lasted for 500 years. 500 years later, Empress Xinyao was born again. This time, the suppression of her great Tao on all other Taoists was even weaker. Although her face was still young, there were already some white hairs among her 3,000 black hairs. Empress Xinyao came to the edge of the universe. Although she was already in her twilight years, her eyes were still firm, and Pu Binhong, the master of the Dashang sword body, also came. His blood was like a rainbow, and his black hair was flying, just like a free and unrestrained swordsman. After looking at each other, the two walked into the chaotic black fog together. They saw golden magic patterns and long white sword lights stretching endlessly, constantly strangling these strange creatures. With the death of the strange creatures, the two auras of the Great Way continued to force back the chaotic black fog and retreat. The monks of all races who fought bloody battles in the border star city were cheering. They didn't know how many comrades had died, but now they could finally go home. The strange creature began to retreat continuously, until it was so far away that it was almost invisible. The figures of Empress Xinyao and Pu Binhong also disappeared in the chaotic black fog. Only the suppression of the great Tao remained, and the creatures of all races knew that the Empress was not dead. Looking back at history, this scene seems somewhat familiar. Could it be that Empress Xinyao wants to imitate the great Emperor Lingtian? It was not until 1,000 years later that two figures walked out from the chaotic black fog. Their bodies were stained with blood, their breath was weak, and they were in a dishevel, but both of them were smiling. It has to be said that Empress Xinyao succeeded. With the help of Pu Binhong, she completely prevented the strange creatures from approaching the border star city for tens of thousands of years, just like during the time of Emperor Lingtian. Soon afterward, news of the great wedding of the Empress Xinyao came from the Zhouling Yaoqi immortal sect. This should have been a cause for joy for all, but it shocked the supreme of all races, because the person that Empress Xinyao is marrying is Pu Binhong. At this time, Jiang Mu, who had been traveling in the Chuhan border, almost popped his eyes out when he heard the news. All right, if I can't marry the goddess, I'll marry her daughter, right? 50. Just want to die. The Chuhan border, the Dao dynasty. Jiang Mu, who was making friends with the dignitaries of Dao in the Dao imperial city, was stunned when he heard the news of Empress Xinyao's wedding, and that was to Queen Pu Binhong. No wonder Jiang Mu felt that there was something wrong with the way Pu Binhong looked at Empress Xinyao. It turned out that in addition to the care of an elder, there were other emotions involved. In fact, maybe not. What if the two of them developed feelings for each other while conquering strange creatures? That is not possible for Bai Yi. Just think about it, the world is so big, no matter how weak Empress Xinyao is, she is still an empress, and she has never been married. Now she is married to Pu Binhong, who also has a great sword heart holy body, and they can be considered a good match. Although the world of immortal cultivation does not care about age and love, Pu Binhong was once a cultivator of the same generation as Empress Shenyao's mother, and was also one of her mother's loyal pursuers. Now that he is reunited with Empress Shenyao, this is more or less likely to cause discussion among the world. However, Jiang Mu felt that Empress Shenyao and Pu Binhong could have kept their affair well hidden from outsiders, but now it was made public. Perhaps this was their choice. Jiang Mu could only go to the banquet to eat and listen to some gossip. So Jiang Mu bid farewell to these bad friends of De Wu and embarked on a journey to Zhouling Yaoqi Immortal Sect alone. Since obtaining the Sword Heart Taoist body bloodline, Jiang Mu initially refined it together with the God King Holy Body. He did not rush to practice in seclusion, but came to the Chuhan realm to look for another holy body, the Yinyang Holy Body. There were once two dynasties with vast territories in the Chuhan region, one named Chu and the other named Han. The first emperors who founded these two dynasties had very special physiques. Although one of them was far inferior to the emperor, he was much stronger than the peak quasi-emperor. If the two emperors joined forces to kill the enemy, their strength could challenge the emperor. These two constitutions are Taiyin and Taiyang. Later, their offspring accidentally combined and gave birth to a being that combined the moon and the sun. This being alone could challenge the emperor, which was considered an alternative way of achieving enlightenment, so he was hailed as the Yin-Yang Holy Body. Similarly, the conditions for the birth of this Yin-Yang physique are very harsh, the number is very small, and even fewer can achieve perfection. The name may not sound nice, but the strength is beyond doubt. However, these two huge dynasties could not withstand the passage of time and declined. People with the lunar and solar constitutions became increasingly rare. In the past few million years, there has never been any news of the appearance of a fully accomplished Yin-Yang holy body. However, there were hundreds of dynasties in the Chuhan region, and there were always dynasties that claimed to have inherited the legacy of the Chu and Han dynasties, and were their descendants and the orthodox ones. For thousands of years, Jiang Mu traveled among these dynasties, making friends with royal children and secretly taking their blood and energy for trials. After the experiment, Jiang Mu could only say that they were all just using tiger skins as a banner, and few dynasties were truly descendants of the Chu and Han royal families. However, after thousands of years of running around, it was not without gain. Jiang Mu obtained a trace of Taiyin blood and Taiyang blood. Although it was not a perfect whole, it was better than nothing. He could try to integrate them on his own in the future. This was the first thing Jiang Mu had done in the past 1,000 years. The second thing is to refine and fuse the imperial weapons taken from the Saint Emperor and others, except for the Emperor stealing the saints, whose imperial weapons were relatively well preserved and still had their might. The imperial weapons of the other restricted areas' masters had been so decayed that most of their power had been lost. After all, even the rulers of the restricted area are corrupt, so how can they afford to nurture the supreme imperial soldiers? Jiang Mu painstakingly refined these imperial weapon materials, integrating part of them into his own red cherry spear and casting part of them into a sword blank. After all, if one wants to cultivate a sword heart and a Taoist body, how can one do it without a natal flying sword? Doing these two things for 1,000 years is actually very fulfilling, and there is no possibility of having any free time. Next, Jiang Mu will continue to retreat and practice his path to becoming a holy body, but before that, he had to go to the Zhouling Yaoqi Immortal Sect to ask for a glass of wine. The day of the great joy of the Empress Shenyao and the Zhouling Yaoqi Immortal Sect was also an unprecedented grand event, with all races coming to congratulate. The banquet was filled with the highest congratulations from all races, and no one was so ignorant as to mention the past Empress Shenyao's old age could no longer be concealed, but she appeared very happy. How long can Empress Shenyao live? This is what all the people in the world are thinking. The aura of the great Tao belonging to Empress Shenyao is already crumbling. Pu Binhong is still full of energy, and it is obvious that he is at the peak of his youth. Hey, what's this? An old man sending off a young man? Mingling among the supreme people of all races, Jiang Mu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The beauties are paired together, but their time is running out. There were many guests, but the two seemed to only have eyes for each other. 100 years later, the Empress Shenyao quietly passed away in the Zhouling Yaoqi Immortal Sect. In addition to her mighty imperial power and ancient aura, the world could also feel an inexplicable tragic sword intent. All the ways are cleansing, the heart of heaven is retreating, and it is surging. The aura of Empress Shenyao Yudaohan began to slowly dissipate. It seems the era of Empress Shenyao is over. Looking back on the life of this empress, although her own strength was not high and not as good as the previous emperors, under certain external factors, her life was actually full of magical colors. No matter how mediocre the emperor's life was, it seemed to surpass that of most creatures in the world. The world once again fell into an era without an emperor, but this time the masters of the forbidden area did not appear, because there is also a great sword-hearted Taoist holding a sword. wandering in the universe, the stars, and the edge of the world. The cold sword intent seemed to be able to destroy any enemy who dared to attack. So, before the next battle for the Emperor comes, these seem to be very ordinary years, until 6,000 years later, the ruler of the restricted area wanted to challenge the authority of the Taoist swordsman in his old age, but was killed by the Emperor's sword in the starry sky. Pu Binhong was bathed in the opponent's imperial blood, and the sword light that looked down on everything seemed to want to kill all the enemies, which made the master of the restricted area tremble with fear. Time slowly moved forward, and it was 8,300 years. The destiny shines again in the world, and the imperial pass Great Wall, which buried the bones of countless geniuses, reappears, guiding all living beings. After a life and death battle, the final chosen one emerged. He was a genius from the divine realm and the divine clan. He stepped on the corpses of countless geniuses, was marked with the mark of the heart of heaven, and overcame tribulations in the deep space of the universe to achieve enlightenment and become an emperor. He was the only one in the world. Everyone calls him the great emperor of divine power. After Emperor Shenwei became the emperor, the aging Pu Binhong took the imperial sword to the divine realm and had a battle with the emperor of the time. It is said that this battle was kept secret from heaven and could not be seen by the supreme being of all races, but judging from the noises coming out, the fighting was very fierce. Could it be that this great swordsman had some grudge with the emperor? But after this battle, there was no news or trace of the great sword heart Taoist body in the world, leaving only the emperor's sword flying back to the Taishu Holy Land. Just like the Tsong Tian Ba Ti that protected the people for thousands of years, the De Changjian Xa and Dao Ti seemed to have ended like this, seemingly dying at the hands of the divine power emperor. Such an ending was somewhat regrettable. It shouldn't be like this, but it seems that no one knows the truth except Emperor Shenwei. 20,000 years later, until the later years of Emperor Shenwei, he revealed the secret of that year. It turns out that Pu Binhong and Empress Shenyao were lucky enough to give birth to a child. This offspring later participated in the battle for the throne and became one of the candidates for the destiny, but no one knows where he came from and his identity. This descendant eventually died at the hands of Emperor Shenwei, who was also vying for the throne. Before the war, Pu Binhong said, privately, "It's to avenge the loss of my son," publicly, "It's to see if you have the ability to be an emperor. I patrol the world on behalf of the emperor. If you defeat me, you will take his place." It decides who is superior and who is inferior, and it also decides life and death. There was no fear of death in the old Pu Binhong's eyes, only the madness of fighting with the emperor, just wanting to die. 51. The old emperor dies and the new emperor is born. When Emperor Shenwei was over 20,000 years old, he became a Taoist in the realm of gods. The gods are one of the most powerful tribes in the world, and their emperor can't be that bad. During the nearly 20,000 years that Emperor Shenwei was on Earth, he often traveled the world and visited several restricted areas, where horrific battles took place. Although not as fierce as the true demon emperor, he is also quite brave. Perhaps it was because of this that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone never showed up on his own initiative during his time in the world, and all races prospered, and it seemed that the wounds that had been destroyed by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone were also healing. Logically speaking, if we only look at their own performance, Emperor Shenwei did a better job than Empress Shenyao. However, these emperors from the most powerful clans, perhaps due to the deep-rooted influence of their clans, attach great importance to inheritance. Therefore, during the time when this mighty emperor was alive, the gods almost regained their glory. They were no longer confined to one realm, but developed a large number of forces in the starfields of the universe and plundered resources, thus making their own foundation even deeper, so that they could survive the long years and become an immortal heritage. It's just that the Emperor of Divine Power has been given the mission by heaven, and he has also understood the thoughts of the ancient sages, so he still cares about the people and has some constraints on the gods. It was not until the great Emperor Shenwei truly entered his twilight years that his Tao became unstable and he no longer appeared in the world easily. Those divine forces scattered throughout the universe became blinded by their desire for convenience and began to exploit the survival resources of other weak races and enrich themselves. Although there are many such things, they are not enough to be spread to the divine realm, let alone the years of the great Emperor Shenwei. But the God realm at this time could not care so much, because the Emperor Shenwei was about to become a Taoist. Wherever the great emperor spreads his teachings, he can bring blessings to future generations for thousands of years. Therefore, Emperor Shenwei chose to become a Taoist in the divine world, leaving enough foundation for the gods. Although he was unwilling to end his life in such an ordinary way, Emperor Shenwei knew that this was his best choice. Although he thought he was better than Empress Shenyao, he did not achieve anything that surpassed her. The reason was that he was timid. Empress Shenyao was lucky enough to get help from an alternative enlightened and mysterious being. And what about the Emperor Shenwei himself? He seemed to be alone. So after attacking the restricted areas several times and discovering some secrets, he became afraid. As long as the Lord of the Forbidden Zone does not appear, he will not take the initiative to attack. In his later years, he could sense those prying auras across great distances. For the ruler of the restricted area, the most valuable thing in the world is always an emperor. Many restricted area masters are hoping that Emperor Shinwei will leave behind his body, eat it while it's hot, and it can solve urgent problems. After much deliberation, Emperor Shinwei chose to actively transform into a Taoist in the last few hundred years of his life. The moment he decided to transform into a Taoist, several terrifying auras suddenly descended upon the God realm, causing the God clan's imperial soldiers to buzz. Fortunately, these auras seemed to be hesitating and watched the great Emperor Shinwei transform into the Tao. The ancient and decayed aura of the Tao of transformation also fills the universe. Destiny returns to the world again. These terrifying auras disappeared. The ruler of a restricted area was born and devoured the lives of several star regions, but this time no one will protect the people. Several forbidden area masters launched chaos, devouring a large area of the vibrant starry sky. With blood, it lasted for 2,000 years before it finally ended. This is extremely painful and miserable for those creatures whose homes have been destroyed, but to the entire universe, it seems to be of no concern, at most just like a piece of flesh falling off the body. Those supreme beings of all races discovered that it seemed that the rulers of these restricted areas were very sensible. After devouring a certain number of lives, it will stop causing trouble. In this way, the foundation of the entire world cannot be threatened at all. The 3,000 starfields, the 9 realms and the 8 wildernesses that are the center of the universe will be fine. In this case, why not give some living space to these once invincible ones and the masters of the restricted area? Anyway, the world is too big and ethnic groups will continue to grow. Even if there were no disasters, many lives would die in the process of killing each other. The so-called 10,000 races only refer to the top 10,000 more famous races in the world. In fact, no one can tell exactly how many races there are in this world. Perhaps in the next moment one race will be destroyed and a new race will be born. This is the era when all races compete with each other, and everyone wants to look down on the world. If we regard the ruler of the restricted area as a powerful force in the world, it is actually no different from the essence of all races. This idea that the restricted area is harmless was extremely terrifying and was prevalent throughout the universe for quite a long time. 6,000 years after the disappearance of Emperor Shinwei, the Imperial Pass Great Wall reappeared. A unique creature crushed all his opponents with his powerful posture, became an emperor in the Thunder Tribulation, and amazed the world. If those who were chosen by destiny had survived in the previous battles for the emperor, this time, except for this guy who achieved enlightenment and became the emperor, all the other ones who were chosen by destiny had died, and most of them even died at the hands of this guy. Although the thundering methods were surprising, it was understandable in a battle for destiny. What surprised the world was that this guy was born with the power of the soul-splitting holy thunder and fire. The soul-splitting holy thunder fire is a naturally born fire from heaven and earth in the world. Its extremely yang and fierce flame is very terrifying. It contains the principles of thunder and fire. Any creature below the saint realm will die if it touches it, and a saint will be injured if he touches it. However, after being refined, this fire has a strong benefit effect on cultivators who practice the most yang and strong techniques, as well as weapon refiners and alchemists, so it is very popular among these creatures. However, the soul-splitting holy thunder fire is also very rare, especially the soul-splitting holy thunder fire with a strong enough fire origin, which is even rarer and very difficult to find. Unexpectedly, there is one now, who has cultivated his intelligence, participated in the battle for the Emperor's Pass, and achieved enlightenment in the midst of thunder. For this kind of creature born and raised by nature to develop consciousness and transform into a human form, it would take tens or even millions of years and avoid countless disasters, which is already very difficult. For it to become an emperor, it is even more difficult than any other creature in the world. Under these two extreme environments, this soul-splitting holy thunder fire actually succeeded. Although the soul-splitting holy thunder fire who was undergoing the tribulation was in a miserable state and his body was almost blown apart and his mind was wiped out by the terrifying thunder tribulation several times, he finally survived the great emperor tribulation with only his last breath left. With the destiny bestowed upon him, thousands of paths entangled him, and infinite power nourished his body. A breath of destruction swept across the entire universe, and a new great emperor was born. The soul-splitting holy thunder fire, born and raised by nature, has become the great emperor of the world. It has not been seen in dozens of eras. How can it not make people sigh? There are almost no records in ancient books about this kind of creature achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor. Therefore, While the supreme beings of all races in the world are amazed, they are also more curious about how the soul-splitting holy thunderfire will treat all races in the world. Soon, the answer to this question came of the Holy Spirit-splitting thunderfire achieved enlightenment and became an emperor, calling himself the Great Emperor of Fire-Splitting. The name is simple, but what it does is not. Because the fire-splitting emperor lived in the 8 desolate world before he became an emperor. Many forces had discovered it, coveted it, and wanted to refine it. This fire-splitting emperor was very vengeful. Soon after he became emperor, he attacked many forces in the 8 desolate world. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying flames burned away all traces of their existence. Even an immortal sect, the Shengusu sect, a tradition of 2 emperors, was destroyed by Emperor Liewa. Of course, as an ancient tradition of 2 emperors, the Shengushu sect initially wanted to settle the karmic retribution with the contemporary emperor by paying compensation, but no matter how much they offered, the Fire Emperor remained unmoved until the final battle. Then the Shengusu sect's profound knowledge was fully revealed, various ancient formations were activated, the sleeping ancestor crawled out of the divine source, moved out an emperor's corpse, and 2 revived extreme imperial weapons. However, in the end, the formation was broken. The ancestor was bleeding, the emperor's corpse turned into dry bones, and even the emperor's soldiers were shattered. All traces of the Shengusu sect's existence were wiped out from this world. Their desperate fight didn't even make Emperor Liewa shed a single drop of blood. In this battle, Emperor Liewa did not hold back at all, shocking all the supreme beings of the world. Since the appearance of the restricted area master, it has become common for the emperor to bleed. It seemed as if the emperor had been pulled down from the altar and was no longer the only invincible person in the world. But the fire-splitting emperor made the supreme beings of all races and the supreme inheritances clearly realize that the young emperor is still invincible to all creatures in the universe. The reason why the rulers of the restricted area can make the emperor bleed is simply because they were once invincible. 52. A creature born and raised by nature, the Fire Emperor who was born to hate the world. After destroying the Shengusu sect, Emperor Liewa took over the sect's territory and, with the Shengusu sect as the center, designated the land of 10 major states as his own temple. He ordered all living beings in the area to move out, and those who violated the order would be killed without mercy. Although these 10 states do not have ancient heritage like the Shengusu sect, there are still many forces. Some of the forces and creatures that have taken root here are very large, so how can they be moved away so easily? Who wants to leave so much? Many people hope to seek help from Emperor Liewa, but they couldn't even see him. Some sigh, some are stubborn. Some people think that when the time comes, Emperor Riftfire will feel soft-hearted when he sees the creatures that have not moved away. They had no way of knowing about the more ancient times, but since the time of Emperor Lingtian, the emperor seemed to have been born to protect the people. Even the true demon emperor, who used demons to prove his truth, did not attack ordinary people, but only dealt with the creatures with whom he had karmic causation. Therefore, many creatures believed that the Fire Emperor would be soft-hearted and would hold back. It was not until the deadline was up that the creatures who remained in the 10 states realized that they were wrong, very wrong. As the Emperor of Fire Rift's imperial power grew, the temperature in the entire 10 states soared sharply, and even the sky turned red. Lava palaces rose from the ground, and living beings turned to ashes in the flames. All the living beings left in the 10 states are dead. This is the land of 10 states. Even if half of the living creatures are left, there will be more than billions, right? When the ruler of the Forbidden Zone came to the 8 wildernesses, he only massacred a few states. The Fire Emperor only made a slight move, and he reached the limit of dominating the restricted area. This action was even more unruly than that of a restricted area master, and immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the supreme beings of all races. The first to speak out was undoubtedly a force from the same 8 desolate world. It was the Purple Mansion Holy Land of the 3 emperors, and it was an existence that had the final say in the 8 desolate world, much stronger than the Shengusu sect. However, the response from the fire-splitting emperor was an imperial palm that crossed a long distance and landed on the core area of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Even the protective formation was broken, and the Jidao Emperor's soldiers had no time to wake up before the lives of many ancestors, elders, and holy masters were taken away. Why should you, ugly ants, comment on the actions of this emperor? Emperor Liewa spoke, his voice echoing throughout the world and reaching beyond the clouds, extremely domineering and indifferent. After that, there was no sound, but no force in the 8 desolate world dared to speak out again. The fire-splitting emperor can penetrate the Purple Mansion Holy Land with one palm strike and instantly destroy any inheritance. If the emperor launches a sudden attack, no force in the world will be able to stop him, but the supreme beings of all races knew that this attack on the Purple Mansion Holy Land had many meanings. This is a warning and also an advice. This great emperor seems to be very displeased with all living beings. This does not seem to be a good thing for all creatures of all races. For a moment, all the supreme beings of all races are in danger. Judging from the performance of the fire-splitting emperor, he is no less than several forbidden area masters. How will he behave in the future? In the endless fire domain, no one could guess the thoughts of this contemporary emperor. So many old bastards, I'm scared to death. On the edge of the red dust realm, in the small world between the void, Jiang Mu closed the entrance to the world and withdrew his spiritual thoughts. Just as Jiang Mu was spying on the dojo where the fire-splitting emperor was in the 8th desolate world, he accidentally came into contact with several other restricted area masters who were also spying there. Once the channels were connected, these restricted area masters would most likely lock onto Jiang Mu's position by following his breath, thus scaring Jiang Mu so much that he immediately withdrew his spiritual thoughts. Among these divine thoughts, Jiang Mu could sense several unusual auras. These auras were stronger than those of ordinary restricted area masters. They were probably masters of restricted areas who had lived for a second life like the saint-seizing emperor. These restricted area masters might attack Jiang Mu out of curiosity. Now Jiang Mu has basically figured it out. Every time the emperor is reborn, his combat power increases exponentially. This law also applies to the forbidden areas of existence. Jiang Mu's former combat power should be similar to that of a second-generation master who had briefly reached the ultimate state. However, it would be a draw at most. If it was a complete and intact second-generation emperor, Jiang Mu would not be his opponent at all. So after sensing those divine thoughts, Jiang Mu shrank back. If he was discovered, it would be disastrous, and he couldn't take the risk. Fortunately, there was no harm. It can only be said that these restricted area masters are more interested in the Fire Emperor. When Jiang Mu came out of seclusion and saw such a great emperor who had the potential to dominate the restricted area, his eyes almost went dark. Although he couldn't see clearly what Emperor Liehua was doing, Jiang Mu felt that this natural-born guy probably had no good intentions. What the fire splitting emperor does now may be due to his life experience. After all, he is the holy soul-splitting thunderfire that was born and raised by nature. He is a treasure of heaven and earth. He has been hunted and refined by all kinds of creatures. He has had to hide from place to place since he was born. Naturally, he does not like all kinds of creatures. The geniuses of all races are getting weaker and weaker with each generation, and they have allowed this kind of thing to become a big deal. He is already merciful by not massacring all races. All I can say is that people in every era have their own share of suffering. In the absence of a conflict of interest, Jiang Mu doesn't want to get involved in such matters, nor is he willing to do so. Although he had been in seclusion for a long time to refine the origins of the three holy bodies, he also occasionally paid attention to worldly affairs and knew that Pu Binhong wanted to die. What's the difference between an old and accomplished Taoist challenging a young emperor and throwing himself into the fire? All we can say is that Pu Binhong wanted to put a perfect end to his era. A sharp sword needs this kind of farewell. From the time the great Emperor Shenwei attained enlightenment to the time he passed away, he allowed the gods to dominate the weaker races in the universe, until the forbidden area master blood food, the soul-splitting holy thunderfire, became enlightened. Death and life seem to have become the norm in Jiang Mu's eyes, and his gaze on the world remained calm and peaceful. Between opening and closing your eyes, 30,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Mu counted the days and realized that in a few years, he would be 100,000 years old. Unconsciously, the young figure seemed to have a sense of old age. 53. The harvest of 30,000 years of seclusion is the culmination of the six bodies. 100,000 years old may seem old, but to those unknown beings in the restricted area, it might just be a child. Suddenly, Jiang Mu shook off his tiredness and started laughing again. He is still young, but he has never slept. He has actually spent nearly 100,000 years. As the years go by, his mentality has changed a little. After all, Jiang Mu is still a living person. Although he did not feel the rapid passage of time much during his cultivation, the longer he was in seclusion, the more he felt it. Therefore, Jiang Mu planned to travel the world when he was 100,000 years old to relieve his fatigue. Of course, relieving fatigue is secondary. Jiang Mu's main purpose is to find the remaining holy body bloodline and materials to make a suitable weapon for himself. A handy weapon can greatly improve one's combat effectiveness. Even though Jiang Mu's current cultivation path is mainly based on the physical body, his physical body is now harder than the average imperial weapon, and it is not even a problem for him to catch an imperial weapon with his bare hands. But he still wants to forge his own weapon. He doesn't want to be just a warrior, and the path to the holy body will not be his only path. So when Jiang Mu was born, he first had to look for materials to forge swords and guns. These were the two weapons he wanted to own: an imperial sword and a spear. Of course, Jiang Mu also wanted to forge an imperial weapon. Anything lower than this level would hardly improve his combat power. The reason why the Imperial weapon is the Imperial weapon and crushes all weapons in the world is not only because every emperor likes to use the best materials to forge it, but also because it contains the emperor's Tao and gives birth to a divine wisdom that transcends the world, which is equivalent to the birth of life. This is why the supreme Imperial weapon is the foundation of the Imperial clan's inheritance. As long as the Imperial weapon is not corrupted, it is equivalent to a part of the great emperor being alive. First, Jiang Mu had to forge the emperor's sword. Because his sword, heart and holy body have reached perfection, he has comprehended the way of the sword and is able to create a sword of the same Imperial level. As for Jiang Mu's own practice of spearmanship, he could not prove his way through normal procedures, so even if the spear was forged, it could not be imprinted with his spearmanship. If other Tao principles are imprinted, the essence of the Tao of the spear cannot be brought into play, and the Imperial weapons forged will also be greatly reduced in quality. Jiang Mu chose the spear path simply because he followed the principles that the spear is the best of all weapons, and the longer the weapon, the stronger it is. Don't say it, the way of the gun is indeed domineering, but this is the world of cultivating immortals, and the way of the gun is not considered to be among the top avenues. It can only be said that it is not weak and is in the middle. Since he had already practiced and was only one step away from achieving enlightenment, Jiang Mu decided to keep it. Now that he has a sword heart and a Taoist body, Jiang Mu naturally gives priority to the way of the sword. Sword cultivators are best at killing, and it is also very good to be a sword immortal in the mortal world. During the 30,000 years of seclusion, Jiang Mu has cultivated the Divine King Holy Body, Sword Heart Taoist body and Yin Yang Holy Body to perfection. With Jiang Mu's current strength, with the blessing of the Blue Sky Tyrant body, the Ancient Saint body, and the Yuanling Saint body, it will be easy for him to overcome the catastrophe of great success. No matter how difficult the catastrophe is, it cannot kill him. When the Divine King's holy body reaches perfection, he will have to face the attacks of strange gods. The calamity of achieving the perfection of the sword heart and the Taoist body is that one must endure the attacks of billions of flying swords. The Yin Yang holy body represents the two purest great ways of heaven and earth in the world, the extremely yin moon and the extremely young sun, which are both held in one body. The most important thing is balance. Among them, the Yin Yang holy body consumed the most of Jiang Mu's energy. He tried to fuse the two origins of Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang, and several times the origins almost devoured each other. In the end, Jiang Mu relied on his own source of immortality to intervene and achieve balance, bringing Yin and Yang back into unity. The three physiques that were later perfected were the bodies of Taoism, which just made up for Jiang Mu's shortcoming of not being able to use the laws of the Tao. Now, with the 6 holy bodies fully developed, the Ancient Holy Body and the Sky Tyrant body have absolute control over close combat. While suppressing the opponent's Taoism, Jiang Mu can also use the sword, the Divine Way and the Yin Yang Way at the same time, plus a Yuanling holy body that will never be exhausted. Which emperor can withstand it? Perhaps they can hold on. After all, these are alternative ways of achieving enlightenment, and are always a little inferior to the true laws of the Tao. However, they can make up for the quality with quantity and achieve overtaking. Jiang Mu couldn't jump to conclusions before actual combat. After all, he can only call upon the origins of different holy bodies, and there is a vacuum period when switching states, which cannot be well connected and shared. Unless one day he can truly cultivate the 9 origins of the holy body into one, then he can barely make such a boast. But for Jiang Mu, who is only 100,000 years old, as long as he doesn't seek death, he will basically not die. So after thinking for a while, Jiang Mu looked at Yen Jiner, who was sealed in the small world, and she was still breathing heavily. Jiang Mu did not intend to release Yen Jiner, because the emperors of this era would almost always be coveted by the masters of the restricted area in their later years, which was too tragic. Since he had accepted benefits from Yen Lingyun, Jiang Mu naturally wanted to train Yen Jiner to become an emperor. However, the path after becoming an emperor depended on Yen Jiner himself and had nothing to do with him. In these times, Jiang Mu actually does not have the confidence to train Yen Jiner to become an emperor, nor does he have the heart to let her face the dilemma of dominating the restricted area in her later years. So Jiang Mu is still waiting. He has plenty of time to wait anyway, so Yen Jiner should continue to be a mascot anyway. The small world opened up by Jiang Mu is full of spiritual charm because of the various spiritual objects piled up there, and is no worse than the paradise outside. Then, Jiang Mu walked out of the small world and came to the world of mortals. The structure of the Red Dust Realm did not change much, except that the Jiang family, which had been revived by Jiang Mu for a period of time after tens of thousands of years, began to decline again. If it were not for the extreme emperor's weapons to survive, it would have been divided up by other forces long ago. Jiang Mu could only shake his head at this.
After such a long time, how much blood inheritance did he have with these descendants of the Jiang family, not to mention that Jiang Mu himself did not leave any offspring. So after carefully observing in secret and finding that the descendants of the Jiang family were all insignificant people, he turned and left the Jiang family, which has inherited the legacy of only one great emperor, has survived for hundreds of thousands of years, which is already good enough even if the Jiang family is destroyed. It is not truly destroyed, because the bloodline will continue from generation to generation and will always be dispersed, but it will no longer be heard in the world. The most important thing is that Jiang Mu took a fancy to the Liuguang Jueying wings, which contained the Taoist meaning of the fastest speed in the world and was very helpful for escaping. Calculating the time, it is about to decay. If the Jiang family does not perish, it will not leave. Of course, Jiang Mu can also continue to take over the Jiang family, restore the family's glory, and gain the favor of Liuguang Juwenjie. But if this happened, Jiang Mu would have to worry about the survival and development of the Jiang family. Even if he could hide his identity, Jiang Mu was unwilling to do so. This is a burden to him and can easily become a burden to him when something big happens, especially when facing the unknown. Therefore, what Jiang Mu needs to do is to take action at the right time and make Liuguang Juwenjie change his mind. The imperial soldiers were all very persistent. Take the True Demon Tower for example. Although it recognized Jiang Mu as its master, whenever the ruler of the restricted area appeared, it would always get excited and want to fight to the death until the sky collapsed and the earth split. Fortunately, Jiang Mu bewitched it with sweet words, and later blocked its contact with the outside world, nurturing it in the world inside his body, where it remained in a deep sleep. Is this kind of persistence just stubbornness or excessive loyalty? 54. The instigators of the war. The gods have suffered for a long time in the world. Jiang Mu left the mortal realm and began to travel the world according to the materials he needed. There are countless natural treasures in this world, and Jiang Mu is mainly looking for 10 top-level materials. These materials are the main materials he uses to forge the imperial sword and spear. As for other auxiliary materials, you can take a look at them. By the way, the materials that can be used to forge imperial weapons are rare in the world, and some even require luck. So Jiang Mu also hopes to find them all within a few hundred years. Even if you really can't find it, you can use other materials as a substitute first. It won't be too late to fuse and refine them when you find them in the future. At most, the strength and characteristics of the imperial weapon will be weaker. For example, one of the best main materials for sword making is a material called Tianqin sword wood, which is a natural treasure born from nature and raised by nature. It has natural permeability of sword energy, and coupled with the absolute toughness of wood, it is the best choice for the Emperor's sword. Although this Tianqin swordwood is not as rare and precious as the immortal medicine, it is also difficult to find out. What's more, Jiang Mu still needs a large amount of Tianqin swordwood, so he can only rely on his luck. Anyway, he has enough time to try his luck. So, Jiang Mu hid his identity and traveled around the world, looking for secret places where natural treasures grew. By the way, appreciate the scenery of the world. Jiang Mu usually doesn't take action, but when he does, it's to end the cause and effect. 2.5 years later, on a mineral vein star in the 3000 star fields, Jiang Mu celebrated his 100,000th birthday. The star is rich in a kind of gold ore, which happens to be one of the materials Jiang Mu needs. It's just that Jiang Mu has very high requirements for materials. Therefore, Jiang Mu had to directly refine hundreds or thousands of such stars to obtain the mineral gold essence he wanted. In the ancient city of Xingqian, there is no bustling crowd, only various monks doing hard labor. This gold mining star is one of the industries of the gods in the star field of the heavens. There are many enslaved monks here who are forced to mine. These enslaved monks are of strange shapes and come from different races. If nothing unexpected happens, they will mine to death on this planet. Jiang Mu happened to pass by. He did not look divine, and was dressed in ordinary clothes. It was obvious that he was captured by the Protoss monks stationed here and forced to work as a miner. Jiang Mu, who had never experienced this feeling before, cooperated and came in to mine. He was assigned to a mining team of 100 people, who were taking a break after finishing a day's work. These metals are also not ordinary things. Even for monks, digging them is extremely physically demanding. Therefore, even the hard-working miners need to rest, not because they feel sad if they die, but because of sustainable development. But there is no sun or moon here, the sky is always dark, and you can see other mineral veins and stars. A day's work is 12 hours without a break, and there is only 1 hour to recover physical strength. In addition, each mining team has certain targets and cannot rest until they are met. Therefore, monks who cannot adapt to this intensity of work will die of exhaustion. Although there are mining machines powered by spirit stones that can replace monks, it is obviously not cost-effective. After all, the miners are not even qualified to eat fasting pills. They only need to provide a cheap, hard, and unpalatable piece of animal meat, and the machines need to consume spirit stones. Miners are not even as good as cows and horses. After all, cows and horses can sleep,
But miners don't even have the right to sleep. The small team of 100 people that Jiang Mu was in sat in the assigned room.
Each person was given a piece of dry animal meat, but everyone ate it voraciously. Jiang Mu took a light bite and found it hard to swallow. After all, he doesn't need to eat. Even if he does, he only eats the most delicious and rare delicacies. In this world, at the very least, you have to eat steamed buns with pickled mustard greens, right? However, this dried up animal meat smelled fishy and had an indescribable flavor, not to mention that Jiang Mu estimated that even sewage was more fragrant than it. Of course, this was Jiang Mu's guess. He had never eaten sewage, whether before or after the time travel. The only benefit of this beast meat is that it contains amazing energy and can quickly replenish physical strength. Jiang Mu glanced at the skinny human child sitting next to him, who was staring at the meat in his hand with shining eyes, and handed his meat to him. The child has starved to such a state that he's almost become a cave elf. Is he still human? Come, eat it.
Hearing this, the child grabbed the meat that was handed to him and immediately began to gobble it up. This caused the surrounding miners to swallow their saliva. There is no gratitude, no thanks. For those who are extremely hungry, they will only have the chance to say anything after they have finished eating. Jiang Mu shook his head secretly. He didn't expect that he would spend his 100,000th year in such a situation. However, he had been in a high position for too long, so this experience was novel. But Jiang Mu would not stop moving forward because of this, nor would his determination to follow the Tao be shaken in the slightest. This is just a way of survival and a common thing in the world. It is only because the gods are too powerful that this bullying behavior is infinitely magnified. Jiang Mu has seen many gods cultivators along the way, and now that the mine has been dug and the birthday has passed, it's time to receive some birthday gifts. Jiang Mu stood up and walked towards the door. There are thousands of stars in this mineral vein, and he wants to refine them all. Anyway, the gods have suffered in the world for a long time, and what Jiang Mu did is no different from what others do. In the first 1,000 years after the fire-splitting emperor became enlightened, he, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke out, ordering all races to worship and offer tributes, and those who violated the order would bear the consequences. Now that the Fire-Liehua emperor has spoken, how dare all races disobey? After all, his former thunderous methods are there, but the fire-splitting emperor still did not show up in the world, but only accepted various natural treasures offered by all races. At the same time, as Jiang Mu moved forward, he confiscated all the properties of the gods he encountered, and gave these gods monks gift packages for their reincarnation. The growth of the gods was even more terrifying than Jiang Mu had expected. Every star field with a name had a so-called Temple of God. They almost had the ambition to become the most powerful race in the universe. Moreover, the fire-splitting emperor in this life is indifferent to worldly affairs and hardly cares about worldly affairs. No one knows what he is tinkering with. Although the Protoss industry that Jiang Mu started may be insignificant to the entire Protoss, perhaps because Jiang Mu's footprints are too wide and his actions are too frequent, it seems to have a ripple effect, and weak races everywhere in the universe are beginning to resist the oppression of the Protoss. It started as just a spark, but over the course of 1,000 years it gradually spread across the prairie, erupting into a protracted interstellar war that encompassed half of the starry sky. Of course, there must be more than just the oppressed weak races here. The forces of the star fields and the heavens are also secretly supporting them. They have long been dissatisfied with the gods for extending their hands too far. Now that Emperor Shenwei has become a Taoist, and Emperor Liehua is indifferent to what is happening in the world, how can you, the gods, be so arrogant? The gods have suffered in this world for a long time. However, Jiang Mu in a certain starry sky was confused. How did he become the instigator of the war? 55. The Star Wars are getting more and more intense. Black smoke rose from the stars, temples were toppled one after another, and the gods' monks were like rats crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill them. The races from all over the universe that were oppressed by the gods formed a coalition team after another, hoisted the big flags, and the mighty star warships fought everywhere. Wherever they passed, they destroyed everything with ease, flattened all the forces from the gods, and liberated all the oppressed races. These weak alliances initially developed in different places, and eventually grew stronger. They met in the first millennium and formed a behemoth named the Star Alliance. Afterwards, more monks from weaker tribes responded to the call, joined the Star Alliance, and launched a resistance against the oppression of the Protoss. At first, the Protoss did not take this seriously. After all, in the years of their development, they had destroyed countless races. The Star Clan Alliance may seem like a behemoth, but it can be easily destroyed by the Protoss, so the Star Clan Alliance was chased all over the starry sky until a certain moment, the Star Alliance received secret support from the major forces in the star field and began to grow rapidly. Perhaps it is not just the starry sky, there are many forces in the 9 realms and 8 wildernesses that are dissatisfied with The gods, with the replenishment of strategic resources, the Star Alliance began to accumulate strength, and broke through many life areas occupied by the Protoss at lightning speed, calling on more races to join. As the enemy retreated and we advanced, by the time the supreme monks of the gods far away in the divine realm reacted, most of the starfields they occupied had already been lost. The first is underestimating the enemy, and the second is being too corrupt, although the gods have occupied many places of life in the star fields of the heavens. What they did most was plundering resources. Most of those sent out were low-level cultivators of the gods with weak bloodlines. Some of them were not even gods, but just served the gods. The truly powerful gods are always in the divine realm. This has led to the situation where the gods' monks outside have become selfish over time. The Star Clan coalition is coming to kill us, so just run away. You can't give up your life or your reputation, right? So when the supreme gods reacted, the situation was already half over, but they were not too panicked, because in the face of absolute power, all resistance seemed so ridiculous. After all, in their view, the reason why the Star Alliance was so successful was simply because the true power of the Protoss lay in the divine realm. Not to mention that the gods have always maintained good relations with the top powerful tribes in the 9 realms and 8 desolations and the great star fields of the heavens. At most, they are a little stronger, but have never touched the roots of these powerful tribes. After confirming that the fire-splitting emperor still remained indifferent to worldly affairs, the true elite monks of the God Clan began to enter the star field of the heavens and began to quell the rebellion. This marked the beginning of the Star Domain War. In the first millennium of the Star Domain War, the Star Alliance retreated trillions of miles and was defeated by the Protoss monks. Although the Star Alliance can launch the strongest attack with the help of some powerful star battleships, the star battleships are still inferior to those of high-level monks. A high-level monk can crush the stars in the sky with just a wave of his hand, but the starry sky battleship needs to be charged slowly and is not as flexible as the monks. A monk who has reached the level of a saint is almost impossible to kill, and only those who are equally extraordinary can fight against him. Therefore, in the First War, the Star Clan Alliance suffered a terrible defeat. Not only did it lose many life star fields, but it also suffered countless casualties. How many lives died? This was a good opportunity for those restricted area masters who could not contain themselves. Afterwards, they always appeared on the starfield battlefield, devouring the ready-made energy and blood in the sky. It's like eating at a buffet. Perhaps it was not the Lord of the Forbidden Zone who carried out the massacre on his own initiative, or perhaps the Fire Emperor was too lazy to care. In short, the Fire Emperor did not appear, and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone ran rampant, but they are not stupid. They did not take the initiative to attack, but quietly waited for the end of each war. Since the Lord of the Forbidden Zone did not take the initiative to attack, the Fire Emperor did not care, and other forces would not care either. Everyone's eyes were focused on this unprecedented Star War. As the war progressed, the Protoss originally thought that those lands of life would soon return to their hands, but at this time the Star Alliance became much stronger, and high-level monks emerged one after another and began to resist the Protoss monks until a balance was reached. This was the Second Star Domain War, which lasted for 1,000 years. The supreme gods felt something was wrong and knew that someone was helping the Star Alliance, so they went out of their way to warn those powerful tribes. Naturally, the answers they got were all impossible. How could they possibly help the Star Alliance? But the resistance faced by the gods remained unabated. The battle has reached this point, which concerns the future interests and prosperity of the gods. As a result, the gods became angry and began to pour more resources into this war. This is already the third interstellar war, which is even more brutal and massive, sweeping across half of the known interstellar races. A great sage teleported across the formation and descended into the starfield battlefield. An alliance consisting of various warships, formation cannons, various weapons, and hundreds of millions of cultivators above the Tao realm fought for less than 3 days and was completely wiped out. Haha, that's how we play it, right? The great sage fights the coalition forces. Isn't that like using a cannon to hit words? The forces that secretly supported the Star Clan Alliance became furious and also sent out many great saints. The holy blood of both sides dyed the stars and the ancient land of life red. After another 1,000 years of fighting, the situation remained the same. It seems that every time the Protoss pours in more resources, the Star Alliance will also be strengthened. The war intensified into the 4th millennium. A quasi-emperor of the gods slowly arrived at the starry sky battlefield with the ultimate imperial soldiers. The powerful imperial power suppressed the infinite fear in the hearts of the Star Clan coalition. This supreme imperial weapon is extremely powerful, because it is the imperial weapon of the great Emperor Shenwei. It does not show many signs of decay over the years and is still in its strongest condition. At this moment,
the forces in the 9 realms and 8 wastelands that supported the Star Alliance could no longer hold back and jumped out one after another to dissuade the gods from doing such a thing that would exterminate all living things. This behavior would inevitably lead to great cause and effect and punishment from the great Tao. However, looking at these high-sounding people, the gods have obviously become bloodthirsty. The fighting has come to this point, and you tell me that there will be consequences. If it weren't for your secret support, would the Star Alliance have lasted so long? In the end, the Protoss's ultimate Imperial army was launched, heading straight for the core area of the Star Alliance. The divine light illuminated countless starry skies. If this attack is launched, I am afraid that most of the core members of the Star Clan Alliance will be killed or injured, and they will no longer be able to support the Alliance. In response, other forces could only sigh. They helped the Star Alliance only because the Protoss also took away their interests. To use the Supreme Imperial soldiers for these weak tribes is to bring the secret rivalry to the surface, and they will then bear the wrath of the gods alone. The gods are too powerful. Well, but at a certain moment, when the divine light was about to fade, a long and hoarse sigh was heard, like the sorrow from a distant era. At the same time, a tall and majestic figure emitting a dazzling light that was too bright to look directly at appeared in the sky above the Star Alliance. With just a raise of his hand, he firmly caught the divine light that was carrying the momentum of the avenue and rushing towards him, breaking through time and space. The divine light trembled in his hands, the imprint of the great Tao on the Imperial weapon was forcefully erased, the laws of the great Tao were collapsing, and the Imperial weapon was wailing. 56. The essence of Star Wars. Until the end, the divine power of the Imperial weapon dissipated, revealing its true appearance, which was a triangular diamond-shaped thorn brimming with colorful colors. The Emperor's power is not obvious. The aura of the great Tao belonging to Emperor Shunwei has completely disappeared. This shows that the divinity of this supreme Imperial weapon has been erased and it has lost its great power. The gods were dumbfounded, the supreme beings of all races were also stunned. An unstoppable Imperial weapon fell just like that. What a joke! What is the origin and existence of this golden figure that suddenly appeared? Judging from the aura he exudes, he is at least a great emperor, but it couldn't be the Fire Emperor. Could it be a master? But why would the Overlord take action for the Star Alliance? More people died, so they should be happier. These supreme beings from all races could not understand this situation for a moment. Some of them woke up their sleeping ancestors, while others opened their own ancient books to check. Damn it, it's actually that existence. The gods were the first to find out the identity of the little golden man in front of them. This existence had appeared once during the era of Empress Xinyao. At that time, he killed 5 Forbidden Area Masters with his own strength and then disappeared. Regarding the identity of the Golden Man, it is speculated that he is a being similar to the ruler of the Forbidden Area. It just shows a friendly side towards all living beings. Now that it has reappeared, its identity has been further confirmed. When did the Star Alliance become involved with such an existence? The supreme beings of all races became interested. If this being chose to side with the Star Alliance and the Fire Emperor did not take action, the fate of the God Clan would probably not be good. The supreme gods were also in a state of anxiety at this moment. Not only had the power of their own imperial weapons been destroyed, but they probably couldn't get them back. They even had to endure the wrath of a figure like an emperor. Can they, the gods, really afford it? It can only be said that Jiang Mu's sudden appearance poured a bucket of cold water on the angry God Clan. The gods were indeed too inflated, so inflated that they dared to continue to suppress all the races in the heavens even in the era of the great emperor. Perhaps it was the Fire Emperor's indifferent attitude that gave them such an illusion, making the gods think that they could still dominate the world as they did in the era of the Divine Power Emperor. After all, their race of gods was indeed at its peak. Just as the supreme beings of all races in the world were watching to see what Jiang Mu would do next, Jiang Mu also felt many powerful auras spying on him. One of them should come from the Fire Emperor, emitting a faint anger. What do you mean? Did I kill his entire family? Jiang Mu, holding the triangular diamond thorn in his hand, was a little puzzled. He had never touched the soul-splitting holy thunder fire in his life, nor had he touched the other party's interests in the slightest. Suddenly, Jiang Mu seemed to understand something. He put away the triangular spear, and his figure and breath faded away in the starry sky from beginning to end. He didn't say a word, and his appearance and disappearance seemed inexplicable. This made the Protoss feel very complicated. They would definitely not get their supreme imperial soldiers back. So, should they continue the war with the Star Alliance or should they stop? At the same time, in the endless fire area of the 8 desolate world, on the imperial throne of the lava palace deep in the depths, the fire-splitting emperor, who had transformed into a human form, withdrew his gaze. He had long, fiery red hair, and even his eyebrows and pupils were fiery red. His face was stern and he whispered to himself. This person must have been an invincible being in a certain era, and has now entered the ranks of the Supreme. He almost ruined my plans. Supreme, Eternal, that was a close call. Looks like I won't be able to show up easily in the future. The disappeared Jiang Mu had already shed the mixed aura of the heavenly tyrant body, the ancient saint body and the Yuanling saint body. He turned around and hid in the small world. After confirming that he had cleared away the remaining aura, Jiang Mu took out the triangular thorn and felt it carefully. Sure enough, this imperial weapon is mostly made of meteorite golden marrow. My feeling was right. Jiang Mu felt relieved only after confirming that this imperial weapon contained the materials he needed. Although the risk was great this time, the profit was also high. Meteorite gold marrow is the hardest metal in the world and is extremely rare. It is considered a great achievement to find a piece the size of a fist after traveling all over the universe. It is one of the Emperor's favorite materials for refining weapons. I don't know what kind of luck this Emperor Shenwei had, but he could actually get enough meteorite gold marrow to forge 3-edged spikes as long as a person. Therefore, when the God Clan took out this imperial weapon, Jiang Mu, who already had some meteorite gold marrow in his hands, felt very familiar with it. After confirming it, he became excited and acted rashly. Although taking on the imperial weapon with bare hands did not cause much damage to Jiang Mu's mixed physique, it still took some effort to erase the spiritual consciousness and the imprint of the great Tao born on it. After all, it is to erase a path. As for being thought to be on the side of the Star Clan, this is purely a misunderstanding. But it's good to be misunderstood. Jiang Mu was also unhappy with the God Clan anyway. Even Emperor Shenwei can find such a large piece of meteorite gold marrow. I wonder how many good things the entire God Clan must have. Although the Star Domain War may have its own reasons, it is definitely not the only reason. At most, it just brought the conflict between the two sides forward. The two sides have reached a point where reconciliation is irreconcilable. This war is bound to happen, it's just a matter of time. Moreover, through the aura of the fire-splitting Emperor, Jiang Mu knew that the fire-splitting Emperor did not seem to want anyone to interfere in this battle. In order not to bring bad luck upon the fire-splitting Emperor, Jiang Mu would indeed not take action again. Although Jiang Mu was confident that he could fight against Emperor Wuk and remain undefeated, it was better to be cautious in everything and try not to take action if possible. But why does Emperor Riftfire want this war to continue? Logically speaking, the Fire Emperor didn't gain anything from this, but it benefited those Forbidden Zone overlords who took advantage of it, it seems. The Penalty Zone Master is the biggest and only beneficiary. When he thought of this, although he was unwilling to believe the guess in his heart, but considering the style and actions of Emperor Liehua, this contemporary emperor seemed to have dealings with the master of the restricted area. I hope I'm mistaken, Jiang Mu comforted himself, but then he thought, so what if it is like this? No matter how fierce the wind and rain are, I will remain unmoved. Apart from becoming stronger, nothing in this world can hold him back. As expected, being an orphan is good. The only remaining material for refining my natal sword is the heavenly heart sword wood. Jiang Mu intercepted the imperial soldiers of the gods with peace of mind. Over the past few thousand years, he has collected almost all the materials he needed. In addition, he has also gained a lot of unexpected wealth, which can be used as resources for future holy body training. Now, Jiang Mu only lacks the heavenly heart sword wood, but this level of natural treasure is indeed too rare. To find it, you need not only strength but also luck. Jiang Mu had bad luck and had not found one after wandering for thousands of years. Of course, it is not necessary to use Tianqin swordwood to forge the natal sword. Other similar materials can also be used instead. It's just that Jiang Mu wants to forge the best sword and doesn't want to use inferior materials. The heavenly heart sword wood was nurtured by the laws of the sword Tao. If there were a substitute of the same quality, an imperial weapon branded with the laws of the sword Tao, or the corpse of a sword Tao emperor, would probably suffice, but these two things are not easier to find than Tianqin swordwood. It cannot be replaced by an imperial weapon that looks like a sword. It must be an imperial weapon that is imprinted with the laws of the sword emperor. When he opened the ancient books, he found that there were too few sword Tao emperors, and they were all too far away from Jiang Mu. Everything that belonged to them had long since vanished into thin air. 57. History made of bones. The higher the level of the avenue, the more difficult it is to practice. Take the way of the sword for example. There are very few emperors who can truly prove their way with the sword, and even fewer who can practice the way of the sword to the peak of the quasi-emperor. Therefore, there are very few sword emperors in history, but once they succeed, almost all of them can live for 2 lifetimes and leave their influence for generations to come. Throughout the past million years, there has never been a great sword emperor. Therefore, there is almost no possibility that Jiang Mu will replace Tianqin Jianmu. With them, of course, Jiang Mu has plenty of time. He can look for it slowly. However, Jiang Mu always likes to take the initiative to seize opportunities, and the risk of looking for them slowly is always too great. He didn't have the corpse of the Sword Dao Emperor or his imperial weapons, but he did have a great Sword Heart Dao body. They are all nourished by the laws of swordsmanship. Although the alternative way of achieving enlightenment is weaker than the real Sword Emperor, it only lacks the power certified by destiny. Although it is a different way of achieving enlightenment, the corpse will not be weaker than the Emperor's body. Jiang Mu heard that Pu Binhong's body seemed to be treasured by the gods. The gods are truly shameless. Emperor Shenwei has killed someone, but since he doesn't return the body to the Taishu Holy Land, it must be because the Emperor's sword ran away fast. Otherwise he would have to leave it behind. For Jiang Mu, it would be more cost-effective to directly snatch Pu Binhong's body instead of hoping to find the Tianqin sword. If he wanted to rob, he would have to use the identity of the Golden Light villain. After all, looking back at history, who doesn't know that he saved Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao? In this case, it seems reasonable for me to go and retrieve Pu Binhong's body, collect the body for my old friend, and prevent him from being exposed in the wilderness. Maybe the gods will even give it to me. Jiang Mu actually prefers to steal, but it is usually difficult to steal, so it is better to go directly to the door and ask for it. But now Jiang Mu has taken one of Pu Binhong's imperial weapons. If he goes to take Pu Binhong's body in a short time, even a clayman will be angry. So Jiang Mu plans to wait for a while until Pu Binhong's anger has subsided before going and refining the collected materials first. So, Jiang Mu and the small world began to get busy. Although he was not a master of refining weapons, at his level, refining his natal sword no longer required any fancy skills. All he needed was precious materials and time. Refining is a long process. Since Jiang Mu suddenly took action and disappeared, the war between the Protoss and the Star Alliance came to a brief halt. The main reason was that the gods had regained some composure and no longer dared to take action, but this brief pause did not last long, only about 100 years, and the Star Alliance once again launched an attack on the Protoss. Because the Star Clan Alliance thought about it, even though the Golden Man didn't say anything, everyone could see that he was taking action for them. Since he is taking action for them, he must be on their side. What is there for them to be afraid of? So, under the instigation of the forces that secretly supported them, they attacked the gods again. After all, the gods still occupy a large number of resource-rich star fields and lands of life. This time, the gods were on the defensive. They didn't want to provoke Jiang Mu to take action, but they also didn't want to give up these territories. This interstellar war lasted for 2,000 years. Although not as intense as the previous one, it was still quite powerful. Out of fear, the gods retreated step by step, and eventually gave up most of the star fields and lands they controlled, retaining only some extremely valuable and rich lands, and the main body retreated back to the realm of gods. Although the Star Alliance's supporters behind the scenes knew that the war had reached this point, it would be the best outcome for everything to return to its previous state, and they would also be able to take back their interests accordingly. However, how could the war end so easily when so many races in the Star Alliance have been oppressed for tens of thousands of years and their homelands have been destroyed? At this moment, the Star Clan Alliance became the leader and blew the horn of charge towards the divine realm. As long as they enter the realm of gods, no one will be able to bully them anymore. Even without the supporters behind the scenes, the Star Clan Alliance has now grown stronger. Many powerful monks have emerged in the constant wars, and with the countless occupied resources as backup, the leadership group of the Star Clan Alliance will not stop, and the army will not stop. Whether it's for greater benefits or revenge, they will not stop. The Protoss has already retreated to this point. Seeing that the Star Alliance is about to invade the God realm, as the foundation of the Protoss, this is impossible to tolerate. An even more brutal war broke out in the divine realm, shattering mountains and rivers and sinking many continents. The divine creatures who had lived in the divine realm for a long time also felt the pain of losing everything this time. It was another 1,000-year war, and this one was fiercer than ever before. The gods used almost all their combat power except for the supreme imperial weapons and some forbidden skills. With a casualty ratio of 1 to 10,000, they wiped out a large number of star creatures in the realm of gods. Even the sky above the divine realm, without the sun or moon, was almost dyed a bright red, but if you look closely, you can see a huge figure moving back and forth and rejoicing among the flowing red. Faced with such heavy casualties, the Star Alliance army seemed to be fearless and continued to fight. This 1,000-year war was too horrific, and the Star Alliance's hatred for the Protoss even exceeded the Forbidden Zone. Perhaps it was because the Forbidden Zone naturally stood on the opposite side of them, and the Protoss, who were in the same camp, behaved like the masters of the Forbidden Zone, which made the creatures of the Star Alliance even more sad and angry. Being devoured by the master of the Forbidden Area means a quick death,
But being enslaved by the gods means being squeezed dry of all value before dying. Countless supreme monks who watched this battle couldn't help laughing, sighed, and tried to be peacemakers. After all, a battle of this magnitude was beyond their expectations and was too shocking, compared to the universe-shaking fights between the Invincibles. The alliance between the Protoss and the Star Clan may not be as fierce as that, but the piled bones and flesh, and the floating blood, can make all living beings feel the fear of death from the bottom of their hearts. Could it be that this fight will end with the complete death of one side? This is living history. Jiang Mu was also watching this shocking war. All those who died were creatures at progressive levels of life. Jiang Mu still did not take action because he knew that the hatred between the two sides could only be washed away with blood. Until one moment I suddenly realized, otherwise it's just a cycle. Perhaps in the future this incident will become an ordinary piece of history described in ancient books, an inconspicuous speck of news. But only those who have truly experienced it can understand the cruel truth behind every plain description. This is history, made up of countless corpses piled under words. Jiang Mu is lucky that he will not become history. Isn't the Fire Emperor taking action yet? Are all the restricted area masters enjoying their meal? His eyes moved around the divine realm. This kind of thing happened in the era of a great emperor. In fact, it was very shameful for the emperor, and he was even cursed by later generations for thousands of years. Of course, shamelessness is an exception, and it is obvious that the Fire Emperor is one of them. 58. Oh no, my old friend, in the divine realm, the blood was being drained away quickly. It suddenly started raining in the sky, and even the rain was scarlet, like drops of tears. It's like the sky crying. Suddenly, the figure and breath of the forbidden area master quickly dissipated. The rain in the divine realm, which was clearly raining, suddenly stopped, and the temperature of the entire world was rising rapidly. At first, a vast and majestic aura descended upon the divine realm, and then a dazzling and fiery figure stood in the center of the divine realm, making it impossible to look directly at it. The fire-splitting emperor suddenly descended upon the divine realm. His arrival caused the temperature of the entire divine realm to rise, made the divine realm filled with blood clouds instantly bright, forced the ruler of the restricted area to hide, and caused the creatures on both sides of the fight to stop at the same time. Whether they were willing or not, both sides paid homage to the Fire Emperor. The leaders of the Protoss and Star Alliance also came to pay their respects to the Fire Emperor. The god was a middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples and a tightly closed eye in the middle of his forehead. He looks quite young, and I don't know if his hair is naturally gray or just turned gray due to worry. The Star Alliance is a very young man dressed in black. Although his hair is also extremely black, it can be seen from his strange pupils that he is not actually human. The Fire Emperor stood there quietly until a moment later, then spoke softly, "Everyone, enough is enough." The words are concise, but unquestionable. No, then, just as the Fire Emperor finished speaking, the leader of the Star Alliance spoke, but he only said no before being blown away by the Fire Emperor's gaze, spitting out blood. Emperor Riftfire glanced at the flying Star Clan leader and snorted coldly, "I'm not seeking your consent." This snort shook the entire divine world. The patriarch of the gods opened his mouth, but because it was too bitter, he only said one word, and then he was blasted away by the Fire Emperor. This emperor has a bad temper. The Fire Emperor spoke calmly again, his face devoid of any emotion. He didn't kill anyone, which really shows that he exercised restraint. I mean, listen to the emperor's words. The Flying God Clan leader shouted in pain. It seems that Emperor Liehua had misunderstood earlier, but how could the emperor admit his mistakes? So, Emperor Liehua looked at the leader of the Star Clan again. According to the words of the great emperor, the man in charge swallowed his mouthful of blood and said through gritted teeth, "Okay, in that case, then you can call a truce. The Star Alliance has withdrawn from the God Realm, and the gods will no longer interfere in the affairs of the Star Realm." The fire-splitting emperor didn't care about the looks from either side, but just kept talking to himself. "I will obey the orders of the great emperor." The two looked at each other with complicated emotions, but still spoke in unison. Things have come to this point, and Emperor Riftfire has personally stepped in to mediate. Even though the Star Alliance is unwilling, they know that this is the only way out if they dare to continue fighting. I am afraid that the Fire Emperor who once destroyed the 10 states will personally send their entire Star Clan to their doom. Who can defy the Emperor? Even the gods don't dare. The leader of the Star Clan led the Star Clan army to retreat angrily. Of course, the war can be stopped, but it will never end. Now it is only the fire-splitting emperor who is suppressing him. What if the fire-splitting emperor dies? I think this hatred will be passed down imperceptibly within the StarClan alliance and will not diminish much in tens of thousands of years. As the StarClan alliance receded like a wave, the beings in the divine realm breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they no longer had to wander. The same is true for the supreme monks of the God Clan. If they continue to fight with the desperate StarClan alliance, I am afraid they can only use the ultimate imperial weapons, but doing so would very likely provoke that person, and then their God Clan would lose another imperial weapon. Stopping the war is indeed the best option for the Protoss at the moment. However, the Fire Emperor did not leave at this time. Could there be something else going on? And then, Emperor Liehua waved to the Patriarch of the Gods. What else does the Emperor have to say? The God Clan leader hurried forward. I have heard that your race of gods has hidden a corpse that has achieved enlightenment in a different way? The Fire Emperor smiled, a rare moment. The God Clan leader's heart skipped a beat. He certainly knew whose corpse the fire-splitting emperor was talking about. The only one known to outsiders was Pu Binhong, the sword heart Taoist who had fought with the Divine Power Emperor. After all, at the beginning, we only saw the emperor's sword but not the body, indeed. Therefore, the Patriarch of the Gods did not dare to deceive the Emperor Liehua. Given the Emperor's temper, he was afraid that he would force his way into their God's forbidden area. The Fire Emperor still smiled and said, "Bring it here and give it to me." Hearing this, the God Clan leader was somewhat hesitant and wavering. "Go ahead, don't keep me waiting too long." This time, the Fire Emperor gently patted his shoulder, causing the God Clan leader's heart to tremble, and he felt a little dazed and trembling. So, he stepped back, bowed, turned around and flew into the depths of the God's temple. The Fire Emperor just waited quietly. "Oh no, my material. No, it's an old friend." Emperor Liehua did not hide from people, so Jiang Mu, who saw this scene, became excited. He originally thought that the Fire Emperor was only here to mediate the war, but he didn't expect that he had other purposes. But what does he, a soul-splitting holy thunderfire, need the sword heart Taoist body for? Although he didn't know what to do, Jiang Mu knew that once Pu Binhong's body fell into the hands of Emperor Liehua, it would be difficult for him to get it back, even if you specifically wait for the person's old age. What will the body look like by then? Will it still be useful? I can't imagine it at all. Judging from the current situation, the only way for the gods to avoid conflict with Emperor Liehua is to hand over Pu Binhong's body. After weighing the pros and cons, they will definitely hand it over. Damn fire. Looks like they're forcing me to rob it. After a brief consideration, when Jiang Mu saw the god's monks carrying out the black coffin, he decided to grab it. He couldn't miss this opportunity and must not let his good old friend fall into the hands of the Fire Emperor and suffer inhuman abuse. In an instant, the 6 origins of the Blue Sky Tyrant body, the Ancient Holy Body, the Yuanling Holy Body, the God King Holy Body, the Yin and Yang Holy Body, and the Sword Heart Taoist body were mobilized at the same time, and a mixed and inexplicable aura emanated from Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu couldn't tell how to describe this aura, but it was definitely different from all the identities he had shown before. It was a completely new aura, divine, simple, solemn, vast, dynamic and long-lasting. Jiang Mu felt that he was terrifyingly strong. The holy light field belonging to the ancient holy body was deliberately hidden, making him look less like a shining little golden man, and instead an unclear figure hidden under the gray and white. This time, Jiang Mu did not go for a fight, but to scare the Fire Emperor and run away. Of course, if the fire-splitting emperor overestimates his own capabilities and insists on a head-on confrontation, Jiang Mu will also help him. At the same time, Emperor Liehua, who was about to take over the black coffin, felt that someone seemed to be hostile to him. This is a supreme cause and effect, and it is by no means groundless. Then, Emperor Liehua raised his hand and grasped the black coffin in the distance ahead. Just as the fire-splitting emperor grasped the black coffin in midair, a mighty imperial power descended from above, severely suppressing his imperial power. Emperor Liehua felt that the coffin in his hand was being pulled by a more powerful force. At the same time, a hoarse voice was heard. "Bring the materials." 59. The first battle with Emperor Wuk, who was at the peak of his prime. "Come, bring materials." With the sound of the fire coming, the black coffin flew towards the sky without the control of the Fire Emperor, who. The fire-splitting emperor's aura trembled, and in an instant his figure appeared above the black coffin. He slapped it with one palm, and endless magic power flowed, as if trying to suppress it forcibly. The black coffin barely paused for a moment. The next moment, a fist fell from the sky, carrying an even more fierce murderous aura and a glorious aura. This was not an ordinary punch, it was like the entire world was pressing down on him, causing Emperor Liegua's expression to change. Then, the aura of the fire-splitting emperor rose rapidly, and at the same time he swung a fist upwards. With his Tao and the blessing of 10,000 Taos, endless thunder and fire burst out, colliding head-on with the fist falling from the sky. The fire-splitting emperor was very confident in his punch. As a saint who had achieved enlightenment through the lightning spirit, he only cultivated himself. Although he did not have any weapons, he himself was the strongest weapon. Boom! The shining golden fist light collided with the fire emperor, which was a collision between different avenues. Fire splashed everywhere, almost dyeing the entire sky of the god realm red, and the sound shook the continent. The foundation of the god clan temple closest to the fight between the two was the first to sense it, releasing the imperial power of the great Tao to resist the remaining power of Emperor Liehua and Jiang Mu. However, the fire Liehua emperor, who was full of confidence just a moment ago, suddenly changed his expression, because he found that his punch, which condensed the power of the great Tao, could not withstand the power of the golden fist, because the great Tao pressure of this fist never decreased in the slightest, while the power of his fist could only reach its peak and then decline at a certain moment. That's impossible! The fire-splitting emperor roared angrily, and his destiny was suspended, once again attracting all the laws. With each move, he unleashed countless laws and magical powers. The extreme light of thunder and fire burned down the space and created a hole in the barrier of the divine realm. The only responses he got were golden fist prints and the occasional flash of sword light. Emperor Liehua found that his great magical powers seemed unable to do anything about the hidden aura. It's not that you can't hit the opponent, but your own path will be easily shattered by the opponent's path. When this happens, it's usually because the other person's Tao is superior to your own. This is impossible. He is an emperor and invincible in the world. How could this happen? Finally, Emperor Liehua finally saw that breath revealed. A gray-white figure stepped forward at a high speed, carrying his own avenue pressure, and pointed his fingers with one hand, slashing forward, as if an invisible sword energy cut a path in the thunder and fire laws in front, and then he also held a corner of the coffin with one hand. Being so close, the fire-splitting emperor naturally wanted to find out who was against him, but when he used his spiritual sense to probe, he could only sense a complex and powerful aura. Jiang Mu was helpless, and swung his other hand to punch at the fire emperor. As he swung his fist, even the space was distorted. Court death. The fire emperor's eyelids twitched. At such a close distance, he could feel the power contained in the fist. However, the fire-splitting emperor had a bad temper. Seeing Jiang Mu was so arrogant, he insisted on confronting him head-on. His original form was the Holy Spirit-splitting thunder fire. After achieving enlightenment, he possessed an extreme temperature that could even burn friends of the LAW.SO. When facing Jiang Mu's close-range punch, Emperor Liehua did not dodge or evade, but also stretched out a palm, emitting an enchanting red light, mixed with strands of lightning. Coupled with the blessing of the power of all things, this palm is extremely terrifying. In just a short distance of swinging the palm, a large area of space collapsed. Bang! When the fist and palm collided, there was only a dull sound. The muffled sound was very light, but it seemed to echo between heaven and earth. Jiang Mu's fist light dimmed, followed by his flesh, blood, and in the blink of an eye, his entire arm was wiped out by the laws of the Fire Emperor, leaving only the golden skeleton and the purple light of law wrapped around the skeleton. Upon seeing this, Emperor Liehua was secretly delighted. Although Jiang Mu's punch also caused pain in his palm, it didn't seem to be anything more than that. However, Emperor Liehua's joy did not last long, as he saw the flesh and blood on Jiang Mu's fist begin to grow. Although it was growing and being erased at the same time, it was in a state of advancement. The flesh and blood continued to climb from the shoulder and gradually covered the entire arm. What? Emperor Liehua was shocked. After a long period of all-out fighting, he felt that his energy and magic power had decreased significantly. The person in front of him was constantly consuming energy and blood to restore his entire hand. How much energy and blood would this consume? The next moment, Emperor Liehua felt that his Taoism suddenly weakened, as if some terrifying power was constantly suppressing him. He gradually lost to Jiang Mu, and the severe pain in his palm became more and more alarming. The Fire Emperor's eyes narrowed as he looked at Jiang Mu in shock. You suppressed my Tao. Behind Jiang Mu, a strange vision emerged, transforming into an ancient and simple world. Several huge shadows appeared in it, some with dragon heads and tiger bodies, some with 6 wings on their backs, and some with 3 heads and 6 arms. They all wore shoulder armor and held various huge weapons in their hands. They moved slowly, as if they were about to step out of that world and chop towards the Fire Emperor. Feeling the other party's divine and ancient aura, Emperor Liehua felt that if he was struck like this, he would be seriously injured if not dead. What kind of great magical powers are these? Emperor Liehua felt his scalp tingling. Ever since he became an emperor, even when he had close contact with the master of the restricted area, he had never felt such a terrifying existence. If I continue fighting, I'm afraid I'll die. Ever since he gained consciousness, the Fire Emperor has been afraid of death. So he would not fight to the death with Jiang Mu for a promise or a corpse.
Fellow Daoist, since you want this coffin, I'll give it to you. The aura of the fire-splitting emperor fluctuated violently, and he restrained his great magical powers and wanted to retreat, but Jiang Mu changed his fist into a palm and grabbed the wrist of Emperor Liehua in the turbulent flow of broken space. It's too late. 60. Tragedy caused by a coffin. The next moment, the vision of the God King's Pure Land was completed. The world of vision enveloped Emperor Liehua, making him feel dazed, as if he had come to a long-ago era. Those tall and mighty figures pressed him to the point of suffocation. In the Pure Land of the God King, the screams of the Fire Emperor were heard, the illusory world was shattered, and his figure flew backwards and fell into the continent of the God Realm. If the Divine Realm continent were to be hit by the free-falling body of the fire-splitting emperor, it would probably be torn into pieces. Fortunately, at the last moment before landing, Emperor Liehua seemed to wake up, turned into a ray of light, rushed out of the Divine Realm, and disappeared into the starry sky of the universe. This scene is too shocking. The Fire Emperor was actually beaten away. How could the invincible man of the time actually have such a miserable state? What's more, the fire-splitting emperor was at the peak of his prime, yet he ended up like this. Who was this sudden existence? The battle between Jiang Mu and the fire-splitting emperor didn't last long, and it happened above the Divine Realm. At most, it had a greater impact on the entire Divine Realm, but it had no effect on other places. The fight between the two was so spectacular that Jiang Mu's Pure Land of the God King seemed to have emerged from nothingness, standing tall in the sky of the God Realm. Finally, this illusory world gradually shattered, and the Fire Emperor was defeated and fled. The Fiery Emperor came for a coffin containing a highly accomplished Sword Heart Dao body. The same was true for the existence that defeated the current strong emperor. Could it be that this Sword Heart Dao body was hiding some secret? This incident is destined to become a historical secret. As the fire-splitting emperor fled in defeat, the illusory world shattered, and the being that had suddenly attacked disappeared without a trace and could not be caught at all. The entire sky of the Divine Realm is filled with the remnants of various great laws. Large areas of space have been burned and shattered, and the chaotic energy is turbulent. It is likely that it will take tens of thousands of years to repair. From now on, the cultivators in the divine world will probably have few options when entering and leaving. The gods' monks were in tears, as this happened right in their own divine realm. Almost half of the spiritual energy in the entire divine realm was drained away, and it instantly became barren. This was simply a tragedy caused by a coffin. If they had known this, they, the gods, would never have left Pu Binhong's body behind. The supreme beings from the other 8 realms, the 8 wastelands, and the starfields looked at the miserable plight of the gods with a mixture of sighs and gloating. Perhaps this is what they call everything goes up must come down, especially the Taishu Holy Land. They had asked the god clan for Pu Binhong's body many times. After all, Pu Binhong was the ancestor of their Taishu Holy Land. Now they were somewhat glad that the god clan did not return it to them, otherwise they might be the ones who suffered. This is not the ancestor, he is clearly the root of the trouble. However, this battle also made all races worried. It seemed that a more terrifying existence had walked out of the restricted area, and even the emperor of the time was no match for it. What is this world going to become? Aren't emperors said to be invincible? How come anyone can beat them up? All races in the world are constantly discussing this. Perhaps the world is about to change. Where should they go? Emperor Wuk, in his prime, is indeed still very powerful. If I hadn't been close, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Jiang Mu sighed. This time, Jiang Mu, who had drained half of the spiritual energy of the divine world, stood in a prosperous city in the divine world, looking up at the broken sky. Only Jiang Mu knew how difficult it was to defeat a perfect emperor at the peak of his prime. Not if Jiang Mu could not rely on the infinite spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself. I am afraid that he could only be on equal terms with the fire emperor at best, the auxiliary function of the Yuan Ling. Holy body is so useful that even if Jiang Mu switched several kinds of holy body power to fight, his condition still remained at its peak. The only side effect is that it will bring suffering to the rich divine realm. Jiang Mu has drained nearly half of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it will be difficult to recover in a short period of time. After the fire-splitting emperor broke through the pure land of the God King and escaped, Jiang Mu did not chase him or return to his own small world. Instead, he immediately gathered the origin of the holy body and landed in the God realm. Now this battle is being watched by many beings in the restricted area. Jiang Mu wants to make sure that his hiding place will not be discovered, so he cannot go back for the time being.
but has to transform into immortal. Jiang Mu's source of immortality has always had a unique ability, which is that his divine power is not obvious. As long as he doesn't reveal his strength on his own initiative, he will appear to outsiders as an ordinary creature. It is even more difficult to deduce when it is mixed among so many living creatures. Jiang Mu calmed down and found a place to live in this great city of immortal cultivation. He set up a large isolation formation and opened the coffin to examine the body. In the coffin lay a lifelike old man. Although his face was old and pale, he did not look like he had been dead for tens of thousands of years. There were sword laws surrounding his body, and the sharp laws seemed to be able to chop into pieces anything that approached the corpse. This is none other than the elderly swordsman, Pu Binhong. Although he has been dead for a long time, as an existence with a body comparable to that of an emperor, it is very normal for his body to remain intact for more than 100,000 years without decaying. Now the corpses still contain the laws of the great Tao that have not yet dissipated, and they are indeed the best material to replace the Tianqin swordwood. Although this action offends the Fire Emperor, the benefits outweigh the risks and it is well worth it. Pu Binhong, I never thought we would meet again in this way. It's truly destined to be together. If I had arrived a moment later, I wonder what kind of torture you would have endured at the hands of the Fire Emperor. Fortunately, I was always watching. Jiang Mu carefully observed Pu Binhong's corpse and sighed. After all, we are friends. If you were still alive, you would be more willing to sacrifice yourself for me than fall into the hands of the Fire Emperor, right? Don't worry, I will forge you into a fine sword. As long as I, Jiang Mu, am alive, I can ensure that you will never die. Though your soul dies, your body lives on. Jiang Mu made a passionate confession to Pu Binhong's corpse. Obviously, Pu Binhong had no objection, otherwise he would have pretended to be dead. Jiang Mu did not feel guilty about refining Pu Binhong's body into a sword. If he had not rescued him at the beginning, how could Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao have gotten married? Besides, life becomes nothing after death, so there is nothing wrong with Jiang Mu making full use of things. Instead, it allows Pu Binhong to enjoy a true immortality. Jiang Mu confirmed that it was Pu Binhong in the coffin, so he put it away again and began to review the situation. If the fight continues, with my strength, defeating the Fire Emperor will naturally be no problem, but I'm not that strong either. Without considering time, I can only draw with the second world overlord who has ascended to the extreme realm in a short period of time. Why does that being from the abyss of evil consider me the supreme? Considering the time, as long as Jiang Mu is willing, I am afraid no one can last longer than him. The supreme and the dominant are obviously two different levels in the restricted area. It can be confirmed that the supreme will not easily step out of the restricted area. Jiang Mu's strength was even weaker tens of thousands of years ago, yet he was still mistaken for the supreme? The Supreme is definitely more powerful than the Second Lord. Then there is only one possibility. At that time, Jiang Mu was mistakenly recognized as a supreme being without the ultimate sublimation. He was able to kill the Saint Emperor without the ultimate sublimation. How powerful would he be after the ultimate sublimation, and what kind of avenue reckoning would he suffer? This also explains from another point of view why the Supreme has never stepped out of the restricted area. If Jiang Mu were to rank the combat power of the entities that have appeared so far, it would be like this. The ultimate sublime self-esteem, the self-destructing supreme being is almost equal to oneself, is almost equal to the perfect emperor blessed by destiny, is almost equal to the ultimate sublime second-generation ruler, the ultimate sublime ordinary ruler, the self-destructing second-generation ruler, the ordinary ruler. After thinking it through, Jiang Mu understood. Let's just think so for now. Anyway, as time goes by, he will find the truth one day. Even Jiang Mu was looking forward to this group of invincible people who were unwilling to die finding the so-called immortal path, so that he could take advantage of it and ascend to the immortal world. Since it's impossible to become an emperor, then becoming an immortal should be fine, right? Therefore, Jiang Mu must continue to become stronger so that he can protect himself when he ascends to immortality in the future. Next, Jiang Mu only needs to lie dormant in the God realm for a while, relax, and then he can start forging his weapon. Although Jiang Mu had the ability to kill the fire-splitting emperor, he chose not to do so. The reason was very simple. Although he really did not like this emperor, with him around, the Forbidden Zone would indeed be much quieter. Secondly, Jiang Mu was also afraid that the penalty area master would take advantage of the situation. The fire-splitting emperor returned to his own dojo in the 8th desolate world at the fastest speed in his life, summoned countless fire subjects, and prepared them for battle as if they were facing a formidable enemy. 61. A transaction in the fire area. Shadows of various shapes and colors are wandering. They all emit different light and heat, and have strange shapes. Some are more like surging waves, but what helps to make up them are countless fire seeds that are born and raised by nature. These are not waves, but flames. Today, the fire-splitting Emperor's dojo is like the blissful source of all fires in the world, actively or passively attracting those fires, nourished by the breath of the fire-splitting Emperor. The faster these fire seeds cultivate, the more like the fire-splitting Emperor will be to them. This is indeed the case. Now, the fire-breaking Emperor's temple may have attracted the fire species that were born and hidden in various parts of the universe. Some of them have even become very powerful and transformed into human form under the protection of the Fire Emperor. They are no longer lonely souls scattered everywhere, but creatures with a home. So they called themselves the Fire Tribe, but now all the Fire Clan members have been awakened by the Fire Emperor and are on high alert, as if they are about to face some crisis. But even after a long time, nothing happened. If this Supreme Being really wants to kill you, you won't be able to escape. What's the point of summoning these lowly ants? In the hall, which was filled with red light, Emperor Liehua waited for a long time without seeing Jiang Mu coming to chase him. He finally sat down on the throne, breathed a sigh of relief, and dismissed the fire creatures who were guarding him. Suddenly, a faint voice came into the ears of Emperor Liehua, but no one was there. But when Emperor Liehua heard this, he became obviously even angrier, and flames 3 feet high burst out from his head, burning fiercely. He cursed at the air. If this person really wants to kill me, I will definitely drag you down with me. Besides, I just don't want to waste my energy and blood with him for a corpse. If we fight with all our strength, it's not certain who will win. Besides, didn't you tell me it was just an ordinary emperor's corpse? Why would it attract a supreme being? Emperor Liehua was a little furious. He felt that he had been fooled. This corpse is indeed very ordinary. It is only of some benefit to me. I don't know why it has been targeted by other supreme beings. How dare I let a great emperor take such a risk? The ethereal voice replied with some confusion in its words. This really shouldn't be the case. Emperor Liehua suppressed his anger and continued. Alright, even if what you said is true, who is this person? Which forbidden zone is he from? Do you know? The voice replied, many supremes have no intersection with each other, and I cannot see the way out. Could it be your enemy? No, at my level, will there still be enemies? In that case, I will no longer care about that body. If you have the guts, go and get it back yourself. You've caused me so much pain, causing a great emperor like me to lose all dignity in front of the world. How are you going to compensate me? The fire-splitting emperor was breathing heavily, extremely angry, and had a dark look in his eyes. Alas, now that things have come to this, what else can I say? Although you, the fire-splitting emperor, didn't get the corpse, you did suffer through a period of fierce fighting. The corpse and the blood of all races were originally the 2 conditions I agreed to let you enter the restricted area. Now, both are considered complete. You can come to my 9 Nether Sword Mountain at any time. How about that? The voice sighed, somewhat helplessly. The Fire Emperor pondered for a long time before finally nodding slowly. Very well, then. To help you prolong your life, I have endured immense pressure and watched helplessly as the blood of all races in the universe flowed like a river. I hope we will have a pleasant meeting. Don't worry, I won't make promises easily, but once I do, I will keep them. The voice spoke again, and then became quiet, as if it had left. Emperor Liehua breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was in a very bad state in the battle with Jiang Mu, fortunately he only suffered some minor injuries, which had no effect on his cultivation. The 9 Nether Sword Master, who is said to have lived 4 lifetimes, has now become the supreme of the Forbidden Zone. I hope that such a being will not break his promise. Emperor Liehua was in deep thought. Although he was indeed afraid of death, it was the Lord of Joyo Sword who found him and made a deal with him, exchange enough life energy and blood for an ordinary emperor's corpse, so that Emperor Liehua can lead the entire Fire Clan into the Joyo Forbidden Zone in the future. Moreover, the Lord of the 9 Nether Sword also told the Emperor Liehua a secret, that is, the 5 immortal elixirs are all in the forbidden area, and the chances of the Emperor using them to revive for a second time are very slim. After careful consideration, Emperor Liehua finally agreed to the deal with the Lord of Joyo Sword. For a congenital creature like him, he knows too well how difficult it is to live and is too afraid of death. Anyway, he doesn't care about the lives of ordinary people. He becomes an emperor just to live longer. The Star Domain War happened to break out at this time. As long as Emperor Liehua ignored it, he could eliminate some factors that affected the Star Domain War. That he will only come forward once the deal is done. Anyway, from the beginning to the end when he was alive, there was no Forbidden Area master who took the initiative to cause trouble, and that was enough. As the Emperor, his face was saved, although there were some unexpected events during the process. Fortunately, the deal was finally reached, after witnessing the strength of the Forbidden Zone. Supreme, Emperor Liehua no longer thought about other things. He just wanted to stay in the Taoist temple and wait quietly for the right time to move his entire clan. He is scared. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Mu wandered in the God realm for 100 years like a street urchin, although the traces left by his fight with the Fire Emperor were still clearly affecting the Divine Realm. For many creatures in the Divine Realm, life had basically returned to normal. Presumably, those prying eyes should have almost left, so Jiang Mu boarded a starry sky ferry and left the Divine Realm, heading for the deep space of the universe. He planned to find a precious place to forge weapons, although the weapons forged by Jiang Mu may not be called imperial weapons, but with peerless materials, combined with his own original nourishment and the imprint of the Tao, their power is only stronger than that of imperial weapons, and in fact, it is equivalent to an imperial weapon. Therefore, the phenomenon caused by forging is actually quite large. Jiang Mu cannot forge in his own little world, and he is afraid that he cannot bear it. It would be better to go to a deserted area. After all, he prefers to keep a low profile. The universe is so vast and boundless that there are too many uninhabited areas. 10 years later, a blocked starry continent. This place is vast, surrounded by uninhabited star regions and only a few low-level life forms. It's perfect. Jiang Mu began to forge his natal flying sword. He used the sword embryo that had been nurtured for a long time, the great sword heart Dao body, the meteorite golden marrow, and many auxiliary materials, and began to refine and fuse them one by one. His magic power turned into a raging fire. This was also a long process. Jiang Mu was multitasking, forging the red tassel spear. Together with it, just as Jiang Mu was concentrating on refining weapons, the world ushered in a brief peace. After all, the protracted Starfield War ended, and the final result was that the power of the gods shrank back to the Divine Realm, and even gave up some deeply rooted starfields. The victorious party is not only the Star Alliance, but also the countless forces behind the scenes, and now they are dividing the fruits of victory. In fact, these weak tribes that were later controlled and enslaved by the gods were more or less once ruled by these behind-the-scenes forces, but they fell into the hands of the gods in various ways. Therefore, what these forces want is for the Star Clan Alliance to disband, for each clan to return to its own clan, and for them to continue to rule. However, the development of things was somewhat beyond their expectations. The Star Alliance did not disband, and even just expressed some support for various forces. Then they actively prepared for war, as if they knew that there would be a tough battle to fight. All parties were furious. They gave their full support, but got such an outcome. However, if they continued to go to war with the Star Alliance, they would most likely be laughed at by the Protoss. Even who will take the lead is a problem. Although the Star Clan Alliance is weak, they are too fearless of death. In the end, although the war did not break out, under the pressure of various forces, the Star Alliance fell apart due to internal reasons. In other words, people with different ideas cannot work together, and most races have left the Alliance. Only a few of them are still united and still call themselves the Star Alliance. As time slowly passed, after 15,000 years, the Star Alliance took root completely and became a new transcendent force in the world. Although its foundation was not as strong as those of the imperial clans, it should not be underestimated due to its huge size. 62. I am as invincible as fire in the world. 15,000 years is enough to heal most wounds. Even after the protracted interstellar war, the scars left behind have almost been erased. After 10,000 years of peace, those who have survived from that period to the present are considered veterans in their 70s. The Star Domain War seemed to have become a story told by many new monks, and only the broken ancient battlefields told how tragic this war was. So many curious younger monks followed the stories told by their elders and embarked on adventures in ancient battlefields. If they were lucky, they could even find some treasures and weapons that had not yet been destroyed. Isn't this also an opportunity? Not to mention that there are many battlefields left over from the interstellar war, which has triggered a treasure hunt craze. During these years, the masters of the restricted area have been unusually quiet, and none of them has come out to cause trouble. Perhaps he had absorbed enough energy and blood in the Star War and had no worries about death, or maybe he was frightened by the Fire Emperor. Whatever the reason, this is a good thing for all races in the world, but the Emperor is in his old age. Since the battle in the Divine Realm, Emperor Liehua has rarely appeared in the world except for continuing to be worshipped by all races, and now, considering the time, he has indeed entered his old age, and his great principles have weakened. Is the Fire Emperor finally going to die? To be honest, the supreme beings of all races were very happy and even hoped that Emperor Riftfire would die sooner, especially the descendants of the Imperial clan in the Eight Desolations.
The fire-splitting Emperor's temple is in the 8 desolations.
They have been suppressed too harshly and are afraid to do anything. Finally, I have made it to the Emperor's later years. Emperor Liehua, a rare innate creature who became an emperor, was born with a world-weary nature.
Throughout his life, he actually did nothing to benefit the people.
Not to mention that he personally wiped out the creatures of the 10 states. Just the fact that he allowed the Star War to happen showed that he was very unqualified as an emperor. At least this is how all people of all races view Emperor Liehua, because the outbreak of the Starfield War actually involved most of the high-level creatures in the battle. It consumed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This resulted in no brilliant geniuses being born in the peaceful era, even if there was no forbidden area master to cause chaos, let alone self-proclaimed geniuses to compete for the next great era. Therefore, they could only submit to the Emperor's majesty and pay homage without emotion. Now that he is finally in his old age, many supreme beings speculate that given Emperor Riftfire's temperament, he might join the ranks of the masters of the forbidden area. But how will this Fire Emperor end up? In such a lonely state, as the myriad Daos rose and fell, the Tao aura belonging to the fire-splitting emperor suddenly grew stronger and began to climb upwards, until it reached the peak of his youth. Then, all the people of all races saw a horrifying scene. Several tall figures descended outside the barrier of the 8 desolate world and blasted out several great magical powers towards the place where the fire-splitting emperor was. The fire-splitting emperor seemed to have anticipated this and erected a massive curtain of thunder and fire to block all attacks. Afterwards, the fire-splitting emperor took a step out of the fire domain. As his figure continued to grow, he held the entire fire domain in his hands. His figure, which covered the sky and the sun, brought out endless flames. The vast imperial power swept across the 8 desolate world. He stepped out of the 8 desolate world and stood outside the barrier. His entire body was even bigger than the 8 desolate world. Is this the true form of the Fire Emperor? Upon observing this sudden scene, the supreme beings of all races exclaimed in amazement, saying that it was indeed extraordinary as a natural creature born and raised by nature. But why would several restricted area masters come together? Judging from their posture, they seem to want to surround and kill the Fire Emperor in his later years. Emperor Riftfire, your old age has arrived, and so has your death. Become our tonic, we've been suppressed by you for 20,000 years, and now it's finally our turn. Emperor Liehua, you are very powerful, but now you cannot escape death. I will avenge my past. Facing the huge fire-splitting emperor, the rulers of the restricted area spoke rudely, as if they had a deep hatred for him. The terrifying aura surged and squeezed, as if they wanted to kill the fire-splitting emperor. The Fire Emperor, is he so powerful? Upon hearing this, the supreme beings of all races were shocked, especially the imperial clans of the 8 desolate worlds, who once again re-evaluated the strength of the fire-splitting emperor. Could it be that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone does not appear because the Fire Emperor is secretly suppressing him? Yes. Who said that the emperor couldn't suppress the restricted area quietly? But this doesn't seem right. If a battle were to take place at this level, the supreme beings of all races would have their own inherited means of sensing it. There was no time to think about it. I just heard the Fire Emperor laugh out loud, so heroic that the sound spread throughout the universe. Ha 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 ha. Back then, I was able to overpower you all. Even now, in my old age, with the endless fire region in one hand and the 8 desolations on my back, I am still invincible in the world. If you want to kill me, the great emperor, I will also take you with me. As the fire-splitting emperor finished his words, the heavenly heart seal hovered high in the sky, thousands of paths protected him, an endless fighting spirit spread. Kill. The fire-splitting emperor transformed the fire domain in his hand into a weapon, and carrying the laws of the Great Way, his huge body pounced on several forbidden area masters, shaking the surrounding space to pieces. Arrogant. The masters of the restricted area also used their magical powers to kill them, but none of them had reached the ultimate level, so they only had the aura of the Great Tao but no power. Of course, the myriad races in the world could not see this at all. In their view, this battle was simply too massive. The fire-splitting emperor in his later years fought against 5 overlords alone. Then, the fire and thunder from the Fire Emperor covered the battlefield. After an unknown amount of time, several figures rushed out in a panic and fled into the deep space of the universe. Come and fight! With a loud shout, the endless laws of thunder and fire were shattered by the Fire Emperor. His eyes were like torches, and his whole body exuded a strong fighting spirit. He chased in the direction where the master of the restricted area fled. This is the style of the great emperor of the time. Even in old age, he is still unmatched. Countless supreme beings lamented that the previous records of the Fire Emperor seemed inaccurate. Soon, Emperor Liehua chased to an unknown restricted area,
which was located on a continent and had never been named. However, after just a moment's hesitation, he saw the Fire Emperor rushing into the restricted area with a tremendous force. Then the entire restricted area was engulfed in flames, with all kinds of terrifying noises being heard, and several figures were fighting fiercely in the light and shadow. The lives of all races were boiling again, and the Fire Emperor actually rushed directly into the restricted area. This is something that only the true Demon Emperor can do, the fire-splitting Emperor. Could he have the courage of the true Demon Emperor? This battle lasted for a long time, until a certain moment, the aura of the great Tao that belonged to the fire-splitting Emperor and suppressed all the Taoists suddenly loosened, and the heavenly heart seal rushed out from the restricted area and sank into all the Taoists. The imperial aura belonging to Emperor Liehua has dissipated, only his Tao mark remains. The Fire Emperor died in the restricted area. 63, 128,000 years old. The Fire Emperor died just like that. The supreme rulers of all races were speechless. This seemed to be different from what they had expected. According to their thinking, the fire-splitting Emperor should be fighting in and out like the true Demon Emperor, and at the very least he should take away one or two Forbidden Area Masters. However, the reality is that they didn't even know the final outcome of the battle. They only knew that Emperor Liehua was killed in the end, his way disappeared, and his destiny returned to the sky. A great emperor left like this, the supreme leaders of all races sighed one after another. According to the records, Emperor Liehua should be stronger than Empress Xinyao and Emperor Xinwei, and he should not have died so miserably. However, since the emperor has passed away, they have nothing to be sad about. After all, although the Emperor Liehua proved his courage at the last moment, this cannot change the views of all races and people on his actions in the world. I am afraid that he will still be cursed by many people. It can only be said that in this last struggle, Emperor Liehua did not lose the dignity that an emperor should have. The ancient heritage of the Eight Desolate World was even more excited, as the huge mountain pressing on their heads had finally disappeared, especially the Zifu Holy Land, which had been severely damaged by a palm strike, was in tears. It can be said that the death of Emperor Liehua did not cause much concern among the people. Even many powerful forces have secretly vowed that they will never allow innate creatures to achieve enlightenment in the future, otherwise they will naturally stand in opposition to the common people. The Fire Emperor is a living example. No matter what, the era of Emperor Liehua has come to an end. In a certain uninhabited starry sky continent, Jiang Mu lifted a corner of the isolation formation and surrounded it again. He felt the changes in all things and also watched the battle between the Fire Emperor and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. How should I put it? It's very imposing. Bai might not be able to see it clearly from ordinary creatures, but with Jiang Mu's level of vision, he knew that it was Emperor Liehua who was putting on a show. It was loud, but did zero damage. Jiang Mu was very puzzled. How could the fire-splitting Emperor, who condoned the fighting in the Starfield and allowed the restricted area masters to pick up the ready-made blood and energy, and never left the house, provoke 5 restricted area masters to go out and surround and kill him at the same time? Jiang Mu also deduced that Emperor Liehua was definitely afraid of death. Now, after watching this battle, I am even more certain. Looking back on the past, Jiang Mu finally understood why his first move had caused dissatisfaction among the fiery Emperor, because the Star Domain War was a deal between him and the Forbidden Area, and the object of the deal should be the Forbidden Area he had entered. Therefore, Jiang Mu had enough reasons to suspect that the final death of Emperor Liehua was fake. He was actually severing his own destiny and became the master of a forbidden area. Of course, Jiang Mu had no idea what the final result would be, whether Emperor Liehua really committed suicide or died. After all, whether the existence in the restricted area would keep its promise was another matter, but Jiang Mu knew that all his previous inferences were indeed correct. The Fire Emperor was so afraid of death that he had been planning to join the restricted area his entire life. He's already the master of the restricted area, but he still has to put on a show at the end. He really cares about his reputation. Jiang Mu couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this. What a good actor. If Jiang Mu hadn't been able to infer the real fight through the battle fluctuations, he would have believed it. The Fire Emperor had a bad reputation to begin with, but unexpectedly, he still did it for fame and the end. At the same time, this is also the first emperor who voluntarily joined the restricted area since it was announced to the world. Perhaps only Jiang Mu knew, but Jiang Mu did not intend to spread it out, because he was not sure whether Emperor Liehua was dead in the end. He could only say that it was 50-50 whether he was alive or dead. After all, Jiang Mu didn't dare to rashly probe his spiritual sense too deep into the restricted area, otherwise the supreme being inside would also be able to lock onto his position. At present, Jiang Mu cannot move around easily because his weapons are not yet ready, although they have been in production for 15,000 years. The Ming sword and the red tassel spear have only just begun to fuse various materials to create their initial prototypes. The next most important thing is shaping.
branding the Tao and warming the Qi and blood, the attributes of natural treasures can only be regarded as innate power. No matter how powerful they are not as strong as the invincible person himself. Only by integrating the innate power and the acquired power into one can the maximum power be brought into play. This is the stage of giving a weapon the power of the great Tao, and Jiang Mu will polish it more carefully yet he is willing to take as long as possible. So, after sighing, he went into seclusion again, very hot. And with the disappearance of the Fire Emperor, the world gradually became peaceful. Again, now we have entered an era without an emperor, and the masters of the restricted areas are probably starting to take action again. However, the supreme beings of all races guessed wrong again. In the 3,000 years since the death of the Fire Emperor, no ruler of the Forbidden Area was born. Could it be that these restricted area masters have taken the wrong medicine? If they don't do something during the era without an emperor, will they still have a chance to prolong their lives when the emperor is still alive? Of course, it is a good thing for all races that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone cannot come out. They don't have to worry all the time. The scary thing is that there may be unimaginable disasters behind the calmness, but faced with this kind of thing, what else can they do except wait and hope that the battle for the throne will come sooner? Before the destiny appeared, all races were developing happily, and the loss of large numbers of lives caused by the Star War was gradually made up. Another 4,000 years passed like this, and then 7,000 years passed in a flash, and the ruler of the restricted area never came out to cause trouble. If they were not still standing, the supreme monks who ventured into them would have no news. If the world and the universe did not open the ancient books, I am afraid that they would really forget how terrifying the ruler of the Forbidden Area is. The Tao traces belonging to the fire-splitting emperor have completely disappeared, and all the Taos are truly reviving and gushing forth. The geniuses who were once absent from the world have also begun to emerge and show their talents. They only need to pass the imperial examination and prove their abilities. In a lonely starry sky, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Many monks of all kinds suddenly rushed over and found a ruined continent following the direction of the light. The eyes of these monks lit up, thinking that they had found some treasure, and this starry sky is exactly where Jiang Mu was in seclusion to refine weapons. Because his weapon was perfected, he was so happy that he failed to control his breath and broke the isolation formation. Jiang Mu reacted quickly. He packed up his things and pretended to be a passerby who was also looking for treasure. Anyway, no one could tell his background, and he was wearing an ordinary blue robe, which made him look even more unremarkable. That he joined the nearest team and inquired carefully about why so many monks suddenly appeared here. It turns out that the wave of treasure hunting in the ancient battlefield of the Starfield is far from over, and these are all monks who have come here because of its reputation. There are many ancient battlefields in the Starfield, both large and small, spread over a wide area, and there are still some areas that have not been excavated. Jiang Mu's movements made these cultivators mistakenly believe that this was also an ancient battlefield in the Starfield, and they were attracted by the noise. The creatures who can come here to search for treasure are also very powerful. The lowest one must be at the 13th level of the Tao realm. Above that, there are also beginner saints, a small number of saints, and saint kings who come here one after another. Jiang Mu understood. He didn't expect that after coming out of seclusion, the Star Domain battlefield would be considered an ancient battlefield. Perhaps because of his immortality, he was too dull to perceive the passage of time, and actually felt that tens of thousands of years were not ancient. Tens of thousands of years can destroy several generations of monks. Time is really unforgiving. In the blink of an eye, I have become an old young man. Jiang Mu counted on his fingers and found that after 100,000 years, he had added another 28,000 years this year. Jiang Mu is 128,000 years old, and the Emperor's sword is perfected. 64. This sword, Eternal Dusk. Now, the natal sword that Jiang Mu had spent more than 10,000 years of sweat to refine was lying in the center of the small world in his body, nourished by the source of immortality. It was imprinted with the laws of swordsmanship and was very agile. This sword is not big, with a body of 3 feet and 3 inches. The sword light is emitted and swallowed, as if condensing the endless rhyme of Tao into a square inch. The sword's spine is raised like a dragon bone, engraved with the lines of the great Tao, and flowing with a green light. It is the imprint of the laws of swordsmanship, and each one contains the power to create the world. Just by floating quietly like this, one can feel the terror of the pressure and murderous aura coming from the supreme Tao, fully displaying the style of an imperial weapon. Jiang Mu named himself Hongming. It means the sundial of all lives, a trace in eternity. After all, the Hongming sword had just been born, and the sword spirit was still very weak. Jiang Mu had no plans to use the sword for the time being, so he decided to continue nurturing it for a while. A long spear with a red tassel was also suspended in the air, being nurtured by the origin, but it had no imprint of Taoism and no intelligence, so it could only be considered half an imperial weapon. In addition,
The 6 holy body origins cultivated by Jiang Mu also surrounded the center of the small world. It can be said that the small world inside the body is the source of power for a powerful cultivator, because its original form is the Dantian. After repeated transformations, it finally becomes the inner world. This can also explain why powerful monks have an endless supply of magic power. It can not only serve as a source of power, but also as a storage space. However, the small world inside the body is too important for cultivators, and they will not easily store unsafe things. After all, it is also fragile from the inside. After withdrawing his spiritual thoughts from his body, Jiang Mu planned to leave calmly. After all, he knew that there was nothing in this place except some scrap metal, and it was bound to be a waste of time. Just at this moment, Jiang Mu heard a young cultivator speaking not far away in the team. He claimed to be a cultivator from the Jiang family in the Red Dust Realm. Nowadays, mentioning the Jiang family in the Red Dust Realm can still cause some discussion in many places in the universe. It is not because of their great power, but because there was a Jiang Mu who could not become an emperor, but found an alternative way to become a Taoist, and appeared at many important historical nodes. Therefore, when Jiang Mu's name is mentioned, other cultivators will silently admire and sigh, but that's all. As time goes by, if you don't see it with your own eyes, any reputation will fade away. In the end, it will just be a story filled with words. So Jiang Mu listened attentively to the boasting of the cultivator who claimed to be from the Jiang family. In fact, there is nothing much to brag about. Apart from being somewhat interested in Jiang Mu's story, people don't have much interest in the Jiang family, not to mention that the Jiang family has declined for a time because the power of the imperial soldiers has been greatly reduced and their descendants are not motivated to. I'm afraid that within a few thousand years, the name of the Jiang family will no longer exist in the mortal world. In fact, it is quite good that it has been able to continue to this day. The forces that started at the same time as the Jiang family have basically been lost in the long river of history. There were several cultivators from the Red Dust Realm in this team, so the Jiang family cultivator did not dare to brag about the Jiang family's glory, and could only praise Jiang Mu's heroic demeanor instead. In the mouth of this Jiang family cultivator, Jiang Mu was praised highly, and Jiang Mu became the sub-ancestor, only one title lower than the emperor who founded the imperial clan Jiang family. Jiang family, it's time to go back. Listening to the exaggerated stories about his own achievements, Jiang Mu murmured, feeling secretly happy, so he admired the eloquent face of this Jiang family monk, and rushed forward, put his arm around the shoulders of the young Jiang family monk, stopped his steps, and scared him. "My fellow Taoist, what are you doing?" The Jiang family cultivator wanted to break free from Jiang Mu's restraints, but found that the other party's strength was terrifyingly strong. Jiang Mu laughed and said, "Ahem, fellow Taoist, I'm very interested in the story of your Jiang family's ancestor. Why don't you tell me more?" Okay, but could you please let me go first? Let's talk while we walk. If we go too late, everyone else will have found all the treasures." Seeing that he couldn't leave, the Jiang family cultivator didn't know what Jiang Mu's purpose was, so he compromised. Many cultivators in the team also stopped and looked at the two of them, with the intention of stepping forward to stop Jiang Mu. After all, they still want to hear stories. Among them, many teammates who had formed a team with this Jiang family cultivator also stared at Jiang Mu. However, Jiang Mu only imitated lightly, emitting a hint of saintly aura, which made these people's expressions change drastically, and they ran away one after another, fearing that they would be too late to in the blink of an eye. Only Jiang Mu and the other two were left. The Jiang family cultivator was on the verge of tears, angrily saying, "None of these gangsters are loyal. We agreed to swear an oath of blood and live and die together." Then, he turned his head and gave Jiang Mu a smile that was uglier than crying. "Senior, I don't know you, but I don't think I have offended you, right?" Jiang Mu shook his head, "No." "Then you have a grudge against the Jiang family of the Red Dust Realm." "To be honest, I made up everything I said before. I'm not actually a cultivator of the Jiang family. The mortal realm is so far away from here, how could one come here? Do you think it makes sense?" The young cultivator from the Jiang family said this with a serious expression. Jiang Mu's mouth twitched secretly. You know what, there is actually some truth to it. Bullshit, some of the things this person said about himself were impossible for anyone who was not a direct descendant of the Jiang family to know. Therefore, Jiang Mu didn't care about that. He hugged the young cultivator of the Jiang family and left this starfield. As he walked, he asked, "What's your name?" "Wang Pan." "I searched your soul. Actually, my name is Jiang Ju. Although my last name is Jiang, I have nothing to do with the Jiang family that you mentioned." "Where are you from?" "Shaoyun Star Region." "You really like being soul-searched, don't you?" "Okay, I'm actually from the Red Dust Realm, but I'm afraid you might misunderstand me. Let's go. There's nothing precious here. You're lucky to have met me. You must seize the opportunity that belongs to you." Jiang Mu was a little amused and helpless. This kid named Jiang Ju was really afraid of death. Originally, Jiang Mu had no intention of caring about the rise and fall of the Jiang family after 100,000 years. After all, he had done enough for the Jiang family. He wanted to return to the Jiang family just to take away the imperial weapon, but it just happened that I met Jiang Ju, and it just so happened that this guy spoke quite pleasantly. Jiang Mu only needs to shake off some resources, which will be a huge opportunity for Jiang Ju. Jiang Mu naturally had no need to be stingy since he just did it casually. Only at this point did Jiang Mu understand what the opportunity the cultivator was pursuing was. You are the great opportunity in this world, and where is his opportunity? Maybe it's still myself. 65. Return to the world, long-lost peace. Traveling through the universe, Jiang Mu carried Jiang Ju directly to a prosperous star field. Jiang Ju felt dizzy and his eyes blurred. He didn't know how far he had traveled. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the prosperous starry sky in front of him. All around me were huge stars connected by star tracks, like a pearl net spread out in the universe, shining brightly. These stars all revolve around a brighter and larger star in the center, as if it is the center of the starry sky, and there are also 10 suns and moons revolving around this huge star. Needless to say, there are many monks coming and going, as well as various merchant ships, warships, and treasure ships. The strong ones even cross the void in their physical bodies. Jiang Mu was also looking at this star field. With a quick sweep of his mind, he discovered the prosperity of this place. Not only were there thousands of stars in a row, but each one was a star with vigorous life, and there were many top cultivators among them. I'm afraid it's no less prosperous than the 3,000 star regions. Where is this? Jiang Mu was a little curious. He had not paid attention to the development of the star field when he was in seclusion. This place was supposed to be a bit far away from the 3,000 star fields and did not belong there. Senior, this is the core star field of the Star Clan Alliance. Do you see those dozens of stars in front of us, surrounded by the sun and moon? That's the ancestral star of the Star Clan Alliance. Don't you know? Jiang Ju took a closer look and felt that the face looked more and more familiar. Then he remembered something and spoke quickly. Star Alliance? Jiang Mu understood inside. It has developed so prosperously in just 20,000 years. The leader is very talented. Jiang Ju muttered, "What do you mean by a short 20,000 years? 20,000 years is a long time, right?" Jiang Mu ignored it and planned to take a look around the Star Alliance first. Of course, he was very low-key and just entered as a saint. The Star Alliance has strict security, and cultivators entering the ancestral star must go through several inspections. Jiang Mu naturally entered the Red Dust Realm as the Jiang family's saint, so smoothly that Jiang Ju was dumbfounded. In fact, the so-called inspection is just a casual registration. As long as you don't do anything that violates the rules of the Star Alliance on the ancestral planet, you will not be subject to too many restrictions. So Jiang Mu landed on the ancestral planet of the Star Clan Alliance to experience the local customs and culture. The Xiaoxian city has sprung up, with both ancient and charming buildings and scenery similar to that of a cyber city. There are all kinds of strange ways to travel, and the infrastructure is extremely complete. Of course, the foundation of everything is based on cultivation, and all technological development revolves around cultivation. Moreover, the Star Alliance is a star field where all races live together. The monks in the city are of strange appearances, but they live in surprisingly harmonious harmony. Maybe there is no racial discrimination here, Jiang Mu thought. Jiang Mu originally wanted to ask Jiang Ju, who had been here before, to lead the way, but he found that this kid always took him to remote and barren places, walking through the streets and alleys. From Jiang Mu's point of view, it was like, instead of going shopping in the city center, he had to go to the street stalls in the alleys. Jiang Ju expressed that he was wronged. He was only an 8th level cultivator in the Dao realm. With this level of cultivation, he would definitely be considered a dominant power in some small worlds and stars, but in a place like this, he was just a small shrimp. In those splendid and luxurious places, the starting price of any pill could buy their lives. As a wanderer in the universe, even if he had been to such places, he had only been to the circle of their level. One word, poor Jiang Mu sighed and patted Jiang Ju's shoulder to comfort him. It was indeed not his fault. There were some places that Taoist cultivators could not enter. Then Jiang Mu prepared to take Jiang Ju to broaden his horizons. After wandering around several megacities for a few days, Jiang Mu spent some spirit stones to buy some cultivation resources for the first time, but every time he spent it, he would use top-grade spirit stones, and he would spend them without blinking an eye.
Jiang Ju was so shocked that he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, although he came from the Jiang family. The Jiang family was not as prosperous as before. Even the direct descendants of the family would probably never see so many top-grade spirit stones in their lifetime. In the entire universe, low-grade spirit stones are the most widely used. Except for the top forces who use high-grade and top-grade spirit stones in transactions, most people cannot afford them. Spirit stones are divided into low, medium, high and extreme levels, and the exchange rate between each quality level is 100. Spirit stones contain rich spiritual energy, are the core of cultivation, and are also the currency of cultivators of all races. This has remained unchanged throughout the ages. Even though Jiang Mu was poor, he was still using top-grade spirit stones due to his social status. Using high-grade spirit stones would only lower his status. After all, there are still a lot of divine sources stored in his small world. Any piece the size of a human head can be exchanged for tens or even hundreds of billions of top-grade spirit stones. The main theme is a heroic spirit that reaches the sky. Finally, feeling that they had finished their shopping, Jiang Mu gave all the resources to Jiang Ju and said happily, "Remember, no one in this world will be nice to you for no reason. But I'm an exception." Jiang Mu left alone. He thought these words would make Jiang Ju nervous for a while. Jiang Ju was surprised at first, then confused. After checking to make sure that Jiang Mu had not set any tricks up his sleeve, he became excited. It really is a blessing from heaven. Jiang Ju was confused. Holding these things that were enough to bring countless fatal disasters, he didn't know what to do for a moment. At first he thought Jiang Mu really had some plans, so he was secretly thinking about how to escape, but gradually, Jiang Ju discovered that Jiang Mu didn't seem to have any special feelings for him, but just took him to see a lot of the world. Jiang Ju thought that the resources Jiang Mu gave him were enough to make the elders of the family jealous. Such a generous and powerful person would have some plans against him. To be honest, Jiang Ju thought that he had nothing but handsomeness, and he was not a very important figure in the Jiang family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wandered in the starry sky and chosen to go out and work hard. The family really couldn't make ends meet, and all the clan's resources were given to the talented younger generations. There were very few mediocre people like them. But what does this mean, senior? Just because you like me? To be honest, Jiang Ju was ready to sacrifice himself, but in the end, he didn't even know Jiang Mu's name. This opportunity that fell from the sky is a bit too random. Jiang Ju didn't even dare to have such a dream when he slept during the day. However, who doesn't like unexpected wealth? With these resources, Jiang Ju no longer has to wander the starry sky and go on adventures with a team all day long. Therefore, Jiang Ju decided to return to the Red Dust Realm first. Of course, he would not return to the Jiang family, but would find a place to hide and practice. If his family knew that he had such a windfall, how much of it would remain in his hands? This is the family rule, the edge of the universe, the Star City. Jiang Mu looked at the chaotic black fog gradually approaching Star City and calculated the time. It was estimated that it would take another 5,000 years for the strange creatures to come to Star City again. What Pu Binhong and Empress Xinyao did benefit future generations for tens of thousands of years, as they were free from the invasion of strange creatures, and also made Emperor Shunwei and Emperor Liehua feel happy. But the next emperor was not so lucky. After watching for a while, Jiang Mu's figure disappeared in Star City. In the end, he still did not step into the chaotic black fog, although he was also curious. But if you can't enter the strange source inside, it's useless to go there, and you will still be worried. If you don't want to fight with the creatures in the restricted area, you can both take a step back. The strange creatures are not in the restricted area, so there is no logic at all. Jiang Mu would never do anything that might endanger his life. It would be okay to wait until he was strong enough to find out the truth. Apart from the rise of the Star Alliance, the overall changes are not that big. All the way to the Red Dust Realm, Jiang Mu's divine consciousness silently scanned the starry sky, and then descended into the 9 realms and 8 desolations. Those top forces have not been destroyed and are still in control of their respective areas. However, there are still some imperial clans whose power has declined due to their long history. Even the supreme imperial soldiers will lose their power. When the Great Tao disappears one day, the power of a clan or an emperor will be considered long if it is passed down for tens or hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, Jiang Mu also discovered that during the thousands of years since the fire-splitting emperor disappeared, no Forbidden Zone lord came out to cause trouble, which was very abnormal. As the saying goes, when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. But Jiang Mu did not intend to do anything, because the next battle for the emperor would come in 1,000 or 2,000 years. Even if something really happened, it would be the concern of the current emperor. Besides, the ruler of the Forbidden Area never came out in the era without an emperor, so the possibility of the emperor coming out in this world is even smaller. This era is really peaceful. Jiang Mu was thinking about unsealing Yen Jiner again.
66. I can also be a home. I can also be a heritage. In the end, Jiang Mu gave up the idea of letting Yan Jiner be born. Although it seems calm, Jiang Mu is a little confused about the current situation. As entrusted by an old friend, Jiang Mu decided to train Yan Jiner well, so he had to choose the most suitable era. In nowadays, Yan Jiner is actually a very good mascot. As long as she doesn't come into the world, her life will not end. Isn't this a kind of immortality? Jiang Mu also believed that there must be a so-called fairyland in this world. If he could ever reach there one day, and if he could allow Yan Jiner to live a complete and perfect life in the fairyland, Yan Lingyun would also be able to rest in peace. After all, it was Yan Lingyun who gave Jiang Mu the first startup capital. While thinking, Jiang Mu returned to the small world in the hidden space on the edge of the Red Dust Realm. He had made some modifications here to ensure that it would not be discovered when not doing anything earth-shattering. This is Jiang Mu's permanent residence. Looking down at the entire mortal world, Jiang Mu took a step forward and arrived at the Jiang family silently. The core area of the Jiang family has not changed, but the areas and industries actually controlled in the surrounding areas have become much smaller. Now they are just guarding their own piece of land. The population is dwindling and the clan's fortunes are extremely bad. The living quasi-emperor Jiang Mu did not feel it. Perhaps he sealed a few of them as a foundation. To be honest, Jiang Mu didn't have many ripples in his heart. After all, it had been too long since they had met, and there was no descendant of his bloodline, so how could there still be feelings? Jiang Mu once took over the Jiang family and gave the Jiang family a chance, but these younger generations were not up to the task. So Jiang Mu followed the old route directly to the depths of the Jiang family, where the Jidao emperor's soldiers were sealed. No one was alarmed, and no one could be alarmed. It is an ancient house with strict security. It not only contains the supreme imperial soldiers, but also the tablets of the Jiang family's ancestor, the great emperor, and Jiang Mu. Although according to seniority, Jiang Mu could not be ranked behind the ancestor, but who made him achieve enlightenment in an alternative way, comparable to the emperor. Whoever is powerful is the ancestor. If a more powerful figure appears in the Jiang family in the future, I am afraid he will be ranked first. I and the irregular divine source, Liu Guangjuinji, fell into a deep sleep. The Jiang family genealogy records that Emperor Liu Guang attained enlightenment at an extremely fast speed, fast enough to even travel between the future and the past. This is somewhat similar to the law of time and space. Jiang Mu looked at Liu Guangjuinji and thought, no matter how awesome the records about Emperor Liu Guang were, Jiang Mu knew that no matter how fast the speed path was, it was impossible to travel between the future and the past, because it was not a top avenue, unless it was sublimated into the avenue of time. Perhaps Emperor Liu Guang finally realized something about time, but unfortunately he was unable to use it to prove his truth. However, the extreme speed is still the fastest speed in the world under conventional means, which is why Jiang Mu was unwilling to give up the flowing light shadow wings before he comprehended the law of time. The flowing light and shadow wings containing this law were very useful to him. One more imperial weapon means one more guarantee and one more strength. Ever since he learned about the existence of the Forbidden Zone Supreme, Jiang Mu knew that his strength was still weak. And now, is this pair of flowing light and shadow wings willing to follow me? Jiang Mu's magic power surged, awakening it. Sensing the powerful aura, Liu Guangjuinji was startled at first, thinking that an outsider had broken into the Jiang family. He was about to show his power, but suddenly froze. It felt that this breath was very familiar. After all, it had fought with Jiang Mu many times. Why aren't you dead yet? After confirming that it was Jiang Mu, Liu Guangjuinji was stunned. Even though it was an imperial soldier and knowledgeable, it did not expect that Jiang Mu, who had achieved the perfection of the holy body, could still be alive. Suddenly, it thought of a possibility, that is, Jiang Mu became the master of the restricted area. I didn't die, not because I joined the restricted area, nor because I don't have the smell of their decay, but because I found a path that no one has ever walked before. This path is called immortality. I came here today to take you on the road. Feeling the fluctuation of Liu Guangjuinji's spiritual thoughts, Jiang Mu responded. Liu Guangjuinji was greatly shocked, but he didn't know whether Jiang Mu's words were true or not. He only knew that he did not have the aura of a forbidden area master. Although the imperial soldiers have been given intelligence, they are invisible and cannot leave their bodies. They cannot even speak and can only communicate through thoughts, except for those who refine other lives into spirit objects. In this world, only the spiritual intelligence born from dead things that have undergone the baptism of heavenly tribulation can be considered a true living being. All others cannot be considered. The imperial weapon was created by the great emperor and was destined by heaven. It had to undergo the baptism of heavenly calamity on the day of its formation, so it was considered half. When it could transform into a human form again, it would be considered a complete creature and could break free from the restrictions of the imperial weapon. However, it takes millions of years for those innate creatures to develop consciousness and transform into human form, and they have to endure various disasters during this period. Even if the extremely powerful imperial soldiers are naturally half-innate creatures, they still need a long time to transform, not to mention the disasters they have to endure once they embark on this path. No imperial weapon can exist for so long without the nurturing of the great emperor. In addition, the imperial soldiers are the embodiment of the emperor's will and will absolutely follow the orders of their master, so it is even more impossible for them to choose this path. There are only imperial soldiers who are blown up, but no imperial soldiers who survive. Therefore, there has never been any talk in history about imperial soldiers transforming into human form. Even if it really exists, it is equivalent to not existing if there is no record of it and no one has seen it. This is the case with the Liuguang Jueying wings in front of you. Without the same level of qi, blood, and loss to nourish it, it is about to decay. Now it is considered half an imperial weapon and no longer has its peak strength. However, in the face of the olive branch thrown by Jiang Mu, Liuguang Juwenjie still sent out a message of rejection, and it also begged Jiang Mu to protect the Jiang family. The current Jiang family might be destroyed before it could decay, and Jiang Mu was also a member of the family. A good man, you are trying to use moral kidnapping, right? Jiang Mu felt somewhat helpless. You know, immortality without any price can definitely drive the beings in the restricted area crazy, but it cannot move an imperial weapon. What a heart of stone! Although he didn't expect a single word to impress Liuguang Juwenjie, his deep obsession with the imperial weapon still gave him a headache, but Jiang Mu already had a plan. He said, "Does Emperor Liuguang want you to protect the Jiang family until the last moment? There is no such thing as an eternal inheritance in this world. No matter how hard you try, the Jiang family will eventually fall, right? Then let me ask you, am I, Jiang Mu, a member of the Jiang family? As long as I'm not dead, will the Jiang family's inheritance not be cut off? This weak Jiang family will eventually be destroyed. Instead of protecting these incompetent descendants, it is better to protect me. I can also be the Jiang family, I can also be the inheritance." 67. I can promise, but I can't guarantee. Jiang Mu's words were thought-provoking and made people and soldiers think deeply. Liuguang Juwenjie's small brain fell into deep thought, and it suddenly felt that what Jiang Mu said made sense. As the blood of the Jiang family, as long as Jiang Mu was alive, the Jiang family could not be considered truly destroyed. Protecting one person is obviously much easier than protecting a family, but can this kind of thing really be considered as following the master's orders? Liuguang Juwenjie hesitated. To be honest, it knew that following Jiang Mu would give it a better future, otherwise a decadent fate would be waiting for it. It was also very curious about how far the eccentric Jiang Mu could go. Seeing Liuguang Juwenjie fall silent, Jiang Mu knew his words had taken effect, so he continued to exaggerate. "You don't have to hesitate. Although I'm alone for now, if I want, can't I still create a family? Don't I have the blood of Emperor Suifeng flowing in my body? The emperor follows the wind, whose name is Jiang Liuguang. Of course, it was only a tiny bit, negligible, that if you want to find your own way, you must refine the ways of your predecessors. As early as 100,000 years ago, when Jiang Mu was fighting at the Imperial Gate, he had already gotten rid of the blood imprint of Emperor Suifeng and walked out of his own path. A fountain can never be higher than its source. Every emperor has his own way. If you blindly follow the path of Emperor Suifeng, then as his descendant, even if your bloodline returns to your ancestral lineage, you will never be able to become an emperor and surpass your ancestor. Take the emperor's sons and daughters who are closest to the emperor's bloodline, for example. It is easy for them to rise from zero to the peak of quasi-emperor, and they are equally powerful. However, every emperor's son and daughter, after becoming a quasi-emperor, would almost always sever the blood imprint of their ancestors and forge their own path. Of course, those who have no intention of competing for the emperorship can rely on blood inheritance to become a supreme power. The power of blood is both a blessing and a shackle. So it can be said that Jiang Mu is the descendant of Emperor Suifeng, or it can be said not, because he has now walked out of his own path, but nominally, there's nothing wrong with it. Finally, Liuguang Juwenjie wavered. After weighing it, it felt that what Jiang Mu said was not wrong, and the angrier it got, the more it felt that he was right. However, it finally pleaded, "My mission is over, but after being rooted here for over 200,000 years, I don't want to see this line of the Jiang family become desolate. I hope someone can take my place. Jiang Mu, can you promise me to train an emperor for them?" Hearing this, Jiang Mu's eyes widened. "Who do you think I am? I'm not even an emperor myself. How can I teach someone to become one? This is just asking too much. But you are very different. You have lived too long. Liuguan Juinjiai conveyed a sense of determination. I hope you can give it a try. Whether you succeed or not, I am willing to leave with you. Oh? Jiang Mu uttered an and then readily agreed. I can promise you, but I can't guarantee success. As long as you get the Liuguan Juiying wings first, the rest doesn't matter. In Jiang Mu's opinion, his promise was just an empty promise. He could teach, but he certainly could not teach a great emperor. Although Jiang Mu was quite confident in his teaching level, the birth of a great emperor involves too many factors. Strength is only the most basic guarantee, and success cannot be achieved with strength alone. When Liuguang Juinjiai saw that Jiang Mu agreed, he felt relieved. It just has a deep love for this land in its heart. Even if Jiang Mu agreed casually, he would be very happy. But what identity should Jiang Mu appear in next? It is impossible to appear in real form. The shock brought by the appearance of Jiang Mu, a 100,000-year-old master, in front of the world was no less than that of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. There is no such thing as self-destruction in the alternative way of achieving enlightenment. If you do, you will fall from the great success realm to the quasi-emperor realm, and then you will be no different from a useless person. If one does not kill himself, he will not be able to avoid the restrictions of the great Tao and will eventually die due to the exhaustion of his lifespan. If those in the restricted area knew about this, they would probably be very curious about how Jiang Mu survived. Therefore, Jiang Mu did not plan to show up, but let Liuguang Juinjiai summon the Jiang family's cultivators to hold a meeting. At that time, he would appear as a stranger and go through the motions. No matter what Jiang Mu's identity is, as long as he has been certified by Liuguang Juinjiai, he will not be suspected by the Jiang family cultivators. After all, if the imperial soldiers colluded with outsiders, the Jiang family would have been destroyed long ago. Now that the decision had been made, Liuguang Juinjiai released his aura of awakening and summoned high-level cultivators of the Jiang family to a meeting. Regarding Jiang Mu's appearance, Liuguang Juinjiai only gave a brief introduction, saying that he was the descendant of Jiang Mu's good friend who had achieved great success in the past, named Haimu, and had reached the peak of quasi-emperor cultivation. It belongs to Yazu Fukuzawa. Hearing that Jiang Mu was going to train a disciple for the Jiang family, the Jiang family's top leaders were naturally delighted. It was not easy for their Jiang family to produce a person at the initial stage of the quasi-emperor level. If they had Jiang Mu, who was at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, to teach him, it would naturally be a great thing. However, Jiang Mu said that he would only teach one person, and he couldn't teach more than that, so he let them choose for themselves. As a result, the entire Jiang family became lively. All the disciples who had gone out for training were recalled. After careful selection, they were sent to the place where Jiang Mu temporarily lived in the Jiang family. Jiang Mu just took a look at these so-called elite students and almost felt dizzy. He couldn't bear to look at those with low qualifications. The demeanor of a sage is considered a rare talent for the Jiang family today, but even a quasi-emperor would be drenched in blood when he reached the imperial pass Great Wall, and these younger generations could not cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm on their own, even if Jiang Mu had plenty of ways to improve their strength. There are also two of them on the roadside when they are delivered to the imperial pass Great Wall. Thinking back to when I was their age, I was famous all over the world and a hot candidate for the title of emperor. Even so, he still couldn't become an emperor. After choosing from around, Jiang Mu had an idea. Since they were all useless, teaching anyone would have the same effect. It would be better to choose someone who suits his taste. So Jiang Mu directly designated Jiang Ju. Frankly speaking, he has a connection with me, but Jiang Ju was not qualified to be sent to Jiang Mu by the Jiang family. The top leaders of the Jiang family were stunned when they heard about it. Young men like Jiang Ju are left alone. It turns out that the vision of the strong is always unique. Since Jiang Mu had designated the candidate, the Jiang family had no choice but to contact Jiang Ju urgently. After much difficulty, they finally summoned the cautious Jiang Ju back to the family and packed him up and sent him to Jiang Mu. Deep in the Jiang family's territory, in a small courtyard surrounded by old mountain trees, Jiang Ju followed an elder of the clan here. He was very nervous because he was told that a quasi-emperor peak powerhouse who had connections with the Jiang family was here to accept a disciple. As luck would have it, the other party specifically asked for me. First he met a strange saint, and then he got a windfall that he is about to be accepted as a disciple by another supreme powerful person at the peak of the quasi-emperor level. But Jiang Ju didn't know them and had no connection with them. Happiness came so suddenly that he felt dizzy. So Jiang Ju couldn't help but think of the warning Jiang Mu had left him, and his scalp suddenly felt numb. 68. Sorry, I don't accept disciples. So Jiang Ju's mood was very upset and heavy. Everyone hopes that good things will happen one after another, but once they really happen, they feel unreal. Well, the worst that can happen is death. Relax. Jiang Ju began to comfort himself until he saw Jiang Mu in the yard holding a book. Then he widened his eyes and almost dropped his jaw in shock. The
isn't this the saint who was nice to you for no reason? Why is it still him?" And suddenly he transformed himself into the supreme quasi-emperor. Jiang Ju felt numb, and his mood didn't get better. But even worse, after sending Jiang Ju there, the elder said goodbye and left, leaving time for the two of them.
"Why, are you unhappy to see me?"
Jiang Mu put away the jade book and looked up at the bewildered young man. In fact, he was not reading at all, but felt that this was very respectful and made him look knowledgeable.
Of course I'm happy. I've met Senior Haimu. I just didn't expect that I'd be able to see you again." Jiang Ju bowed and saluted quickly.
"I never thought that you were related to my Jiang family's ancestor."
"No wonder you treated me so well during the Star Clan alliance."
It seemed like the cause and effect were connected, and Jiang Ju figured it out. No wonder this Haimu has been pestering him since he told the story of Yazud. It turned out that he was teasing the younger generation, but Jiang Mu was indeed very nice to him, which made Jiang Ju wonder what the relationship was between Jiang Mu, who used the alias Haimu, and his own ancestor. Jiang Ju also knew that Yaza Shou was a figure from tens of thousands of years ago, and Haimu had definitely never seen
him.
Perhaps the predecessor of this senior had a good enough relationship with Yazu, so he came all the way to the Jiang family. Jiang Mu smiled slightly. "You are not stupid. I think you know why I treated you like that."
"How do you feel now?" "The younger generation is lucky to have met the older generation."
Jiang Ju thought about it and confirmed the relationship between the two people who came to the Jiang family one after another, and discovered that Jiang Mu came with a purpose, and since Jiang Mu has gained the recognition of the family background, the possibility of him doing something that harms the Jiang family is very small. After all, Jiang Ju was born in the Jiang family, so he knew too well how powerful the Jidao Emperor's weapon was. No matter how weak it was, the Jidao Emperor's weapon was more than enough to kill a quasi-emperor, and it was really just luck that I met him. So no matter what purpose the other party has, it is true that he is teaching the younger generation of the Jiang family. Being able to receive instruction from a supreme quasi-emperor is even more valuable than the resources Jiang Mu had given him before.
"Senior, are you really going to accept me as your disciple?"
"Disciple Jiang Ju, I pay my respects to master." Jiang Ju then became excited and made a gesture to kowtow and become his disciple.
"Stop. Come here and sit down."
Jiang Mu pointed to the seat opposite him. Jiang Ju walked over slowly and sat opposite Jiang Mu.
"Who told you I wanted to take in a disciple?"
The elders of the clan told me." Jiang Mu waved his hand. "Sorry, I don't accept disciples." Jiang Ju was stunned. Jiang Mu shook his head and said, "I just said that I want to train a younger generation for the Jiang family, that's all."
"Isn't this just accepting a disciple?"
"They are different."
"What is a master?" "What is a disciple?" "Once a teacher, always a father." "Accepting a disciple is to pass on the Taoist tradition."
"I will only teach you for a period of time, and then I will leave." Jiang Mu said calmly, "You are still you, I am still me, maybe we will never meet again." Feeling the natural alienation from Jiang Mu, no matter how stupid Jiang Ju was, he understood that the reason why Jiang Mu wanted to teach a member of the Jiang family was probably related to something. However, Jiang Ju felt that it was not ruled out that it was because his qualifications were too dull. For a senior like this to accept a disciple, the disciple must be a genius. But since the other party didn't say anything, Jiang Ju naturally didn't dare to ask. He just nodded to show that he understood. He did not show any disappointment, but was very calm instead. Finally, Jiang Ju asked cautiously, "Senior, why did you choose me?"
"In terms of qualifications, I am not the best in the Jiang family."
Jiang Mu chuckled, showing his mastery. "To me, it's all the same.
Choose whoever you like, that's all."
Jiang Mu began his teaching career. This is the first time that Jiang Mu, who has lived for more than 100,000 years, has become a master. Although he was just perfunctory in response to Liu Guangjuinjiai's words, Jiang Mu also wanted to see how far he could teach an ordinary cultivator, commonly known as practicing. After all, Jiang Mu will have to train a mascot in the future, so it would be better for him to familiarize himself with the process first. Therefore, Jiang Mu took Jiang Ju's teaching seriously and taught him carefully according to the other party's qualifications, character, experience, and combined with his own past experience. Jiang Ju was okay in all aspects except for his aptitude and comprehension. Perhaps it is because he was raised in a free-range environment and has to fight for everything on his own. This kind of cultivator usually has a ruthlessness and tenacity, especially since it was Jiang Mu's first time teaching someone to practice cultivation, and it was someone with such poor aptitude. He was sometimes outspoken and always scolded Jiang Ju. There was no way.
Jiang Mu was once a genius among geniuses.
He went from zero to the peak of quasi-emperor and never suffered any hardship in cultivation.
So sometimes he couldn't understand how a person's aptitude and understanding could be so bad. However, Zhang was a bit stubborn. Of course, Zhang was named Zhang, probably not because of his stubbornness, but because Jiang Mu found that most of the names of the younger generations of the Jiang family contain words such as Zhu, Xing, Zhong, Wang, and Shang. This shows that the Jiang family wanted to rise again so much that they placed their hopes on generations of family members, and even their names were related to them. Zhang did not fight back or respond when he was beaten or scolded. He just silently remembered Jiang Mu's teachings, practiced again and again, and failed again and again. He is well aware of his shortcomings and really cherishes this hard-won learning opportunity. In the past, Zhang could only receive instruction from his family elders when he was young. Later, after he reached a certain level, it seemed that they discovered that the input and output in him were not proportional, so he was abandoned and no longer trained as a core disciple, thus starting his own journey of experience. Jiang Mu saw Zhang efforts and also discovered that most cultivators in this world are so mediocre, but he shook his head secretly. No matter how much he taught, he felt that Zhang chances of becoming an emperor in this life, becoming a candidate for destiny, were not high. Even whether it is possible to pass through the ancient Diguan Road is a question. However, Jiang Mu still continued to teach the person he chose, and he was determined to finish teaching him even if he cried. Finally, in the first 500 years of teaching, Zhang broke through the saint realm and became a qualified beginner saint. 69. Jiang Mu's training. Zhang, it took you 500 years to become a junior saint. How do you feel about that? On the day Zhang became the first saint, Jiang Mu specially set up a table of delicacies from land and sea as a celebration. It was not a celebration for Zhang becoming a novice saint, but a celebration that he had finally handed over a saint-level cultivator with his own hands. There are 13 levels in the Tao realm, each level has its own true meaning. Only after cultivating the true meaning of the 13 levels of the great Tao can one kowtow to the realm of saints. Looking at the vast world, there is only one person among billions who can advance from the 13th level of the Tao realm to the first saint. However, this also depends on the location. Some starfields may not even produce a saint, while places like the Red Dust realm are full of novice saints, and the great saints are no better than dogs. Of course, this is an exaggeration to illustrate the importance of regional prosperity. In fact, the status of those who have reached the level of sainthood will not be low no matter where they are. The initial saints are the backbone of all major holy places, major religions, and ancient clans, and they are people of status when they go out. Once one enters the holy realm, one has a preliminary understanding of the power of laws and a glimpse into some of the rules of heaven and earth. Facing Jiang Mu's question, Zhang thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "Sir, many of my clan members who are at the same level as me have also reached the level of first saint in less than 500 years. Does this mean that my aptitude is indeed too poor?" Zhang understood Jiang Mu's problem from his own perspective. There is someone like Jiang Mu teaching me, but I am not making fast progress, not far behind my peers, and even worse than them. This must be my own problem. How could there be any problem with the quasi-emperor? The problem must be with myself. Zhang said. What you said, don't you suspect that there is something wrong with what I taught you? Zhang shook his head. I think the teacher taught very well, it's just that I'm too dull. Having lived with Jiang Mu for 500 years, since they could not be treated as master and disciple, Zhang had no choice but to treat him as a student. In this way, the distance between each other seems much closer, and one can also save face in the family. Ah, you are really stupid, kid. Hearing this, Zhang took a bite of food and a sip of wine, then sighed. In my opinion, your aptitudes are pretty much the same. If we're just talking about cultivation speed, I can make you a match for 1,000. Becoming a great sage in 500 years won't be a problem. The key question is, what kind of saint do you want to be? After entering the extraordinary realm, not every cultivator can correctly comprehend the path they want to cultivate. Different choices are destined to determine what kind of saint you will become. It's said there are 3,000 great ways, but these 3,000 great ways are only the most famous. How many cultivators can truly comprehend them? The vast majority have only comprehended one of the 10,000 das. Think about it carefully. Even if both are at the level of a novice saint, would the value of the Tao rank last and the Tao ranked first be the same? Then let me ask you, if both become quasi-emperors and compete at the emperor level, who will win? Before he knew it, Zhang started preaching again, his mouth moving nonstop, making Zhang fall into deep thought. Zhang understood. Sir, what you mean is that I, a novice saint, am different from them? That's not nonsense. Even if they are all beginner saints, they are divided into small beginner saints and great beginner saints.
Jiang Mu rolled his eyes at Jiang Ju and said, I haven't allowed you to fight or train for the past 500 years because it's unnecessary. You should first consolidate your own cultivation level before honing your fighting will and skills. For you, the understanding of the laws is more about depth than quantity.
Mastering one supreme path is more useful than learning several minor ones. Jiang Ju fell into deep thought after hearing this. He felt that Jiang Mu was right. With his level of comprehension, he really couldn't learn so many great principles. Jiang Mu is a senior, and his experience and knowledge are definitely greater than his own. Jiang Ju knows that it is right to follow the path arranged by Jiang Mu, however, he still had some doubts. If he didn't learn the imperial scriptures left by the great ancestor and didn't practice the proven great way, could he really become more powerful? So, the Yin-Lei law is very powerful? Finally, Jiang Ju asked Jiang Mu to fill his glass and asked, Alas, after all I've said, you still don't understand. It's true that a rotten tree can't be carved. But by the time you reach my age, you should understand. For now, just become a beginner saint. Jiang Mu picked up the wineglass and drank it all. All we can say is that geniuses cannot understand the thought processes of mediocre people, and mediocre people cannot resonate with the ideas of geniuses either. Therefore, Jiang Mu felt that only when Jiang Ju truly reached that level of cultivation could he understand the meaning of his words. The law of thunder is known for its extreme destructiveness and is considered to be at the forefront of the 3,000 great laws. Jiang Ju originally practiced a variety of Tao principles, until Jiang Mu began to teach him, and then he turned to specialize in practicing Yin-Lei principles, which also belonged to the law of thunder. At the same time, he also retained the extreme speed method left by Emperor Suifeng, so that when Jiang Ju has time in the future, he can comprehend the true meaning of wind and thunder. It's just the same Tao, but everyone's understanding is different, so there will be slight differences in what they comprehend. In Jiang Mu's opinion, with Jiang Ju's understanding, learning Yin-Lei well would be a success. The 500 years he spent slowly honing Jiang Ju's foundation was not a waste of time. It can be said that with Jiang Ju's current strength, he would have no problem defeating all the people of the same level in the Jiang family. It would even be no problem to compete with the saints for a period of time. This is the terrifying aspect of the Supreme Tao. Throughout history, there have been very few cultivators who have comprehended the Supreme Tao. The less there is, the more difficult this road is. Although there is no useless avenue, there are only useless monks. But how could a powerful cultivator be willing to practice the rubbish laws of the Tao? How strong can a cultivator who chooses to practice garbage laws be? In other words, Jiang Mu was willing to spend resources and time to teach Jiang Ju, otherwise he would not have this opportunity. Now that the foundation has been laid, Jiang Mu can begin the next stage of teaching. Find an opponent for Jiang Ju. There is no one more suitable than Jiang Mu himself, because Jiang Mu can easily see through all of Jiang Ju's shortcomings. Being personally trained by an invincible person, his combat experience and skills are naturally, needless to say, and are no weaker than any genius in the world. Thus, Jiang Ju began his 500 years of journey of being beaten, and his screams could be heard throughout the Jiang family. During these 500 years, Jiang Ju was treated worse than a dog. Every time he was beaten to death, he would be full of energy the next day. Although Jiang Ju's 500 years were miserable, the blood and tears he paid were proportional to the cost. His strength improved visibly, and he surpassed Saint and Saint King in one fell swoop and entered the ranks of Great Saint. Although he was the great sage who was beaten out. As his realm became deeper, Jiang Ju felt more and more the terror of Jiang Mu. Even if Jiang Mu was fighting with him at the same realm, he was defeated every time. After fighting thousands of times, Jiang Ju sometimes felt like his mentality was about to collapse. He felt that even though he had become a great sage, he was still a waste and was beaten half to death every time. Even if I win once, it would be fine. 70. The Jiang family belongs to you, and the imperial army belongs to Methan. Jiang Mu always comforted Jiang Ju. It's normal that I can't win. If I can still let you win once by suppressing your realm, doesn't that mean I've lived for nothing? Jiang Mu is more than 120,000 years old. If Jiang Ju really defeats him, it can be said that he has lived in vain. Although he should be a role model, Jiang Mu showed no modesty at all, even when he lost a game on purpose. So Jiang Ju asked, Sir, how old are you this year? It seemed that he had never asked Jiang Mu's age. Jiang Mu said calmly, more than 100,000 years old. Age is a private matter, so if you don't want to tell me, forget it. The corner of Jiang Ju's mouth twitched. Even the emperor couldn't live to be 100,000 years old, right? It would be fine if he didn't say anything. Jiang Ju looked at Jiang Mu. Although he looked and was about the same age as him, but not as handsome as him, he had already reached the peak of quasi-emperor. How could he be young? Jiang Mu sighed,
saying that no one believed the truth nowadays. Then, Jiang Ju stopped being beaten. Now that there is no emperor to suppress them, geniuses from all races have emerged one after another, competing for supremacy in the universe and the stars, and many well-known geniuses have been born. Everyone is preparing for the opening of the Imperial Gate, and everyone wants to become the next emperor. What you can learn from fighting with one person is always limited. So Jiang Mu let Jiang Ju go out into the world, to this prosperous world, to experience the pinnacle of this era. With Jiang Ju's strength and character, as long as he doesn't seek death, the chances of him dying halfway are low. Of course, Jiang Ju was not asked to simply fight, but to learn from it and report and review with himself every 100 years. After solemnly bidding farewell to Jiang Mu and leaving the residence where he had lived for 1,000 years, Jiang Ju returned to his family with very complicated feelings. The first thing he did was to challenge the monks of his family, because Jiang Ju wanted to find out whether he was too weak. That was why he was defeated so many times by Jiang Mu. Then Jiang Ju found himself terribly strong. Looking around the Jiang family, no one below the quasi-emperor could be his match, no matter if they were talented peers or elders. Jiang Ju was excited and inflated, but when he went out, he was slapped in the face that he is invincible in the Jiang family, but he cannot even defeat the geniuses in the Red Dust Realm. Of course, what we are talking about here is the more famous one. The ordinary genius Jiang Ju can still defeat him. So Jiang Ju calmed down, became depressed, and began to reflect. I challenged again and was slapped in the face again. Fortunately, the result was a little better than last time. What Jiang Ju lacked the least was stubbornness, so he began his own journey of experience. In the blink of an eye, the first 100 years passed. Bad news. Jiang Ju was back with a record of 10 wins in 100 battles. Good news. He was promoted to quasi-emperor, and his reputation spread throughout the Red Dust Realm. After Jiang Mu's guidance, Jiang Ju felt that he was able to do it again. In the 2nd century, the bad news was that he lost 10 battles in a row. The good news was that his cultivation had improved a little. After some guidance in the 3rd century, the bad news was that he lost 9 battles in a row. The good news was that his cultivation had improved a little and he had entered the middle stage of the quasi-emperor realm. In the 4th century, after 6 defeats and 6 battles, his reputation spread far and wide. In the 5th 100 years, he was defeated in 8 battles and was pinned to the ground by the top geniuses from heaven. The 6th century, in the first 1,000 years, good news, Jiang Ju became the peak quasi-emperor. Bad news, which supreme being doesn't know that a quasi-emperor has been defeated hundreds of times? When talking about the Jiang family in the Red Dust Realm, in addition to the Emperor Suifeng and the great accomplishment Tyrant Body, there is also the quasi-emperor Bai. Although Jiang Ju's reputation will be buried many years later, it will not prevent him from becoming the subject of discussion among the supreme leaders of all races in this era, especially when compared with Jiang Mu, the closest master. There is a huge difference between them. Before Jiang Mu achieved his domineering body, he was also the best in the world. Looking at the Jiang family now, they are indeed on the decline. However, with the emergence of a figure like Jiang Ju, the situation is much stronger than in previous years and can sustain the Jiang family for a period of time. Although Jiang Ju's reputation is not very good, it also depends on the opponent. The opponents that Jiang Ju challenged were basically the favorites for the imperial contest, all of whom were known to have the potential to be emperors. Jiang Ju's defeat to them did not mean that he could not beat others. To be precise, this quasi-emperor can fight with anyone for a long time before being defeated by a hair's breadth. He is quite capable and his strength should not be underestimated. Not everyone can ridicule him in person. Among the supreme beings today, it is considered to be of considerable weight. Boom, but it was also in this year that the universe shook and myriad laws gushed out. In the deep space of the universe, as the light of the avenue shone, the ancient and majestic imperial pass Great Wall floated in the air, and the faint mark of the heart of heaven in the depths kept rising and falling. As a great emperor, Jiang Mu was the first to feel the presence of the imperial wall. He looked into the deep space and thought that if his strength allowed, he might be able to explore the secrets of the imperial wall. Another great struggle has begun. Jiang Mu sighed, including the words of the great emperor in this life, he has already experienced the era of 6 emperors. Sir, aren't we going? At this time, Jiang Juan, who was studying at Jiang Mu's residence, felt the changes in the laws of all things and discovered the opening of the emperor's past Great Wall. He asked excitedly. In his opinion, Jiang Mu, who had already reached the peak of quasi-emperor, would definitely go, and not many cultivators could refuse. Moreover, Jiang Ju has a clear understanding of his own strength, and Jiang Mu's strength is far above his, so there is a great chance in Jiang Ju's eyes. Although Jiang Mu did not show off his abilities, he was very mysterious and powerful, which even made Jiang Ju doubt whether he was really at the same level as him. Why, you want to go? If you want to go, go ahead. It's good to broaden your horizons. Jiang Mu sighed. He had never won a single battle before, but he never expected that he would teach a quasi-emperor who would be defeated every time. Is he not suitable for teaching? Judging from Jiang Zhu's current performance, there is a high possibility that he will be one of the two people on the roadside after entering Diguan. Although Jiang Mu admitted that he might not be very good at teaching, he also tried his best to let Jiang Zhu, who was an ordinary person, climb to a height that was once unattainable. It was his first time teaching someone, so except that he couldn't become an emperor, it was still okay, right? And no matter what, Jiang Mu will not interfere with Jiang Zhu's choice in the end. Jiang Zhu was puzzled. Isn't this what you were waiting for, sir? Jiang Mu smiled and said, I'm old. This era belongs to the young. I'm not your master either, so I won't interfere with you too much. Now that you're at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, you can choose the future you want. A reputation of 100 failures isn't a good reputation, but it's better than nothing, right? Seeing Jiang Mu being so indifferent and lacking any ambition, Jiang Zhu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Sir, actually, I think you are not inferior to those geniuses, why not give it a try? Then, Jiang Mu just shook his head. He was probably the only one who knew the pain of having the ability but not being able to become an emperor. Besides, Jiang Mu no longer needs to prove himself. Jiang Zhu hesitated for a moment, then asked, Then I want to go to the Imperial Pass Great Wall to broaden my horizons. Would you like to come with me, sir? Jiang Mu still refused. No. Okay, then what are your plans for the future, sir? Will you stay in the Jiang family, or what do you mean? Jiang Zhu hesitated, feeling a little embarrassed. Sir, you are old, and I want to take care of you in your old age. Maybe, but you definitely want more than just to provide for my retirement. Jiang Mu knocked on Jiang Zhu's head and exposed Jiang Zhu's little thoughts without hesitation. All good things must come to an end. From now on, the Jiang family belongs to you, and the Imperial Army belongs to me. 71. The hopeless Jiang family. So, sir, you came here for the Imperial Army? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhu was a little surprised, but he seemed very calm and not too surprised, as if everything was within his expectations. Over the years, he has grown in more than just his cultivation. So, where will you go, sir? Jiang Zhu then asked. During all these years of getting along with Jiang Mu, even Jiang Zhu knew very little about Jiang Mu himself, and he, the person closest to Jiang Mu, didn't know anything, and the rest of the Jiang family were even more clueless. Rather than worrying about Jiang Mu taking away his family's wealth, Jiang Zhu was more afraid of not being able to see Jiang Mu again in the future. Although they are not master and disciple in name, there is more or less some kind of master disciple relationship between them. As for an imperial weapon, no one can take it away if it doesn't want it. So this is not something Jiang Zhu should worry about. Jiang Mu thought for a moment and spun a lie. I've traveled the world, and the universe is my home. Then, on an ordinary day, Jiang Mu really disappeared from the Jiang family, including that imperial weapon. The entire Jiang family was shocked, and they all thought that Jiang Mu had left without saying goodbye and stole the imperial weapon. Without the imperial soldiers, the Jiang family has lost its last resort. If it is discovered by other forces that are eyeing it covetously, the Jiang family will probably be destroyed. Therefore, the news of the disappearance of the imperial weapon did not spread outside the Jiang family, and even few people knew that it was missing. The reason why it is certain that Jiang Mu stole the imperial weapon is because over the years, only an outsider like Jiang Mu was able to stay in the Jiang family for such a long time. The family meeting of more than a dozen people, as Jiang Mu's student, although Jiang Zhu had already reached the peak of the quasi-emperor and had the final say in the Jiang family, he was also suppressed by the other dust-covered ancestors due to his seniority and was constantly criticized. That he bears the primary responsibility for this. Facing the attacks of these old fellows, Jiang Zhu remained silent. After a long while, when these old fellows' accusations still continued, he snorted in dissatisfaction. No wonder the imperial soldiers are willing to follow outsiders. It's because you old immortals are too incompetent. Jiang Zhu. What are you talking about? After all these years of training, you don't even know the basics of respecting your elders. That Haimu didn't even teach you this. He really has evil intentions towards my Jiang family. If we hadn't been asleep, how could we have given this brat a chance? As the Jiang family's strongest cultivator, aren't you to blame? When these old guys heard that Jiang Zhu, a junior, dared to refute and scold them, they immediately became angry, and their auras spread out, trying to overwhelm him with their power. However, their highest level was only the middle level of quasi-emperor, not even the high level. How could they put pressure on Jiang Zhu, who was at the peak of quasi-emperor? Jiang Zhu didn't care about the pressure from the crowd at all.
but continued to sneer. Okay, let's not talk about anything else, just the fact that Haimu can stay in the Jiang family for a long time, isn't it your decision? If you had rejected him from the beginning, would this have happened? An old ancestor immediately retorted, admittedly, it was our decision, but Jiang Ju, aren't you the ultimate beneficiary? Isn't all this just for you? Shouldn't you take responsibility? Yes. Is my Jiang family going to produce an ungrateful person and make people laugh at him? What's the point of talking about anything else now? Since you are the only beneficiary of this incident, you should take responsibility and lead the family to continue to survive, so that your cultivation will not be in vain, the other ancestors echoed, looking like they were giving instructions from a moral high ground. Looking at these family elders who always blamed each other when something happened, Jiang Ju felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Can't they see that the imperial army is about to decay, if the imperial soldiers are unwilling? Who can take it away quietly? A world-renowned quasi-emperor who can walk the world at any time is no more useful to the Jiang family's current situation than a corrupt imperial weapon, as long as no one tells anyone, who will know that the Jiang family's imperial soldiers have disappeared. By then, with the cooperation of this supreme being, not to mention reviving the Jiang family, but allowing the Jiang family to continue for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and completing a safe end from open to dark, will not be a problem at all. However, the Jiang family today, although it seems to be a big family, has actually split into many small groups. Everyone lives only for their own interests. How can it still look like a family? There is a reason why the imperial soldiers would leave. There is a reason why the Jiang family is becoming increasingly decadent. The more Jiang Ju got involved in family affairs, the more he understood why Jiang Mu trained him. It was just a deal to take away the imperial weapon. So, when Jiang Ju realized that he was lucky enough to become the one to shoulder the family responsibility, he was full of ambition. But now, looking at the Jiang family in front of him, he knew that there was no hope. During hundreds of thousands of years of development and reproduction, the relationships between family members became increasingly distant, and the lineage that ruled the main clan had changed countless times. It can be said that most of the Jiang family's descendants are not considered close relatives when they marry each other. Their ancestors were separated by more than 100,000 years, and their bloodline has been diluted beyond recognition. In fact, the Jiang family also did this, and talented children never left. Yes, the ancestors are right. This is all my fault. I will take responsibility for it. Jiang Ju took a deep breath and lost interest in arguing with these old stubborn people. Let them say whatever they want. Anyway, Jiang Ju has already made up his mind. Whoever is stronger will be the head of the family and the direct descendant of the family. He couldn't save the entire Jiang family, but he could save part of it. Anyway, as long as the Jiang family survives, the inheritance will not be cut off. Jiang Ju felt very lucky to be chosen by Jiang Mu as the trading partner. He will keep the Jiang family going in his own way. The starry sky surrounding the Imperial Pass Great Wall once again gathered creatures of all races, but they were all brand new lives, as countless of their ancestors had once stood here. And in many ancient Daodi Pass roads, geniuses from all races from all over the world are following in the footsteps of their ancestors. Many geniuses saw the fall of those who came from their own clan on the ancient road. Some turned into white bones, and some became puppets of the great Tao and became part of the Imperial Pass. They expressed their feelings, paid a simple tribute, and then set out on their journey again. All the geniuses who set foot on the ancient road have a heart that is brave enough to move forward, but after they personally experienced part of the journey, only a handful of them were able to reach the end. Some people will become timid and go back the way they came, some will become exhausted and die along the way, or turn into nutrients or become puppets. The struggle for the Great Way has always been like this. Everyone wants to prove that his own way is the most powerful way in the world. With the destiny bestowed upon him, he looks down upon all living things and seeks the path to immortality. Jiang Ju was very cautious and did not show his skills, as he walked alone on an ancient road of Diguan. 72 Reasons for not losing. Although I have the heart to attain enlightenment in this life, I cannot bear to see the Jiang family destroyed in my hands. I can only forget about the Tao and sigh. Alas! Unknowingly, Jiang Ju arrived at the bronze corridor, and even broke through the bronze corridor and came to the last step. Dxan asked, looking at the four geniuses who were scattered in the hall. They were actually acquaintances. They had fought with each other once, but they did not win. One genius from the Taishu Holy Land in the Red Dust Realm, and 3 geniuses from the star fields of the heavens. When the 4 of them saw Jiang Ju, they all laughed and greeted him. They were not surprised that Jiang Ju could come here. Although Jiang Ju could not beat anyone, he was very strong and was just slightly inferior. If you're lucky, you can get here. But they didn't take Jiang Ju too seriously, knowing that Jiang Ju would not be their biggest obstacle. Jiang Ju chose a corner and sat down alone, feeling a little lost, just as he thought in his heart. He would not take this last step, nor would he ask in his heart. This time he just came to see the world and find some good things to enrich the Jiang families. Foundation, not to mention, countless geniuses from different eras have perished in this ancient emperor's pass road, and Jiang Ju really found a lot of good things, some of which were even very beneficial to him. Therefore, Jiang Ju arrived the latest, and the emperor's heart-questioning question was almost about to begin. Or originally, Jiang Ju didn't want to go this far. As long as his life was involved, he would retreat immediately. However, it seemed that he had been beaten too many times and had too much experience in remaining calm in the face of danger. Although Jiang Ju encountered many dangers, none of them could take his life. As we walked, we arrived at the last imperial pass. It turns out that I am also a top genius. Perhaps, after a little more time, I will be qualified to fight for my destiny. Jiang Ju was full of confidence in his own strength. So what if he has been defeated hundreds of times? Jiang Ju just started late, has low aptitude and poor understanding. If you give him more time, maybe he will be able to win. Having settled the Jiang family's future in this life, Jiang Ju will no longer have any worries in the next life, and he can also risk his life to fight for his destiny. The once weak Jiang Ju had never thought about such a thing, and even did not dare to think about becoming a quasi-emperor. So he is very satisfied with his current achievements. It's just that at different stages, people's ambitions will change and they will have different pursuits. Since he has become a quasi-emperor with a mission, he will complete the mission and live a free life. Nothing in the world can bind him anymore. People are always full of resentment. The emperor's heart-questioning began, and Jiang Ju chose to withdraw and not participate in the fight. He left calmly and silently accepted the arrangement of fate. There are only a handful of monks who have reached this stage, and even if they retreat halfway due to cowardice, they will not be laughed at by the world. On the contrary, Jiang Ju reached the emperor's heart-questioning place, while many people who had defeated him did not. Instead, this made the world have a little more admiration for this prodigy who had been defeated hundreds of times. Perhaps in the future he will become a positive role model for teaching the younger generations. Standing in the starry sky, Jiang Ju was also quietly waiting for the final battle of destiny. Soon, Emperor Xian finished asking questions, and divine lights began to shine, breaking through the darkness, and figures walked out one after another until the last figure walked out. There were a total of 7 destined ones this time. Their auras had all reached their peak, and they were all full of fighting spirit. There are 4 from the 9 realms and 3 from the star realms of the heavens. Moreover, there is a genius from the ancient royal family of the ancient starfield. This person is different from other geniuses. Although he has a human form, he looks very ugly, with 2 horns on his head and his body is covered with raised bumps, like pustules. Therefore, it is very eye-catching. The ancient royal family was not welcomed by all races due to their unique racial characteristics, and their status was even lower than that of the demon cultivators in the true demon realm. They lived in peace in a corner for many years. Unexpectedly, in this life, a genius would stand out and become the one of destiny. Turning over the history books, the supreme of all races felt that something bad was going to happen. If the prodigy of the ancient royal family was allowed to become emperor, it would be no different from having one more restricted forbidden zone master. We must not let this boy become emperor. This is the idea of the supreme beings among all races. Although they cannot interfere in the struggle for destiny, it seems that other people with destiny do not like the genius of the ancient royal family. How about we get rid of the irrelevant people first, and then everyone can compete based on their own abilities? As expected, deep in the imperial pass, under the mandate of heaven, the other several people with the mandate of heaven were of one mind and ganged up on the genius of the ancient royal family. The genius of the ancient royal family had a very ugly expression on his face, although his grinning face was ugly, but at this moment I also felt it was unfair. This was blatant discrimination. Even though he was outnumbered 6, this genius of the ancient royal family still had blood and energy emanating from his body. His eyes were red, and he didn't seem to intend to admit defeat. "I can't lose," he screamed, and his body was torn apart, revealing his true form in a blood mist that covered the sky. It was a human-shaped blood-red tumor as big as a star, with all kinds of claws, wings and limbs growing abruptly, a human head and a bird beak, dragon horns and blood-red eyes, tiger arms and eagle claws. Very scary. There seemed to be a slightly dark and vague king character imprinted on the center of the eyebrows, which made people feel uncomfortable at first sight. Faced with the alliance of 6 destiny masters, this ancient royal genius who manifested his true form even dared to fight back with a huge trident in his hand, swinging his weapon and tearing apart all Taoist magic powers in a simple and brutal way. The terrible battle of destiny began. The genius of the ancient royal family single-handedly withstood the attacks of 6 destiny masters. Their respective principles clashed, and large pieces of flesh and blood were scattered across the universe. This scene was so exciting, one against many from the very beginning, which had never happened before in the battle of destiny. If the geniuses of the ancient royal family can win this, it can only be said that they deserve to be the emperor in this life. However, in the eyes of many supreme beings of all races, it is impossible to win, and the genius of the ancient royal family will undoubtedly be defeated. The fighting was fierce, and soon the first chosen one fell. Not a genius of the ancient royal family, he was a genius from a great sect in the 8 desolate worlds. He was killed by the genius of the ancient royal family, who carried the rest of the people with him. Regardless of his broken body, he used his bird's beak to pierce through the body protection law, tore the opponent's body into pieces, and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Although the huge body of the ancient royal family genius was constantly broken into pieces, his breath did not diminish. He turned around and continued to fight with the others. Gradually, another one fell. This is a genius from the 3,000 starfields in the heavens. She was a woman of a foreign race who seemed to be floating in the air. Her head was pierced by the trident of the ancient royal family's genius, and her soul was destroyed. Most of the body of the ancient royal prodigy was smashed to pieces, but he was still emitting raging blood and flames and kept roaring. The supreme beings of all races began to panic. How could the ancient royal family cultivate such a ferocious god? He fought 1 against 6, and those he killed were all those who were destined to be emperors, and they had the hope of becoming emperors. Judging from his posture, this genius of the ancient royal family is still full of fighting spirit, and his vitality is too strong. Seeing this, the other 4 people with destiny no longer fought against the genius of the ancient royal family. They knew that this guy was strange and they could not kill him for the time being. So they all displayed their magical powers and rushed to fight for destiny, but a huge body held them back. If you don't kill me, no one will be able to prove their truth. The body of the ancient royal family exploded, covering all the people with destiny. It seemed like an eternity had passed, and everyone was paying attention to the final moment, until various sounds of fighting were heard from inside, and several bodies fell from high above. A bloody figure stretched out a bloody hand, grasped the Tianqin seal in his hand, and raised it above his head. The power of destiny erupted at this moment, and endless laws of the Great Way spread out and transmitted in the deep space of the universe. The bloody figure became clearer and clearer. I didn't lose. The ancient royal family's genius grinned fiercely. He had sacrificed billions of lives of his entire clan. How could he possibly lose? 73. The person that all races least want to achieve enlightenment and become emperor dead, all dead. Only the ancient royal family's genius survived. How on earth did he do that? How is this possible? At this moment, when countless supreme beings saw the figure clearly, they expressed shock and doubt. The result they least wanted to see happened. All the chosen ones have failed. Only the genius of the ancient royal family is still alive. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the emperor of this era. Although the supreme of all races hopes that this genius of the ancient royal family will encounter an accident, it is obviously unlikely. Throughout history, the number of people destined to die under the great emperor's thunder tribulation has been handful. Throughout history, there has never been a truly weakling among the creatures who have passed the emperor's heart question and become one of the chosen ones. Even though he is weaker than other destiny beings, there are very few of them in the world. The so-called weakness is just a slight difference, not to mention that this genius of the ancient royal family is ridiculously powerful, as if he can't be killed, and there is a high possibility that he can survive the thunder tribulation. Although the intensity of the thunder tribulation is somewhat related to the thunder itself, generally speaking it will not be a case of 100% death. There is always a glimmer of hope in everything. Otherwise, who would come to fight for this one and only chance in the world? Therefore, when they saw the heavenly heart seal of the ancient royal family's genius floating in the air and the myriad ways and thunder brewing, they all sighed and withdrew from the range of the thunder tribulation, and some even fled directly and rushed back to their hometown. Although records show that there was only one great emperor in the ancient royal family, that emperor persecuted many creatures in the world. So they naturally assumed that the current prodigy of the ancient royal family was the same. This is not because they have any prejudice against the ancient royal family, but because their race is like this. The monks in their race are very cruel and bloody. They are all bloodthirsty and naturally warlike. If you stay around and watch the ceremony, you might become the other party's snack first. Soon, the creatures in the starry sky left one after another, and they didn't even have time to grieve for the fall of their own genius. Lightning and clouds filled with destructive intent enveloped the starry sky, as if to annihilate the human figure under the thunder tribulation,
and various colored divine thunders were brewing. This thunder tribulation was
extremely terrifying, and it seemed that it was not going to give this genius of the ancient royal family any chance to survive, but this genius of the ancient royal family transformed into an ugly human form and stood proudly. With the blessing of the heavenly heart seal, his life level began to sublimate, his injuries healed, and he had taken the most important step before him. There are only two options now: to overcome the tribulation and become an emperor, or to die in the thunder tribulation. There is no other way, then, facing the thunder tribulation that was about to kill him. The genius of the ancient royal family remained calm. He believed that he would survive and was extremely determined. This is the confidence that comes at the cost of the lives of all the members of the tribe. He is not fighting alone, but moving forward with many tribesmen. Boom! The lightning struck his body as fast as raindrops, at such a speed that there was almost no pause. The genius of the ancient royal family seemed to be bathing in a thunderstorm. The thunder was like the sound of firecrackers, endless and echoing throughout the universe. This movement attracted the attention of the supreme leaders of all races. They looked at the thunder tribulation from afar and thought to themselves, even God doesn't want this genius of the ancient royal family to succeed. Will he die in the thunderstorm? If the thunder tribulation does not stop for a moment, a conclusion will never be reached. Fuck. I'm glad I didn't get involved in the fight for destiny. At this time, Jiang Ju also fled like other cultivators. When he saw that his peers who had once pinned him to the ground were all killed by the geniuses of the ancient royal family, his face almost turned green. There were even 6 people fighting against one. He was glad that he had a strong sense of responsibility. Otherwise, if he had managed to pass the emperor's heart test, he would probably have become a dead soul in the hands of this genius of the ancient royal family. Sure enough, true masters are not necessarily those with great reputations. This genius from the ancient royal family has never been heard of before, yet he is so fierce. Jiang Ju couldn't help but sigh that he still had a long way to go. Did he really have the determination to become an emperor in his next life? To be honest, Jiang Ju's confidence was indeed hit. Those opponents he could not defeat were the souls of other subordinates. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Ju is weaker? If it's Mr. Haimu, maybe he can compete with this guy from the ancient royal family? The retreating Jiang Ju took a last look at the terrifying thunder tribulation and couldn't help but think, but Jiang Ju didn't even know if he could see Jiang Mu again in this life. He also couldn't understand why Jiang Mu, who had unparalleled strength, was not interested in the only emperor in the world. Well, in the end, Jiang Ju left a melancholy sigh in this era. The great emperor's tribulation also awakened many dormant forbidden areas. They haven't seen a thunder tribulation of such intensity for a long time in their memory. But if this person becomes an emperor, I am afraid that he will have few rivals among the great emperors of the time, especially after finding out that it was a cultivator from the ancient royal family who achieved enlightenment. It became more and more interesting, because the previous emperor of the ancient royal family was in a restricted area. Maybe he is observing the situation of his younger generation at this moment. However, these restricted area masters just watched without any thoughts. They were never born in the era without emperors, and it was even more impossible for them to be born in the era of the great emperor. They just hope that this great emperor of the time will stay out of trouble. Of course, the best outcome is actually not to survive the thunder tribulation, and having no emperor is even better. The eyes of the world are focused on the situation in the starry sky, and Jiang Mu is no exception. However, with Jiang Mu's current strength, he can cross countless distances with just a thought and intuitively feel the situation on the scene. Although this takes some time, it is safer than going there on your own. In the battle of destiny, the genius of the ancient royal family won. He witnessed the whole process, so Jiang Mu couldn't help but marvel at the strength of this person with destiny. Very strong. In Jiang Mu's impression, he is even the strongest person with destiny. When the emperor of the ancient royal family emerged, Jiang Mu became more certain of his thoughts. I can only say that the ancient royal family is a very strange race. It is generally difficult for a destined one to appear, but once one does appear, their strength will not be bad, and this person is an even more important figure. As long as he survives the thunder tribulation, Jiang Mu can only temporarily avoid the limelight. Don't get me wrong, it's not that he can't win, but Jiang Mu doesn't want to get hurt and bleed unless the other party really touches your own vital interests. Otherwise, Jiang Mu really wouldn't have to fight with the other party. In addition, Jiang Mu also saw Jiang Ju at the Diguan Great Wall. Jiang Mu sighed. Although this kid had reached the last step, he still inherited his true cautiousness and did not participate in the battle for destiny. Otherwise, his fate would be no different from that of other people with destiny. It seems that he has a good understanding of himself. Jiang Mu did not have high expectations for this student, nor did he expect to teach him to become an emperor the first time. Jiang Mu only hopes that Jiang Ju can live a peaceful life, which is great. 74.
With such unity, everything we do will be successful. However, Jiang Mu discovered a very strange phenomenon. Throughout history, whenever a person with destiny attains enlightenment, the area around him during the Thunder Tribulation will always be guarded by supreme cultivators from the forces behind him. Even the monks from the true demon realm who knew how to prove their truth and loved and killed each other came. It stands to reason that it is impossible for such a large clan as the ancient royal family to have no one present, but this is the fact. In this vast starry sky, there is nothing but the power of thunder, and there is no ancient royal creature here. This is very strange. Could it be that this genius of the ancient royal family is not liked by his clan? This seems unlikely. This can only mean one thing: something happened within the ancient royal family. Not only Jiang Mu, but all the supreme beings of all races also reacted when they looked at the empty and lonely starry sky. Even if this genius of the ancient royal family who has achieved enlightenment is unpopular, it will definitely not be like this. And no matter how big the hatred is, it should be suppressed at this time. Who would go against a future emperor? Without the help of his clan, this genius of the ancient royal family would never have been able to reach this point. Therefore, while the great emperor had not yet been born, many supreme beings of all races came to the universe star field where the ancient royal family was located with great interest, intending to find out what was going on. The star field where the ancient royal family lives is not rich, but it is not poor either, and the land of life it occupies is very vast. However, the supreme leaders of all races who came here were dumbfounded after they lifted the blockade that isolated the ancient royal family from the world. There was no ancient royal family anywhere. The entire star field was dead silent, with only the lingering smell of blood telling that something extremely tragic seemed to have happened here. The entire ancient land of the ancient royal family has completely disappeared, and there seems to be no living creature in it. Through deduction, it can be seen that a war that harmed the entire clan once took place here, and some of the aftermath of the battle still remains. What exactly happened to the ancient royal family? The supreme beings of all races were shocked. It was impossible for them to destroy the ancient royal family without letting the news leak out. The ancient royal family was a powerful clan in the world, and no force dared to say that they could destroy them single-handedly. Fortunately, it is impossible to completely wipe out an entire clan. There will always be some who slip through the net, and there are quite a few who slip through the net among the ancient royal family. Although they are all weak monks, however, despite being weak, these ancient royal cultivators refuse to speak even if beaten to death. At this point, the supreme beings of all races naturally arranged their own soul-searching packages. When the truth came to light, the supreme beings of all races were not only shocked, but their faces even turned ugly. They left this dead star field without saying a word. The supreme beings of all races did not publicize what they saw in the ancient royal star field, but returned to their respective forces, became nervous, and no longer allowed their own cultivators to go out, as if they were facing a great enemy. Curious, Jiang Mu also used his powerful divine sense to invade the mind of an ancient royal cultivator. Then he also shrank back into his little world. Too cruel. The ancient royal family was too cruel to themselves. Is this something a human can do? The entire ancient royal family, except for the few weak monks wandering around the periphery, is dead. They were not killed by one person, but fought each other and then devoured each other's flesh and blood. The entire star field where the ancient royal family is located is like a flesh and blood harvester. Every minute and every second, the ancient royal family monks are fighting each other until one side is completely dead. Finally, after rounds of mutual devouring, the surviving ancient royal monks became stronger and stronger, until only one was left, and that person is the one who was undergoing the tribulation. It can be said that this is the one chosen by heaven, built by the ancient royal family with the lives of the entire clan. No wonder this ancient royal cultivator has such incredible fighting power and vitality. This is equivalent to using his own clansmen to pave the way. Fuck you. You're so cruel to your own people. You're even more cruel than the penalty area master. Jiang Mu couldn't help but take a breath. He certainly knew that the ancient royal family relied on devouring each other to increase their own strength. He had encountered some of this in the past years, but in Jiang Mu's opinion, although the ancient royal cultivators were a bit cruel, they were still able to communicate and had independent consciousness. Although they will cannibalize their own kind, they can still get along well with those who are on good terms with them or who are related to them. Unexpectedly, they suddenly became like crazy, killing each other, not caring about who were friends or not, even if they were relatives or close relatives. It's like a fight between two goo. In the end, only one can survive and inherit the will of the entire clan. Jiang Mu thought that the will of the ancient royal family should be to achieve enlightenment and become emperor. This is an opportunity they have accumulated for countless years. Being so cruel and ruthless to himself, It was hard for Jiang Mu not to believe how brutal this emperor of the ancient royal family would be if he became the emperor. The reason why the ancient royal family left behind many weak monks was probably because they did not want to be exterminated, because their race reproduced like a machine, they could eat and reproduce, and they had strong vitality. As long as they were given enough time, they could reproduce a large race, just like cockroaches. Yes, Jiang Mu felt that there was nothing wrong with this description, although the ancient royal family had nothing to do with cockroaches. Legend has it that they were creatures left over from ancient times, but this is indeed too brave. Jiang Mu looked at the figure in the thunder tribulation and couldn't help but feel a little sigh and admiration. As long as the whole family is united, everything they do will be successful. Although it is still too united, it is no wonder that the supreme leaders of all races kept silent about it and did not publicize it at all. I'm afraid they all pray in their hearts that this genius of the ancient royal family will fail in his tribulation. Even if the Lord of the Forbidden Zone doesn't emerge in this lifetime, this emperor alone is enough for all races to endure. I'm afraid it's even more difficult than the fire-splitting emperor. Jiang Mu couldn't help but sigh. Things in the world are unpredictable. It seems that the thunder tribulation has not ended after such a long time, and it seems to be nearing its end. There is a high possibility that this boy can survive the thunder tribulation. After a long time, the sound gradually faded away amid the rolling thunder. The diffuse thunderclouds actually began to dissipate. The ancient royal family's genius dead. At this moment, no breath of the emperor was heard, and it seemed that there was nothing left in the lightning. Many supreme leaders of all races breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the genius of the ancient royal family must have failed to survive this great calamity of the emperor. After all, sacrificing the entire clan makes one's strength terrifyingly strong, but the retribution he has to bear is equally terrifyingly strong, which can be seen from the intensity of the thunder tribulation. That genius of the ancient royal family must have been blown to pieces. It was so sad that the entire clan was sacrificed. It seems that no great emperor was born in this life, and all the chosen ones died. Then the next battle for destiny might be around 1,000 years from now. It seems like the cultivators of their generation still have a chance, but before they could be happy, suddenly a sharp and cold sense of the great way spread from the starry sky, followed by the spread of supreme aura, and a vast imperial power descended upon the whole world. 75. Emperor Taizong. The thunderclouds completely dissipated, and a human-shaped figure covered in blood and torn flesh appeared. All the way submitted to him, and destiny hung high above his head. Although this figure looks a little miserable, his body is extremely majestic under the blessing of destiny, making people dare not look directly at him. The genius of the ancient royal family has achieved enlightenment and become an emperor. Even though he looked somewhat miserable and his breath was weak, it was an indisputable fact that he could feel the supreme divine power sweeping across the universe. How could he become emperor? The supreme beings of all races in the world are unwilling to accept this. If this method can lead to becoming an emperor, they will try it next time no matter what. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought that came to mind while he was angry. The ancient royal family has a special method of cultivation that allows them to devour each other to become stronger and gather the strength of the entire family to support one person. This is their innate magical power. On another point, which force can guarantee that the vast majority of cultivators are willing to die in exchange for one person to achieve enlightenment and become an emperor? Obviously this is impossible. Even though the ancient royal family was like this guy who had successfully achieved the Tao and became an emperor did not seem to be feeling well. One did not need to look closely to know that he had suffered extremely serious injuries and had barely survived the thunder tribulation. Throughout the past millions of years, has there ever been a great emperor who achieved enlightenment as miserable as him? When people succeed in achieving enlightenment, they look down upon the world with radiant vigor. But no matter what, the emperor is the emperor. Even if he is in a miserable state, he is still the emperor. The thing that the supremes of all races least wanted to see still happened. Cough cough, ha cough cough ha. As if he was glad that he was not dead, the emperor laughed loudly, and his breath shook the universe. I am the great emperor, and I should be respected by all races. My name is Taizong. He originally wanted to blurt out that he would suppress all enemies in the world, but fortunately he changed his words immediately. The ancient royal family he belonged to was ostracized by the world, and to be honest, he did not have such ambitions. What does the life and death of people in this world have to do with him? For this great emperor of the time, the first thing he had to do was to restore the glory of his race. The death of the entire race could not be in vain, and before that, he still needs to spend a lot of time recovering from his injury, the wound of the Great Way. For Emperor Taizong, this thunder tribulation almost took his life, and he was only one step away from death. But fortunately, I have the protection of my entire clan. Even if I have to exchange my injuries for the emperorship, It would be worth it as long as I can achieve the throne of the great emperor. As Taizong's dull and hoarse voice spread throughout the world, it seemed as if all living beings in every corner of the world could hear it clearly and know the name of the great emperor of the time. This is the power of destiny, and it is also the supreme power. The next moment, Emperor Taizong moved. His injuries healed instantly, and his supreme aura burst out, as if he had never been injured. Could it be that these are just superficial injuries? The supreme beings of all races were shocked. If that was the case, how powerful would Emperor Taizong be? He transformed into a scarlet light that covered the sky and sun, and descended into the nearest starry sky.
It is an honor for you ants to die for the emperor.
An indifferent voice resounded throughout the starry sky. Under the cover of the emperor's might, countless lives were swallowed up in an instant, and the starry sky became dim and silent in an instant. But Emperor Taizong did not stop and began to reap lives in one star field after another. As a great emperor, Taizong has his own unique magical powers. He harvests lives even faster than the masters of the restricted areas. In a short moment, thousands or even tens of thousands of starfields are reaped, and countless lives die silently. It even reached the 3,000 star regions and destroyed one region after another. The first to be hit was the inheritance of a powerful clan that had joined forces with a destiny master to deal with him during the battle for destiny. This inheritance had all its strengths, but only managed to destroy two of the ultimate imperial weapons, and only barely made Emperor Taizong pause for a moment. The inheritance was destroyed in an instant. Emperor Taizong did not stop, but murmured as he walked, saying that it was an honor for them, the ants of the common people, to die for the emperor. What the emperor gave them was a death without pain. The supreme beings of all races stared closely at the steps of Emperor Taizong, their anger growing fierce, and they activated various powerful defenses to awaken their dormant nature. Emperor Taizong is so terrifying that the first thing he did after becoming emperor was to slaughter all living beings. Having witnessed the skills of the fire-lifting emperor in the previous life, no force dared to be the first to step forward this time. Even the emperor who had just achieved enlightenment or was possibly injured was no match for them. The supreme beings of all races only hope that Emperor Taizong is only venting his anger temporarily. Otherwise, they will really have no choice but to go to war with an emperor. But although the forces of the 9 realms and 8 wastelands are not in a hurry, the forces of the 3,000 star regions are very anxious. Emperor Taizong is the closest to them, and they have seen that Emperor Taizong has already destroyed 300 star regions. They must not let him completely destroy the entire 3,000 star regions. The ancient inheritances headed by the Zhouling Yaoqi Immortals sect all had their sleeping ancestors come forward and slowly left with the imperial weapons. Of course, they came to negotiate terms, hoping that Emperor Taizong would stop going to war with the emperor was just a last resort. Otherwise, if Emperor Taizong is allowed to continue on his way, their immortal heritage will be the first to be destroyed. Faced with the pressure of dozens of imperial weapons and 2 imperial corpses, Emperor Taizong stopped, and the scarlet light that swept across the deep space of the universe converged, revealing his figure. Ha, are you going to go to war with this emperor? Emperor Taizong chuckled and looked over the supreme leaders of all races in front of him. A supreme being said in a deep voice, Emperor Taizong, you have crossed the line. As the great emperor, you can resolve the cause and effect, but you cannot bring disaster to the world. Such actions are a disgrace to the name of the great emperor. Since the Forbidden Zone was created, throughout the 5 emperors era, has there ever been anyone like you? How is this different from being the ruler of the restricted area? If the great Emperor Taizong refuses to listen to us, even at the risk of disrespecting the will of heaven, we will test the great emperor's power. It's just death. Many supreme beings followed suit, and the imperial weapons in their hands were already urged to move forward, clashing with each other, and the meaning of the Great Way was intertwined and permeated. The terrifying pressure distorted the space. The war is about to break out. They are all beings that have been sealed away by their own forces and do not belong to this era. Some come from the era of Emperor Liehua, some from the era of Empress Xinyao, and there are even characters from the era of Emperor Zhenma and Emperor Lingtian. There are even more ancient times. There were not many of them, no more than 100, and most of them were very old, but their reputations were well known in their time. As the foundation of their own power, these dust-enshrined people have already disregarded their own life and death, but they did not expect that they would have to deal with an emperor. However, after learning that he was the emperor of the ancient royal family, it suddenly didn't seem so strange. Faced with these fearless ants in front of him, Emperor Taizong was actually quite afraid if he were surrounded and killed by them. Now that his injuries have not healed yet, it is not appropriate for him to use his great magical powers. There are too many imperial soldiers and emperor corpses. Although they cannot kill him, it is still quite troublesome. What's more, Emperor Taizong was also afraid that the ruler of the restricted area would make a move. He couldn't let these beings see that he, the emperor, no longer had the complete strength of the emperor. After a moment of silent confrontation, Emperor Taizong suddenly withdrew his imperial majesty and said expressionlessly, "Although I don't want to admit it, you are right. Doing this is indeed a disgrace to the name of the emperor." This emperor also felt that it was unbearable, but if the myriad races in the world had not oppressed my ancient royal family for too long, why would this emperor do this? I can let you go, but in return, you all must make compensation. Upon hearing this, the Star Domain Supremes knew that Emperor Taizong was willing to take a step back, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. They transmitted their messages and expressed their willingness to compensate for the grievances suffered by the Taiku royal family over the years. Not going to war is always the best outcome, and even though these old supreme beings in the star fields of the heavens may seem to be full of vigor and momentum, if a real fight breaks out, they won't have the slightest chance of winning. What about you? Emperor Taizong suddenly turned his head, his eyes seemed to penetrate the galaxy, and he looked around the 9 realms and 8 wastelands, and the voice came with it.as the holy land of the powerful clans in the 9 realms and 8 wildernesses. What could the ancient religious dynasty think? They all bowed their heads and obeyed orders. It would naturally be better if they could use resource compensation to eliminate the anger in the heart of Emperor Taizong. Anyway, this is not the first or second time that we have offered tribute to the emperor, and they all knew that this was the throne that Emperor Taizong had won by gambled his entire clan. The so-called compensation to the ancient royal family might be compensation to Emperor Taizong? 76. The emperor gained by sacrificing the entire clan is not complete. 100 years from now, I hope you will have prepared enough compensation to satisfy this emperor. After receiving responses from all races, Emperor Taizong withdrew his Taoist majesty, turned around and walked away from the 3,000 star regions. Quickly come, quickly go. There was no hesitation at all, and it seemed that he was unwilling to stay here. Only the empty and dilapidated galaxy remains. Well, many supreme beings in the starfield side, feeling helpless for them. This is the best option. If a war breaks out, none of the forces in the 9 realms and 8 desolations will come to help them unless their starfields are broken through and the interests of the other party are affected. Cultivators are all selfish, and the supreme beings in the starfields of the heavens did not condemn the forces of the 9 realms and 8 desolations, because if Emperor Taizong destroyed the 9 realms and 8 desolations first, they in the starfields of the heavens would not help. Therefore, compromising with Emperor Taizong is the best solution. Emperor Taizong's hatred for all living beings is too extreme. If he were not the emperor and had some scruples in his actions, he would have probably started a massacre long ago, but the damage caused by this one blow alone is almost half of the damage caused by the previous interstellar war. The only difference is that the victims became the areas around the 3,000 star regions. Will he attack sentient beings again in the future? No one was sure about the outcome, but they were busy preparing all kinds of rare treasures, especially those forces that had some grudges against Emperor Taizong. I hope this can dispel the emperor's anger. Emperor Taizong did not hide his whereabouts. He returned to the star field where the ancient royal family once lived. The remaining creatures of the ancient royal family cheered the birth of their emperor. Then, the supreme power blocked that starry sky, and no one could spy on what Emperor Taizong was tinkering with. It should have been a song of cheers and praises for the great emperor, but unexpectedly it turned into a song of sorrow and tears for countless lives. Large areas of the galaxy turned into dead silence. It's really sad in the small world. Jiang Mu withdrew his spiritual thoughts with a serious expression inside. The emperor born from the ancient royal family is indeed as evil as ever. Although the emperor does whatever he wants and there are no rules in the world that can restrain him, almost every emperor will restrain himself and rarely harm the world. There is a saying that goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The emperor possesses supreme power, and many of them have a compassionate heart for all races and people. Of course, it may also be that most emperors disdain to take action against the common people, and there are very few like Emperor Taizong. In terms of reputation, I am afraid that Emperor Taizong will be worse than Emperor Liehua in his previous life in the future. If Emperor Taizong had only destroyed some starfields and inheritances, his reputation would not be so bad, but the problem was that he killed almost all living things indiscriminately, destroying everything he went to. Jiang Mu had thought that Emperor Taizong was very evil from the beginning, but he did not expect that Emperor Taizong, who had just become emperor, could not wait to harvest lives. Although it was too sudden, Jiang Mu had no intention of taking action. Firstly, he thought that Emperor Taizong was just taking a bite to intimidate the supreme beings of all races. Secondly, he had seen too many deaths, and to be honest, Jiang Mu felt nothing about those lives that had nothing to do with him. However, when Emperor Taizong became more and more arrogant and extended his hand to the 3,000 star regions, Jiang Mu felt the urge to take action. Emperor Taizong has killed too many innocent lives, and the 3,000 starfields include the demon domain, which has many demon sections. The Demon King's holy body, one of the 9 holy bodies, may be born in the demon sect. If all the demon sects are killed, where will Jiang Mu go to find the Demon King's holy body? But later it was pushed back, because Jiang Mu felt that this could confirm one thing, that is, when the restricted area does not cause chaos in the world, will it allow an emperor to wantonly kill living beings? You must know that this is equivalent to Emperor Taizong stealing the life-saving source of the restricted area. What if he was fighting fiercely with Emperor Taizong and was attacked by the existence in the restricted area? Jiang Mu can only use the power of the holy body. If he uses Taoist magic and imperial weapons, his identity will be recognized. A little lack of patience will ruin great plans. Moreover, Jiang Mu did not believe that these top forces would sit idly by and allow Emperor Taizong to slaughter them from the inside out. Jiang Mu guessed right. Facing the threat of death, no one in this world would sit still and wait for death, not even the emperor can do that. Then he saw that the major forces in the 3,000 star regions took the initiative to attack in order to avoid being wiped out, and Emperor Taizong also stopped. In today's prosperous world, the demon race is not considered a top force, and has never even produced a great emperor. The setting of the demon race in this book is different from that in other books. If these top forces were to be annihilated, Jiang Mu would have no intention of taking action at all. They are all a bunch of selfish guys, whether it is the starry sky or the 9 realms and 8 wildernesses. They clearly united and had the power to fight against the emperor, but they chose to stand idly by for their own interests, just like the battle between Yan Lingyun and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone 120,000 years ago. From beginning to end they just praised the emperor. Even though Yan Lingyun used a Holy Land to prove that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone was not invincible, no one dared to lead the charge. It has always been like this from the past to the present. Jiang Mu even felt a little familiar with some of the supreme beings in the Starfield who were confronting Emperor Taizong, and he knew that they were existences that had been forgotten for a long time. If it hadn't endangered their own power, they would have been sealed away until they died of old age. Jiang didn't want to fight hard in the front while these old guys enjoyed themselves in the back. I originally thought that a fight would break out, but I didn't expect that Emperor Taizong would actually give in. This surprised Jiang Mu. Could Emperor Taizong be such an easygoing person? Judging from the brutal tactics, it is obviously not the case. Then there is only one possibility: he is scared. An emperor who has just attained enlightenment should be full of energy and vitality. What is he afraid of? Although Emperor Taizong didn't take action many times, and only used his real skills when he blew up 2 imperial weapons, Jiang Mu still saw some flaws. Emperor Taizong was reluctant to use the laws of the Tao and fought entirely based on his own instincts, combined with his miserable appearance when he just achieved enlightenment. Jiang Mu could draw a conclusion that Emperor Taizong must have been injured while undergoing the tribulation, and it was hardly a serious injury, although people would think it was just a superficial wound, and Emperor Taizong had concealed it very well. There would be flaws as long as he made a move. Anyone who had reached the level of the emperor and observed carefully would be able to feel something. You can deceive everyone, but you cannot deceive the invincible. It was obvious that the supreme of all races thought that Emperor Taizong was being merciful by not fighting. There may be mercy, but not now. That's right, that's right. Otherwise, there's no reason why they're so eager to devour so many lives. They don't even care about the dignity of the emperor, they don't even bother pretending. The ancient royal family's racial innate nature is to nourish blood with blood, nourish soul with soul, and replenish what they eat. Jiang Mu murmured, closed his eyes and reviewed it carefully, becoming more certain of his thoughts. All I can say is that the creatures of the ancient royal family are too weird. The whole family adheres to the principle of devouring each other. The more compatriots they eat, the stronger they will become. In addition to devouring their own kind, the ancient royal family can also devour other creatures, but in that case their progress will be very slow. They prefer to eat their own kind rather than outsiders, the type that produces a lot and eats a lot, and it's a model where big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, and the main focus is on survival of the fittest. Looking back, in his long memory, Jiang Mu also discovered that over the past 100,000 years, the ancient royal family had actually been gradually growing stronger. It was just that they were located in a remote area, there had never been any powerful people in the family, and they had little communication with the supreme beings of all races, so they were not taken seriously. It can be said that Emperor Taizong was obtained by sacrificing the entire clan's heritage for millions, or even tens of millions of years, of the ancient royal family. The consequences of this are too great, and it is difficult for the emperor to survive the Thunder Tribulation. Even if he survives it by chance, there will be some problems. Jiang Mu dared to conclude that there must be something missing in Emperor Taizong. Emperor Taizong is an uncertain factor and will have an impact on himself. So, Jiang Mu decided to launch a sneak attack. 77. Their respective plans. The most important point is that this method of mobilizing the entire clan to exchange for an emperor is extremely difficult to replicate. Even if the ancient royal family relied on their innate magical powers, they would have to wait for such a day for countless years, not to mention other races following suit. If we have to say that someone copied it, it would probably be the demon cultivators in the real demon world. After all, there are many cultivators in that place who rely on killing to cultivate, and there have been supreme ones, but they are very rare. This is a shortcut that can be taken occasionally, but not all the time. Demonic cultivators are bad, evil, and extreme, but they are not idiots. Such cultivators are not tolerated by the great Tao. Their path of cultivation is destined to be extremely difficult, and they may be struck to death by thunder at any time. Take the true demon emperor Ji Bixing for example. Although he is a demon emperor, he spends most of his time killing people, stealing treasures and resources. He has good aptitude and understanding. If he relies solely on living beings to practice, I am afraid he will have difficulty surviving the thunder tribulation. Emperor Taizong is different. He has innate supernatural powers and the protection of his entire clan, so he can barely survive the tribulation, not to mention that Tianming is all about fairness and justice, helping him to recover to his peak state before he passes the tribulation. The Taizong Emperor is injured now, and he's wary of the myriad clan's strength. He might not attack the powerful clans, but given his nature, I'm afraid he'll still feed on all living things to strengthen the entire ancient royal family. The great emperor is unkind and treats all things as straw dogs. As the great, holy body, I shall protect the peace of all races. So, after careful consideration, Jiang Mu packed up and decided to hide in the void around Emperor Taizong and wait for an opportunity to act. Jiang Mu was confident that he would not be discovered unless he took the initiative. When the time comes, choose the right opportunity to shout out these two sentences, and they will resound throughout the heavens and starfields, which is really impressive. Of course, this was a lie. The truth was that Jiang Mu was unhappy with Emperor Taizong, and he just happened to have the ability to kill him. Originally, when the emperor was on the throne, Jiang Mu also chose to hide himself and avoid competing with him, but the Taizong emperor was too evil. If Emperor Taizong is allowed to continue in this way, it is likely to bring disaster to the world and become more terrifying than the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. At that time, it will be a bit difficult for Jiang Mu to continue looking for other holy body bloodlines. Now he still has 3 kinds of holy bodies to find. These 3 kinds of holy bodies are difficult to find. If the world is in chaos and all living beings are killed by Emperor Taizong, the chance of finding them will be even smaller. After this incident, Jiang Mu had to seize the time while the restricted area masters did not come out. Fortunately, the intact and prime-aged Emperor Liehua could only barely tie with himself, who had not used his full strength. Will this young emperor who had just achieved enlightenment and was still injured die from his full-strength sneak attack? With the support of the Hongming sword, Jiang Mu felt that he had great potential. Killing the emperor of the time was a very exciting feat even for Jiang Mu. After all, it was the first time Hongming and the body seemed to have sensed Jiang Mu's intentions. Its sword rang and trembled slightly. This was its first appearance in the world, and it must not embarrass its master. As for the other imperial weapons, they will continue to be nurtured and will not be activated unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Mu's only regret was that he did not rely on Emperor Taizong to find out the reason why the forbidden area beings did not come out. After all, the quieter it was, the more it showed that the other party was doing something big. But now all we can do is wait. After getting ready, Jiang Mu went to the deep space of the universe like a lone traveler, hiding in a void outside the starry sky blocked by Emperor Taizong. Staring closely at the blocked place, the Tao is invisible, everything is dark and silent. Someone is hiding, hunting down the emperor. At the same time, in the vast universe, in a forbidden area that has never appeared in the world and has never been discovered by any living being, several supreme projections gathered. This restricted area is hidden in a space crack. It is a dark continent. There are no living creatures on the continent. There is only a huge gray-white humanoid skeleton lying horizontally on the land, with many redundant giant bone spikes growing abruptly. The entrance to the mainland is a solitary black palace. This moment, several projections of the Forbidden Zone Supremes gathered in the hall. They transformed into human forms, but each of them was hidden in the haze, and gathered around a round stone table. Fellow Taoists, why have you come together? Let's just use the projection to walk. You guys may not be afraid of the heavenly punishment locking down your true body, but I am afraid. One of the figures asked calmly, his voice a harsh rustle. A figure asked,
fellow Taoist Taijiang, do you know what has happened in this world? I don't know. Taijiang Ancient Emperor. Don't play deaf and dumb.
The one who attained enlightenment was a creature from your ancient royal family.
How could you not sense it? Another figure shouted angrily. The figure known as the ancient Emperor Taijun finally straightened his expression and said, after millions of years, let alone the fact that they still recognize me as their ancestor, even if they do, what does attaining enlightenment have to do with me?
He is the great emperor of the world, and I am the supreme being.
We are on different paths. A figure immediately laughed and said, ha ha ha, I'm afraid that this junior of yours is even more ruthless than us.
In the first moment of becoming an emperor, he slaughtered many lives.
If this isn't stopped, I'm afraid the world will become his playground.
Upon hearing this, Emperor Taijiang said indifferently, then go and stop it.
You can use any method you want.
Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me.
Stop it? Who's going to stop it? Who wants to be the target of heavenly punishment? Who's willing to become an enemy of the current emperor and waste their own life? This is the emperor of your ancient royal family. It's you who should stop it. What does it have to do with me? Don't forget the promise I made to you. Are you threatening me?
If you don't go, there will be no vitality for you when you ascend to immortality.
If anyone is to blame, it's only you, the junior.
Faced with the aggressive figures, Emperor Taijiang was silent for a moment, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he suddenly smiled hoarsely.
Fellow Taoists, why are you so angry? The path to immortality is more important. How dare this unfilial descendant of mine feed on all the races? I will go out and teach him a lesson right now. Is killing enough?
78. The fundamental reason for the silence in the restricted area. The dead silent star field suddenly rippled, and a blurry gray shadow suddenly walked out from the void. He descended into the starry sky, his aura restrained and his depth could not be seen. Ancient Emperor Taijiang stood alone in front of the isolation zone formed by the great power of Emperor Taizong. It shouldn't have been earlier, it shouldn't have been later, but he chose to become emperor at this time.
What bad luck!
Emperor Taijiang sighed inwardly. Faced with the oppression of the supreme beings in the name of interests, Emperor Taijiang had to step forward to deal with Emperor Taizong. Logically speaking, the ancient royal family has produced another great emperor, and Emperor Taijiang should be proud and proud. If Emperor Taizong was a normal emperor, Emperor Taijiang would naturally be happy.
But the problem is that Emperor Taizong is not normal. How can there be an emperor who can slaughter all races after achieving enlightenment?
This is even more terrifying to the people than those guys who have survived for 1 or 2 lifetimes. If Emperor Taizong had been born tens or hundreds of thousands of years earlier, his actions might not have attracted the attention of the supreme beings, but now Emperor Taizong has killed too many lives, touching the bottom line of the supremes. The number and strength of all races in the world are fundamental to whether the supreme beings can embark on the path to immortality. For ordinary people, being born in this world will take away a trace of the source of life of the world. Only when they die in this world can they become the nourishment of the world again. This cycle repeats itself over and over again, and only then can all things in the world continue to thrive. This is the power of world rules, but if it is swallowed and refined by Emperor Taizong, it will become his own origin, and it will not return to heaven and earth until he dies. Even if Emperor Taizong died in the end, if he chose to become the foundation of the ancient royal family, he would still retain some power, and the source of life in the world would always be less, not to mention that which of these supreme beings doesn't know about the innate magical powers of the ancient royal emperor? The ancient Emperor Taijiang lived for 5 lifetimes by devouring all the living creatures in the world. If Emperor Taizong copies the path of Emperor Taijiang, when these supreme beings are born, will there be enough energy and blood to keep them alive? In other words, this is the food reserve for the supreme beings on their road to immortality. At this critical moment, no one else is allowed to interfere. Therefore, those supreme beings who wanted to ascend to immortality made a plan together and prohibited those masters from being born. Just hold on until the immortal road arrives. As the biggest beneficiaries, the supreme beings have basically divided the blood food they can eat when they are born. Even the ruler of the restricted area is forbidden from coming out, so how can you, a great emperor of the world, have the chance to cause chaos? But the supreme being couldn't easily take action outside, and no overlord was willing to fight the young emperor. In the end, the matter fell on the head of the Taijiang ancient emperor, who made him closest to the ancient emperor Taijiang. Therefore, Emperor Taijiang was quite troubled, thinking about how to deal with Emperor Taizong. The boasts I made in front of all the supreme beings are not empty words. Emperor Taizong really wanted to kill Emperor Taizong. What? You're talking about family ties with the ancient royal family. That's pure bullshit. When the ancient Emperor Taizong attained enlightenment, although he didn't slaughter his entire clan like the great Emperor Taizong did, he did slaughter half of them. It's just that the ancient Emperor Taizong had been sleeping all the time and didn't know that Emperor Taizong had slaughtered the entire clan. Therefore, at this time, he was still thinking that Emperor Taizong had some abilities. The more capable someone is, the harder it is to kill them. Besides, for the ancient Emperor Taizong, he had endured millions of years of hardship, all for the sake of becoming an immortal. As long as he became an immortal, he would have everything. This was his lifelong pursuit. The so-called racial ties had long been repaid during the years when he was the emperor. Not to mention, as long as the ancient Emperor Taizong kills the great Emperor Taizong and devours this fellow clansman, it will be a huge supplement of nutrition for him, and will provide more help in his future journey to immortality. When thinking of such a good thing, Emperor Taizong couldn't help but smile. Emperor Taizong must be killed, however. Instead of killing him outside, he has to be lured to his sleeping place, where he can attack with all his strength and easily kill an emperor. The power of resurrection for 5 lifetimes cannot be stopped by a contemporary emperor. However, if they use this method, before the rules of the Tao are disturbed, they will easily be targeted by heavenly punishment. They are just trying to survive in the world. Even when walking in the world, he can only use a projection with little combat power, which shows his fear of death. A projection certainly cannot kill an emperor. Emperor Taizong thought that he could lure the other party based on his relationship as the ancestor of Emperor Taizong. Who is this person? Could it be that they also noticed that Emperor Taizong was injured and wanted to take advantage of him by surprise? Jiang Mu, who was hiding in the void, did not expect that an uninvited guest would come here. This uninvited guest stood in an isolated area, and no one knew what he was thinking or what he was going to do. This uninvited guest was wrapped in mysterious power. If he used his divine sense, he would likely reveal his whereabouts. Without using his divine sense, it would be impossible to spy on him. Therefore, Jiang Mu could not be sure of the other party's identity. However, if someone dares to show up so brazenly in the place where the current emperor is, it is probably because there is either a restricted area or some taboo hidden in the world. Jiang Mu moved in the void, using only his eyes to spy on the visitor, trying to determine his purpose. He was planning to launch a surprise attack on Emperor Taizong. If this visitor had the intention of making friends with Emperor Taizong, Jiang Mu would not be able to take action without being sure of his strength. If his strength is too strong, Jiang Mu will be in trouble and the loss will outweigh the gain. If this visitor becomes enemies with Emperor Taizong, or even kills each other, Jiang Mu will be very happy, as he can take advantage of the situation while the mantis stalks the cicada. The worst outcome is to kill a contemporary emperor, and a great emperor. His bones, flesh, blood, spirit, are all treasures. Therefore, Jiang Mu stared at the situation outside and did not take any action for the time being. After a long while, the visitor seemed to make some movement. He waved his hand and a dark red light penetrated the isolation set up by Emperor Taizong. After a while, ripples appeared in the isolated space, and a tall figure exuding imperial power walked out. At the same time, his Tao rules spread again, blocking off a wider space around him. As luck would have it, Jiang Mu was not far away, and now the void where he was also covered in it. Now Jiang Mu couldn't act rashly. He didn't dare to reveal any breath or magic power, and even didn't move. Once discovered, they would be beaten up, and dared not move at all. Ancestor Taijiang. The great Emperor Taizong, who had transformed into a human form, spoke first, and he seemed somewhat dissatisfied. How dare you stand in this starry sky so pretentiously? Ha ha ha, what's the matter? After all this, you're still afraid of people seeing it? The ancient Emperor Taizong laughed and said, I am from the ancient royal family, and I am afraid of being criticized by the world? That being said, I am at least a great emperor of the world, and you, my ancestor, are the master of the restricted area. Emperor Taizong's gaze fixed, and he pressed his mic towards Emperor Taizong. Since you are not dead, why do you ignore your people? Do you know how miserable our ancient royal family has been during these years? The invisible pressure distorted the space, causing the figure of ancient Emperor Taizong to tremble. His projection could not withstand the pressure and was about to collapse. The facial outline of the ancient Emperor Taizong emerged. He had similar facial features to the great Emperor Taizong, but he looked a little older. Pressure ancestor me? Becoming an emperor is different. You even dare to disrespect your ancestors. But my body is just a projection and cannot withstand your pressure. If you want to know some of the world's secrets, it's best to take it back. The ancient Emperor Taijiang smiled grimly, his body rustling.
79. He was determined to kill the ancestors of the current emperor. Oh my god, are the descendants putting pressure on the ancestors? Jiang Mu, who was hiding in the void, heard everything the two said clearly. Although they were both speaking a language unique to the ancient royal family, this was the world of cultivating immortals, and it was too easy to learn an existing foreign language well. Therefore, Jiang Mu was able to understand clearly and knew that the visitor in front of him was actually an ancestor of the ancient royal family. His name was Taijiang. There was only one Taijiang recorded in history, and that was the ancient Emperor Taijiang. It is at least 5 million years old. For these existences that are too ancient, it is considered very good to be able to find a name. Therefore, Jiang Mu is not very clear about the strength of the ancient Emperor Taijiang. Is he the first generation Forbidden Zone Master, or the second generation Forbidden Zone Master? If it was one of these two, even with the original body reward, the extreme sublimation and the cooperation with Emperor Taizong, the 6 body origins open together, and hanging in hand, Jiang Mu was confident that he could fight against it, and even kill one of them if he was lucky. But if it is the so-called Supreme One, Jiang Mu would have to think carefully. During the reign of Empress Xinyao, Jiang Mu had come into contact with the aura of the supreme beings in the forbidden area of the abyss of evil, and knew that these supreme beings were not simple creatures. If this ancient Emperor Taijiang is just a projection, then it wouldn't be impossible if we could resolve the battle as quickly as possible, right? However, this ancient Emperor Taijiang was just a projection, and could not even withstand the pressure of Emperor Taizong. After careful feeling, Jiang Mu found that this projection was indeed very weak, barely having the strength of a quasi-emperor, and he felt pity again. As we all know, those in the restricted area are afraid of death. Therefore, after Jiang Mu demonstrated his absolute strength, the real body of the ancient Emperor Taijiang might not dare to descend at all. After all, Jiang Mu was once mistaken for the supreme, so it was normal for the ancient Emperor Taijiang to be afraid, and it seems that the grandfather and grandson don't get along with each other, and it is even less likely that Emperor Taijiang would fight to the death for this descendant. But Jiang Mu was not in a hurry to take action. He was quite interested in the secret that Emperor Taijiang had told him. While Jiang Mu was thinking in a flash, Emperor Taizong spoke again. Since it's a secret, why don't we go back to our tribe and discuss it later? Emperor Taijiang refused. No need. Even you, the great emperor, treat me like this, let alone those people of the clan. You're not confident in your own principles, and you're afraid someone might hear you? Besides, everyone who should know these secrets knows them all. Even if we know what we shouldn't know, it's useless. Emperor Taizong's eyes were gleaming. Don't worry, there are not many of our clansmen left, and we can't even fill a small planet. Has the ancient royal family fallen on hard times? Emperor Taijiang was puzzled. How could such a declining ancient royal family produce a great emperor? Emperor Taizong was not shy at all. With a smile on his face, a mixture of joy and sorrow, I swallowed them all. You, Emperor Taijiang Ancient suddenly realized how Emperor Taizong came to the throne. He was even more ruthless than he was before. It also proves that Emperor Taizong is worse than him. However, the ancient Emperor Taijiang did not intend to blame him. Instead, he said in a deep voice, well, at our level, the clan is only a shackle. With this emperor here, it's only a matter of time before we can restore the glory of our clan. Sooner or later, the ancient royal family will rule over all the clans again. Emperor Taizong saw that Emperor Taijiang did not show much emotion, so he smiled confidently. Although their ethnic group is generally indifferent to family affection, they still maintain a trace of racial bond. After all, we really don't want to become extinct. Then, ancestor, shall we move on and talk again? Emperor Taizong said again. I don't even know what you're afraid of. Emperor Taijiang was somewhat dissatisfied and said, I told you, this secret is not of sufficient level, so it's useless even if you know it. You, the great emperor, don't seem to be very confident. The space has been blocked, yet you still keep thinking about moving. What are you afraid of? If one really has the guts to go to war with the emperor, it doesn't matter where he goes. Ancient Emperor Taijiang became more and more disappointed with Emperor Taizong. His ancient royal family swallowed up the heavens and the earth, so when had they ever been timid? Seeing that the ancient Emperor Taijiang was somewhat angry, the great Emperor Taizong remained silent. After all, he still wanted to know the so-called secret. He just scanned the area with his divine sense and confirmed that there was nothing unusual before putting on a smile. Since the birth of the restricted area, too many taboos have existed in the world. It is best to be cautious. Emperor Taizong did not mention a single word about his own injury. Snort.
Emperor Taijiang simply snorted coldly, and for the sake of his plan, he endured it for the time being. He said calmly, "Rebuilding our glory is a small matter. The ancestor has a big matter here, and you, the great emperor, will definitely be interested."
You want to become an immortal?
Become an immortal? Emperor Taizong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stared at Emperor Taijiang, and asked doubtfully, "Do immortals really exist in this world?" He had just become emperor, and many things were still unclear to him.
That's ridiculous. Do you really think that the so-called Forbidden Zone overlord is really out to bring chaos to the people?
Emperor Taijiang sneered and said, "There are no immortals in the world, but there is a path to immortality. Now, the path to immortality is about to open. Although there is no exact time, it will take tens of thousands of years or even 100,000 years for a chance of immortality to appear. Whether the world is prosperous or not determines when the immortal path opens.
The more prosperous the world, the faster the immortal path will appear.
Your actions have affected the opening of the immortal path. Some supreme beings are angry, so I, this ancestor, have come to remind you.
As long as you become an immortal, you will be able to live forever. What's the point of the glory of a race? It will eventually be destroyed. In the face of becoming an immortal, everything seems insignificant. What can be achieved? Taizong, you have just achieved enlightenment and are still young.
Even if you sever your destiny, as long as you don't devour the common people, you can still live a long time and survive until the day when the path to immortality opens. What's the point of being an emperor?
Tens of thousands of years is the limit. In front of an immortal, you're still like an ant. Listen to what the ancestor says.
Follow me back and kill yourself, and wait for the immortal road to open up.
Ancestor.
I just saw that the ancient royal family finally produced a great emperor, and I couldn't bear to see you miss your chance to become an immortal, Emperor Taijiang said a lot in one breath, and the most shocking thing was that the road to immortality was opened and he could become a real immortal. He expressed his true feelings, and although his voice was still hoarse, it was much softer. It seemed that he really couldn't bear to see Emperor Taizong miss the chance to become an immortal, and it was like an elder caring about the younger one. Of course, some of the words were just nonsense said by Emperor Taijiang. For example, whether all races and people prosper or not has nothing to do with the opening of the immortal road. The immortal road is only opened at a specific time. These words were just what Emperor Taijiang said to trick Emperor Taizong into following him back to the restricted areas so that he could kill Emperor Taizong. The young Emperor Taizong was obviously moved by these words and was a little dazed. Becoming an immortal is what many cultivators have been pursuing for countless years, although I have never heard of any cultivator, emperor, or ancient king becoming an immortal. It may be because it is
too long ago.
After all, such things do not come out of nowhere. Moreover, the person in front of him is his ancestor, so it is even more impossible for him to lie to him. What is he trying to achieve by telling lies? Becoming an immortal is great, but it is also lonely. It is reasonable for the ancient Emperor Taizong to want to take him, a descendant of the same clan, with him, but Emperor Taizong had just become the emperor and was not yet in glory. He still wanted to command all races to bow to him. I thought these restricted areas existed simply because people were reluctant to die. I didn't expect there would actually be a chance to achieve immortality. In that case, I don't have to search so hard. Not only the young Emperor Taizong was shocked, but also the equally young Jiang Mu. He can't even become an emperor, so it's not too much to become an immortal, right? So Jiang Mu continued to prick up his ears.
80. Sneak attack. Ancestor Taijiang, I'm deeply honored that you haven't forgotten me for such a good deed. But, can you wait a few thousand more years? The powerful races in this world have long oppressed my ancient royal family. I've only just become emperor, and if I don't exploit this world, I'll feel resentful. After hesitating for a while, Emperor Taizong spoke again, and his attitude towards Emperor Taijiang was obviously much better than before. How could Emperor Taizong commit suicide now? His injuries have not healed yet. If he commits suicide, his strength will surely drop drastically. Upon hearing this, Emperor Taijiang pondered in his heart. Although he did not know that Emperor Taizong did not commit suicide because he was injured, and thought that he was attached to the emperor's power, as long as Emperor Taizong agreed, it would not be impossible. Being too impatient will make it easier for the other party to see your flaws. It's only a few thousand years. As long as Emperor Taizong stops slaughtering people, I think those supreme beings won't dare to say anything then. The ancient Emperor Taijiang nodded and said, Taizong, it is understandable that you have this idea. I, the ancestor, will not force you, but you must be sure whether you are willing to ascend to the immortal path with me? Emperor Taizong said happily, "Of course I am willing to go." Okay. This is where the ancestor is buried. If you think the time is right, come find me. Ancient Emperor Taijiang stretched out his hand, and a ray of light emerged from his fingertips and flew into the hands of Emperor Taizong. Next, Emperor Taizong originally wanted to ask about the details of the immortal fate, but Emperor Taijiang Ancient declined on the grounds that the secret of heaven could not be revealed, and only said that Emperor Taizong would know everything when he went to find him in the future. So the two of them just chatted about family matters, mainly because Emperor Taizong was very interested in the past of Emperor Taijiang. The era of the ancient Emperor Taijiang is too far away from the present, and there are no specific records among their ancient royal family from the ancient Emperor Taijiang. We can learn that he was an invincible man 6 million years ago. He first relied on the immortal elixir to live again for 2 lifetimes, and then used his innate magical powers to live again for 3 lifetimes. After that, he reached his limit and finally knew the secret of immortal fate, so he chose to commit suicide and fall into deep sleep. Upon hearing about the immortal elixir, Emperor Taizong became interested and stared at Emperor Taijiang eagerly. If possible, he certainly wanted to live a second life. Emperor Taijiang said helplessly that no matter which immortality elixir it was, as long as the emperor took one of them, the others would lose their effect. So relying on the immortality elixir, he could only live again for 1 life. The immortal medicine in the hands of the ancient Emperor Taijiang had long been traded to an emperor in later generations, and that emperor has now become the supreme being. Name, Lord of the 9 Nether. Sword. He was once a great sword emperor who lived through 4 generations. Although he has only lived through 4 generations, his swordsmanship is so powerful that he is not afraid of even the 5th generation supreme beings who lived long ago. At this point, Emperor Taizong finally understood that the Lord mentioned by the common people was not the same as the Supreme that Emperor Taijiang claimed to be. The Supreme was a more terrifying existence than the Lord, and because of the restrictions of the rules of the world, he had basically never appeared in the world. If a Supreme Being were to appear, the Emperor would probably be in big trouble. Jiang Mu was also shocked when he heard this. He would never have thought that the ancient Emperor Taijiang could actually live for 5 generations. With such strength, if he were to reach the highest level, how could he defy the heavens? And it seems that there are quite a few such supreme beings. How many supreme beings are there in this ancient era? Jiang Mu was glad that the ancient Emperor Taijiang in front of him was just a projection with consciousness, and he could still kill Emperor Taizong. Moreover, the supreme beings seem to be restricted by certain rules and dare not come out easily. In this way, Jiang Mu was not afraid of the arrival of the real body of the ancient Emperor Taijiang. Being born is already so difficult, and it is impossible to reach the highest level after descending into the world, unless you want a die.as for the supreme being who had not reached the ultimate state of sublimation. Jiang Mu felt that he could give it a try to fight against him. In short, there is no need to worry about your life, at the moment. It seemed that the ancient Emperor Taijiang and the great Emperor Taizong had almost finished their conversation. The ancient Emperor Taijiang seemed to want to leave, but Jiang Mu was not willing to give up this hard-won opportunity for a sneak attack. So Jiang Mu began to secretly mobilize the 6 holy body origins, and the sword intent of Hangming's sword was condensed, ready to be unsheathed at any time. When the ancient Emperor Taijiang and his grandson said goodbye, the space was torn apart by the unparalleled sword art, and a flash of green sword intent instantly burst out, piercing through time and space, pointing directly at the great Emperor Taizong. The sword was swift and full of murderous intent, causing Emperor Taizong's heart to tremble. But as an emperor, Emperor Taizong's intuition was also not slow, and he felt this sword law, but unfortunately, feeling it and avoiding it are 2 different things. At the critical moment, Emperor Taizong could only defend himself in time. He swung out a fist that shook the space, leading thousands of swords to bombard the swordlight. Layers of blood curtains emerged from his body, exuding the meaning of the Great Way. The endless light of the laws collided with the green sword intent in an instant. First, thousands of paths were chopped into the light of the laws, and then the 2 great paths collided. The blue and blood light suddenly burst out, breaking through the surrounding blockade, illuminating the dark starry sky, and countless fragments of laws scattered. Then came a sharp explosion that seemed to resound throughout the universe. One of Emperor Taizong's fists was covered in blood, and his body retreated violently in the universe. The Hangming sword in Jiang Mu's hand was knocked away. This attack was evenly matched. Sword. The projection of the ancient Emperor Taijiang was a little stunned, not understanding how a third party could exist. It shattered in shock, and the great Emperor Taizong didn't even have time to protect him. The power of this projection is too weak and cannot withstand the residual power of Emperor Zhan. The Emperor is indeed lacking. Just by using the power of the holy body, Jiang Mu fought against Emperor Taizong to a draw,
and even had a slight advantage. This made Jiang Mu finally certain that the real combat power of Emperor Taizong today was probably only that of an alternative enlightenment. After confirming the strength of Emperor Taizong, Jiang Mu did not stop at all. Almost at the same time when Hang Ming was knocked away, he shortened the distance between himself and Emperor Taizong. The Pure Land of the God King appeared behind him, and countless strange visions emerged, starting to block this piece of the universe and starry sky. Hundreds and thousands of spiritual energies from heaven and earth nearby swarmed towards Jiang Mu at the same time. His momentum rose again, and his blood surged. Among the two pupils, one is like the red sun, and the other is full of moonlight. Jiang Mu swung his fists, one with golden light and the other with purple hue. At the same time, with the power of the sun and the moon, his bare fists are invincible, and with the support of double magic, one punch can melt the stars, and the other can freeze the space. With all six bodies fully open, it looks powerful and strange at the same time. The moment Emperor Taizong retreated violently, he gathered his strength again, with thousands of shields protecting his body. His figure kept changing and became huge in an instant. He felt the terrifying aura behind him, and the heavenly heart seal was suspended, continuously absorbing the power of destiny. Behind him, a scarlet world made up of blood and bones spread out, and all kinds of strange visions composed of the laws of blood and bones crawled out, exuding a terrifying and trembling aura of the great way. At this moment, he no longer cared about his injuries. Emperor Taizong felt that he was going to die. Two strange phenomena, each sweeping across one side of the starry sky, collided. The two men clashed again. Emperor Taizong thought that Jiang Mu used a sword, but he proved his truth with blood and bones, and his body was the embodiment of the laws of the Tao. Without a sword, how could he compete with him? Emperor Taizong, who only revealed his true form, fell into a brief contemplation as he looked at Jiang Mu, who was apparently tiny but majestic, his body flashing with all kinds of strange magical lights and the countless strange visions emerging behind him. As Jiang Mu swung his fists, various great laws of the Tao continued to shatter the Tao of Emperor Taizong, and then his flesh and blood. Emperor Taizong felt that his Tao was completely suppressed. The fist of the tiny figure in front of him was so powerful that it made his Tao roar and shatter continuously. His imperial body couldn't even withstand such a punch. It was either melted or shattered and cracked. Emperor Taizong was completely unable to withstand the attack, and his body was covered in blood in the starry sky. The two of them fought briefly and pierced through one star field after another. As the Hangming sword rejoined the fight, Emperor Taizong's arms were cut off. He let out a howl of pain, and the Tianqin seal was crumbling. 81. With the protection of the holy body, the emperor died tragically. Who are you? Which supreme being is this? Do you know that I am? Although he was constantly being suppressed and beaten, with almost no power to resist, Emperor Taizong still roared unwillingly with a ferocious look on his face. However, Jiang Mu said nothing and just kept punching. The light of the fist illuminates the universe, and the fist breaks the emperor's body. The great way belonging to Emperor Taizong will be wiped out. Why, kill me. Under the cover of the Pure Land vision of God King Jiang Mu, Emperor Taizong's body collapsed into pieces under his fists. Even though he had reached the peak state, he was injured by the Tao and could not maintain it for long. He was soon knocked down and fell into the Pure Land of Strange Vision. Until now, Emperor Taizong still couldn't understand why Jiang Mu attacked him. In his opinion, Jiang Mu's combat power should be the supreme that the ancient Emperor Taijiang mentioned. Didn't he say that he would send the ancestor of Taijiang to persuade him? How could the Supreme take action? Could it be that these supreme beings wanted to kill him from the very beginning, and Emperor Taijiang was just trying to trick him into letting down his guard? Thinking about how he had invited Emperor Taijiang to enter the heartland of the ancient royal family, but Emperor Taijiang had repeatedly postponed it, Emperor Taizong felt a little dazed. Moreover, although the fight between the two was not long, it was enough time for the real Taijiang ancient emperor to come and save the situation. But Taijiang ancient emperor did not appear. When Emperor Taizong thought of this, he felt resentful and unwilling to let him muster up even a little strength again. Taijiang ancient emperor, you deserve to die. Damn it! Emperor Taizong roared, and this roar even penetrated Jiang Mu's blockade and spread to the world. Jiang Mu, who was floating high in the sky, frowned. It was obviously him who beat Emperor Taizong, so why was this guy scolding Emperor Taijiang? Just thinking about it, Jiang Mu understood that Emperor Taizong had mistakenly thought that he was in the same group as Emperor Taijiang. Stop yelling. The ancient Emperor Taijiang will not save your grandson. Jiang Mu flew down and smashed Emperor Taizong's mouth with one punch. Not to mention, even if Emperor Taizong was not a complete emperor, his vitality was still very tenacious, and he could actually withstand the attack of Jiang Mu with all six bodies. Although it is not very powerful, it is very durable. Jiang Mu was a little surprised. This blood and bone cultivator was indeed quite capable. It's a pity there isn't much hair on it. This is the fate that Emperor Taizong deserves. Looking at Jiang Mu holding a long sword, Emperor Taizong's eyes were filled with resentment.
Perhaps he was resentful of Jiang Mu, or perhaps he was resentful of Emperor Taijiang.
In short, he was very unwilling. If he hadn't been seriously injured, Emperor Taizong felt somewhat sad at this moment. Perhaps he would be the emperor who fell the fastest in history. It was only a few decades before he succeeded in attaining enlightenment. Seeing that the time was almost right, Jiang Mu began to retract his various magical powers and visions. Then, with the help of magic power, the Hungming sword became huge and pressed against the center of Emperor Taizong's eyebrows.
Sacrificing your entire clan will ultimately lead to you becoming a heretic. The great emperor is unkind and treats all things as straw dogs.
I am a great sacred body, and I shall protect the peace of all races. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue sword light that illuminated the universe flashed across the sky. The aura of the great Tao belonging to Emperor Taizong vibrated violently, and the suppression of all the Taos was loosened in an instant. Knowing he was dying, Emperor Taizong was still unwilling to give in. However, Jiang Mu's Hungming sword would not give him this opportunity, and the sword body began to absorb the blood of the emperor, nourish the sword with the emperor's blood. The head of Emperor Taizong was pierced by the Hungming sword, and his soul was crushed and turned into nutrients. The heavenly heart seal fell off from his head and headed towards the universe. Seeing this, Jiang Mu tried to remove the Tianqin seal, but he only felt an overwhelming force that he could not resist. I can't trap this heavenly heart seal. So he had no choice but to give up and watch the Tianqin seal disappear in the universe. Where did you go? Jiang Mu couldn't sense it. The mandate of heaven has fallen, and Emperor Taizong is dead. Jiang Mu put away the still warm corpse, took out the flowing light shadow wings before the strange vision completely dissipated, and disappeared into the starry sky. When the strange vision completely dissipated, all that could be seen was the devastated galaxy. Fragments of the Tao were scattered everywhere, countless cracks were created in the space, and the spiritual energy was almost dried up. Of the time that Jiang Mu fought with Emperor Taizong was not long. It could be said to be very short, but its destructive power should not be underestimated, so it was sensed by those in the restricted area at the first time. Unfortunately, although they could get a glimpse of this world, they could not see the specific fighting point. One could only vaguely sense that it was Jiang Mu who was beating Emperor Taizong, especially the last few cries of unwillingness from Emperor Taizong that resounded throughout the universe and the blank space left by Jiang Mu. This old fellow, Taizong Ancient Emperor, is a man of great accomplishments. He can kill his own great emperor's descendants without hesitation. I really admire him. I have been asleep for too long. May I ask, has the ancient royal family always been so cruel? I wonder where the ancient Emperor Taijiang found this helper. He looks like he's at least a third-generation supreme. And he's actually willing to help him? Everyone says that the ancient Emperor Taijiang is a loner, with no one under his command. I didn't expect him to be so well hidden. How many unknown forbidden creatures are there in this world? The familiar supreme beings and masters of the forbidden area all sighed that Emperor Taijiang was too cruel. A great emperor of the time killed people at will. Those supreme beings who jointly exerted pressure thought that ancient Emperor Taijiang was just joking and they just wanted Emperor Taizong to be quiet. They did not expect that ancient Emperor Taijiang would directly kill Emperor Taizong. At this time, the ancient Emperor Taijiang had no words to express his pain and could only look at the deep and profound remains of the battlefield. At the beginning, when his projection was destroyed, he did want to take action. Only he can kill Emperor Taizong. But Jiang Mu showed his strength so quickly that Emperor Taijiang had to be cautious. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally sighed and decided not to take any action. Even after hearing the roar of Emperor Taizong, he remained unmoved. As I said, before becoming an immortal, everything else is insignificant. It's just that the energy and blood of a great emperor is missing. He can bear it, but Emperor Taijiang never figured out the true identity of Jiang Mu, who had taken action. At the very least, his strength is not weaker than that of the Supreme. But why did he take action? Could it be that he has a grudge against Emperor Taizong? Emperor Taijiang could only think this way. If it weren't for the huge hatred, he would never risk heavenly punishment and the depletion of his energy and blood to take action. As for the last few words left by Jiang Mu, Emperor Taijiang didn't take them seriously. The same is true for the existence of many restricted areas. Just think of it as Jiang Mu's prank. The holy body is just another form of enlightenment. If it can live with such strength, doesn't it prove that these supreme rulers have lived in vain? As for Jiang Mu's existence, the supreme beings only regarded him as a forbidden creature. As long as the other party does not interfere with their food storage, they will ignore its existence. We will see each other again when we ascend to immortality. Unlike the restricted area, the supreme beings of all races discovered the war much later. Moreover, they could not see a fight of this scale, they could only see one result, who was the ancient Emperor Tai Jiang. It turns out to be an ancient being, and from a restricted area, the Great Holy Body, protecting the peace of all races. Killing a contemporary emperor is so domineering and shocking. When did such a holy body appear in the world? Which one of the 9 holy bodies is this? Above all the Taos, only the Tao traces of Emperor Taizong remained. Did Emperor Taizong actually fall? In an instant, all kinds of explosion information spread, shocking and astonishing all living beings of all races. Since ancient times, only emperors have killed holy bodies. When has a holy body ever killed an emperor? The holy body killed an emperor, a young emperor, the like of which the world had never seen before. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the opposite of Tiangang. The emperor died tragically less than 100 years after he attained enlightenment, and the story is full of confusion. What is true and what is false? But the fact is that none of the tribes were sad, instead they cheered for his good death. 82. The shortest-lived emperor in history to all living beings, Emperor Taizong is much more evil than the ruler of the Forbidden Area. Some creatures even felt that Emperor Taizong died tragically less than 100 years after he attained enlightenment. Perhaps even God could not bear to see this, and that Emperor Taizong, as an emperor, was being punished by heaven. I am the time when this restricted area cannot be dominated by a master. It would be the same even without Emperor Taizong. And because Emperor Taizong has attained enlightenment for less than 100 years, his great Tao has almost no suppression on all other Taos, and the Tao traces left behind are also very weak. Now that all races are prosperous, perhaps it will only take 1,000 years for all the ways to revive again, and then we can welcome the Imperial Pass Great Wall again. Furthermore, the top prodigies of this era have almost all fallen, and the prodigies of the new era have yet to rise. Those prodigies who lag behind seem to have the opportunity to achieve the status of great emperor. This has never happened in the past few million years. If one's combat power is not at the top level and one cannot be the best in the world, how can one become an emperor? Although there are still many obstacles to becoming an emperor, this does not prevent these lesser geniuses from vying for this opportunity. Even if they die in the thunder tribulation in the end, they will die without regrets. Countless quasi-emperor geniuses who have reached the end of their cultivation are once again walking the world, hoping to find a way to go further. The battlefield between Jiang Mu and Emperor Taizong is a good place to go. Not only can you explore the truth of the fight, but you can also use the remaining Tao rhyme to hone yourself for a moment. In addition to endless sighs, many monks set out one after another to this starry sky in the universe. Unfortunately, in this battlefield that affected thousands of starfields, nothing could be found except the broken galaxy, scattered remnants of the Tao and some imperial blood left by Emperor Taizong. It seems that the body of Emperor Taizong was taken away by the being who claimed to be the holy-bodied. Is the person who killed Emperor Taizong and said the words of protecting all races really a holy body? Which holy body is it? Throughout history, there have been only a few holy bodies that have the hard power to challenge the emperor. It is impossible to infer anything based on the scattered Tao aura on the battlefield, and deducing the imperial war is a huge cause and effect, which is impossible for all races. Therefore, the supreme beings of all races can only record certain conclusions based on the information they receive. Emperor Taizong once called out the name of Emperor Tai Jiang, and this battle was closely related to it. The ancient Emperor Tai Jiang was also the long-standing emperor of the ancient royal family, and it was even less likely that he was a holy body. He was obviously a forbidden area existence. Or is it that Emperor Taizong is joining forces with Emperor Taijiang to fight against the holy body? This conclusion is even more ridiculous. It simply crushes the cultivation knowledge of all races. No matter how powerful a great saintly body that has achieved enlightenment in a different way is, it doesn't have the strength to fight two people at once. Ultimately, only a few details about this battle were recorded in the unknown and passed down to future generations. Perhaps they would exaggerate a bit and make Emperor Taizong a great emperor whose reputation would last through the ages. After all, looking at ancient history, it is extremely rare to have an emperor who only reigned for a few decades, and he can be called the emperor with the shortest lifespan. Most likely they will become a laughingstock for future generations. The great Emperor Taizong died halfway through his career. The ancient royal family creatures that were finally gathered together were affected by the war. Some of them perished, and then they were slaughtered by the geniuses of all races who rushed over, especially those starfield cultivators who were destroyed by the great Emperor Taizong. They could only watch their hometowns destroyed and their clansmen died tragically, and they took their anger out on the ancient royal family. It can be said that the ancient royal family has almost been strangled to extinction and is condemned by everyone, but fortunately, the ancient royal family is the cockroaches in the world of immortal cultivation. As long as two of them survive, they can become a race. Although they were almost wiped out, there were still some that escaped and fled far into the universe. It would probably be difficult for these ancient royal families to prosper again. Fortunately, the ancient Emperor Taijang, who was hiding in the restricted area, couldn't bear to see this. Actually, he also had some responsibility. Although he felt reluctant, he only secretly squeezed out a tiny amount of his essence and blood, diluted it into many parts, and dropped it into the bodies of some ancient royal monks in various parts of the universe. This is all he can do to prevent the ancient royal family from becoming extinct, because, when embarking on an unknown path to immortality, he had no assurance of victory and the possibility of his fall was also very high. Just wait a little longer, it'll be here soon. A huge skeleton lying on the land flashed two scarlet lights in its eye sockets, and Emperor Taijang chose to sleep again. Jiang Mu's identity is a mystery, and he disappeared again, and no trace of him was found in the world. Jiang Mu, who hid his merits and fame, did not actually go far. Instead, he transformed into an ordinary creature and wandered in the starry sky for several years. After making sure that he was not contaminated by any aura and was not being targeted by any existence, he quickly returned to his hometown, the small world. Good things come in pairs. Not only have we eliminated a great emperor who brought disaster to the world, but we have also accelerated the arrival of the next battle of destiny. After returning to the small world, Jiang Mu felt the changes in the world and looked at the supreme beings of all races who were born one after another. He knew that the next battle for destiny would not last too long because Emperor Taizong was too short-lived. So Jiang Mu couldn't help but think of one person, that was Jiang Ju. The geniuses still alive in this era are not as strong as him. Those who were stronger than him either died at the last step of the Imperial Pass or were killed by Emperor Taizong. It can be said that Jiang Ju has a great chance in the next battle of destiny. It can even be said that few creatures among all races can compete with him. His biggest obstacles are the Emperor's Heart Question and the Thunder Tribulation. However, these two levels vary from person to person. Some are easier to pass, while others are more difficult. This kid is so lucky. Jiang Mu couldn't help but sigh. He never expected that by some unexpected coincidence, Jiang Ju, who had been defeated hundreds of times, would be qualified to aspire to be the emperor. Doesn't this also indirectly indicate that I can teach a great emperor? It can't be taught. Who makes Jiang Ju so lucky? Thinking of this, Jiang Mu felt that he had to do something. He couldn't let the throne slip away from Jiang Ju's hands. After all, although Jiang Ju has become the biggest dark horse, he is not the only dark horse. Jiang Mu feels that to be on the safe side, he needs to train Jiang Ju a little more. So Jiang Mu decided to show up again, and he descended into the mortal world. What was Jiang Ju doing at this time? He did not go out like others, but was dividing the family. As the saying goes, those who have different ideals cannot work together. He did not take anything away, and even left a lot behind. In exchange for the ancestral temple, Jiang Ju took the ancestral temple and his clansmen and left the land that had been passed down from generation to generation. In order to avoid being liquidated, Jiang Ju acted very cautiously and covertly, without attracting the attention of the outside world. He brought his clansmen to a corner of the Red Dust Realm far away from disputes. Perhaps no one would know that the Jiang family here was the once famous Jiang family. Jiang Mu did not show up, but secretly watched Jiang Ju's every move. After settling this group of tribesmen, Jiang Ju convened a meeting. He planned to go into seclusion and would participate in the next battle for the Imperial Pass. For Jiang Ju, there is no need to fight and gain experience anymore, because there are few people in this world who are stronger than him. What he lacks is his own understanding. Since he doesn't have to endure tens of thousands of years waiting for the next great era, Jiang Ju will naturally not miss this opportunity. Jiang Ju even has a feeling that this is simply an opportunity given to him by God. If Jiang Ju missed even this opportunity, it would only mean that he was too stupid. The tribe members naturally strongly supported Jiang Ju's decision. So just when Jiang Ju was about to turn his back on worldly affairs and go into seclusion deep in this place, a voice called out to him. Jiang Ju, I'm here to help you. 83 Yes sir, wait for my triumphant return, Mr. Omiki. Jiang Ju was surprised. Although he didn't understand why Jiang Mu was always elusive, Jiang Ju was still very happy to see Jiang Mu again, especially when he learned that Jiang Mu was going to continue teaching him how to practice and fight for destiny. In a secluded place where only two people were, Jiang Mu quietly set up a barrier to isolate everything. In this way, even if Jiang Mu personally took part in the battle and taught harshly, it would not be discovered by the outside world. Before starting to teach, Jiang Mu first gave a general account of the current situation in the world, indicating that he was very optimistic about Jiang Ju. Jiang Ju also humbly said that he was lucky. Who knew that Emperor Taizong would die young? However, Jiang Ju still had some doubts. Sir, why don't you fight? At this level, Jiang Mu was still able to teach Jiang Ju, which made Jiang Ju amazed.
If Jiang Mu fought for the destiny, who could defeat him? But Jiang Mu gave him the chance. You have to know that if Jiang Mu also stepped into the divine pass, everyone else, including Jiang Ju himself, would be killed. Not fighting is fighting, and fighting is not fighting. Don't underestimate me because I'm strong.
But with my energy and blood, I probably can't even walk the entire Imperial Pass Great Wall, let alone the Imperial Heart questioning way.
Jiang Mu combined history and said, how many people have you heard of who attained enlightenment in their old age? If not, why don't those people from the dusty era go? Can the teacher of the great emperor definitely become the great emperor? Strength is important, but so is your state of mind.
Jiang Ju, your Jiang family first had Yazoo, who was always victorious but couldn't become an emperor, and then you, who was always defeated, were able to achieve enlightenment.
Then you will surpass Yazoo. While preaching, Jiang Mu also hinted at himself, which made Jiang Ju excited. He couldn't help but nod repeatedly, thinking that the gentleman was worthy of being a gentleman. Jiang Mu asked loudly, tell me, do you have the confidence to become an emperor? Jiang Ju responded loudly, yes. Jiang Mu asked again, what are you going to do? I, Jiang Ju, will definitely become an emperor. What if I lose 100 times? I don't need Yazoo to become an emperor. I will surpass Yazoo. So Jiang Mu began his teaching of Jiang Ju, which lasted until the arrival of the Imperial Pass Great Wall. A total of 1,300 years for Jiang Ju. His energy and blood are still at their peak. Under Jiang Mu's ultra-high pressure, his combat power has been further improved, and he is now on par with his former opponents. It's just a pity how many of the former opponents are still there. In addition, Jiang Mu also made a set of equipment for Jiang Ju. Of course, Jiang Mu didn't know how to refine weapons, but he went to a large weapon refining factory under an assumed name and spent a huge amount of money to refine them. Jiang Mu can provide good enough materials. It was a dark purple battle armor that could provide Jiang Ju with all-round protection, and it was already the limit of a quasi-imperial weapon. The weapon used by Jiang Ju was made by Jiang Mu himself. It was a double-headed hammer that matched Jiang Ju's avenue and could unleash thunder. Moreover, one of the materials is a bone from the corpse of Emperor Taizong. At first, Jiang Mu named it Rithi Tian Chui, but Jiang Ju really felt awkward about it. Jiang Mu was actually just joking. After all, this name was tainted with great karma, so how could he dare to choose it casually? Since it is Jiang Ju's weapon, he can name it himself. All the laws of nature shook, and all kinds of magical visions appeared in the world. The Great Wall of Diguan was projected into every sky and earth, mysterious and majestic, magnificent and ancient. Beings who have reached the level of saints can feel the joy of all laws. After more than 1,000 years, creatures of the same era once again witnessed the opening of the Diguan Great Wall. Once again, countless monks set out on their journey of fighting for the Imperial Pass, fighting for destiny. Jiang Mu stood on the top of the mountain and watched Jiang Ju go. Go ahead. Everything is ready. Jiang Mu feels that he has tried his best. If Jiang Ju cannot achieve enlightenment, it only means that he has no chance of becoming an emperor. Jiang Ju asked, Sir, you won't leave without saying goodbye again this time, right? Jiang Mu smiled and said, First, become the emperor. Jiang Ju thought about it and realized that Jiang Mu had made so many efforts for him. If he still couldn't become an emperor, he would be too embarrassed to see Jiang Mu again, so he simply stopped asking. So he laughed heartily, Sir, wait for my triumphant return. He remained confident, smiled heroically, said goodbye to Jiang Mu solemnly, rose from the ground, crossed the space in an instant, and appeared in the boundary of the Red Dust Realm. At this time, many monks were also passing through the barrier and suddenly felt a terrifying aura. It's him! 100 defeated quasi-emperors. Hiss, the biggest dark horse is gone too. Watching Jiang Ju leave, Jiang Mu could only pray for Jiang Ju in his heart. He has provided the greatest help, and the rest of the journey depends on Jiang Ju himself. If Jiang Ju attains enlightenment, then Jiang Mu will have taught a great emperor, and he can be called the emperor's teacher, and at the same time, he will have a period of peace and stability. There is nothing to be disappointed about Jiang Ju's failure. Just consider it as a gain of experience. Next, it's time to do my own thing. Afterwards, Jiang Mu also left the place where he had stayed for 1,300 years and returned to his hometown. Jiang Mu had never brought Jiang Ju here. No one except Jiang Mu can know his secret. The Dusty Engineer is a mascot, not a human being. Although Jiang Mu thought he knew Jiang Ju's current character and mentality very well, if Jiang Ju really achieved enlightenment and became an emperor, how would he feel when facing an existence that was neither the master of the forbidden area nor the emperor, but could live forever? How many of those restricted area masters were once great emperors who protected all races,
But when faced with becoming immortals and achieving longevity, they chose to go against their original selves. No one's original intention will remain unchanged, and the same is true for the emperor. Maybe Jiang Ju would be a gentleman, but Jiang Mu didn't want to take the risk, so he would rather be a villain. After all, Jiang Mu didn't want to become enemies with Jiang Ju and kill him with his own hands. During these 1,300 years, Jiang Mu had been almost never idle. In addition to helping Jiang Ju, he was also working hard to refine the corpse of Emperor Taizong. The emperor's blood and soul turned into nutrients for the Hungming sword, enough for it to digest for a long time. The skin and tendons were peeled off and dissolved into the red tasseled spear, and the hair and beard became that red tassel. The huge skeleton was refined in the wings of flowing light and shadow to restore it to its former glory. Gouge out the eyes as a souvenir. The remaining flesh is fed to the Tower of True Demon. It can be said that when one emperor falls, four soldiers are born. Emperor Taizong burned out. Although it would take another 1,000 years to complete all of this, Jiang Mu felt that killing Emperor Taizong was worth it. I also learned some secrets. The benefits far outweigh the risks, so Jiang Mu began to examine himself. With my strength, I wonder if I will be qualified to compete when the so-called immortal road opens. There are still tens of thousands of years left. As long as the emperor doesn't cause any trouble, I can do my own thing. 84. One emperor's success. Countless bones died in the deep space of the universe. The Imperial Pass Great Wall once again welcomed creatures of all races. In just over 1,000 years, we can once again experience the beauty of enlightenment. How many times can we have this opportunity in our lifetime? Moreover, because most of the top geniuses died in the last battle for destiny, many creatures of all races smelled an opportunity to die in the past. They could not compete with those top geniuses, but now everyone is the same. How can they let go of this opportunity that is closest to destiny? Therefore, there are more monks setting foot on the Great Wall of Divine Pass this time. Even many old guys think it is an opportunity. They have also set foot on the Imperial Pass. If they cannot compete with those geniuses who led an era, how can they not compete with those who are left? Many monks stopped to look at the starry sky around them. Jiang Ju walked alone across the starry sky to the Diguan Great Wall. Although he came with the determination to win, he was very low-key and did not show his power. But even so, his arrival still attracted the attention of countless creatures of all races, and they all looked at Jiang Ju. After all, everyone knows that if we talk about who has the greatest hope of becoming emperor this time, the quasi-emperor who has been defeated 100 times is undoubtedly the biggest candidate. Although he has been defeated hundreds of times, he is only one move behind his opponent. Such strength is definitely top-notch today, not to mention that most of the geniuses from all races who could defeat Jiang Ju are dead. If we were to rank the geniuses of this era, it would be equivalent to almost all of the top 100 dying, so Jiang Ju, who was ranked 101st, would naturally become the best in the world. And why use almost? Because there are still several geniuses who once defeated Jiang Ju and are still alive, but it is said that these geniuses cannot even pass the emperor's heart question. Jiang Ju is here. The prodigies of this generation have withered, and the new prodigies have not yet grown. Can those old guys defeat him? Although Emperor Jiang Juan is indeed invincible at this moment, he is not without rivals. Several geniuses who once suppressed Jiang Ju are still alive. Whether or not it can pass the emperor's heart question is still a question. No one can come to a conclusion until the last moment. Jiang Ju has been relatively unknown these years, and no one knows where he is hiding. What about his strength? Many supreme beings began to discuss the matter, and some even went to greet Jiang Ju and make themselves acquainted with him, as if they were certain that Jiang Ju would be able to achieve enlightenment and become an emperor. Jiang Ju just nodded slightly, looked around, and then stepped into the Diguan Great Wall. He didn't come too early, so it was just the right time for him to step in. And having already walked it once, it seemed much easier to walk it the second time. At least that's what Jiang Ju felt. Maybe it was related to his familiarity, or maybe it was related to the improvement of his strength. His entire body is covered in armor, and he holds a giant double-headed hammer in his hand. He is invincible and moves forward courageously, and he will kill anything that stands in his way. His unparalleled lightning shone in a certain ancient imperial road, and the enemies that were once considered difficult to deal with were now easily killed. Jiang Ju knew that he had indeed become stronger, and all this was inseparable from the credit of Mr. Haimu. So Jiang Ju secretly swore in his heart that if he could really win this destiny, he would treat Mr. Haimu like his own reborn parent, and would never be able to repay his kindness in this lifetime. For now, just focus on fighting. Jiang Ju walked quickly as he had a smooth journey. Soon he reached the depths of the Imperial Pass. He walked through the bronze corridor, put away his armor and weapons, and came to the place where the emperor asked questions. At this time, there were already some people in the hall, not many in number, only 4 in total, including Jiang Ju. There are 5 people in total. A genius who once defeated Jiang Ju came from the 8 desolate world. An old man who transcends time in the star field of the universe. The 2 equally young faces should also be the geniuses of this era, but they are not very famous. At the moment, they are covered with wounds. In this state, they have no way to compete with others for the opportunity to ask the emperor's heart question, so they can be ignored. When the 4 people saw Jiang Ju, they were very surprised at first, and then their faces became gloomy, except for the genius who had defeated Jiang Ju. His expression looked better. However, the 4 of them still greeted Jiang Ju. Bye-bye Jiang Ju, I didn't expect that we would meet this time. It seems that your luck is not very good. The genius of the 8 desolations laughed. In his opinion, although Jiang Ju was invincible in this era, that was only relative to other people. He was very confident in himself as he had once defeated Jiang Ju. You should be the one with bad luck. Hearing this, Jiang Ju found a place to sit down and then replied softly, I heard that fellow Taoist broke through an ancient road, but in the end he failed to reach the emperor's heart. Don't you like it? Upon hearing this, the proud man's face darkened, his eyes narrowed, and he gave Jiang Ju a sinister smile. At the very least, I can break through an ancient road, but you, a man who has been defeated 100 times, don't even have this chance. Really? Jiang Ju remained non-committal. I have indeed suffered countless defeats in my life, but to you, it's just one defeat. In my life, I will only lose to the same opponent once. After saying that, an inexplicable aura flowed through Jiang Ju, attracting the attention of others. Your Excellency has indeed made progress in the past 1,000 years, but how do you know that I haven't? However, that genius was also very powerful and confronted Jiang Mu head-on. Both knew that the other was their greatest rival. Even if the 2 injured men joined forces, they could not defeat one of them. The other old man was weak in qi and blood, and it was obviously not easy for him to get to this point. However, Jiang Ju and Bahuang Tianjia just stared at each other without taking any action. This subtle atmosphere lasted until the emperor's heart question was about to begin. It doesn't take very long. Everyone stood up at the same time and opened their eyes. Will the 5 people conduct the emperor's heart question at the same time, or will they compete to become the only one? Obviously there is an answer. How about clearing out the other 3 first, and then you and I can fight? The 8 desolate pride suggested. Jiang Ju nodded, that's exactly what I meant. The other 3 people looked unhappy. Aren't we human? My 2 young friends, I have lived a few more eras and eaten more spirit stones. Please don't look down on me. The old quasi-emperor smiled silently, and his aura suddenly burst out, changing his frivolous look. Time seemed to turn back on him, and his figure became taller and younger. He does have some real skills. Have you burned your last bit of energy and blood, and fought to the death? Everyone was slightly surprised. Even if he won the fight, if he couldn't succeed in asking the emperor's question, this man who transcended the times would surely die. The word emperor has ruined countless people like this. Okay. Since you all have such ambitions, then out of respect for you fellow Taoists, I can only use my full strength. Jiang Ju laughed loudly. At this moment, he also felt the passion of competing. Going all out was a sign of respect for each other. Hearing this, fanaticism flashed in the eyes of the others, and everyone's aura was rising. One emperor's success is built on the bones of thousands of people. Kill. Jiang Ju shouted softly, with thunder in his eyes. A melee broke out, and the 5 people's laws and magical powers intertwined together, emitting the ultimate light. According to the time, the emperor's heart questioning has begun. In this small world, Jiang Mu suddenly looked up, his thoughts reaching the deep space of the universe, and he began to spy on the Great Wall of Diguan. He hoped that it would be Jiang Ju who would walk out of a certain ancient road. 85. I won't lose again. Emperor Xian asked if this process might be very long for the cultivators who were doing it, but to the outside world, it is actually very short. Many supreme beings gazed into the depths of the Imperial Pass. Not long after, the first ray of light from the avenue finally appeared, and out walked a young genius whose aura had reached the peak. The last genius from the Chuhan realm to set foot on the Imperial Pass Great Wall. Many creatures recognized this figure. This genius had attempted the Emperor's heart test last time, but failed. I didn't expect that I would be recognized this time. Following the appearance of the first figure, 2 more figures appeared one after another. The Heaven Realm, the prodigy from the celestial race, is also the prodigy who was not recognized last time. There is another one. Jiang Ju, the 100 defeat quasi-emperor. Jiang Ju from the Jiang family of the Red Dust Realm.
Sure enough, he also passed the exam. He's truly the biggest dark horse. That's interesting. Deep in the Imperial Pass, beneath the heavenly heartseal guarded by thousands of paths, three figures stood on their respective ancient roads and city walls. The three of them looked at each other from a distance, full of hostility towards each other. It was not until a long time later that the rest of the ancient imperial roads began to dissipate. Without the light of the avenue, it meant that no one could be recognized by destiny and become a candidate. This time, there are only three people fighting for destiny, the supreme beings of all races who watched this scene sighed and thought to themselves that it was just as expected. Even if the opportunity is right in front of you, only the truly top-notch people can pass it. It is extremely difficult for ordinary creatures to pass the test. Now, among these three people, who will win in the end? Full of suspense. At this point, no one underestimated the quasi-emperor Jiang Ju, who had been defeated 100 times. Even the other two, who are also destined to be together, even take it seriously. After all, Jiang Ju succeeded in asking the emperor's heart question for the first time, while they did it for the second time, which was enough to show the difference in strength between them. Fellow Taoist Jiang, if I remember correctly, there seems to be a genius from the 8 desolate worlds on this ancient road of yours. He and I are good friends. I wonder if he has already left after losing to you. The man of destiny from the Chuan boundary was wearing a purple gold dragon robe and asked Jiang Ju from a distance, very politely. After thinking for a while, Jiang Ju told the truth: he is dead. How could it be? Even if you're not as strong as me, you can just admit defeat and leave. This is what we agreed on before. Could it be that you, brother Jiang? Jiang Ju shook his head. I didn't kill him, it was his obsession that killed himself. He said that the struggle for the great Tao has always been like this. The destined one angrily said, impossible. You must have killed him by force. Jiang Ju's expression remained calm. He blocked my way, and I gave him a chance. You deserve to die. This genius from the Chuan realm was furious. The person Jiang Ju had killed was his best friend, and now he was actually dead like this. He waved his sleeves, and his endless magic power transformed into thousands of troops, which rushed towards Jiang Ju. Then you should go down and accompany him. Jiang Ju was not afraid at all. There was lightning in his eyes. Suddenly, countless thick dark purple thunders fell from his head. He punched out, and the thunder evolved into various images of strange beasts, which also blasted away. The next moment, Jiang Ju put on his armor, holding a huge hammer in his hand, leading the thunder. Thunderclouds gathered in the dome and covered the battlefield. This scene made the eyelids of the supreme leaders of all races who were watching the battle jump. At first glance, it looked like a thunderstorm was coming. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Jiang Ju's great magical power. This quasi-emperor who has been defeated hundreds of times seems to be very extraordinary at this moment. The battle of destiny has begun. However, it was Jiang Ju who was fighting with the genius from the Chuan world. Another genius from the Celestial clan wanted to take advantage of the situation, but Jiang Ju didn't give him a chance. He directly surrounded him with thunder, and locked onto the opponent with endless dark thunder, forcing him to fight back. The magical powers and laws of the three people collided with each other, condensing into the real power of laws in the starry sky, distorting and killing. Jiang Ju, however, fought 1 against 2 and was not at a disadvantage. This scene is shocking. This Jiang Ju is so terrifyingly strong. You have to know that the two people they faced were once opponents who could defeat him. Now you can handle it by fighting 1 against 2. What exactly did Emperor Jiang Ju go through? Countless supreme beings from all races concluded that the possibility of Jiang Ju becoming the emperor was too great. It's stable. It depends on whether we can survive the thunder tribulation. Jiang Mu, who was watching the battle, also gave his evaluation. He knew best how much combat power Jiang Ju had. It was only a matter of time before he defeated these two contenders for destiny. The only remaining test for Jiang Ju is the thunder tribulation. If Jiang Ju really becomes the emperor, should he show up? Jiang Mu was a little hesitant. Jiang Ju, who had become an emperor and completed his life transformation, could naturally see some of his own differences. Will Jiang Ju, who has become the emperor, change because of his change in state of mind? Jiang Mu decided not to show up for the time being and to observe what kind of emperor Jiang Ju would be after becoming one. After all, Jiang Mu didn't want the emperor he trained to be an unqualified emperor. Jiang Mu continued to watch the battle. As expected, just as Jiang Mu predicted, Jiang Ju's thundering power was unparalleled, and he finally blew up the genius from the Chuan world with one hammer. This time, Jiang Ju was covered in blood and looked terrifying. The other destined one of the Celestial clan was trembling in fear, but he refused to admit defeat. He condensed a vision of the law and wanted to launch a sneak attack. Jiang Ju, who had no time to dodge, was hit by the axe of the strange phenomenon. As his armor exploded, a line of blood spurted out from his back, court death. Jiang Ju was angry. This was a gift from his master, Boom. Carrying the residual power of the vision, Jiang Ju turned around and struck out with a hammer. At the same time that the light of Enlai corroded the vision, his figure flashed like a bolt of thunder and appeared in front of the destined one of the celestial clan. The ultimate Enlai law was magnified on the fist, several punches were thrown, attract thunder to destroy the soul. The head of the celestial clan's chosen one exploded in the air, yellow blood shot out like a pillar of light into the sky, and his remains fell into the endless abyss. Jiang Ju turned around and put away the broken armor and the modeled thunder hammer. He was breathing heavily, his breath fluctuating. I will not lose again. Sir, I did it, are you watching? Jiang Ju turned his head and looked outside the Diguan Great Wall. Although he did not see Jiang Mu, Jiang Ju knew that the master must be watching, so he smiled. Although no one was stopping him, things were not over yet. Jiang Ju sorted out his thoughts, looked up, and headed towards the Tianqin seal that was guarding Wan Dao. Is this destiny? As the distance got closer, Jiang Ju could feel Tianming's joy, and an invisible force was attracting him. So Jiang Ju reached out and grabbed the light, and then broke free. The heavenly heart seal leaped onto Jiang Ju's head, and rays of light fell down. Jiang Ju felt that his strength was constantly improving, and his understanding of the laws of the Tao became more and more profound. Infinite power was born in his body. Jiang Ju's aura reached its peak, and his injuries were healing. He felt that his current self could easily blow up his former self with a single punch. This is the supreme power. Looking up, dark clouds were pressing down, thunder was brewing, and various colored divine thunders were flashing continuously. Come on, let's see whether your thunder is more powerful or my thunder is more powerful. Jiang Ju's eyes were bright, and an invincible aura emanated from him, and his figure gradually disappeared into the thunderclouds. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the universe, and rumbling thunder spread throughout the starry sky and the earth. Ps. Those who want to follow the updates can join the Tomato group. If I take a break one day in the future, I will tell you in the group to avoid you waiting. You can see it by clicking on my homepage. Ps. There should be 2 more chapters at 0 o'clock. 86. Emperor Jiexiao. Jiang Ju survived the thunder tribulation. The starry sky was once again shrouded in thunder, and all living beings tactfully retreated, wondering how to establish good relations with the upcoming emperor. Only the Jiang family cultivators were waiting excitedly on the sidelines. Of course, this does not belong to Jiang Ju's Jiang family, but an original branch. The clansmen belonging to Jiang Ju's lineage are still praying for Jiang Ju's return in the Red Dust Realm. Their strength is too weak and they have not gone to the deep space at all. But the other branch that had parted ways came up shamelessly. In their opinion, they have also paid a price for Jiang Ju to be where he is today. Even if Jiang Ju becomes an emperor, he will still be the emperor of their Jiang family. However, whether Jiang Ju will recognize them in the end is another question. Jiang Mu looked relieved. Jiang Ju, this kid, really lived up to his reputation and successfully reached the last step of this is the closest time to the emperor. It depends on whether we can survive this disaster. Jiang Mu carefully felt Jiang Ju's thunder tribulation. Although it was not weak, it was not ridiculously strong either. He should be able to survive it. After all, Jiang Ju is not like Emperor Taizong, who bears many causes and consequences. He will be a complete emperor next. Just wait quietly. So Jiang Mu continued to refine the corpse of Emperor Taizong. This wait lasted for 500 years. The ordinary thunder tribulations of a great emperor last for hundreds of years. 500 years is already a long time. Emperor Taizong only lasted for 600 years to overcome the thunder tribulation. This kid's thunder tribulation so strong? When Jiang Mu was puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. The rules of the Great Tao prevented Jiang Mu from seeing what was happening inside the thunder tribulation. He only knew that Jiang Ju was definitely not dead as long as the thunder tribulation did not end. We can only continue to wait. Then another 400 years passed, and Jiang Mu had almost worn away the body of Emperor Taizong. The emperor's thunder tribulation has not ended yet. Jiang Mu was a little confused. The supreme beings of all races were in a state of confusion. Instead, the beings in the restricted area looked at it from a distance, and some supreme figures seemed to be thinking about something. This contemporary emperor is quite peculiar. He seems to enjoy bathing in heavenly thunder. The intensity of the thunder tribulation was indeed not great, but it just didn't end. It was not until another 100 years later, which was equivalent to Jiang Ju having endured 1,000 years of thunder tribulation, that the thunderclouds showed signs of dissipating. The great calamity of the emperor is finally coming to an end. After enduring 1,000 years of disaster, is Jiang Ju still alive? The answer soon came. A vast and boundless lightning pierced through the ancient and modern universe, and a tall, supreme, young and handsome figure appeared in the eyes of the people. The Supremes once again felt the feeling of all the ways being severely suppressed, and the aura of Jiangju's great way swept across the entire universe. The mighty imperial power descended upon the world, and strange phenomena occurred in various parts of the world. Thunder! Thunder! Is this the only destiny? Jiangju took a step forward, murmured, and felt the new power. As he walked, myriad paths rose and fell beneath his feet, the heavenly heart seal shone above his head, and his entire body shone so brightly that it was impossible to look directly at him. Sir, I have achieved enlightenment and become an emperor. Jiangju looked towards the red dust realm again, crossing the long distance in an instant. However, after scanning the mortal realm, he did not see the person he wanted to see. Sir, who are you? Jiangju was a little disappointed, but no exception. Mr. Haimu disappeared. At this moment, those former Jiang family cultivators who had been separated had already stood at a place far enough away from Jiangju and were waiting. It's not that they don't want to go further, but Jiangju's imperial aura makes it difficult for them to move forward. But Jiangju must have seen them. However, Jiangju acted as if he didn't see them and left on his own. The Jiang family members looked at each other, but did not dare to follow. I really can't keep up. Becoming an emperor should be a very joyful thing. However, Jiangju couldn't find the person who shared his joy with him at the first time. Jiangmu is no longer in the mortal world. Fortunately, Jiangju still has many relatives alive at this time. Now that he has become emperor, he no longer needs to hide. Jiangju naturally had his own plans at this time. Therefore, the first thing he did after returning to the Red Dust Realm was to announce loudly that he would continue the glory of the Jiang family with his own Taoist tradition and completely separate himself from the previous Jiang family. At the same time, Jiangju's own title of emperor also spread his name, Jie Xiao. At this point, the new emperor had the title of emperor, and few people dared to use his real name. Perhaps Emperor Jie Xiao is the only one left in the world. Since Jiangju wants to continue the glory of the Jiang family with his own Taoist tradition, to put it bluntly, he wants all races to come and congratulate him. Originally, many forces wanted to pay a visit as soon as possible. Now that Jiangju had made the announcement, they naturally accepted it with pleasure. It seems that since when, every time a great emperor is born, congratulations from all races have become a basic rule. But fortunately, Jiangju is a human, and as everyone knows, the human emperor is the kindest person. As long as you are polite, you will basically not be argued with. On Jiangju's path to enlightenment, basically no force has ever created irreconcilable hatred with him. To Jiangju now, these are just minor quarrels that can be resolved by simply apologizing. Moreover, at this point, everyone in the world knows that the Jiang family has fallen apart to this extent. After becoming the emperor, does Jiangju no longer want his poor relatives? No wonder Emperor Jiexiao's residence is not the original Jiang family territory. Many forces think so, even those former members of the Jiang family think so. They were so bold that they wanted to ask Jiangju for an explanation. The leaders were the ancestors, who cried, made a fuss, and even hanged themselves in front of the new Jiang family mansion, demanding a merger. Jiangju had disliked them for a long time, and now they dared to come to his house and act so rudely, completely ignoring him. The emperor, the world's top powers are all watching. If this matter is not handled properly, it will damage the reputation of this great emperor. But does Jiangju value reputation? As the great emperor, how could he be controlled by others? With one breath, he blew these troublemakers into ashes. Why does the emperor need a reason to take action? Jiangju doesn't care, nor does he care about the eyes of the world. So in the eyes of outsiders, this Emperor Jie Xiao was really hateful. He had no regard for family ties at all and actually wiped out all his poor relatives in one breath. If I don't give something nice, will people remember me? So after tens of thousands of years, the Jiang family was re-established and once again received congratulations from all clans. As for the previous Jiang family, I'm sorry, I don't know them. Only the place where Emperor Jiexiao exists is the real Jiang family in the Red Dust Realm. First, there was Emperor Suifeng Jiang Liuguang, then there was the great master Jiang Mu, whose name was recorded in history. Now there is Emperor Jiexiao. If we talk about the foundation of the Jiang family, I am afraid it will not be inferior to any other force. Fortunately, Emperor Jiexiao is a human, and this era can only belong to the human race. It is well known that the human race loves peace. Even if a single human were to exist, the chaos that occurred during the reign of the Divine Power Emperor would never occur. This is a blessing for all living beings. Plus, since the Lord of the Forbidden Zone doesn't come out, Emperor Jiexiao only needs to deal with the invasion of strange creatures. He can stay in the world for a long time and protect the peace of all races. The great Emperor Jiexiao must be as wise and sage as his ancestor. All races gathered in the mortal realm.
This was an unprecedented event. Many professional supreme beings who had been eager for the show began their professional performances. For a time, Emperor Jesio became famous. After all, as the saying goes, environment shapes one's character. Emperor Jie was born into such a family, with examples from his ancestors, so naturally his actions would not be bad. 87. Two people who should slip away. Emperor Jie lowered his status and personally came forward to receive the supreme leader of all races. This was somewhat different from his previous behavior of violently killing those relatives, which made the supreme of all races feel uneasy. He wondered if Emperor Jie was a smiling tiger, who treated people humbly on the surface but would kill people directly if he was not satisfied with the gifts sent to him. Obviously, they worried too much. Jiang Ju really just wanted to revive the Jiang family, and the gifts from all races were the best foundation. This saved him the trouble of searching for it himself. Jiang Ju was lost in thought as he looked at the gifts sent by all races, each one more precious than the other, some even suitable for refining imperial weapons. This was a voluntary decision by all races. He didn't force them. After toasting and exchanging cups, Jiang Ju looked around at the bustling gathering of people.
Mr. Haimu, will you come?
Jiang Ju didn't know if he could wait for Jiang Mu. He just wanted to give it a try. He thought that with Mr. Haimu's personality, he would definitely know what he was thinking. He might come, or he might not, until the ancestor worship began. Of course, the most important thing was to worship the ancestors and sub-ancestors, and it lasted until the end of the event. Jiang Ju did not find Jiang Mu. He couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but he managed to calm down, and now, he has achieved enlightenment and become an emperor. Even if Jiang Mu is not by his side, Jiang Ju has to prove that he can also be a qualified emperor. Becoming an emperor is only equal to Yazoo. He still has a lot to do to surpass Yazoo. There is still much to do, and much worth doing. Only when he truly entered this realm did Jiang Ju realize how insignificant he was. It turns out that the emperor who was once out of reach and high above doesn't seem to be so invincible. From time to time, Jiang Ju could feel a prying gaze flash by. It came from a forbidden creature of the same level, perhaps from the restricted area. So for the first 500 years after becoming the emperor, Jiang Ju focused on developing the Jiang family. In the second 500 years, he went to the Star City at the edge of the universe. Although the strange creatures have not yet reached the border, the distance is not far. Jiang Ju also knew the weirdness of this strange creature. With his vigilance, he never went deep into the expedition every time, but only cleared the border. This was only a temporary solution, so Jiang Ju had to come to the edge of the universe from time to time to clean it up. The disadvantage is that you have to take action frequently, but the advantage is that there is no danger at all. After all, the strange creatures that can hurt the emperor are all in the depths. At the same time, Jiang Ju began his travels, that is, touring the world. This is the most time-consuming thing, because there are too many areas that Jiang Ju wants to get involved in. He spent most of his time practicing before he became an emperor. Now he is in a playful mood and finds everything interesting. This brings us to the advantages of being a great emperor. The world is so big that you can go anywhere, and wherever your thoughts go, you will reach them. There is no need to worry about wasting time. If you are brave enough, you can go to the restricted areas. So Jiang Ju began to explore the secrets of the world, and at the same time look for rare treasures and search for Jiang Mu's traces. Then from time to time, go to the edge of the universe to clean up strange creatures, focusing on subjective initiative. This is a very long process. For Emperor Jiang Ju, this is how he became an emperor. Outsiders only know that he is traveling, but in fact he is pursuing something. He even does not hesitate to break into several restricted areas and fight with the existences inside. The thunder is continuous and its sound spreads throughout the universe. No one knows the specific situation. All we know is that Emperor Jiang Ju entered several restricted areas and was able to leave safely, some of which even without a major battle. 5,000 years later, Emperor Jie forged his imperial weapon somewhere in the universe. Then he continued to bravely venture into forbidden areas, ancient battlefields, and the annihilation of gods with his imperial weapons. The weak tribes were not destroyed, and the strong tribes were not allowed to act tyrannically. Therefore, Emperor Jie is also revered by the weak creatures of all races. As expected, he has to be the emperor of the human race. He will not favor any one race, has no racial discrimination at all, and even restrains the human race, preventing it from expanding too much. This is a very peaceful world. Under the ardent mediation of Emperor Jie, all races prosper. So in the blink of an eye, 20,000 years passed. Emperor Jie is in his old age. Where has the time gone? I'm already old before I can even fully enjoy my youth. In the small world, Jiang Mu, who felt the aura of the great emperor in his later years, suddenly opened his eyes, came out of his cultivation state, stood up to stretch his muscles, and sighed, looking towards the red dust realm through the light curtain. Jiang Mu murmured, "Jiang Ju, what will you choose?" Jiang Mu knew how carefree Jiang Ju had been in the past 20,000 years. It can be said that Jiang Ju is the most unrestrained emperor since Yan Lingyun. He does not need to suppress the forbidden area, nor does he go too deep into the chaotic black fog. Walking in the world is like having fun everywhere, and occasionally there will be a battle with the forbidden area. The masters of the forbidden area will compromise and avoid fighting because the immortal road is about to come, and now that Jiang Ju is in his twilight years, will he choose to kill himself, or, in fact, no matter what Jiang Ju chooses, Jiang Mu won't care because Jiang Mu felt that this so-called immortal road had arrived, and even the forbidden area existed. So he wanted to try it. It doesn't matter if Jiang Ju goes to the immortal path at that time, just don't let him see it when it comes out. In the future, otherwise Jiang Mu will kill him. What Jiang Ju will ultimately choose is the main reason why Jiang Mu decides whether to meet him. Ever since Jiang Ju achieved enlightenment and became an emperor, Jiang Mu never got close to Jiang Ju again, because they were too familiar with each other's aura, and no matter how they tried to conceal it, it was easy to see some flaws. But Jiang Mu found that Jiang Ju did a good job when he was not around. At least he lived up to the name of the emperor during these years, and that was enough. This shows that he, as the imperial teacher, still has the ability to teach. The most important thing is that everyone in the world knows that the cultivator who taught Emperor Jiexia was a cultivator named Haimu. This also shows that Jiang Ju has not forgotten his roots, which makes him very pleased. After 20,000 years of observation, Jiang Mu felt that it was unlikely that Jiang Ju would commit suicide. Perhaps he could see him for the last time when he became a Taoist and fulfill his lifelong wish. During these 20,000 years, Jiang Ju has been wandering around the universe like a wanderer, and Jiang Mu has not been idle either. He has also transformed into a mortal and traveled the world, searching for the remaining 3 holy bodies. So strictly speaking, Jiang Mu is also a person who deserves to be slugged, but the 2 people who deserve to be slugged have never met. But unfortunately, even though Jiang Mu searched for 20,000 years, he only found a method to refine the holy body. It's not the source of the holy body's bloodline, but the method of refining it, that is the holy body of the demon king, there is no trace of. The remaining chaos holy body and the innate holy body Tao embryo, because these 2 kinds of holy bodies are not considered to be different ways of achieving enlightenment. As long as one of them appears, the position of the great emperor of the world will definitely belong to them. No one can compete with it, no one can compete with it. 88. Always enjoy a challenge. If I could find the innate saint body and the chaos saint body first, perhaps I wouldn't need the approval of heaven, relying on the Tao to be on par with the great emperor. Why would I need this journey of hundreds of thousands of years to obtain the saint body? Jiang Mu felt helpless when he thought about how he had searched almost every place that could give birth to the innate holy body and the chaos holy body for the past 20,000 years but found nothing. He even found a secret place according to the legend where the innate holy body and the Taoist fetus were in meditation. That place was indeed very unusual and had a unique Taoist charm, but because it was too old, there was no trace of the innate holy body and the Taoist fetus. Moreover, it is recorded in ancient books that the innate holy body and the Taoist fetus cannot be inherited by giving birth to offspring. Therefore, there are only 2 such cases in the limited records, and they are too far away from this era to be verified. The same goes for the chaos holy body. Although the 2 are not exactly the same, they have something in common in their Taoism. As long as they are allowed to develop, no one of the same generation can compete with them, and those of the same generation would probably not be willing to accept this. So the innate holy body, the Tao embryo and the chaos holy body were mostly unknown and very low-key before they grew up. Perhaps it is precisely because they are too extraordinary that only a few have appeared in the nearly 10 million years of ancient times. Strictly speaking, they all appeared in the pre-ancient era, that is, 5 million years ago, and have never been heard of in the post-ancient era. Fortunately, for Jiang Mu, the only way to find the innate saint body Tao embryo does not necessarily rely on the original bloodline. This is the product of the sublimation of the combination of the ancient saint body and the innate Tao embryo. He already has the ancient saint body, so he just needs to find an innate Tao embryo to cultivate feelings. This is getting off topic. For Jiang Mu, he doesn't actually need a partner to create the innate holy body and Taoist fetus. He just needs to find the owner of the innate Taoist fetus. Although it may be a little difficult and there is a possibility of failure, Jiang Mu now has a deep understanding of the original bloodline. It is not impossible for him to create the bloodline fusion by himself. It's just that this method is much more troublesome and far less cost-effective than directly finding the innate holy body and Taoist fetus. Jiang Mu is even more unwilling to bring his family along.
It's hard to say what he will do in the future, but at least he is unwilling to accept it at this stage. So Jiangmu finally decided to look for the innate Dao fetus. Although the innate Dao fetus's physique is slightly inferior to the 9 physiques, it is also considered a top-level cultivation physique in the world and is not so easy to find. At least Jiangmu has not heard of any cultivator who possesses it. Fortunately, compared to his holy body, the chance is still much greater. Maybe Jiangmu doesn't have to wait that long. As for the chaos holy body, Jiangmu could only say that it depended on luck, that if you were lucky, it may come soon, but if you are unlucky, it may never come. However, even without the chaos holy body, Jiangmu finally gathered all 8 holy bodies. In addition, he had some understanding of Taoism over the years, so it seems that his final combat power will still be considerable, and now, all Jiangmu can do is to cultivate the Demon King's holy body to perfection. The Demon King's holy body, when fully developed, can challenge the Great Emperor. It is also a combat-type holy body. However, unlike other natural holy bodies, the Demon King's holy body is created from the beginning to the end. This has to mention the Demon Clan. In fact, it is a core secret method of the Demon Clan, because the demon cultivators are generally mediocre in this world. The demon race is made up of many small tribes. Their original ancestors were generally cultivated from ordinary creatures, such as ordinary pigs, ordinary dogs, chickens and ducks eaten by humans, and some wild beasts such as jackals, tigers, and leopards. After the evolution of the times, the demon race was finally formed. The Demon Clan refers to them, not the dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, 9-tailed foxes, ancient Pisho clans, exotic beasts, etc. that have existed since ancient times. These powerful races have become a clan of their own. Although they are also called demons, they are not classified as the Demon Clan. The existence of the dragon realm is the best example. If they are also classified as demons, then the demons are too powerful, but as the saying goes, rich people don't recognize poor relatives. All we can say is that the two have nothing to do with each other, except that some demon cultivators have gained some blood through cultivation or combination. The starting point of a true demon cultivator is very low, and the upper limit is also locked. This leads to the fact that although the demon race has many creatures and occupies a place in the 3000 star fields, they are at most mediocre. They can produce many quasi-emperors, but they cannot produce a great emperor. Perhaps it can be said that the demon race is a union of many weak races, very similar to the Star Clan alliance that was formed not long ago. Although we can't produce great emperors, we can always produce some geniuses. The Demon King's holy body is the result of the joint efforts of these geniuses. Since they cannot compete for the emperor, they will create an existence that can be compared with the emperor, which can also be regarded as having produced an emperor. Therefore, the Demon King's holy body can be refined, but it is very troublesome and the success rate is terribly low. Even the Demon Clan itself has only produced 2 people like it. Jiangmu spent 1/3 of these 20,000 years transformed into a demon and wandered around the demon territory. Why aren't transsexuals considered demons? With half human blood and half demon blood, he can of course be considered a demon. After finally getting acquainted with them, Jiangmu found out the whereabouts of the method for refining the Demon King's holy body, and then learned it by great means. Then, while searching for the innate holy body and the chaos holy body, he gathered the materials for refining the Demon King holy body. This took up all of Jiangmu's time. First of all, there are various auxiliary materials, all of which are precious natural treasures. Jiangmu went to the secret realm to look for it, went to the mall to buy it, and if there was nothing, he would just rob it. Then it is necessary to collect the essence and blood of the 9 ancient monsters, namely Zhulong, the ancestor of time, who controls the alternation of day and night and has a grasp of the laws of time. Tianfeng, the ancestor of demons, is reborn from the ashes, burning away all laws. The law of fire. Kunping, the ancestor of the void demon, can switch between real and virtual states, and is born with the laws of space. Qilin, the ancestral demon of auspiciousness, pulses the earth, suppresses destiny, and the laws of fate. Zhuyan, the ancestor of fighting demons, turns his fighting spirit into reality, becomes more and more crazy as he fights. This is the law of war. The 9-tailed celestial fox, the ancestor of the illusionary mind, weaves dreams of destiny and the laws of divine consciousness. Xuanwu, the ancestor of eternal calamity, has absolute defense, carries the galaxy on his back, and controls the laws of nature. Jinwu, the ancestor of the sun demon, transforms into the sun, shining on all living things, and is the ultimate in the law of light. Tang Snake, the ancestor of disasters, spews out poisonous clouds of annihilation from its mouth. The law of poison has been sublimated and can be considered a branch of destruction. Next, one needs to find a star that is large enough, draw 9 hells blood refining formation at the core of the star, use the true flames from the Earth's core as a furnace, and refine the 9 kinds of blood essences.
Every time one refines a kind of blood essence, one must bear the blood curse of that clan, like smelting the essence of the candle dragon. The body expands and contracts day and night, and the bones break 30,000 times, melting the essence and blood of Tang snake. Poisonous pus and blood flow out of the 7 orifices. The soul is gnawed by thousands of snakes for 100 years, etc. The power of the great demon was dissolved in the 9 major acupoints, Zifu, Yongquan, and Tanzhong. Only after many details are completed can the Demon King's holy body be considered complete. Even this is not guaranteed to succeed. When Jiang Mu stole the method of the Demon King's holy body, he was shocked after taking a look at it. Not to mention other things, just collecting the essence and blood of the 9 demons is very difficult, and the purer the blood and the larger the quantity, the higher the success rate. In today's world, there is no pure-blooded monster. Even if the blood of the dragon cultivators in the dragon realm with the candle dragon bloodline is drained dry, it is still not as pure as the candle dragon ancestor monster mentioned above. After all, he was born with the ability to control time and space, and he is one of the top creatures. No wonder it is so difficult for the demon clan to produce the Demon King holy body. After all, it is very difficult for them to collect the blood of the 9 demon spirits. At this point, Jiang Mu finally understood that this Demon King's holy body was just like the demon clan. It gathered some of the power of the 9 true demons and fused them together, producing a qualitative change in sublimation, and achieving enlightenment in another way. It has to be said that the Demon King's holy body is very challenging, and it would be difficult for an ordinary person to complete it, but Jiang Mu has always enjoyed challenges. 89. Who are you? For Jiang Mu, the most difficult step is to collect the blood of the 9 demons. As for other pains, they are all within the tolerable range. How can the road to becoming stronger be without suffering? The road to immortality is about to open, and every bit of strength you can become counts. Jiang Mu, who possesses the source of immortality, does not need to kill all the 9 monsters in the world. After all, they are all powerful tribes among the top, and it will have a bad influence. He only needs to find a trace of the purest true blood, then purify it, and continue to feed the true blood to grow stronger, just like feeding the original blood of the holy body, until it reaches the limit. I think the Demon King's holy body refined in this way is also stronger than the one born by the demon clan itself. After all, according to the ranking of the holy bodies used in fighting, the Demon King's holy body is actually ranked last. Acquired is indeed not as good as innate. However, Jiang Mu was confident that through his operation, the upper limit of the Demon King's holy body could be raised. These people from the demon clan are really interesting. Since the 9 great demons don't acknowledge their poor relatives, then we'll just fleece them. In the end, Jiang Mu had no choice but to smile bitterly. It turned out that the strong have their own way of survival, and the weak have their own way of survival. Now Jiang Mu has also collected the 9 demon bloods. Although stealing them may be a bit troublesome, he can start feeding and practicing. However, Jiang Mu was still waiting for the great Emperor Jiangju to breathe his last. He carefully felt the changes in the aura of Jiangju Avenue and knew that Jiangju could not hold on for a few hundred years. After living for so long, he was already exhausted. However, Jiang Mu still decided to wait a little longer, so he began to meditate and continue to refine the demon blood. It was not until 200 years later that the aura of Jiangju's Dao weakened again. It was so weak that it could no longer suppress Wan Dao. At this moment, even if he chose to commit suicide, he would not be able to survive because it was too late. Obviously, Jiangju made his choice. However, he did not choose to become a Taoist, as if he wanted to leave something behind. Jiang Mu found it a little strange. Jiangju had no children before he became emperor, and he did not have an empress after he became emperor. Maybe he had a few confidants, but in the end he was still alone. Why is it that he has no family and no direct bloodline? So Jiang Mu set off. It was his turn to visit this student. Is the invincible Emperor Jiexiu about to die? All living beings of all races felt the sadness and desolation of autumn from heaven and earth, and knew that Emperor Jiexiu might be leaving for the new supreme of all races. Looking back on the life of Emperor Jiexiu, although he lived a normal life after becoming emperor and did not have any particularly outstanding deeds, he was a legend before he became emperor and was known to everyone. Become an emperor after 100 failures, it can be said that it is full of legendary colors, the kind that can be published in comic books. Now, is this great emperor about to pass away? To be honest, Emperor Jiexiu was very kind to all races and could be considered a benevolent emperor. He was much better than the short-lived Emperor Taizong, the unknown ending of Emperor Liehua, and the mediocre Emperor Shunwei. Therefore, all races were very sad about the news of Emperor Jiexiu's imminent departure. They even spontaneously sent representative monks to the mortal realm, hoping to catch one last glimpse of the great emperor. The Red Dust Realm, where the new Jiang family is located. It is located in a fertile area, with beautiful peaks and towering palaces. The Taoist rhyme stretches on and the spiritual mist lingers, just like a fairyland on earth. The Jiang family's wide mountain gate, a natural Barriers separated the Jiang family from the outside world. The cultivators who wanted to enter formed a long queue, which stretched all the way to the subordinate city. Jiangmu landed in front of the mountain gate, frowning slightly. There were too many creatures from all races who wanted to see the emperor. The Jiang family was shrouded in imperial power, so it was impossible for Jiangmu to break in by force, not even to attract attention, because the moment he landed, Jiangmu felt a breath quietly spying on him. This spying is not directed at Jiangmu, because no one can see through him as long as he doesn't want to. These auras were staring at Emperor Jiexiao, Jiangju. Does a restricted area exist? This aura seems to be of the supreme level. Jiangmu secretly said in his heart that although the Forbidden Zone Supreme did not want to conflict with the Emperor, a dying Emperor was still very delicious. It's normal for the Supreme Being of the restricted area to covet it. This aura was very subtle, and if Jiangmu hadn't reached a high enough level, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. But Jiangmu was not sure whether this Supreme Being wanted a living Emperor or a dead Emperor. Jiangmu estimated that with Jiangju's current strength, he probably wouldn't be able to discover it. Fortunately, he was there to protect Jiangju's body from being destroyed.
How about refining Jiangju into an imperial weapon?
Jiangmu thought that this way he could always protect the student's body. Of course, Jiangmu felt that since Jiangju was still alive, he still had to ask this kid's opinion, lest he be accused of being a teacher who had chilled the students' hearts. The Jiang family was being closely watched by this supreme being.
Jiang Mubing didn't want to walk into the Jiang family in a high-profile manner, as this would definitely attract the attention of the other party. After all, Jiang Mu wanted to catch the other party off guard. It is impossible for students who covet him to do so without paying a price. Jiang Mu now has this confidence. So Jiang Mu lined up obediently. Fortunately, there are different entrances for different levels and cultivation levels. Jiang Mu showed a little bit of his quasi-emperor peak cultivation level and was then queued in the fastest and shortest one. For the peak quasi-emperor cultivators, they can basically enter the Jiang family and be received by the senior members of the Jiang family, but it is unlikely to catch a glimpse of Emperor Jiexiao. No one can see Emperor Jiexiao now, perhaps because he doesn't want people to see his old appearance, but this is not important to Jiang Mu. He just needs to enter the Jiang family. Jiangju's imperial power is still there. The Supreme Being dare not intrude into it, so Jiang Mu is naturally not afraid of being discovered. After entering the Jiang family, Jiang Mu believed that Jiangju could feel him. Everything was just as Jiang Mu expected, but not long after entering the Jiang family, Jiang Mu felt a dark and mysterious aura. Not long after, the current head of the Jiang family showed up, went straight to Jiang Mu, took him to the depths of the Jiang family, bowed, and left. It was obvious that he was following Jiangju's instructions. Jiang Mu followed the directions of the other party, passed through layers of restrictions, and came to the entrance of a secret realm. This was a small world, and he stepped into it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and Jiang Mu felt that it looked familiar. He took a closer look and realized that this was the place where Jiangju and Emperor Guan taught each other before they fought. This place carries many memories. For example, there is a pavilion on the highest peak where the two often drank and barbecued. Jiang Mu is responsible for eating, and Jiangju is responsible for grilling. Jiangju always eats as much as he can roast, and his face is often dark. This time, a white-haired, slightly hunched figure stood in the pavilion, looking at Jiang Mu in the distance with his bright eyes. There was confusion and shock between his brows. However, Jiangju's eyes suddenly became stern, lightning entwined and danced between his hair, and there was a faint sound of thunder between heaven and earth. His Imperial Majesty was directly pressing against Jiang Mu, and he asked coldly, "Who are you?" 90. If you want, please take it yourself. Who I am? Facing Jiangju's aggressive approach, Jiang Mu smiled calmly. The infinite imperial power only blew his hair, and he did not move at all. This made the astonishment in Jiangju's eyes even deeper. "Jiangju, if you didn't know who I was, would you let me in? You're almost buried, can you be more steady?" Jiang Mu was right. Jiangju did feel a very familiar breath, and he had been thinking about this breath all his life, but when they really met again, Jiangju still couldn't believe that his teacher, Mr. Haimu, was still so young. Is this really Mr. Haimu? Even the emperor himself can't see through him. Perhaps he is just some being pretending. Out of caution, Jiangju did not reply. He was still looking at Jiang Mu. The tone, expression, posture, all exactly the same as the details engraved in memory. Who could know Mr. Haimu so well? Oh, still so cautious. Seeing this, Jiang Mu decided not to tease Jiangju anymore. No matter how cautious Jiangju was, he couldn't see through him. "Don't move." Seeing Jiang Mu move, Jiangju roared and pressed towards Jiang Mu with an even stronger aura. Obviously, Jiangju did not believe that the Jiang Mu in front of him was Mr. Haimu.
Although Jiang Ju once doubted whether Jiang Mu had taken that step, after the passage of 20,000 years, he still felt that Mr. Haimu had passed away long ago.
Alas, it's so hard to prove that you are yourself. Jiang Mu sighed, then said loudly, "Didn't I say that no one in this world would be nice to you for no reason? But I'm an exception? Did I spend 500 years training you to become a little great first saint? Am I?"
Jiang Mu became more and more excited as he spoke, and Jiang Ju's face changed from gloomy to bright. These words were indeed said by Mr. Haimu, so how could this person in front of him understand them so deeply?
So what about this thing?
Finally, Jiang Mu took out the flowing light shadow wings that had been nurtured for a long time and had been reborn. This imperial weapon immediately sent a thought to Jiang Ju. Of course, Jiang Mu wanted to slowly reveal his true identity. He was afraid that Jiang Ju would not be able to accept it and die all of a sudden, so he did not let Liu Guangjuinji reveal his identity to Jiang Ju's eyes. He is still the same Haimu. With these words and the evidence from Liu Guangjuinji, Jiang Ju had to believe it even if he didn't want to, because it couldn't be faked. Only two people will know the details between the teacher and the student. Jiang Mu stepped onto the mountain pavilion, and after feeling it up close, Jiang Ju became even more certain that this was the Seawood he was so familiar with.
"Mr. Haimu, why, are you willing to see me now?"
Seeing his mentor again, Jiang Ju was in tears. Jiang Mu looked at Haimu, who was older than himself, and shook his head.
"Alas, I also have a lot of pain that I can't express." Jiang Ju asked again, "Then, did you see me achieve enlightenment?" "I didn't disappoint you.
I washed away the shame of 100 defeats and surpassed Yazoo."
Jiang Mu nodded, "Well, actually I saw it all. I feel relieved to have a student like you.
You are a qualified emperor and have not disgraced the Zheng family's reputation."
Suddenly, Jiang Ju raised his hand to wipe away 2 lines of tears, and said with some resentment, "Then, why did you wait until I was about to die to come? Don't you trust me? Do you think my student will forget his roots after becoming the emperor?" "But you saw it, sir." "I didn't. All living things in the world respect and love me."
Jiang Ju was not angry with Jiang Mu, but wanted to prove to himself that he was a qualified emperor. He was definitely not like what Jiang Mu thought, that he would forget his roots after becoming an emperor. Jiang Mu raised his hand and patted Jiang Ju's shoulder. "Jiang Ju, if you choose to kill yourself in the end, then I won't appear in front of you now."
"Self-destruction? How can I be worthy of the master's teachings by colluding with those forbidden areas?" Jiang Ju shook his head, then looked at Jiang Mu with a complicated look. "Sir, aren't you also in a restricted area?"
From Jiang Ju's perspective, Jiang Mu has such an identity, otherwise he would not be alive until now. My husband is the ruler of a restricted area, but he doesn't want to see me commit suicide.
"Why is that?" "Sit down and talk slowly.
I'm afraid neither of us can finish what we're talking about in a short while." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu did not give a direct answer, but pulled Jiang Ju to sit in the pavilion.
"I'm here to collect your body."
After thinking about it, Jiang Mu said truthfully,
"Sir, I'm not stupid. I can see that I became enlightened because of you. If you want my body, you can take it."
"I am not the master of the restricted area, because I have never achieved enlightenment, nor have I killed myself, nor have I ever eaten the lives of the world. You can think of me as having found my own unique path of spiritual practice."
"What road?"
"The path to immortality."
Jiang Ju's breathing stagnated.
He looked at Jiang Mu, who said these words so calmly, and said in a lost voice, "This is impossible. I have searched the world and have never heard of such a road."
However, Jiang Mu did not want a more specific explanation, but just watched Jiang Ju's performance. "Sir, I don't understand, but I think I know why you don't want to see me."
Gradually, Jiang Ju closed his eyes. His mind was in a mess and he didn't know which sentence was true and which was false, but he also roughly understood why Jiang Mu didn't want to see him. Now that Jiang Mu is willing to reveal these things, it means that he is either no longer afraid of Emperor Jiexiao in his later years, or he recognizes this student. Jiang Ju hopes it is the latter. In fact, no matter what Jiang Mu's identity is, no matter what Jiang Mu's request is, Jiang Ju will try his best to satisfy it. Without Haimu, there would be no Emperor Jiexiao, that's all.
"Jiang Ju, don't blame me for being selfish. You can't learn this path. I'm the only one in the world, and I don't want you to think too much."
Finally, Jiang Mu said this, then both of them fell into silence. Perhaps they were still honest with each other,
but it seemed that they could no longer return to the point where they could talk about everything. Sir, if you think of me like that, you are underestimating me. I was the same person before I became emperor, and I remain the same after I became emperor. I have never changed. As if he had sorted out his emotions, Jiang Ju spoke again slowly, with a smiling face. It's been a long time since we last met. I'm already satisfied just to see you again, sir. The past has faded into thin air. It's been a while since you've had barbecue cooked by me. Perhaps today is a good time. I have no regrets in dying. Jiang Ju took action, started to build a fire and grill meat, and placed several jars of stored spiritual wine on the stone table. It can be seen that although Jiang Ju had many doubts, he was indeed very happy to see Jiang Mu again. Even the wrinkles on the face had been smoothed out a lot. The two of them ate the best spiritual meat and drank the best spiritual wine, as if they had returned to the past, and soon they were chatting and laughing like a mortal. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and I've grown old, but you, sir, are still as charming and elegant as ever. The path to immortality is wonderful, wonderful, cough cough cough. Jiang Ju, who was drinking and talking, suddenly started coughing violently. He wasn't choking on the wine, but was about to reach his limit. The aura of the great Tao belonging to him shrank to the extreme at a rapid speed, and it seemed that it could no longer protect the Jiang family. P.S. Regarding the question about the life-burning technique raised in the previous chapter, in fact, refining a holy body with the source of longevity is equivalent to burning life. For emperor-level creatures, there is no so-called technique. The life-burning techniques in the world are too low-level for the protagonist. The upper limit is locked and it is of no use in improving combat power. At least the creatures in this world cannot comprehend the technique that gives infinite combat power as long as there is infinite life. Immortality does not mean invincibility. Perhaps everyone will see this in the later stages. This book is planned to have more than 1 million words, so there is no need to worry about interruptions. However, the protagonist will understand this forbidden power later, so don't worry. And for the emperor-level creatures, burning chi, blood, and origin is essentially burning life, and it is the maximum utilization of vitality, because they have their own Taoism and magical powers. Maybe I didn't write it directly, so you can't understand it. As for the sword, the protagonist only uses the best materials to forge the best one, and one sword is enough to fight against 10,000 swords.